sonke kumnandi bonke abafazi bezala sonke si sexy sonke si flexy sizobusha shunga intuthu khala isigubhu qoloka qa sizobumnandi sithamela ilanga sikokophaqa wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha wozotra wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha wozotra
2x2, jumping a 4x4, ayy. Shorty came with the best friend, got a bench press, but she want more, ayy. What's in store, ayy? Just jump on the floor, yeah. Tell her who are you, ayy. With a 2 Live crew, ayy. Come on, toy on the rhythm with the ones making speakers boom, ayy. Throwing up gang signs, but I make pound signs, pinks and blue, ayy. Doing no magic, but I ain't Doctor Who, ayy.
Lezi sonke kumnandi bonke abafazi bezala sonke si sexy sonke si flexy sizobusha shunga intuthu khala isigubhu qoloka qa sizobumnandi sithamela ilanga sikokophaqa wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha wozotra wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha wozotra ungasipotozina na ungasilokothisha na shayigagas ungatheleki lana timbedli zinyo washa na indandathu future phaqa siyahamba khalubu khafa sonke siyaqonza gobhoza umfula yikha dakiyo thintathina phika masiphikelana ngena isiqhephezana fika yenyo sigcwala nanko magwebo sishaya hey ngoko with the whip saka when you hit Lezi sonke kumnandi bonke abafazi bezala sonke si sexy sonke si flexy sizobusha shunga intuthu khala isigubhu qoloka qa sizobumnandi sithamela ilanga sikokophaqa wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha wozotra wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha wozotra
About 30 chances, one bad day. Now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day. Now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. I don't know where to go from here. Is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow. Do I stick it out now? Is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day. Now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time.
Let's see what Heroic are up to. Hi guys, how's it going? I see coffees all around. Early morning.
We can say it's coffee.
You can say it's coffee.
Yeah, it's something else. You can take a guess.
Something else?
What does he look like?
This is so ominous. He gave me the look, like we can taste it if you want. Tea?
No. More childish.
Monster.
Maybe Red Bull?
Hot chocolate?
Yes.
Hot chocolate. All right. That's amazing. I feel like that would be great to start the day. We come over here. Ston, like, what are you looking forward the most in this Pro League group? Is it table tennis? Is it Sunny Malta? Is it spike ball? Or maybe Counter-Strike?
You got spike ball? I actually didn't notice that. I like that game a lot.
Spike ball has been underutilized so far, to the much disappointment from Henry G. Are you bringing spike ball back?
Maybe. I mean, I haven't played it inside, but I mean, maybe. I mean, I like to play it at least. So yeah. Nerf guns.
Nerf guns. Are you as good with the Nerf guns as you are in game?
I think Rasmus is probably better with the Nerf guns. He used it quite a lot the last time. But I mean, we're looking forward to play some CS as well.
So Shush, you are the resident Nerf gun specialist?
I don't know if I am. I remember last time someone headshotted someone, and I don't know who it was. It was Jakob.
From your team?
It was Kadian who headshot Jakob.
How does that make you feel?
It was not nice. I mean, we wasn't on camera, but somehow it got on camera. So
I have it in slow motion, so play it right now.
And next time, you just put hot chocolate in his face. Yeah, we had it before in the first group. Someone was like hitting headshots all the time. But so tomorrow, your guys is first. Do you like French food?
Tatar is okay.
You ever had Coco One?
Coco One? No.
It stands for like Rooster in something.
No, I tried
Yeah, that's like-
snails. Snails is pretty good, but
Really?
yeah,
I haven't had snails.
Yeah.
I heard they're legit.
I think it's pretty nice actually. I didn't think I would like it.
You're a man of taste, Shush.
Yeah, thank you.
That's nice. Okay, so another thing that we have, but not right now, is being set up. All those people there, the tech stuff. It's going to be a 2v2, Zoomers versus Boomers.
Okay.
Are you going to take the challenge?
Who are playing against?
I think at the moment it's Henry and Chad. Those are the best of the best of the best, sir.
Yeah, I watched Danger Zone stuff.
But it's CS2, it's not CSGO.
Okay, then it's gonna be easy.
Did you get to play it at all?
A little bit. I played the show match in Game of 8.
And
That's it.
that's it. All right, so we're gonna keep it moving here. I'm gonna go over to my friend Exist and ask him about MR12. Thoughts?
I mean, I think it's gonna be good. Only if they do some changes to the economy, right? 1400 reset is kind of bad. Maybe make it 1900, and we can see what happens.
What do you think about so for the CTs it can't be lower than 1900, but the Ts can still get reset to 1400. Do you think that's fair, or both teams should be at 1900 minimum?
Yeah, maybe it can work like that because the economy struggles the most at CT, obviously, like you said. I mean, I'm down for some different tests, to be honest. Like, let's see what's the best.
All right, and a little bit more serious now. Since you guys have started off the season, not exactly how you would have liked, but it's been a lot of tournaments as well. So did you have time to sort of discuss and kind of maybe work on some of the things that you thought were missing in the last couple of tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really started this season as we want. We've had some bad results, and it's kind of weird because we ended the season with a win in Washington, right? And then we haven't really found ourselves so far. It's a lot about the mental game, I think, and like as a team, we just haven't found it yet, and we're working on it.
How does that work coming into a tournament like Pro League, which is more laid back, more chill, still obviously competing, and there's a lot of games? So what's the approach for that one in particular?
I think it's a great opportunity for us to like try to find our game, if you can call it like that. Yeah. I mean, I think we really want to win this one. It's a great opportunity to get a win this season, right? And maybe start something for the Intel Grand Slam as well. So I think this tournament for us, it's really important.
All right. Up next, Evil Geniuses, and Chad has somehow used his sleazy little powers to bait them into getting into this 2v2 setup over here that him and Henry have set up to play, have beat the Boomers over there, Zoomers, Boomers, or all kinds of scoreline, as if anyone would want to risk losing to Chad and Henry. We'll see. Chad might looks like he's old, but he's a gamer at heart and grinds deathmatch every day, probably more than some of these guys. So let's see here what we're thinking. Junior. So do you think like this 2v2 is worth it for your teammates?
If they lose, their confidence is just going to be gone.
Exactly.
So I don't think it's worth it, honestly.
And you know, Henry and Chad look like they don't know what they're doing, but they've been grinding the whole first week just preparing for this setup.
I mean, they've been playing Counter-Strike longer than most of us have been alive, right? So
I heard something about George, you were in diapers when Henry was in CGS.
I wouldn't doubt it, honestly. So, like, they can't lose, right? If they lose, then we might not even get past 5 rounds this tournament.
Well, of course, I mean, they turned it into a CS2 competition, something that they have definitely more hours than anyone else. So do you feel like your teammates have gotten into a trap?
Honestly, I think they played us here because we're playing CSGO tournaments, so we can't play CS2. So they 100% trapped us into this.
Exactly, and I know there are some extra rules, you know, to make things as easier for the old guys as possible. But yeah, I don't know. This is going to be interesting.
Are our players playing on their setups or like their peripherals?
That's a good point. I don't think they are. You tell me. Oh yeah, they brought their own stuff. Chad was here 2 hours ago, setting everything up, death matching, playing aimbots, practicing his nades, all the stuff he already has, all the spawn smokes for Mirage for CS2.
Damn, this is doomed. There's no way we win.
I think you guys I think they have a good chance though. It's still just Chad and Henry in the end.
Well, worst case scenario,
CGS was a long time ago.
That's true. George will take his time, you know, jiggle every corner, jiggle every angle. You know, like Rops, clears angles like Rops. So I think George can 1v2 them probably.
All right, now that's some confidence now. So it's been a couple of months now since the season started, right? How are you guys feeling that you're coming up in the last 2 months?
We felt good. The first Blast tournament, we had a long boot camp where I think we showed signs that we could actually like play against these top teams. And then since we came back from Europe like a month ago, we haven't really gotten obviously any practice, and we didn't get an EU boot camp before this. So I think we're just gonna like keep trying to like show that we can like compete at this level, even without like the practice that all these other teams are getting.
All right, thanks. I'm gonna move close to you now. You know, I think I've bothered you enough. I'm gonna sit next to Tim, he's having a great time, as he just loves to see me right now, don't you, Tim?
Yes.
All right. Your thoughts on the 2v2?
It's going to be good.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Tim. You're doing a great job here. How does it, like, who's your new best friend on this team? All the old guys are gone. You're the oldest guy now.
Yeah, I don't really like anyone.
How does that make you feel?
I don't like anyone here. They're all really young. They use terms that I'm not familiar with. They reference videos that I've never seen. So,
did you have to install TikTok when this lineup was formed?
Yes.
How much pain does that cause you on a scale of 1 to 10?
So much. So 10.
10. All right, I feel you. It's rough out there for us boomers, even though I'm 7 years older than you probably.
Yeah, it's very rough.
Nice. So, you know, when's your birthday?
It's actually coming up soon. September 10th.
Great, man. Happy birthday. You're soon good. I don't know. You're not giving me too much to work with here. We're going to keep it moving. Next. Are you surprised by Tim's statements here?
No. He's shown no interest in this team whatsoever.
And he has been very cruel to you?
Yeah, there's been some situations you can classify as abuse.
Like hazing is the term.
I mean the softer part of it, yeah.
I heard there were reports of a guy in underwear last night running around and yelling, "I'm sorry, Tim. I'm sorry, Tim." Did you hear anything about that?
I mean, that may or may not have been me. There's a small chance, but yeah.
I heard that the reason for that was the coffee, by the time you brought it, was already not the optimum temperature.
I accidentally put a little bit of sugar in it, and he yelled at me and told me he took it black. So
he gets cranky when that happens, no?
Yeah, just a bit.
All right, so does that gonna make your shit talking even louder now because you have so much rage against Tim kept up?
I'm definitely gonna project on other teams. Yeah, all the anger kept up inside because of Tim. It's it's taking a toll.
So once ENCE loses, we can say that the reason was this was all due to Tim and the harassment that you've endured, and now they've had to suffer.
Yeah, for the past year, it's all built up against ENCE, and I'm gonna let it go.
All right, man. Good for you. Embrace the dark side. You know, rage is a weapon. All of that good stuff. All right. Thank you, evil geniuses. Let's check out how much they're wrecking Sponge and Henry. Hopefully they're wrecking them. You're not live yet? Yeah, I know. George, do you feel like this was the trap card that's been played by Chad and that you've fallen into his trap?
Yeah, I don't know. We just got in. Now we're getting tested here. You're gonna have to.
Like what is the win for you guys here? There's no good outcome for you here.
Yeah. I mean,
why have you done this?
If we win, nothing really happens. If we lose, it's gonna look pretty bad. So
that sounds like a great bargain. Volko, do you have any different thoughts?
No, I'd say that's consensus. I think we don't really gain anything from this, but it's fun.
But you know what that makes you guys? That makes you good sports, and we're all about good sportsmanship here. We love it. I'm sure that Henry's gonna take it easy on you guys. That's the only way he knows. So yeah, that's it. Tune into ESL Pro League to see what happens in the 2v2s and do the boomers, beat the zoomers. Well, that was fun. Hugo, still pretending to be working, are you?
Every day of my career, yeah.
What do you have over there?
Not much yet. We're at the whiteboards right now. We're getting ready for Group B, day one, and we've got a lot of prep to do, a lot of planning.
Can we catch the whiteboard here for a second? Can we you see here? That's not how you spell castle.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a T.
I didn't write that. I don't want to dox anyone in, but that is not how
you were literally standing here with a marker writing on that thing.
Yanko,
we have it on camera. Hugo, you can't lie your way out of this one.
Why would I be writing last week's schedule, Yanko? I'm clearly getting ready for next week, Group B, and a lot more teams.
Because you don't know what you're doing, Hugo. You're just impersonating Henry. Like, that's your whole shtick.
Is this an attack? Are you ambushing me right now, Yanko? I'm trying to work, as you can see.
All right, what are you working on, Hugo? Tell us, please.
We got some segments planned for next week.
Like what?
We've got some.
Give me one specific segment you have planned.
Through the history of Nuke, DE Nuke, I was just planning it with Reese. We're gonna break down source.
So it's a collab. It's not your thing. It's like you and Reese.
No, it's the ESL Pro League is a team game, Yanko. Everyone has to work together. I just see not really understanding that right now, but we're all gonna get together.
Can you explain it to me, please? Because I'm stupid.
Explain what pro?
Dumb brother.
What am I?
Teamwork.
Teamwork. You've been a coach, Yanko. You should know a little bit about teamwork, but not a coach anymore. So
there's no I in team.
But there is a U in something. Trace Donasaranthus over there taught me that one.
Working hard or hardly working? We will never know, really. Okay, Hugo. What about all this here?
Yeah.
This is all stuff you brought from home, right?
This is from my private collection. I got some props. I got some wigs. I've got This was from Mac, actually. He donated this to the cause. I think you would look really good in it. It's like a wrestler's mask.
Yeah, but I prefer in black.
Okay, well, I'm sure Mac...
With a whip.
Okay, I believe that one, yeah. We've got... I don't see any golden cocks this season. I don't know where they went, Yanko. Did you take them all home?
Well, we're blowing the whistle now, so, a bit of a different theme. Hugo, we have themes here. Some counterfeit money. Those are not the golden ones, though. Those are just prop whistles.
Oh, well...
You can blow them anyway. Nice. What else? Oh, a stethoscope. You wanna hear my lungs?
Wait. No, turn around. No, that's, yeah. There's no heart in there.
Yeah,
No
it's not
heart.
ticking.
I'm not surprised.
So everything's like it should be. Nice. All right. This has been a lot of fun, Hugo. Thank you so much for this.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure for you, I'm sure. Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
Two angles and twists remain supreme. He can stick it. Oh no, Val, they've done it. Absolutely robbed. Bulldog steal.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Malta. Welcome back to Pro League in its 18th season. I think one thing that I have to get out of the way right here early this morning is that after seeing that video a couple times, every single time, without doubt, without fail, it is always going to be the mental imagery of Harry Russell shoving that marshmallow straight down his gullet.
In a very sensual manner as well.
Very sensual.
It's the eye contact for me.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It is a lot
eye
to take in.
contact's important.
We were just discussing, I want to see what happened to Alex's banana.
Yeah.
Like the full thing? Like,
Well, there was a whole Ghibli and a Wibbly, and they only showed the Ghibli.
Yeah.
Well, where the hell's a Wibbly?
Well, I was snapping the banana. I threw it over my shot. I ate the banana.
You even ate the banana?
I
I did see that.
Spoilers,
I did see that.
but I did eat the banana.
All right, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah.
Maybe we get that in the re-edit.
The director's cut.
Yes,
I think.
yes, the 3-hour edition.
The 3-hour opener.
Trace, I see you got the run a show up there.
Yeah, it's up there.
Can you put Twitch chat up instead?
Yeah, I'd like that actually. Let's go.
Because let's let them dictate what we do and where we go.
Yeah, we can just be like kind of puppets.
Yeah, exactly. To the man.
To the master.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
and we
that.
can dance and we can juggle. Right, like this. All right, gentlemen.
There hasn't been enough of that sort of thing.
Well, let's do some right now. Everybody
can
stand
dance
up.
if you want to.
Oh, do the
everyone
morning
stand
exercise.
Up. Everyone stand up. No,
Juggling.
that wasn't.
Morning.
Well, that wasn't what we were going to play. Okay,
Oh,
so
that
I
could
want
be fun.
everyone to reach into their left pocket.
All right.
What do you got? What do you got in your left pocket, lads?
Shoot.
See what you got in your left pocket. Max got nothing. Trace.
I've got some things.
I emptied my pocket.
Trace has
It's
got.
quite an intense close-up. You know?
Okay, hold on.
I've got quite revealing jeans on. Do we have to do that one?
Trace has got a wallet and some. And,
I got about €6.
Okay. I had my keys and a
Keys,
wallet.
a lighter, a vape. Kind of says a lot about my lifestyle.
Alex, what do you got?
Nothing.
Okay. What about our right pockets, lads?
do you got,
I got a cellular telephone device.
I emptied mine. I have a Velo eucalyptus nicotine pouch.
I have a comb again. It says vanity. That's what it
Okay,
says.
yeah, right.
Just something to carry around. I
Yes.
go with AirPods myself. So I
AirPods.
can escape the world.
All right. What do you? Anyone keep anything in their back pockets? I
Past
keep
the
the. I
event.
keep
Don't
the.
put it on
To keep
camera
the
there.
security.
No, I got
You know.
Don't
Nah,
look at it,
right
don't look
there.
at it. You're not getting it now.
Whoa.
That was too
All right,
easy,
man.
guys.
And then that's about it. So yeah.
Yeah,
okay, guys, that was the fun segment. Let's take another seat down. Do you like that one?
We doing violence on stream now?
That one's called "What's in Your Pocket."
The newest segment on ESL Pro
League. Said we are running out of steam. We're still going
What's
strong,
in your
baby.
pockets? No, but I want the people at home, Alex. You're making a good point before we were coming live. We're just we're hanging out.
Yeah.
You know, just with the lads in the morning, having some breakfast at 11:30, 12.
That's about right.
Yeah.
People have been playing CS2 until the early hours, as we were.
Which is true. We did play Ancient last night.
Shout out to Mac, by the way. Impact rounds in that second half.
I've been hearing all
saved us.
about this. Can you talk about your performance and what led you to such an amazing result last night on Ancient?
Well, I was pretty much shell-shocked, right? Because I've been playing with random European solo queue, no comps.
Yeah.
Finally get to play in a 5-stack with the boys. Beautiful communication.
Oh, on our best map as well.
Yeah. Exactly. Ancient, and we've got Hugo like calling up a storm saying, all right, we need like full micro, like, all right, you're playing the 50-50 angle in tunnels, you're playing like double over towards ramp, get that flash ready. Like before we've even gotten out of freeze time, I'm like, oh, it's like being back at home playing a little bit of
Our
bloody
CT
FPL.
side, though, needed some work. We didn't have a Hugo on the CT side. I did my best, but it took us about 6 rounds to kind of work
Get it together. Yeah, it can be. You know, look.
The secret was. So I was like 8 and 12 or something when we got pretty close towards the end of the map, and I was like, God damn, I'm like not doing too much. But we have these, because I played down here. Jess was sleeping, asked me not to play in the room anymore.
You played down here?
Look, we love a respectful partner.
Holy
he relocated and came down here to play.
So she was sleeping. So I was like, I'll just come in here. But that means I got the height adjustable tables.
That's amazing.
So I was like, this feels a bit weird. So I smacked it down to 76 from 80.
76?
And as soon as I did that, all of a sudden, I was fragging up. It was like, hey, Matt, can you just lurk mid? All right, I'll lurk mid. End up getting these like crazy one-taps on the AWPers in the red room. Then I think it was like last round of regulation before we pushed to OT. It was like, all right, we're just going to go fast donut. I got like 4K that round, 3K entry.
So it came alive.
Yeah, bro.
It's in the millimeters. It's a game of millimeters, quite literally, of table
I
height.
could have been part of it as well. Mac messaged me at 1 a.m. He said there's a chance to play. I went to bed instead. I missed out.
It's true. I did talk to you before you went to bed.
Yeah,
and I played. So
Birchall, from my later Ancient games, if I encounter a team that have clearly learned short and long smokes, and they are very comfortable using them, A has got nothing to report. Trace didn't say a peep, didn't have any stress. Mid was clear. It was obvious they were either like T-spawn or B.
Yep.
And then, as the B player, obviously Dinko was just constantly horny, pushing ramp and shit.
He's an aggressive guy.
You know, there's no issue with calling him out. That's fine.
And we had those smokes would come in, and I would be like, well, Dinko,
Where are you playing?
At the moment, I was like back slant, you know.
Okay,
like I'm
so at that
smoked
point,
off.
where's Dinko? He's already dead.
He's all right. I'm a lone B. I'm going to push. I'm going to take fights.
Okay, so there's two things here. There's two things.
Yeah.
One, you call him back into a retake setup.
Tried, yes. Okay, so more of
Two,
that.
you go aggressive with him, set him up for a maneuver,
I'll flash
make
you
sure.
around now.
Yeah, maybe get a door smoke in there.
Yes.
3, were they mainly coming ramp and not cave?
It was most late cave and all up ramp.
Well, then just hold cave control, give him ramp, allow sight, and let your
And then they
rotations
rotate
coming
through.
in. Yeah.
Okay.
Things
cool,
with
thank
Dinko, every team's got their wild card. He
is the
like,
wild card.
He's the Joker of the pack, though. That's the difference. Like, he is just in your face. You won't tell you when he's going to push. Sometimes it works out and it's great. When it doesn't, though, it does stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, everyone pulled their weight in that game.
actually.
That was a really good
It's a
game.
team effort.
Yeah,
It was across the board. Did you know that New York was originally called New Amsterdam?
I didn't. Anything else about
Neither did I.
keep going.
It's a book
This
of
is great.
facts.
It is. Yeah. Do you know what the driest place on earth?
Australia, middle of Australia.
The
Egypt.
Sahara Desert?
The Atacama Desert.
I knew it had to be one of those deserts.
One of the deserts, yes.
I thought you were going to
This
say
makes
the
sense.
Office UK. But
Yeah.
Guys, because as we're starting to stall here quite clearly, I'm going to walk over to the casting station. I have a tweet from Taz I want to bring up to start a broader chat here.
I do love a Taz tweet.
This is me walking. I don't know if you guys have seen that before, but I'm going to be doing a little bit of that. I'm going to be walking over here.
Hey, only the
Twitch chat.
hottest content.
Hey, Twitch
He
chat.
has got
Anybody
his
out there?
trousers
Hello?
on today.
Yeah.
It's not a Friday.
No.
So
Oh, I got my mates in chat. Razar, shout out to Razar.
Oh, that's
we
nice.
got Craigs, one of Rooster's biggest fans.
Well, he is too. I've seen him online talking shit on Twitter. Okay.
oh, really? What kind of shit's he talking?
What's he saying?
Mate, you shouldn't. Some of these Aussie guys, they pretend like it's the forums from back in the day. It is, Henry, it's like CAD Red. It's filthy out there.
All right. I can't even. Okay, probably not safe for the broadcast.
Yeah, here we
then,
go.
whatever.
So this is what I wanted to bring up for everybody playing at home. And I wanted to make maybe we can get a song going, a picture of Taz's face, and we can just philosophy with Taz. Because he's given
it's a long one.
Yeah, well,
make gaming
look,
so
I want to read this, and I want to get through this without any loose-lipped Laura's over there, all right, gentlemen, all right?
Shut up and let him talk. Is that
Okay.
what he's saying?
Taz, We try to make gaming so professional that kids actually get depressed while playing. Nowadays, gamers deal with too much too early on their own. Without proper preparation, most of you are not ready to deal with winning or losing, not to mention money, fame, and hate. If you try to become pro, there is a small chance that you'll make it happen and a huge chance that you hurt yourself. You need to be lucky. Don't put all your eggs into one basket too early. Educate, exercise, socialize. If you have talent, people will notice, and then it's game time. Dream big, but be smart. Remember about the balance. Most of the toxicity comes from the lack of it. Okay, so look, there's a lot to read into here, but the general sentiment from Taz at the top of the page, like that is the key now. Gaming for the generation, right, is people can go pro, right? It's so much different than it used to be. Back in our day, we were playing for fun in LAN cafes and pool day until 4 o'clock in the morning, just for fun. There wasn't like, these leagues and all of this money and everything around it. And you can see that it's not really as grounded in community anymore. And I kind of wanted to discuss that point with the broader group here, gentlemen. So do we feel that? How many of us grew up in LAN cafes and of the whatnot?
Definitely. That's where it all started for me. I didn't even have the internet available to play Counter-Strike at home. So from like 2002, 2003, every Friday my dad would take me to the local town LAN cafe. He would sit there doing work. I'd sit there playing Counter-Strike for like 8 hours a day. And then that was just like, that led me to meet the people that we started our first team in. And then we started going to our first events, and then we started winning events. And when we were talking about winning events, back then we weren't doing it for any sort of salary. It was like we literally, the first place prize at the I-Series I went to and won for the first time in I-23, right? The first place prize was £250.
Woof!
And we had 128 teams in the tournament, and it cost like £100 entry.
How did that work out?
The economics were really off there, but we loved it. Like, we were so proud that we won it. Like, it was one of the first source tournaments in Europe, and it was 128 teams, and we were just there for the prestige of winning. Like, we didn't care about anything else. We lost money by attending, but like, it wasn't even a thought. And it was just like, I think we have lost that element of just playing for the love of the game and loving the competitive element, not trying to chase after a dream or a cash prize at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, I also agree in the sense that I think that now it's there are a generation of gamers now that see esports or being an esports player as a viable career path and like trajectory and something to aim for and a goal. Because it exists. It didn't exist when we were playing, and I think that that's what Chad was getting at in the sense that like
it's nice to have, right? But it's like everything that when you're playing sport as a youngster, you're playing sport because, well, first of all, your parents probably put it in you.
Fun, yeah.
And then they see if you're going to like it. But then you keep doing it because of that community that gets built from it. There's a bunch of people that you're playing with, the broader community around it. Like your family comes to the games, and like you layer on top all these things. Now Counter-Strike, a bit more. It's a bit harder when everyone has a PC at home these days, right? Because it's much more affordable to have a PC now. Well, actually, I don't know if that's true.
Well, you could have a better PC at home than at the LAN cafe in some situations.
Yeah,
so.
And some LAN cafes are pretty grimy these days. They haven't been. The upkeep isn't there. So I just feel like I grew up in a LAN cafe.
They don't really exist anymore. At least like, not too much into more on the kind of like, oh, we're a gaming bar. We have some PCs. That's about as far as it goes. There's
but their money making is to sell, like on the other side, like the bar side of things. I don't know. It used to take at least an hour to get to the nearest LAN cafe where I grew up.
Yeah,
right?
see, right.
Not ideal, but we'd go there every Thursday to play with the Hebner brothers that you guys have met, and like, damn, like times have really changed since then for a lot of different reasons. You know?
I do like that he's put socialize in, because what you're alluding to is socializing. Like, as in, I remember some of my closest friends growing up were my teammates that I would play with.
Online, right?
But not for money, you know, like we were printing our own jerseys and going to LAN, but after school, we'd all kind of arrive and team speak within an hour of each other, and then you check in and you're like, yo, how are you? What was your day like? You know, that was normal socializing. You'd be up to the early hours finding nade lineups and say goodnight, see you tomorrow.
It's the common interest, right?
Absolutely, common interest, and it unites you. But now, like, I think it can muddy the waters if you are all kind of not on the same page, but you are under the impression that you can kind of become a pro, you put your whole life into it, you start dropping out of school, start dropping out of social engagement. Like, that would be dangerous, especially when you're so impulsive. When you're 16, 17, you're like kind of impulsive, you're following it, and I think that's a good thing, but it has to be kind of tempered with some degree of like grounded social content.
The other thing with those social skills too is they can help you in your esports trajectory.
If
you do want to get in that. I spoke to a couple of people last week, not going to name names, but some of them feel like they might have fallen out of a chance to make it into the top teams again because they don't have that kind of network. They're not really close with those top players, and that can. I didn't want to throw your name into the mix.
Sorry, man.
Look. It was a private conversation. I shouldn't have brought.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
But it is important. It is important.
I think one of the things that like I experienced experience was when I was like, I wasn't a popular kid in school. I didn't even really want to be at school. I just wanted to play CS, right? So when I went to a LAN and I was in that environment, you kind of got to show your worth through the game, which I know it's not shallow. It's actually being measured by the thing that people are interested in. So other people who liked Counter-Strike, you know, that you found your people quite quickly, and then in that group,
kind of interesting. I didn't really care what anyone at school thought about me. I cared what people thought about my Counter-Strike skills.
Right?
I couldn't care less about being unpopular at school. That was that resonates with me a lot.
But and then when I was in the environment with the people who were like-minded and we enjoyed the game, I could like be myself. You know, I would feel like I'm talking about something I enjoy. I'm talking to people who can relate to the experiences that I'm having. And I felt more like the person I wanted to be than the guy at school who, you know, they're out there playing football and doing all this stuff. It's like, well, look, I don't have an issue with playing footy or whatever. That's fine, but that's not the thing I'm into. That wasn't the thing I was obsessed with. Because I remember as a teenager, like from the ages of like 12 up, there'd be a different obsession every year. It'd be bloody Dragon Ball Z, then it'd be this, then it'd be that. And then in Counter-Strike, it just took over. And then just that laser focus on it. So I think that the game can provide the community that can allow you to, you know, explore other people who are like-minded.
Yeah, and that community, you know, can extend through adulthood, right? Like some of the people that you meet early on, you end up growing older with. You have barbecues with, you share phone plans, like the whole nine. But
all right, well, that's unique. That's maybe a bit more unique.
I've turned them into my roommates even. Cody and I became roommates at one point down in Tampa or Orlando. And like, honestly, I wouldn't change any of that. Shout out to Cody right now. I know he's not watching. He just got married like 2 days ago.
Congratulations to Cody.
Long story short,
round of applause.
Met in a pub. He was homeschooled.
Congratulations.
Public schooled. Yeah, but it never happened otherwise. So
get him, Cody.
That community does kind of build itself, but also if you come from a place where that doesn't necessarily exist, in some ways, you kind of have to take that by the horns and maybe do it yourself a little bit. You know, I mean, it's about the expansion of esports in the big picture, which is, well, at least from where I'm from, it ain't going to be quite like you guys. I know that much.
Yeah, help the community to make the community, man.
Yes. All right. Well,
I was just going to give you one of my fondest memories. We got
hit me. Yeah, no, we don't have to go anywhere.
Just throwing back. I remembered the first boot camp we did, or not the first boot camp, but before an Epic LAN, one of the first Epic LANs, I had everyone come over to my house, had all of my teammates meet my mum. Right? Yeah, exactly, near the Latin Center. And we had the a kitchen table, which fit 3 PCs, kind of. And then there was the other 2 players who were kind of within eye shot in the living room.
Your boot camp.
Yeah, full boot camp.
Right.
Yeah, and I just remember introducing my Call of Duty teammates to my mum, and then like 2 days later, we're all like best chums. We're all watching a movie together with my mum and my 4 Call of Duty teammates. Like, oh, it's a good one, isn't it? You're watching Jurassic Park or something. It was just so bizarre to think back on.
Well, my parents, when I was 15, and I had qualified to go over to a national. So in Australia, state-based, and your flight are usually Perth, or you fly usually to Melbourne or Sydney, and I'm in Perth. So it's quite a journey. And at 15, I was playing with these guys who are probably 3-4 years older than me. And so my parents were like, hey, Chad, before you go, can we at least meet the guys you're about to go?
My parents had the same concerns. They just kind of warned me of the concerns, but didn't actually do anything. They just dropped me off at the LAN center.
My parents just met them at the airport.
And that was it. No one came in. I was like 16 though. So I guess that was maybe old enough.
Just to go to my first CPL, my parents had to talk to the principal, and like there was this whole thing that had to happen there. It's weird to look back on now because I would have never let my kid do that. Never.
I was like sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor, surrounded by like dozens of other men. That's the only accommodation available, sleeping on the floor in a big room.
Oh God, the first night here is the red room.
And someone stole my sleeping bag on the first night. I was so embarrassed. I didn't want to tell my mum because I know she'd like come and pick me up. So I had to sleep with no sleeping bag the rest of the tournament in this freezing cold room just because I didn't want my mum to ban me from going to LAN.
So you got a pizza box, folded it over yourself.
I think I used my towel, a wet towel I was using to shower. That was literally what I did.
It's like hypothermia central.
Yeah, I don't know why. No one offered me any sort of help. They said, "How about a young shivering boy in the corner? He's probably fine.
He's just
he'll be okay."
jolt energy.
Not even that long ago, you'd see people at the DreamHack over in like Yantraping. That would still exist. There would be people sleeping in the corners of the rooms. So.
That's one of the last true LANs, I guess. DreamHack is like the last
one
still going, right?
Doesn't iSeries still go though?
No, they kind of. Well, I don't want to talk shit. I don't know. I think they still do a BYOC. The last time I went to those, it seemed like more like a Minecraft festival.
Okay.
Like kind of transitioned into like that sort of thing.
Maybe we can bring it back.
I'm sure they still do a BYOC, but it's like I don't think the CS:GO tournament's as big as it used to be.
Okay.
But maybe they got to change with CS2.
All right. Well,
Chad, they're asking in the Twitch chat where you got your shirt.
My girlfriend printed it for me for my birthday.
And where they can get their shirt?
It's a beautiful. Sorry.
Where can they get the same shirt?
That's a great question. Maybe we have to put them on sale somewhere.
Oh,
yeah. It is a nice shirt. Now look, I got something else. I get the camera off me. I want to move for a second. All right, you can take it off.
Get it off me.
All right. Now, gentlemen, as we know, no one cares about CS:GO, and everyone cares about CS2. That's the only thing that's really mattered. Alex, Henry, move up the couch a little bit for me. I don't want to block you with the whiteboard here. So I have built the official certified CS2 excuse list. Let me get out of the way of this. So if you guys are having any issues while playing CS2 because you've only dedicated about 3 hours to the game and think everything feels odd, these are the excuses you can use. Valve hate the game. That's a really strong one, right? They've created this. Big. They clearly hate the game, right, guys? Excuse number 2, it's Subtic's fault. So if you miss any shots, it can be Subtic's fault. You can't spray. Yeah, the spray shit, everybody's been talking about that.
The spray's just different, right?
I won 1v1 with sprays
I think
yesterday.
I don't mind
it might be adjusted. You might need more time with it. Like, I think the jury's still out.
Put some hours in.
Yeah.
But user error rather than game error.
Yeah, we got Vax still sucks. That's another good excuse that you can use. We saw all the cheating clips that are starting to come online. Yeah. And then lastly, CS2 is bad because MR12 is clearly taken from Valorant. You guys at home, if you're struggling with your CS2, you can use any of these excuses. I'd start at the top and I'd work your way down and see which one of them lands. But Mac, you've ended up with the lamp.
I have the lamp.
Give that a little bit of a rub for me, mate. All right, now I want everyone to close their eyes at home. Now I want you to imagine a genie coming out of that lamp and he's going to grant you any wish you want about CS2. So the genie's come out, you see him, he's floating around. It's not the Will Smith genie, it's the Robin Williams genie. You know, it's a little bit better, it's the one everyone prefers. And right now, gentlemen, we're going to have a discussion about if right now with CS2 in its current state, is there anything that we'd like to add? Is there any additions that we need? Because look, Mac, straight up.
Straight up, I just know that we're playing here on LAN and it still feels a little bit laggy.
Okay.
So have you noticed, when you get that crispy headshot, it's not as crispy as it could be, although when we were playing last night, I did use the rates that Sonic put on Twitter. So I think that's CL_interp 0.031, interp ratio 1, and
update rate 128.
64.
Oh, because it's 64 tick.
Yes.
And
it felt fine. It felt.
Let's not talk about that, shall we?
Better than the day before.
So what are you saying, Mac?
Sonic has broken the code. Maybe there's better rates if people keep experimenting, but that's something you can implement.
Okay. For this wish list, do we want to go? A lot of people want left hand.
CL right hand 0, yeah, for sure.
So do we think that should be high on the list?
That would be at the top of the
I would say enough people seem to want it, and it doesn't make a difference to me. I play right-handed, but to have the option doesn't seem like it'd be detrimental in any sort of way.
It's been a part of CS for so long. We might as well put it back.
From my understanding, apparently it's a lot of work for one extra command because of the shadow.
Because you could see there were some inconsistencies. When you did left-hand models, I think the text on like the smoke grenade, for example, would read backwards if you really zoomed in.
Okay.
So you'd have to potentially redo the model in some
and
sort
your
of way.
stickers were the wrong way around.
Not to say that's a crazy amount of work, but I think it's just not as easy as just mirroring it now.
Okay, so left-hand, I think if they can, they should.
100%,
right?
Yeah.
The Bob, you think the Bob should be gone?
I'm not a big Bob fan. Someone told me to change it.
What about Bob the Builder?
Look, he's okay.
Bob Ross. What about your uncle?
Brought up a good song.
What about Fanny?
My Uncle Bob didn't have one, but look, I hope he's doing all right. On the right-hand note, though, I have taken into account that everyone has to play with the right-hand view model. So I've been playing when you realize if they're clearing a corner and you can be under their view model, you can sit in positions where if they come and clear like one angle, but you're under their bloody gun, you get a free kill.
I see what you're saying.
Think the next layer, but if right-hand 0 exists, you can't do that anymore.
And everyone's got the mouse bind, so it just swaps sides.
I've got just one wish, and then I think we can go to break.
Okay, we can keep working on this. Let the people in Twitch chat know what's going on.
Yeah, they're in there talking about clear decals, get rid of BS,
Decals.
tick, implement 128 tick. I just want to say I'm kind of tired of resetting my config every single time I sit down.
And Alex
if we
and I are
could
going to
make that consistent, that'd be great.
We're going to be working on building our configs today, Trace.
Okay, cool.
Guys, I'm going to throw in a fun one. These have all been quite negative ones. I'm going to be saying, what about the 1.6 death animation when you're launching back of the headshot? Everyone's standing back. I would like that just for the satisfaction. You get a big full-man spray down. Everyone's launching back. Blood everywhere. Just that would be awesome.
Oh, let me turn the traces off. Let me turn traces off.
Yeah.
Draw traces 0.
So we've had some pretty standard wishes here. Maybe we can work on a couple more like Henry's outside of the box.
Yeah, I like that.
Trace, do we want to go to that break?
Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Let's go ahead and go to a break. We can come back. We can talk a little bit of Rooster, Monte. Actually, could just probably jump into the game pretty soon. So don't go anywhere, especially if you're in Twitch chat. We're going to keep interacting with you. We'll be right back after this.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Rooster. One more time. Are you ready?
We're back. We are finally back, baby. It's time to clean the streets of Katowice. Ruin, Navi, T2, baby, they got nothing on me. Gamble is in town. It's not safe. Hey, where's my Batmobile passport? Time to make Katowice safe again. It's my time. Have you seen Gambit?
Cool. You brought the mask again?
Hey, Carrigan, okay, listen, someone's gotta tell you this, but the Batman shtick you got going for you, it was pretty funny a couple of months back, but, you know, it's getting to be a little too much.
What do you mean? Yes, I love it.
Yeah, but have you seen her content?
That's true. It's shit.
Take a look at the brush strokes here. Giving real Medusa energy, wouldn't you say, Sam? What do you think? Safe investment?
Physical NFT, I mean, the value can only go up.
With just a few minutes of my analytical audio therapy per night, you can become a resident sleeper too.
Justin, who's your favorite commentator?
Sponge.
Wow.
So a couple of the chooks were a little bit late to the coop, managed to round them up, you know, Zelda-esque, of course, get him in there, get a couple of rupees. But look, we have TJ here. TJ, mate, look, talk to me about what happened yesterday, or do you just want to sort of braze over that and think more about today? Of course, that's where the focus is, right?
It was an interesting experience. They just ran down mid most of the game, both maps. I mean, can't do much about it. Preferably grace over it, just think about this game.
Beautiful. Look, every time I tuned in, all I'm saying, I saw you win a 2v4, you and Chell, and then also Corey clutching up on that first map too. So I only saw the good rounds. So not much to worry about.
That's the only ones I remember. So
it's all that happened. Honestly, all that happened. All that happened. Now, the coach is yet to turn up. I heard he might be having some wardrobe issues, but should be here in time. But yesterday, the only reason things went wrong, right, is because they forgot the strat book. So I managed to find you one, guys. I'm sure that'll help out. All the strats in there, all ready to go. I don't know if we should broadcast this live, but either way, look, Josh is going to have something to do. So hopefully you'll take that first tactical. Now, Sap, are you ready for today? Is Monte going to be easy or what?
Yeah, I think it'd be a tough job to do worse than yesterday. So the bar's low, but yeah, I think we can do a bit better today.
Okay, now, what do you usually do to warm up? You play a bit of ping pong, you bloody do the aimbots. What's the go-to routine warming up for these games?
Yeah, definitely coming from the boot camp in Poland, the ping pong game was definitely a good warm-up. Get the cardio in, but then, you know, just cheeky aimbots.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, I'm going to talk to the man with the plan. what went wrong yesterday? What are you changing going into today? And what did you say? Who was making all the mistakes? Throw them under the bus.
Everyone was making some mistakes, you know, not the best teamwork, just a bit panicky. So be a bit calm today and we'll be all right.
Okay. Keep it calm, keep it chill. The chillest man I know is actually Akram. Now, mate, what's going on? Are you happy with the veto? Of course, that's gone. But don't leak anything. I don't want to know yet. I want to react live when it's actually popping up. I'm always happy with the video. Let's just say that. Okay. All right. Now, of course, Corey, you're on those aimbots. I've heard big things, especially from my friend who's not backstage here at this event, but MC. He holds you in high regards. Now, when is the next level Nedic performances that we've all been waiting for starting? Is that today?
Hopefully today.
Yeah. Beautiful. Now, okay, and that's about that. Now, where's Josh? You know, he's got that wardrobe problem. I heard he's potentially getting a bit official for this one. Is he going to be here shortly? Will he be here in time for the game? You only got like 5 minutes left. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, but he walks very slow, so we'll see. Okay. All right. Well, look, we'll see. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it for the game in time. Either way, boys, do it for home. All right, do it for home. Do it for us. Do it for the boys. Fear the cock.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
I can take this. Got everybody in our business talking about it all. Baby, when I hit you up, you don't wanna talk. You ain't pulling up, baby, like you used to. Fuck these other bitches, girl, I only want ya. But you always build me up to let me down. Fuck these other bitches, I only want you. So why you put me down, girl, the way you do? And no matter how bad you treat me, girl, I'll be there for you. So tell me why you always build me up to let me down. You build me up to let me down.
For both sides, Kadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Oh, cluck, motherfuckers. Get ready. Let's see if Rooster are going to be able to take down Monte, or if Monte can make up for that loss yesterday, of course. If we're being real here, Henry, Monte, of course, coming in as the heavy favourites. But let's have a look at the veto to see where we're going to be playing this
What's the ideal world here? What's the best map that could possibly come through at this stage? They said they were kind of happy with the veto in your interview there. So they've got themselves a bit of nuke. Is that considered to be a strong map for the Cox?
Yeah, well, they're picking into it. Must have established some kind of weakness from Monte on this one. But historically, they have been relatively strong in Australia since they used to be all the way back in Mad Like Wizards, even before that. So that's like going back. Probably
there hasn't been a lot of success for the Aussies so far in Pro League, Mac. It has to be said. Do we see any chance of that changing today? They didn't seem exactly fired up in your interview, I'll be honest with you. They seem quite subdued.
True. They, of course, are coming off a bit of a heavy loss yesterday, but they expected it. I was having a chat with Sap last night. He was talking about the differences between having to play Heroic and having to play FaZe. FaZe, of course, a little bit more loose, a little bit more trying to punish the weaker team. And Rooster were able to deal with that, whereas Heroic were playing to win yesterday. And, well, win they did. But Monte, we'll see how they take this one. I did spot that Anubis being that second map is an interesting pick because Rooster love a bit of Anubis and they get to start that T side, which is the strong side. So who knows how this is going to go.
All right. I kind of like that, Mac. Let's see where they go. I suppose Rooster, you got nothing to lose here. The expectations are low. They're a fun team to watch. They can make a dent on Monte. That's enough for me. We'll get into the action, ladies and gentlemen. This is Group B, day 2, lower bracket, unfortunately, for the Aussies. Monte definitely the heavy favourites going into this one, and we are going to see this set piece to kick things off. Smokes deployed early outside, a flashbang available on the back of ASAP there, and it's going to be Chelios, in-game leader, leading the charge with the P250 in hand. Down towards main entrance we go.
Ooh, SDY. Sunday Young going to be taking that contact over towards Heaven. TJ going real quick towards this hell side, looking to go for the full wrap, but they weren't expecting Woro to be coming out guns blazing here from Annex. ADK playing at lockers, gets that bink onto Bro, but he's not going to be able to make it through. Woro still wrapping all on through. They are going to get a bomb plant in the meanwhile. Down towards that lower side, Krasnal ready for that bust towards Deacon. And Chell, he might have a crack here, only finds that first headshot, but the bomb plant is a small victory.
Yeah. Well, we'll take it. You know, a bomb plant means you can get gills in the second round. That's a pretty potent setup here. It means there'll be no walk in the park for Monte coming up in the next round. They know it as well. Not too many kills found, only the one, but it was a lovely little backstab here from Waro, reading the play very well, very efficient with his shots as well. Calm from the Dane as well. Bro getting it done as we see the 1-0 from Monte. And now round 2. Not going to be going for the full investment, Max. So keeping it conservative, I suppose you could call it. A half buy with the Tech 9s. Just meaning they're going to get the most out of round number 3. You can still win these rounds, that's for sure. We've got themselves 2 smokes. You're not going to see a wall of smokes necessarily. Maybe a nade towards Squeaky Door and smoking main, trying to flash your way in. And it looks to be the case here. Going to be the upper rush. Mac, take us away.
There's smoke there at Mini. Krasnal going to be fully blinded, hiding his little old head, but he has been seen 2-tapped there by the techie of ASAP. And that's going to be the site control. Demka trying to find something, fishing through the smoke there at Mini. But that plant goes down again, and Rooster, that's a small victory. Another one, but they still have a chance to win the round. They've got the numbers. Bro looking to flash his way in from Heaven, has this one-way smoke to play around, but Chell quickly coming in on the flank, but he needs to make a move soon because otherwise it's going to be a little bit awkward. Finds that first and gets that second. Big timing play coming through, and Pop picked up, but it's not enough to take out Waro. They know that they don't have a huge shot here unless someone oversteps or overstays their welcome. But Rooster, time's on their side. They've already won the round.
Yeah, excellent. Little recovery there. Like you said, with the bomb planted at 5-on-4, there was still a strong chance Monte were going to win that. Someone had to step up, make a move, and it's Chelios, the man with the plan up towards Heaven with a godlike play. 2 kills in the back there. Could have got the third as well, but he'd already sealed the deal. There's no kits there for the retake, and they bounce back in emphatic style there. Rooster on the half buy are going to have tons of cash going forward. A huge injection of to the finances. We'll see AK-47s across the board here, but that was the play that changed it all. Chelios kept himself cool and calm, and the third frag was possible, but we will see Sunday Young at least save the M4. So there is a buy available on the CT side here. We go 1-1. There he is. He's loving it.
TJ is a very loud individual.
He's one of my favorite personalities. Always a lot of fun at Pro League.
Yeah.
And let's hope they can keep this one going. It's fun to see the Roosters do well as they get down towards Secret. Bear in mind, it's going to be the force buy in response here. 3 rifles, a pistol for Bro, and Krasnal with the MP9. We've already got a MAC-10 down towards lower on ASAP. And we'll see whether they can break through the defense here. Potentially towards upper once again. 3 players towards the lobby, ready and waiting.
I just want to see Demka have a pop-off play to see how he responds in the sound department to TJ's calling. Demka was getting real loud yesterday in that game against Big. Unfortunately, they couldn't get that game over the line. And Sunday Young playing a cheeky one-way.
I like that a lot. Let's see if it does anything for him. Lacking information, though. Krasnal trying to remedy the problem. Pushes in towards the hut. MP9 in hand, keeping it up close and personal.
We'll see where these MAC-10s decide to go ASAP for an attention. Fake flash towards Mini. But we'll try to allow ADK to get on that line. Crawl at door and looking to bust on the upper side again. Demka fully blinded, but he will be able to see through the molly. Unfortunately, he won't be able to shoot too well. Krasnal falling. It's only Waro to strike so far, and Waro is going to fall as well. Rooster able to maybe snag a second here. Don't want to speak too soon.
No, it's actually done, I think, Mac. There's no chance you can really consider this retake. The bomb's down, you've got no kits. The 4-on-2. Bro and Sunday Young remain. And Sunday Young looking to save the M4 once more. He's doing a good job with that as he takes down a player towards the garage. And they start to transition back towards CD Spawn. Bro is going to try and recover the gun towards that position. Does make sense. They can leave with a little bit more. That would be great. Find finances are going to be in the bin going forward. So even a Mac 10 will be welcomed here because you can drop the Deagle as well. So you'll have something going forward. But that's a great round for Rooster to win there. Nice and calm. No one making any mistakes. They said yesterday they were maybe a bit panicky, was the word I think Chelios used. And that was actually disciplined, and they made sure they went in together. Even when things got a bit chaotic, their trades were good. No one overstepped the mark. And it's a very clean round there. The only problem was Denku at the back potentially, but they dealt with him in style and grace.
What I did here was, from the Rooster boys, they thought they were trying to play too much counter to what Heroic was throwing at them and not playing their own game. So I think
the old classic map.
Of course, you hear it a lot.
No, I'm being facetious, but it's fair enough, right? Like, like if you actually like a team that's like trying to anti-strat some of the masters of dynamic CS, like you're going to just run into a lot of problems.
Exactly. They have all the protocols. They know what they're doing. Let's see if this M4 can save the day, save the round for Monte.
How has he got away with that? A gap in the smoke, a long-range drill with M4, and he comes out on top. Please explain.
Well, ASAP is a goalkeeper. He plays a lot of football.
Does he?
Yeah. I think he might play for the state back home.
Sorry, we're talking Aussie rules, right?
No, soccer.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he, he's keeping that ball out right now.
Do you have goalkeepers in Aussie rules? I don't know.
No.
That was the first clue, I suppose.
Which is that crossover, right?
I'm exposing myself. Yeah, I actually don't know anything about the sport. Do you have a goalkeeper? No, actually.
You have defenders.
So defenders, okay.
Yeah. I think Chad knows a little bit more about AFL than I do.
There's no goal hole to put the ball in. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Just got to slot it between the sticks, right? That's the...
Fair enough. As we see a bit of a push in towards the lobby here. It could get a bit dicey. Warrior will pull one back, but Bro dealt with. Only the USP here. Final CTs making themselves known, both in towards lobby. And shouldn't give much away here. That's the M4 being dropped. And now, once again, trying to hold on to it.
Demka going to snag another $600 he does with the Mac 10 kill himself. But as you mentioned, it's all about the save game now. Going up towards that T-roof. And Rooster very happy with the position they're in. 3-1.
So can we address the elephant in the room? Why is the Rooster coach in a full suit ensemble?
Keeping it classy, brother. What do you mean?
I'm just asking, like, is it like a gag? Is it like his thing? Is he doing like a Jack's Money Crew sort of style, Alex Conroy sort of approach to it? Or is he just wanted us the class to join up with that?
Here for serious business. He did, in fact, because ASAP had soccer to play back home.
Okay.
So he was the one filling in while they were scrimming over in the boot camp. And apparently he was doing pretty well against a lot of the European teams. But
so
he's
like,
just the coach.
I'm treating myself to a suit.
Just the manager. So he's like, you know what? We'll bring a suit into the mix, see if it makes it more official. And look, so far so good.
I love
Seems to be working on the main stage. 3-1. Great
He's absolutely
start.
owning it out there. I can't keep my eyes off it.
Looking very fancy.
Maybe I'll wear a suit tomorrow. True. Maybe I'll bring that fire.
I didn't bring mine, but I can go and buy one. I'm sure there's a place to get suits in Malta.
Commit to the gag. Yeah, let's do it. Go invest in a brand new suit.
I do have a costume which could be cause for celebration if this map won.
All right,
You never know.
Let's do it. If they win this map, we'll go get the costume on. I hope it's not just you and the budgie smugglers, but we'll see.
Look, hey, that's for a later date.
Well, it looks like there is a chance, Mac, because this T side is going very well indeed. The upper split towards the main entrance yields 2 frags. Moro, though, doing everything he can to pull things back in their favor. 3-on-3, and ascending from the vents is always very tricky. You need a bit of backup. There's the flashbang. It does tremendous work there, and now they have the man advantage. ASAP to defend with low HP.
Danger territory. TJ going to be able to wrangle that back for one. But in the 2-on-2, there's not much health between these Rooster members. And TJ is going to try to dodge that nade, find the timing, but he is going to lose that first fight. And it's ASAP to try and do it in the 1v2, but he won't be able to. Waro, too good on the trade. But that's the worst way you want to win a round if you are Monte, of course, having that one man alive.
Yeah, absolutely true. The money's already on the road, but you know your opposition has an absolute boatload of cash going forward. Chelios with $10,000, 80K not far behind. And now this is a must-win round. Only one player survives. You bring over the AK-47, and you have to invest every last dollar here. It means you're going to be under-equipped in some cases as well. Concessions to be made as Bro will be operating with a FAMAS. Krasno with an MP9. They'll have a distinct lack of helmets, only a couple of kits, only 2 incendiaries as well. So kind of paints the picture. And if you're Rooster right now, you're Chelios, You're using this information to work out what the next maneuver is going to be. This is a technical timeout by the looks of things, so no chatting at least, but some time to think, to dwell on the next round coming up. And I would say you want to kind of keep things maybe a bit faster paced here, knowing they haven't got all the utility, especially those incendiaries.
Yeah.
Maybe a nice, fast upper execution could be on the agenda here. Look at the suit. I'm loving it. I am jealous.
He's got that Chewy as well. Just making
it's an
sure
iconic
everything's
look,
in order.
The
of
manager
course.
behind chewing gum, the Alex Ferguson. It's a beautiful thing.
Scoping it out. Well, fist bumps as well. Looks like Monte are pretty happy. Bit of typing in the server.
Smiles all round, really. Considering the situation, didn't expect to see that. Early days, I suppose. But Rooster looking decent.
Yeah. Well, TJ said
These cocks can fight, Mac.
He's blasting Katy Perry.
You a fan of Katy Perry? I don't know what your music tastes like. What are you listening to right now?
Well, depends on where I am, right?
Well, you're in
I have
Malta.
a variety of taste, right? Like, I'm in Malta, yes. But if I'm at the gym, I'm listening to something different if I'm not at the gym, right? If I'm doing aim prac, I'm listening to something different to... Or if I'm trying to make my way outdoor and dying straight away,
Well,
Demka going to be traded at least here.
Might be the national anthem. If they keep this up, Mac.
Yeah, certainly. Might not go astray if they can make their way through towards that A side again. Maybe establishing some kind of weakness, but Monte, you can see they've managed to adapt, get those trades back. Waro going to be going down towards that lowest site as a just in case, but are we going to see them follow him down the vent? That's the big question right now.
It's one of the questions. Answers to be found. CT's on the back foot here. 4-4 does not serve them well, considering the financial implications of this particular round as well. Monte, the heavy favourites here, fighting, as Waro will take one away from the T-red position. That's going to be ASAP. They've got the 4-on-3 advantage. Netic is low as well, so Monte in a decent position here. A must-win round, I have to say. Smoke starting to dissipate towards the door, and Rooster playing the fade.
Contact. Might be able to get them back, but will they be ready for Young's position? That's what we need to focus on here. 80k spots him. We'll find one, but that's bomb on the ground. And Netic so damn low. Molly going to force Krasnov to fight here, and he'll get the one bullet he needs to. Bro chimes in, and that's going to be another clean round for Monte. 3-3, not letting Rooster get too far out of the henhouse.
Yeah, nice work from Monte there. Good defensive hold. Nice teamwork, timing the flanks, pushes, the crossfires, everything going in their favor. And nice teddy bear as well there. Is that, what does it say on it? Love? I suppose we could all use a little bit more of that, Max. So
yeah,
that's good. A good message for you out there. Waro 2K, the savior of the round, forcing him in towards upper. Into this deadly crossfire here. It's Monte tying things up 3-3, and it is going to be a partial buy. Maybe that upper rush we predicted before will be coming to fruition as Netic with the AK-47 again finding the opening frag. They hold on to the man advantage though. Couldn't do it before. And we've got Chelios here with the scout.
It's all about that conversion though. Still need to see it happen. But for the most part, Rooster, they do love a good hero AK. Chell, finds a classic timing. Straight in the back of the head, Young hitting the ground, and it looks like it's going to be this door. Pressure coming through, Netic finally dropping the ball. But can they find the bag regardless? One bullet onto Demka should go in, but he survives this somehow. ASAP. Oh, salvages. I thought Monte were back in that round.
This is going to be a hell of a game here. Close as you like, back and forth as the money exchanges hands once again. The look on LMBT's face says it all as round 8 is going to be a rough state of affairs going forward. Chelios getting the job done there. Beautiful shot on the scout. Calm as you like. ASAP finding that all-important kill towards the vents. How he stayed alive for so long, I have no idea. But there it is. The yelling, the hollering, it's all begun. And the frostbite in response is on the cards here. Monte with 3. Make it 4 rifles of the FAMAS on Krasnov as well. But very fast outside here, taking some damage on Rooster, committing 4 players towards Secret. And we've got Netic patrolling the extremities towards lobby.
A good TJ scream always gets me going.
Yeah,
we'll see if
it's woken me up. I enjoyed that.
It's very loud. Like in the studio, it's insane. But
they've got a CT down towards lower, so they have read this quite well. It's a difficult position to flush him out of as well.
And there's that fast rotation from Young, who's towards the back of the ramp. So if they manage to establish that crossfire, Rooster could be in for a rough B-site hit, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Creeping, knocking on decon. But how fast is this rotation? That's the big question. Spotted, dealt with. TJ, cracker of an opening, and Molly's on both sides of Mega. Sunday Young able to find 2 there, goes forward, not expecting a third man in the same spot, but flicks down anyway. It might have just saved the round for Monte. Nedic on the lurk here towards lobby. I've still got no idea how this one's playing out, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, this is a hell of a round once again. This game is delivering on all fronts. 2-on-2, still plenty of time here, but still ASAP taking bullets. Finally meets his demise there. Waro2K might have secured the round as the bomb is dropped. Netic with low HP needs to cover the C4, get the hell out of there, but it's going to be Waro2K to close things out. Tying things up at a 4-4 and a recovered round there. Sunday Young with a beautiful sequence of frags there from the ramp, spraying 3 down. The third seemed impossible, but connects the final bullets, and that's a very important round as well. That was Rooster looking promising once again, down towards lower, finding the opening frag on Bro, who was out-positioned, out-maneuvered. Most teams will focus towards the double door side of lower, but they actually came out single together. He had no idea, overwhelmed, and the bomb was planted, but Sunday Young saving the day there. Beautiful round.
Yeah, just pushing through the molly, saw it bloom and said, you know what, found that 2K. I'm feeling it this time, gets the third, drops the bomb in a very hard to retreat
in the
position.
flames as well.
Yeah.
So much pressure, took so much damage and delivers on all fronts there. Set up Waro for the cleanup. And it is going to be round 9 here. Money available for Rooster. Somewhat compromised, but we'll take it all the same. They've got themselves 3 rifles, 2 pistols. It's TJP and ADK operating with the latter.
Not a lot of util here for Rooster to play with, but we'll see where they end up going.
So, dropping the lurk smoke early. And towards ramp, they are actually heading. It's going to be just one player there. I think it's just Bro, but it's Chelios opening things up. Here comes the ramp commitment, caught out again. Bro will get absolutely nothing here. He was dropped down towards lower before. It's nothing done at ramp once again. And Krasnal now left to pick up the pieces. They're not going to be saving just yet. He still thinks he can do something about this, and he might be right.
Yeah, brings it into that 3-on-3 just like that. Sunday Young going to be falling, but Nedic with the Galil in hand might have just saved it, and he will. 3 out of nowhere from on top of the rafters there. Saving the round for Rooster.
Let's go Rooster. Very convincing rounds here. Well handled. That was actually some great repositioning there, good responses, nice rotations from Monte. They had everything in position to maybe steal the round away, but it didn't come into fruition. Bro caught out of position once again, and it's Netic. Now, I haven't watched a ton of Rooster games. You said in the interview that Netic has got a bit of a reputation, might be a bit of a banger performance from him coming up. If that's a sign of things to come, I'm all for it.
Yeah, if he's warming up, if he's starting to feel himself, then arguably Monte could be in trouble, but he's got to find that consistency. To make sure the nerves don't get ahead of him, but again, he's going to be finding those heads.
That's not bad at all.
Just lurking up here. And so far, look, we need to point out, Rooster, 5 rounds. That's better than what they got on either of the maps yesterday, so that's already off to a cracker start.
Hey, it was day 1, man. Game 1 of the tournament.
Forget about
nerves. Yeah, like move on.
Forget about it.
Like, who cares? Today's a new day, and they are looking much better. Very composed, I would say. They've got the opening frag once again. It's Krasnal going down towards the squeaky door, courtesy of a Nedic spray. Mac 10 in hand for now, and that could be a problem. Galil as well, because there's no helmets available on this 4-spy. Everything fully invested here for Monte. This could be a nightmare of a CT half. If they lose this particular round, loss bonus Mac is at the second stage. You'll get $1,900 into the next round. They are in a world of trouble if they go down and no one saves that M4 going forward here. But still, the round is not over. They don't have a ton to work with. They're going to have to probe a little bit more, and Waro realizing it. They need information, a frag. Someone has to step up here. A 5-on-4 with pistols against you. It's going to be a death sentence.
And the setup they have as well is Demka up top as the turret to spin around. Waro just on the ground trying to get the information on where these T's are coming from.
Not caught again, bro.
They've managed to get past as a ship in the night. Going to the right side, it seems, looking like they will go down towards lower, but a quick rotation from Monte. Many members coming down here. Ooh, bit of a whiff from Sap, but he's going to bring it back and survive. Hearing all this sound and relaying it as well. But even so, Rooster, they stay going lower. Chell whips it, bomb on the ground, and a round that Monte shouldn't have had a right in winning. They might be in for a shot. Waro, 11-5.
Okay, this is what the panic Chelios was talking about, I think. That one fell apart. There's still a chance of Waro. He's got the kit, Mac. touches it. They're not taking the bait just yet, and ASAP confirms the round. Crisis averted there. That was way too close. They had everything going in their favor, clearing out lower. Demkert somehow finding space in a 3-man spray down from the single side door. That could have gone very wrong. Fortunately, the bomb got planted before the 3-man came through. Had he have dropped the C4, I think that could have been a very different story. It all started here. Signs of things started to unravel there towards the back vents. Sure, he got the kill, but he was up for like 2 or 3 there potentially. Whiffed the first couple of bullets, and things started to fall apart. But once again, rescued, and it doesn't really matter because they're up against a full eco going forward, Max. So it is not going to have any knock-on implications. I think we're okay.
Oh, I haven't seen this before.
I have seen it, and it does seem to find a frag more often than not.
Both sides.
Oh, doubles. Okay, maybe I haven't seen that sort of setup. This is actually pretty cool.
If Rooster walk into this, it could be a bloodbath. But again, they are keeping their hands on these MAC-10s, staying, playing the bonus, really thinking about that long-term economy and just recycling the AKs when that's necessary. But think about the amount of times we've actually seen them win with these MAC-10s at range.
It's a good point, even against fully armored CTs with M-Force.
Yeah.
But yeah, should be a gimme. There's a wide open goal here. No goalkeeper, Mac, in football terms. And they are going towards the stack, though. Could get a little bit saucy. They're going to spot him, though, and should be fine. Taking damage, but getting down safely. They've already got lower bomb site control. It's fine to sacrifice one of the MAC-10s as long as he gets a couple of frags before he's dropped it to farm some money here, but don't overcommit. Don't throw your life away ASAP. That's it. Reload the MAC-10, maybe, and get back in there.
Makes a good read. Plenty of time to get that extra magazine in. And now he can start farming up the cash, but
that stings.
I don't know if he's going to be committing now. Nice Molotov. TJ with the read.
That's a good way of dealing with it. Flush out that left side, deny access to the drop.
Yeah.
And no need to hunt here, really. There's only USPs. And getting another $600. Good job by ASAP. 7-4, Mac. This is starting to get interesting now. Picked by Rooster. Doing a very good job on what's considered to be the harder side. Not as CT side as it used to be, but still worth noting. This is a very impressive T-side performance. Now they've got 2 MAC-10s. Now I hope they don't upgrade them. Hold on to it. Who is this guy?
Well, that's Stunner.
Yeah.
From what I can tell, it could be one of his brothers.
Studio equipment over there.
He just decided to get on the camera.
Get us a zoom in at that suit. Show us that drip. Enhance. Yeah, just put it in focus as well. There you go. Oh, a hell of a drip.
That's a real white shirt. That's all I'm saying. That's fresh.
That's fresh out the pack today. That's the lifestyle he's living. Every day, new shirt. I respect it.
Ooh. I think almost cracking that one open. Good crosshair placement. That won't quite connect, and we are going to see Sap get tagged up on the cross to Secret. But everyone stands for both sides right now. A crucial round that Monte desperately need if they want to try to salvage the half.
Yeah, salvage is a good word for it because this has gone horribly wrong. Like, you looked at the odds before coming into this game, it was heavily stacked in favor of Monte.
This is something different. Bit of ramp pressure. Looking like it might be this late lobby crunch.
They're getting picked off left and right. That continues, but at least it's a reaction here. They found the timing and converting a couple of kills towards the lobby. That advantage back in favor of Monte here after having another successful Chelios pick. They're on the back foot now, losing lobby control. This is an ambitious play, going for the no-scope in the smoke there, Mac. And will not get away with it. Demcat from the roof takes down the in-game leader, and we've got a problem here now, Mac. That was a 5-on-4, and it's all unraveled. We are going to see ASAP and ADK try and recover. They've got 30 seconds, but not much control. Bomb towards outside, and maybe they find this kill. They're onto something. Well-handled spray, flashbang, and now the race is on. 20 seconds to plant somewhere.
Well, Sap's in a very good position to get this flank on ramp. He heard the drop down as well, but it's all about if he can get this pick and how's the timing. Warrior going to dark. He can't get flanked super easily.
10
but
seconds.
Again, that time, it's going right down to the wire, and ADK in the meanwhile is making so much noise, dropping the molly behind him, and there's that entry. There's time to plant.
Oh, it's massive.
2v4. It's cooking.
That's the only way that they can win the round, if they can sniff out the player down towards Shadow. A 2-on-2 now, a round that could be salvaged for Rooster. A 4-on-2, bomb down, and maybe their advantage at this point.
ADK spotted it single, and now has to fight with 2 CTs looking at him, but it looks like the cooking is just the chooking. And that's going to be one on the rotisserie.
Oh, a valiant effort. All the same, that was great. The fact that he even made that round work. 30 seconds, you're towards T-Roof with the bomb on your back, and he somehow bring it back to a 2-on-2 and a chance to actually win the round. So the fact that he even got a plant, that was impressive. Great teamwork, good communication, and good protocols as well, clearing out every possibility down towards lower and not panicking there. It came down to, what, a 5-second plant in terms of time remaining in the round, but it's absolutely perfect in that sense. Unfortunate also to win the duels, but look how they recovered that impressive push towards T-Roof from Monte, but unfortunately didn't win the round, but Monte needed that, as mentioned. And yeah, Eddie K, he knows how close he was to pulling off a bit of a miracle there.
Nerves of steel, almost bringing it back. You got to remember as well, when Rooster was here last time at season 17 EPL, it was ADK doing a lot of the clutching.
True, yeah, he had some mad clutches, I remember. Yeah, good point. Like some highlights of the tournament were mainly from him. It was amazing.
He was winning 1vx's against teams he shouldn't have it
I completely
right.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
Another opening pick though, Mac. In terms of opportunities to convert rounds, you couldn't ask for much more here. You're finding a 5-on-4 at the start of pretty much every single gun round, forcing a reaction. Most of the time they're converting, but the previous round showed you what the CTs have to do in order to recover these sort of scenarios. You have to be a little bit more inquisitive, push for information, take some gambles, and we'll see if that's going to be the methodology going forward. Right now they've got 4 rifles, and one of which is the AK-47 for Bro, who plays towards the ramp. That's where you want to have that one-tap potential on some very difficult duels. He's rotated. He's actually sacrificed the ramp. So in terms of gambles, this is what they've gone for, Mac. A kind of heavy presence towards upper, hoping they can bait them into this position. But they're going to choose ramp. It might be the perfect call here from Rooster. Samda Young rotates into the spot and will drop down. So self-preservation instead of trying to initiate a duel. And now they know he's down towards lower. That might persuade them to go towards upper.
Great protocols to drop that flash and slow things down. Demka as well, getting hit at double doors, and it's going to be a solid crossfire. Both sides of ramp going to be held onto, but Rooster constantly walking into it. Demka again, just tapping heads, starting to get a little sharper as the game goes on. But look at this lurk coming in towards that upper side. ASAP going to be tucking at CT vent, but holding heaven from here can be a little difficult. That's going to be the bomb at least rolling onto site, so it's retrievable for Rooster.
With 5 seconds.
But there's no time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And that is the 5-on-4 crumbling as Samda Young doing a great job there. Like, there's a couple of options at ramp. He could have stayed in forward for a couple of kills there maybe, but it's such a 50-50 duel, potentially against him with the M4 in hand as well.
Yeah.
Just staying alive and suggesting there is presence there, and they're going through all the standard positions to try and find him. He's got a rotation for Demka as well. He starts mowing them down, forces them back towards up. Like we said, they had heavy focus up there anyway. That's our new cameraman on the job. He's an intern. He's doing actually pretty good stuff over there, though. Handling himself well. Good posture. Doesn't seem too heavy for him. He's doing all right.
Yeah, right, yeah, okay. Anyway, bit of off-camera action, but Chelios on-camera action. Gets that leg, big damage onto Demka, but everyone standing in the 14th round. What are we going to see Monte do as a change-up? Are they just going to stick with what has been working to get them back into the game? Bit of util going to be thrown across there, and Demka going up to Mustang. Playing a slightly safer position. And Rooster as well. See that bomb's been left behind for the moment. But where do they end up? Late outer smoke's going to be coming through here.
Yeah, the one-man execution. Set the boys up. Don't have to use them. It's all about creating a veil. Denying information with the CTs. Have they crossed? I don't know. Maybe. That's the conversation you're trying to initiate on the CT side here. There's a chance they could have dropped. And you can see that they have got a distinct lack of information. Rotations coming through already. One player down. It's going to be Samda Young, just making sure they can't progress further than Secret. So, very good response here. Taking the information back, and now the smoke's nullified in that respect.
I don't think Samda Young spotted ASAP making his way to Annex there with the flash either. Timing might have favoured Rooster, but the time is a factor. And Monte have been holding onto this util for the perfect amount of time. Molly over towards door, and if Rooster try to bust here, things could get dangerous. Warrior going to be falling in meanwhile over towards the back of Warehouse, but the A-side defense gets crumbled, gets completely crushed, gets pecked to pieces, and Samda Young, it's a 1v5 angle to try and bring this round back. But you probably need this rifle for the final round of the half, man.
Bloody hell, what an execute that was. It had absolutely everything. Another opening frag for the Cox. And Samda Young, as you mentioned, need to try and hold on to this AK. Money is absolutely broken. Morale's in the bin. Oof. They've lost a half here, and on their CT campaign, it was looking like it was a recovered half, but overall, Roosters have dictated the pace of play. They're finding those kills outside, left and right, and now Sunday Young looks like he's done for a perfect flash, an easy conversion there as we go into round number 15. We're getting loud in the arena here now. Absolutely loving it. That's more like it. Always considered to be the underdog.
Trace getting all that action.
He's capturing all that
Didn't
magic.
miss a thing.
That's all the magic we're looking for. That's painting a story for us as we see ASAP getting that opening frag once again. How many kills has he got? Up to 16, Mac.
Yeah.
On a T side first half. That's not bad whatsoever. Netic bringing up the rear as well with 13-9. There's TJP on your screens. The hype man. He's bringing the energy, bringing the vibes. Final round here, and one single M4. Couple of FAMASs, MP9, and a 5-7, rotating quickly down towards Secret once again, being more combative this time. Knows he has to deliver here and get dropped. Samdai Young lives up to his name very early on in the round.
Rough way to go. And ASAP knows that maybe there's another member here, but how's this FAMAS going to work at close range, and who's going to make this first move? Shadow advantage. Demka happy to take that one, Waro as well. The FAMAS is working and gets them the numbers advantage. Rooster, can they bring it back to a 9-6 half from this position? All three tucked away at lobby. And Chell is looking to find an equalizer. Rooster really loving these late round executes, aren't they?
Well, options are limited now. 50 seconds. The dying embers of this first half are upon us. Demka to defend the upper bomb site. He's got assistance with Krasnil towards the hard position as well. A flank's coming through. It should be a Monte round, but we'll see if there's any more twists and turns.
Oh, Demka in the perfect position to lock that one in. 8-7, as close as could be at the half. But Rooster, the boys from down under, currently leading. Let's see if it continues in the second half.
These cocks can fight, baby.
Oh.
How you doing there, Mac? Deep stretches.
Stretches.
Getting yourself nice and loose for the second half.
Yeah, mate. Need to get loose for this one. I have no idea how it's going to go, but I'm looking at a couple of stats, of course. Rooster opened up 13 rounds with a 5v4. 6 of them were ASAP. 3 of them were Nedic. Chelios doing a little bit of work with 3 for 1 as well. But Monte managed to get 7 rounds after losing the opening duels, 13 rounds there.
That is insane. Like, just by the eye test alone, it was noticeable, right? But the stats speak for themselves. 2 opening kills in their CT campaign kind of says it all. They haven't really woken up yet. Sure, only 1 round separates them, but they were the heavy favorites coming into this one. We'll see if they can make up for it in the second half. Ladies and gents, you are watching Group B here in Week 2 of ESL Pro League. We've got a ramp rush here from Monte. It's 80k to defend, and he's gone for the more conservative approach, dropping down, calling for the rotations, and setting up the fortress. So they want nothing to do with it. They're actually heading towards hell, and they might get a bit more than they bargained for. TJP to defend.
Didn't have that armor though. Will maybe get some value with the nade, but he gets crunched on fully. ASAP going to be stuck on site, and Nedic as well, trying to figure out what the hell is Warro doing. Being cheeky around that mini side. Chelios taking the head out of Bro. ASAP finally able to use those Julies for 2, and it is going to be the mop up later in the round.
Wow.
1 found for Monte, and Rooster answer with 4.
They use the old Hugo strat. That's what we run in our matchmaking games. We do the ramp rush.
Don't leak that.
To heaven. You go combative, and that's normally the result. Unfortunately, you try and run up to heaven. They're waiting for you, the USBs, and it all comes crashing down. And what a defensive hold that was. Beautiful from Rooster. Hitting the shot, that's all that you really have to do in that round. That's what it comes down to. Not so much the strategy. You've got to read what's happening. You've got to hit your USB headshots. They deliver on all fronts, and it's not going to be any sort of force buy from Monte. They're going to be around the AKs in the third, so just Glocks, I'm afraid. So double digits. Confirmed for Rooster. This is definitely their best performance so far.
Don't say that.
I mean, that's fair, right? They've done, this is much better than what we saw yesterday.
Yes, of course. But the round's not over.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
And it is AUNZ Counter-Strike up against some pistols. We are not counting any chickens right now. Krasnal helping out Rooster there with a team kill. And Demka started to fire up at the end of that first half, but won't get firing just yet. It is going to be double digits. You didn't speak too soon. You were right. I just don't want to curse.
No, that's totally fair.
Right now, I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be the one that gets yelled at here.
Yeah, totally fair. Trust me, I'll be that guy. It's normally the character I play oh so well. And we'll see if Monte can step up in this third round. Rooster will know they're up against here after playing against the full eco in round number 2. So we've got the rifles here, 4 AKs, and a bit of utility. Krasnal with the Galil to provide a bit of covering fire. And speaking which, we've got Warro from up top. Netic didn't consider that as an option. He gets mowed down there from the silo. Opening frag this time for Monte.
And that was one of the M4s as well. So Firepower going to be taking a slight hit right now for Rooster. But we'll see if they can put their big boy pants on and bring it back in this 4v5. Monte doing it a whole bunch of times in that first half. But how do the AKs fare? Plenty of util for the Ts. Same can be said for Rooster. Looks like they're going to be stacking towards that upper side. Still some ramp control, 80k. Playing in the halls. And Monte going to be going for a yard wrap with the bomb making its way down towards the lower side. Jumping across. Chel. Has he spotted that? I think he has.
Yeah, he's at least aware of the possibility, but starting to peel off though. 45 seconds here. Bear in mind, this is a 2-0 start for Rooster. Always a difficult third. Bit of a bonus round, I suppose, that you got very little in terms of firepower. They're going to push through those flames as well. Heavy commitment with the bomb, Krasnal. What are you up to? It's not the worst idea for a solo play, but with the C4 on your back, it's an absolute meltdown.
Look at the rotation as well. 3 members coming down from Rooster. Is it a bait play? Will that bomb be retrieved? Chel going to be able to find one. In the meanwhile, the MP9 at this range looked good until it doesn't. 14 seconds to plant now. And Sap is unfortunately on that wrong side. And Molly going to be coming down on the flank to make sure Warro secures it. And there's just enough time.
Should be fine, but that could have been catastrophic for Monte. Krasnal thanking his lucky stars. They're in a 2-on-1 now. Still a chance for ASAP, but very difficult to find this first kill. Not spotted though. He gets the information and potentially the first kill. A grenade, I don't think it finishes the job. Doesn't actually connect here. Running out of time, running out of space. They know where he is. Still 2 players to find on this lower bomb site. It would be something magnificent at this stage and just too much to handle. It is going to be a recovered round there after giving up the bomb down towards lower, almost throwing the round away, Mac.
Yeah, well, Sap, you could see that he knew exactly how to get back in there. He knew that someone was probably tucked on that left side or right up above him and was just trying to find the individual fight as best as he could. That nade didn't quite connect, but of course, Monte doing all the right things to get back into that round. Waro doing great work. 80K's been a bit hard on himself there. I think he did his job.
Oh, absolutely. They know that's around. They probably should be winning. Like, yeah, it's still fine. Like we said, a bit of a bonus situation. They had a buy in their back pocket, but Bro looking to steal that away. Opening frag going in favor of Rooster, but not for long. Emphatic stance now as we see an upper commitment come through from Monte, finding frags left and right. So much damage done. They've got a 2-on-1, but Netic is very low, and they seem to know where he is as well. Smoked off. Bomb's still down for now, but so much time to operate with. Good news is, Sunday Young and Waro also very wounded indeed as they go for the upper plants.
Eventually.
Eventually, there we go. Get it down. Should be fine. It'll be a very difficult maneuver once again, but not impossible.
Smoke to play with, but Netic decides to go for the silent approach. Head spotted. Oh, damage onto Sumdai Young, and will be able to manage that silent drop as well. Sick. Is Sumdai Young aware of what is happening right now? It's all going to be ticking down at the timing. And Netic coming through with the mechanics to make that one work.
I can't stress enough how impressive that is. The silent drop to absolutely bamboozle a veteran of the game like Sumdai Young. He made him look foolish there. He had no idea. Didn't even consider that as an option. Beautiful. A 3-man round. And the defuse as well. Netic delivering on his promise of having a good performance today. Oh, just a beautifully played situation. Ice cold, didn't panic at all. The silent drop commits to the walk around, knowing he has no kit as well. There's so many moving parts of that play with the low HP as well. And he actually delivers on all fronts here. Played to perfection. And it's going to force a buy out of Monte with the bomb planted here. They're looking to answer back quickly as we see 11-8 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit loud now. Demka, is he going to be able to make his way out? Knows the answer. TJ standing on idiot wall. Couldn't see a thing, but knew where to put that crosshair. And now with the 5v4, let's see if Monte commit to this upper play or if they slow things down, hunting through the walls instead. I'm just curious as to what Monte's calling and how they want to try to get back in here. Try to go for the brute force approach, but Demka not quite lucky. Very thorough clearance all towards the closer areas at outers now from Waro.
Well, here we go. ADK hasn't had the strongest performance by his standards so far. 5 frags. Would love to get a couple here. He's committing to at least one. Doesn't quite connect. Doesn't drop. This time playing for a fight. And that's fine. They've still got the man advantage. He's got information. The bomb is now going down towards lower. The rotations can come through, but Chelios will have to land a shot here. Still a chance it could fall apart for them.
Smokes missed the mark, but that molly spreads everywhere. And there's going to be plenty of space for Monte to get this down. Bro has the AK in hand. Him and Waro, you're looking at them to be the difference makers. Krasnal probably just going to be the information man. But, oh, Bro not living too long there. Thought he had the line. And Waro manages to lock down that ramp side. Bomb is going to be planted slightly on the left of default, but he's not going to be able to do a damn thing. Krasnal, the man with the plan, the man with the MAC-10, not going to be able to do a damn thing. Netic taking heads, taking names, and taking another round for Rooster.
Wow. This series is just heating up every single round that goes by. More and more action, more and more drama. I absolutely love it. Monte, can't believe their luck. Another retake successful for Rooster there. And great protocols from both teams. Like, I was really impressed how Monte handled themselves to get the bomb planted, set themselves up for this situation where they had the man disadvantage. But what are those shots from TJP? Ice cold once again. Netic providing the covering fire, confirming the round there and denying any sort of access to the bomb. It's going to be another force buy, Mac. They really want to break the backs here of Rooster and just break through and see if they can actually take the advantage here. They know they're so close. You can see the Australians fully invested, but they're up against 5 Galils here. It's going to have to take a tactical masterclass to rupture the defense. It's Chelios the opening frag once again. Another 5-on-4 in favor of the Roosters.
Smoke at door, Nedic tagging. But has he heard it? That's the question. Monte going to be wrapping through Warehouse and looking to take that yard control. We've seen this maneuver a few times now. And Sumdo Young will make his way to the back of Warehouse. Rooster fully committed to the defense on the A site. 3 all tucked away. And TJ might be a moment away from taking this lobby control. A very good read on Monte's positioning. Sap ready for the heaven flank to drop right into. And you're looking at ADK. If he gets flanked here and that lower site opens up, then Chell defending with Justin Orp from double. Things could go wrong quick, smart, but it looks like it's going to be Sap that gets tested here.
Yeah, he's ready and waiting though, Mac. Nice position as well. Just playing for a single frag. Confirmed they're coming towards Upper. Doesn't have to go all in on this one. 30 seconds to delay them as long as possible. Make it uncomfortable. Suggests they can't plant. It's a flashbang from Sumdai Young. The alley-oop. Flashbang's pretty decent as well, but ASAP handles it well. Doesn't fall back. Knows he has to find at least one here to save this round.
Wrap coming in. Sap not falling. Plays his life and Nedic as well. Going to be able to set up that crossfire. Sumdai Young hits the ground. And it's Rooster finding 13. That's a 5-round lead now. And just 3 more needed to put map 1 in the bag.
They're playing some great CS, are there? There's no two ways about it. All jokes aside, they were the heavy underdogs coming into this one. No one expected much. Monte should have mopped the floor with them.
I feel like Monte might have underestimated this team.
I think you might be right, and I think we all did. This is a much better looking team here. These setups, these crossfires, and the discipline, just the fundamentals of Counter-Strike, everything is looking great here. They're making sure they take aggro for their teammates, don't commit to all the fights, set them up for the alley-oops, run the clock down, and it's looking very impressive. Money has been a massive issue here for Monte. They're committing towards Upper with a force buy, or a half, I should say. They're getting mowed down once again. Same result. Very convincing for the Aussies. 4 kills for ASAP. His total now up to 27 and 12. Looking like it's a done deal here on their map pick.
Suit gapped. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's true.
Shout out to Joshy, who is talking today. He is taking that time. Although he hasn't taken that tactical, which we were promised. Maybe Roosters stringing us all on. But I'll take it if they're playing like this. 14-8, 2 more needed. And going into this next round, Monte on a full buy again. No AWP, but it is just going to be AKs across the board. How much space can they take? Or do they hit the brakes?
I don't know. They've been stunned here. Thunderstruck, some could say. This is wild. They're losing the opening pick every single round. Not just in the first half, in the second as well. Constantly on the back foot. Under threat.
Only 4 openings.
Only 4 openings after 22 rounds of play. That is absolutely wild. Chelios has been playing a great game as well. Hasn't got a ton of frags, but the ones he's been finding are high impact. He's done it once again. Another opening frag. Make it a double. Can he get away with his life? He's hungry for more and gets the hat trick. A captain's performance from Chelios towards the ramp. There's the quad kill. On for the ace as he confirms the 15th round for Rooster.
Oh, lordy, lordy. That is the classic Chell I'm used to. And he's showing his face here, finally getting deep towards the end of map 1. Not just calling, but fragging up a storm as well. Some die young. Going to be able to answer with one, but TJ has the info that Rooster were looking for. Chell quite low. And 36 seconds on the clock. The bomb on the ground towards that trophy area.
What a performance of the Ormac.
Yeah.
he knew he'd done enough and he could have fallen back, but he's like, you know what, screw this. I'm going for the big play, the money shot. And he hit every single one to find map points as well. Some Dae Young can go stew on that one down in the lower bomb site.
Balls of steel, pushing into him as well to make that one happen. That was insane. And there's still a chance for the ace to be on the cards, but it looks like Chell ain't going to be finding that one. Dropping the Rooster spray, and that is 15 secured, as you mentioned. Oh, 7 rounds the difference now, and Monte a big hill to climb if they want to get back into the map. But I think at this point, they should just start thinking about the second. Because if Rooster's playing like this and they're starting T-side and Anubis, boom, we could be on for a shorter series than what we planned today.
Witness the sickness. Chelios just getting the job done. Clinical. with the AWP. As we get into what should be the last round here, Monte have had nothing to say in the second half, picking up a single round. They're currently 7-1 down in the second. And now, is this where it all comes crashing down? They've barely had a full buy on this T-side campaign. Stubborn with their investments and picking up the pace. Sumdai Young down towards Secret.
Chaos ensuing. ADK going to be the one to drop and try and deal with Sumdai Young, who was spotted making his way to Secret there. But just fully tucking on site. TJ takes some damage through the walls. And Monte still locking down that lobby control, looking like a late upper bust could come through here. No one on T-roof. So we'll see if they call the audible and just shift down the vent instead. Smoke towards Mini. And just trying to feign the outer's pressure. But 4 at door.
It's a difficult choke point, Mac.
Oh. And Netic's too worried about the smoke. Mayor's not looking at it. Knows his positioning well. Finds the first. Molly dropped to split the troops up. That's going to be the bomb out in the open. Over towards the A site. And this might be the final round that Rooster have been looking for. And a map in the bag if Woro can't do a thing about it. Netic swinging. And we'll lock it in. 16-8 on map number 1. Nuke. And maybe a bit of underestimation coming through from Monte there, but it's a map nonetheless, and boom, convincingly.
Amazing scenes here. What a way to set the tone. It's only the first map, but they came in as the undercogs map, and they leave as victors of Nuke. That was an amazing performance. Great counter-strike from the boys there, and just the first map. More to come here as we move on to Mirage coming up next, I believe.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
I can't understand a word you are saying. I can't understand one word about what you are saying, man.
Ты охуенный игрок, не запарайся, все будет заебись.
Yeah, it's okay.
Next выиграем 100%.
You that guy. Here we go. Always toxic, man.
Шокс, алло, Шокс, ты меня слышишь? Ты меня замутил? Шокс, hello, Шокс.
Well, this is exactly what we call the mid-bracket. That's where these two teams find themselves. We're looking at Monte on one side, Rooster on the other. If you need a quick synopsis, I'm here to give it to you. Nuke goes the way of Rooster, heavy-handedly at that, 16-8. And it might have been a bit rocky for Monte, but not for ASAP. He came in with all the numbers and came to play today. I welcome you back to the 18th season of the ESL Pro League. And, of course, we do march on in this series. Coming up will be Anubis, should we need it. We're looking a little bit of Mirage. And if we need that, well, then I guess it's gone well for Monte. But in the meantime, the in-between time, I want to catch up with my friends over here who are putting together some of the best work that they possibly could. And someone is going to entrust me to use this device right here.
Trace, did you just say that? I'm looking at the scores right now. The Rooster won 16-8. I can't quite believe that.
Yep.
ASAP, Netta going off. That's a dominating victory. I thought it was close because you and I have been setting up configs.
Hear them cheering,
and we can
they
hear
were
all the
loud.
celebration. That is actually insane.
Bro.
I feel like we've missed Australian Counter-Strike history right now.
Because like Monte Big was like a really interesting.
Yeah, there was a 3-mapper. The third map, it fell apart for Monte. All right, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think they might be
they're doing it
in their own heads.
Next map, we might actually have to pay some attention because look, Alex and I have been working hard here on working on some configs, right? Everybody at home. So now this could be an issue with just our little LAN setup here. But every time we sit down to play a 1v1 or play some Counter-Strike in one of the breaks, our configs keep rejumbling and setting all over each other.
Yeah, it's crazy. And what I've learned is you really have to do your research to find out what each of the arrow key side of the keyboard is in the actual.
Well, you the left-handed, it's quite
page
difficult.
Down, PG down.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
No, PGDN. Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
come on.
So we've been diving into some of these different
Where's yours at
commands.
now, Chad? Where have you gotten to?
So I'm
looking good.
I'm happy
like
with
it,
where I am right
gently.
now. Yeah. So if we could jump in, I can maybe go through some of the settings that I've been able to come up with here. So I've put it in the notes just so everybody can see. I don't know if the overlay is showing right now on the preview. Trace, is the overlay showing on the preview?
I can see what you're working with.
Okay,
I can see
cool.
your notepad.
So we can see here. So I've just done the rate stuff. This will be always changing. So we can change this all the
I didn't
time.
even put the rates in. That's a
yeah.
great
So that's
shout.
important to have in
let
there.
me throw them at the top. What's the current Vogue ones? It's 64, right? Update rate.
Yeah, that's what Mac was saying this morning. The inter ratio is still at 1, and then the inter rate itself has been changed to like 0.01 or 0.03 something, and then the overall rate has stayed the same. I've just got some general binds in here. So the toggling console, if I want to talk to my teammates, just attacking mouse 1, mouse 2, mouse wheel down for jump, buy menu, that's all good. The toggles you were just discussing,
yes.
I've got the radar toggle on my mouse 4, so you can see here top left of the screen on the radar. If I'm in a smoke, I'm obviously going to zoom in a bit more. If I want to control the broader macro and see everything, I'm going to have it nice and wide.
You can turn CL_radar always centered off so that it doesn't, so it actually is in the middle of the thing.
Yeah, so we set that to false, and then that would mean
stays in the middle.
So this is personal preference, everybody at home. What do you like more? Do you like being orientated in the center of your radar? Are you an in-game leader? Do you like being able to see the macro from a little bit of a broader position? So you can always fiddle with that type of stuff. What else have we got here that I was interested in? So the jump binds, everyone's seen like Maniac and Pimp, and everybody's been tweeting that out there. So the jump binds, I have mine on H and J. So I can use that with my thumb when I'm doing like spawn smokes. So I've got those two bound here to the jump binds.
I want to show you my, sorry, continue.
Yeah.
Okay, no. I just wanted to show this new, the Alex Richardson version. So when you spray and pray with the P90.
Sure,
right? And you've got this this new feature of following your crosshair recoil. So you don't know the P90 spray pattern, but you can have a little toggle for when you're running around with an SMG. Prop F11.
Okay,
I can see where the recoil's going.
Okay.
And then I'm on the deagle or whatever I am. I toggle it back and we're just tapping.
It's just normal.
We're just tapping.
Okay, so you're trying to take advantage of the new feature with the SMGs.
I truly believe, not that I'm not like I've never had perfect sprays, but I feel like this is a real way to completely kind of cheat the system, and I can just jump around a corner with an MP9 and see where that 7th, 8th bullet's going.
Okay.
I think it might have like some actual competitive validity, at least for me and my brain.
All right. Well, let's jump into a couple of other features here. So people talking about the HUD. It's not as customizable in terms of some of the positions. Like people don't like where the bomb is. It's not as noticeable. The HP, right? So
how did you bring in your HUD scale? Do you know what the commands are for that?
So I do have them right here. So if you whack them open here, you waz them on. This is the safe zones, right? So safe zone X or safe zone Y.
Nice.
I've set mine at 0.85. You can set yours either, I think 1 would be if it's maxed out to the border of your screen, and then you can slowly bring it in as close as you like. And the reason I've done that is it's easier to glance at some of these details, like the HP, the money, all that kind of good stuff, the radar especially. With the radar, we were just having a look. You can do some of the scaling. So if I grab this command, we whack it in the console. I think you can go as far as 1.3. Yeah, so you can see how big the radar gets right there.
Yeah, what HUD scaling did you end up going for?
I'm at 0.85.
0.85. I see it. I don't like it.
You want to, is it, which way? Up?
I'm going up, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's a bit crazy.
Well, I brought it quite
ridiculous. 1.2. Yeah, what was the side ones commands again?
One was X and one was Y, right? So let me
just
bring
like
those up.
HUD underscore.
So safe zone Y and safe zone X.
Ah, nice. Okay, and you've set yours at like 0.8.
Both is 0.85, so it's kind of a bit boxy.
Safe zone X, safe zone Y. Let me type them into my configs.
Might be fiddling around with those a little bit more.
Safe zone Y. Well, just because otherwise, I think that's actually, you know how you're making a list of like once on the Genie lamp?
Sure, yeah, the wish list.
I think on the wish list, it would be something to do with the HUD just being a bit, like there is missing information, like the bomb being down there, being down in the bottom right, as opposed to being up by the radar, like it used to be, where the diffuse kit. I feel like that's an easy fix.
It would be nice to be able to have that option at least for like legacy type players.
But also, I suppose, you know, is a lot of this stuff the kind of thing that you play for a month and you're no longer
get used to? That's the question, right?
You know?
So I guess it's about sinking a certain amount of hours and whatnot into all of this to.
I think so.
Now, what were some of the other binds we had? The toggle binds we discussed. I have a volume one. I have that on full stop. So sometimes, you know, it can be quite loud.
Yeah.
I like to, if I need to just listen to the comms in the freeze time or whatever, I'll bring the volume of the game down. So I have my toggleable bind, you know, from 0 all the way up to 1 with a whole bunch of increments in between. So we've got the jump throws in there.
Yeah, got a practice config I stole from someone.
Yes.
It's really nice. And some of the things I hadn't thought of when I was actually looking for the commands is like freeze time 0, round time 60, grenade trajectory time.
Yes.
That's a cool one, so you actually get to see the trails for longer.
Yes.
When you're working out rethrows and stuff like that. Really nice to have a keybind for SV rethrow last grenade.
I've got mine bound to F. So if I do my flash, and then I can rethrow it just to test if that flash is any good or not. I think
really
that's
makes
nice.
a difference, dude.
Yeah, and this is with the follow camera as well. I think that this feature right here that Valve have added in, and we've known this is in the game for a while, but that's something that's a really important one for people to be able to work stuff out on their own. But with some of those warm-up commands that you were talking about here.
What else are we missing?
So like you'd want to have bots stop on, and that way you can place the bots. So, you know, when you are adding bots to see where they are, there's a lot of details. Yeah, giving you all of the utility and an A case to start. This is stolen from Jay directly. So
I'm stealing those.
There's lots of bits and bobs with your configs, and hopefully we can set ours so we have absolutely no issues with playing our 1v1s, doing all those fun bits and bobs. But yeah, we're going to sit here, we're going to tinker with a few more of these, make sure we're happy with our configs. Alex, you happy with how things are going so far?
Yeah, I've just got a lot more work to do.
Yeah, all right. Well, I guess we're going to look into this camera right here. We're going to go to break. We're going to come back. It's going to be Rooster taking on Monte, map number 2. And the coach in the suit, well, he's one up. Rooster looking good.
Give him the cockerel.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
side. Canadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm, he had a cock, E-I-E-I-O. With a cock over here and a cock over there. Here a cock, there a cock, everywhere a cock, cock. But are we going to see some cock on Anubis? That's the question everyone's asking. And are Rooster going to be able to do it in 2? Or can Monte hit back?
You've got cock on the brain right now, and for good reason, I have to say. A great performance on the first map there, pick 'em nuke. We move on to Anubis next. Monte, they look sluggish this morning. They got out the wrong side of the bed, it seems like, as they didn't really get going at all. Flabbergasted by the performance of the Australians, I have to say. They're going to have to bounce back here, but as you mentioned in the first, it's Rooster to get that elusive T-side starts here on Anubis. And it's a map they play. They're comfortable on this one, and we've got Chelios, who had a great performance, especially towards the end of the first map. A lovely quad kill towards the ramp room. He's got the P250 Kevlar combo, and we'll see what Rooster bring to the table here. Looking for another opening frag, which seems to be going in their favor almost every single round of play.
Yeah, this is the map that Monte did really well on the CT side yesterday, and it managed to take that series all the way across to 3. But unfortunately, they're up against the Cox right now, and who knows how we're going to go and if they can hold it together. Rooster, of course, doing some good work on this map internationally at last Pro League, taking, I think they took the 14 rounds off of FaZe on this too. But it's been a while. The meta's shifted slightly. And Rooster are shifting their way towards that B site, which is the weaker site right now for Monte. Only 2 players here. Pal Smoke going to be coming through. Let's see how Krasnov can do here from the back side. He's gone. And Rooster cracking open the skulls now. Brogan at least find 1. But can Monte retake this in the 3v4?
He was actually quite fortunate to even get 1 kill there. And it looked like it was a done deal for Rooster. It still might be. They've got the 4-on-3 advantage. A flank coming in towards Temple side as well. This could be very problematic for Monte. Another pistol falling against him. It's going to be some Young, though, at least equalizing the playing field. A 3-on-3.
Making that one taste damn sweet, but that was all a ruse, all a bait to allow Sap to get this flank going. And it is going to be Demka trying to make this happen here. Chip down, 5 points of health remaining. And Rooster tucking in, locking in the round as best they can. The time, it's gone, and some Young is found. There it is in the bag. And TJ getting loud real early.
Oh my. What a pistol it was. The B split, very nice. Coming in from Dark and May entrance, the entry frags were sublime, the hold was spot on, and Monte don't even get close to a defuse there. Impressive rounds here from Rooster, looking like a rejuvenated squad compared to yesterday. And we'll see a force buy come in from Monte here, limping into round number 2. Already a map down here. They were the absolute heavy favorites as we enter this affair. Group B, lower bracket, round 1. Losing team goes to the last chance stage where it really is all to play for. No one wants to be down there this early on in the tournament. And we'll see if Monte can fight their way back here. They're force by. 1 scout for Warrow. Pistols otherwise. Couple of HG grenades. Holding on to little they have for now. And focusing mainly on that B bomb side. 3 players tucked in. A 5-7 for some Young towards middle. It's a very difficult position. He's done well to do some damage there, but ultimately goes down. TJP has been tagged up as they coordinate themselves back towards A potentially. ASAP's got A main control. Warrow, bear in mind, is there with the scout. Demko is going to be providing the covering fire as well. So an A split is looking very likely, Mac.
How quick is Warrow on the flick here? TJ peeks on that short side. Bro going to be caught in transition. Ooh, that's that flick we were talking about. And Tej not going to get away without. Ooh, another found. Just like that, the scout is looking valuable. Another tag. And with the Deagles in hand, there's a chance of a bag. Demka going to be able to find ASAP there lurking out of a main. And Rooster, they aren't aware that both the CTs are here, but there is a Galil. And Nedic needs to be the man to frag up a storm and keep Rooster in this. 80k, damn low on 28 points of health.
Oh, you hate to see that.
That's a bad place for that to be.
Let's see if he can recover it. But
he did by accident.
Oh, we'll take that all day long. So, and actually improves their chances quite significantly. The bomb is going to go down here. Kit recovered. And now 80k, very low indeed. They're both going to be entering the bomb site from Temple. It's going to take some precision headshots. Low HP on ADK. He's dealt with a lovely double spray down from Netic. Saves the day there, continues their streak of rounds from Nuke on towards Anubis as well. 2-0. And that has to be the full eco, Mac. They've got the 3-0 locked in. Beautiful stuff, yeah.
Monte. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Oh, they go for the force buy.
No.
They have.
Okay. I suppose I don't hate it, considering they brought it down to a 1 versus 1. With Netic just surviving here, you might not necessarily anticipate this, but this was the problem with Nuke. They barely had a gun round on the T side because that war of attrition just raged on and they kept losing it every single time. The rounds were close, sure, but they never actually found that killing blow to sabotage the finances. It's on the front foot here, very aggressive. It's not working out. The first couple of kills, and Chelios.
Spray transfer with a MAC-10.
Yeah, he's doing everything out there. ASAP confirms the round, and now it's just a matter of self-preservation. Can they hold on to these FAMASs? As we see Warrow making himself known towards Dark. Maybe there's a fighting chance, but they are segregated right now. Samdai Young towards A, Warrow in B, and he's got a lot to deal with here, but doing a great job.
This is the thing. You saw the start of the round. Rooster were playing like they were up against USPs, expecting it, right? Sure. Swinging through smokes with MAC-10s like that. And Samdai Young might have a timing on the flank here, but ASAP heads up play, staying alive on 12 points of health.
Good awareness.
But Warrow, he's gone for that full wrap towards the PAL side. Info found. Good jiggle. The nade as well, just to keep him at bay.
Just staying alive there. That's all he had to do. Jiggle for the information. Get that bomb planted. They've got utility, another smoke drop. They've got a Molotov for the bomb as well. No one really has to take the fight, Max. So this is actually looking very, very good indeed. And this is the force buy, so it hasn't worked out. They've only found a couple of kills as of yet, but yeah, he's got to save. They will be getting some loss bonus. That is the good news here. It's going to be $2,900. They can take another half buy.
Yeah.
Barely, I suppose. You need to keep your money about 2,000. At least they'll have some upgraded pistols, perhaps, but the night messed up. Force buy didn't work out for them, and they need to reassess these calls in the finances because when you're the favored team going into these matchups, that's the only way you can really throw it away. You should be playing the higher percentages, playing your gun rounds. You have pound-for-pound better players. You should be operating with your full buys. I think this has been a catastrophe from the calling point of view.
Let me talk to you about old Rooster, right? So Rooster used to be a very scrimmy, very puggy team. It was all calculated chaos, right? There was a lot of aggression, a lot of very, very early plays, and they just punish everyone in the region that was worse than them, right?
Right.
But since they managed to qualify for that first Pro League, since they've been back to Australia, they've learnt patience, they've learnt discipline. And that round just then, we would never have seen that from Rooster a year or two ago, right?
Oh, a nice little boost there from Warrow to Ken. You're dead on. I've certainly noticed it today. Yesterday, maybe not so much. I thought they still looked a bit scrappy and all over the place, but obviously, first game of the tournament and shaking off those nerves now and looking like a very well-rounded squad. Like, no one expected this level from them today, but a bumpy start here as they do give up a Chelios AWP. That could be the beginning of the end of round number 4 for them because the rotation's coming in towards A. Well, fortunately, though, I say that, they're actually got the bomb outside B, so a gamble stack from Monte. If it doesn't go in their favor, they are just going to save the AWP and the FAMAS, considering the finances are on the ropes, to say the very least. I don't think they'll go for much more than that as they confirm the B bomb side is clear. Rooster, that is, and you can see them starting to realize they're out of luck here, Monte.
Yeah, they're doing a loop-de-loop, though. Looking to still hunting down on the flank. Big one coming through from Samdai Young and a couple on that canal side. Zap ready with the AK and plenty in the mag to keep on fragging. ADK tapping at range. And SDY will fall. So it's probably going to be the save from here, as you mentioned.
That's all they needed. Once that smoke's down, the round's over. There was still a conversation to be had with the close-range players, but overall, very well done. And he gave up the AWP, sure. It was just a nice boost. It wasn't necessarily a mistake coming in from Chelios there. Maybe when he saw the smoke, be aware of the potential of it. The fact he gave up the AWP and there was no one to pick it up or recover it, that's a problem. But no harm, no foul, as we say here in Pro League oh so often. And ASAP confirms the penultimate frag. So just the AWP to save here. And we'll see if he's going to be hunted down. It looks like he's absolutely fine in that regard. We do have ADK on a hot flank here, but I don't think he has time to catch him out as he gets in towards main entrance. He'd have to kill him right now. Not going to happen. And it is going to be 4-0. This was the boost, like we said. Just a nice little play. Good read of the situation, going for that initial kill with the AWP, which he keeps finding left and right, to be fair.
Of course, we found out yesterday that ENCE calls that Dexter.
Sorry.
What was that, sorry? The nade at the end blew the AWP.
Nade, yeah, so it wasn't possible to pick it up. The nade they threw, chucked the AWP in his hands.
There you have it. Well, Round 5, let's see if Monte can do it on a full buy, which seems to be their first real one after a couple of forces real early on the CT side here. It might have worked from yesterday, but today's a different day. And they're up against a whole different style of CS that Rooster are throwing at them.
Nades towards the T-steps, lands on Chelios. Pretty significant, actually, because it now means the M4s can get a one-tap on it. Those chip damage pieces of utility are by design, just to soften them up, give them a chance at some advantageous duels. Lots of map control, though, for Rooster. They've got dark control already. That's pretty massive, you know. And a nice boost once again for Monte. This time not converting a frag, but more damage inflicted. Netic is calling maybe for the B split, though. He's got so much control here. Krasnal aware of that possibility and just trying to contain right now.
And knowing that the AWP was spotted on the A site, we'll see if it's going to be able to rotate across in time. Krasnal holding here from the back of sight. Looking for more. Chell waiting for the flash through. Gets blinded more than SDY was, but Krasnal still locking it down from such a crucial position. And he's hungry. He's going in with the flashes. The util reigning supreme. Rooster have to put all their faith in ASAP to bring it back at the 1-on-2. It's looking extremely unlikely. His position found, but he's got that last smoke to play around.
If he can grab the bomb and hightail it towards A, that would be sick. There's the bomb, and we have got to start sprinting now, ASAP, I would say. Oh, I don't think they even saw him get the bomb, so I don't think this is like little fake or suggestion of fakes going to do anything. He might just be saving now, so that's going to be the play. There was, I guess, a window to run all the way back into towards A, but it would have been very tight. So saving the AWP is a better option. See if he can do that. So Monte find their first in some time, I have to say.
Good for the cash of Rooster to keep the AWP across and save. ADK, the only one that can't buy. So this next round will be another buy round, but Monte, that first round with a full buy has gone successfully on the CT side.
So AWP helps out a lot. Chelios has been finding those opening picks left and right. Tomorrow will enter round number 6 of an AWP of his own as they commit 2 players towards middle. The initial smoke to block. Could go for a window peek here. Tomorrow just trying to use that little gap he's got. See if there's an opening kill available. He's seeing something.
Danger.
There's a boost coming through as well. They might be able to take him down. Oh, he rushed into shot though. Chelios should have retreated at that stage, given it up, and now they're looking for the trade if possible. Warrior's in a lot of trouble here. Finds his second frag. That's probably all he finds, but he's done his job here. 4 versus 3. Demka trying to contain him in towards middle. Lots of damage on either side here as they jostle for mid control.
Full confidence in that play. Chell re-peeking, what, 3 or 4 times there to beat window on the boost.
Took his time. It was a free kill. They had no idea that was going to be a possibility. So a bit of a shame here, but the round is still open. It's down to ASAP here. If you can find a frag some way, somehow, they might be able to breach the A-bomb side. Not going to happen, though. Looks like a confirmed round for Monte. 4 versus 2. TJP very low indeed. Heavy lifting down to ADK. And don't really have much in terms of control. They're both towards middle. Bomb on the back of the low HP player. Just picking up the orb might be another save here, unfortunately.
Seems to be the case. And Monte will be very happy keeping 4 alive. Their finances not in the greatest of ways. So a bit of a buff to the financials moving into round 7. 30 seconds on the clock to make this save happen. Let's have a look back at what happened here at mid. Not once but twice Warrior got to shoot there. Able to fight for himself. Missed the no-scope, but as you mentioned, his job was done. And Rooster just saving at what Hugo would call rugs, but
I call it
what
rugs
ENCE
as well.
would call carps.
Carps.
Oh,
Okay.
carpet.
Yeah.
But I always refer to carpet as carps.
Yeah, I come with rugs. That seems to work for me. I guess it's not a position you have to talk about all too often.
I'm a lane sayer.
What does that mean?
Just lane.
Oh, you just call it
I
lane?
just call it lane.
Lane. Yeah, fair enough. It's not as fun, I would say.
Definitely
but,
not as fun, no.
And it's not the most fun round for Rooster either. They do say the 2 weapons at least. You've got the ASAP AK-47. Chelios with that AWP once again. Missed out on that boosted shot. Like we said, that was a bit of a shame for him, but we'll see if they can answer back. Not going to fully invest here. Just a couple of upgraded pistols, and we have got about $1,000 left on the boys here. We'll see what they can make of it. Might go for another boost considering they weren't necessarily spotted before. There's Netic suggesting he can do it if needed. There's that AK of ASAP. He's been great. He posted, what, close to 30 frags on Nuke. Same boost again. Spots one, and this time successful. Much better.
That's a rifle.
Oh, yeah, you're right as well. And then TJP's got armor. That's a massive upgrade.
Reading that one perfectly. ASAP still lurking over towards that water position. I'm not going to take A main. But can they slide into an A split? You can see Monte seem to be aware of this. It's all down to Bro and his timing here. Over at Z. Flash in the mid. TJ. Not blinded and in a great position just to hold. There's still plenty of time in the round. And Monte, they are burning through this util. They are burning through the map control. Look at this. Two-man setup towards A main. Sap could be in trouble.
I don't know. He looks ready for this fight. I have to say, takes a lot of damage. That's the retreat now, and he's done for. Demka pounces on the opportunity, but it is going to be a pounce of their own for Rooster as they actually help themselves to the A bomb site. Getting that information that two are pushing towards A main, locked them out with a Molotov.
Yeah,
that's a great reaction. Good call from Rooster. 4-on-4, their advantage.
They've still got that mid control as well. Monte going in through beach side to wrap in, and this is where Rooster are ready to fight Nedic, looking to be the information gatherer, going real wide with the flash, and TJ able to strike twice on the headshot. But the A main players is who they have to worry about. Krasnal holding 80k, able to trade, but two more is what he has to get past here. It's, Warro jumping, it's awkward, and that defuse is coming the whole way through. No time left. Demka.
Wow.
Oh, a hero in that round.
A very uncomfortable round for Monte. They get it over the line just about there with the full defuse. What a great little maneuver as well. The flashbang towards the beach, and they get a face full of it. Monte, it comes down to a 1 versus 1, and they were on the back foot there. They lost the opening pick. A nice A reaction, then locked out of the A bomb site just due to the lack of firepower and utility is the only reason they give it up, I would say, on the Rooster side.
Saw a lot of this from Demka as well. He realizes when he can run at his opponents. He was doing it yesterday as well in that first game of Group B.
God.
But that is another cracker opening. Chell, he's on the board for round 8.
He's done that time and time again. It's so impressive. Knows where to position himself to have the highest amount of impact at the start of each and every round. And it's recovery once again for Monte. Their response before was pushing in towards A main. ASAP in a different spot this time. Netic to patrol the dark room as well. Just waiting to see what kind of utility is deployed in response. Is there any aggressive pushes here? And they're rotating now through T-spawn, Rooster that is. So got to recover the bomb and go for an A execution, I'd imagine. That's going to be smoking heaven, smoking cameras, Molotov the bomb site itself, clear out the fountain, and just go through your protocols here. Now, Monte will be aware of this possibility. They might call for another player to come through, take a bit of a gamble. We've seen them do it towards the A side before, and indeed, Samdai Young starting to transition here. They can feel with the silence that an execution is possible, and that's going to be the spot right there where Chelios is to the smoke towards heaven.
Demka with an AK means there's those 10 extra bullets. He's got that one-tap potential and could multi up for sure. Warro, though, playing the pillar, is going to be able to make this hold work. It's the one-pronged approach and running through a choke, running through a smoke. It's not going to work super well. 3v2 now, and Monte certainly in pole position for the round. Bomb needs to be retrieved, but they get mopped right up. That was a 5-on-4.
Yeah, and the problem is they didn't really show any presence elsewhere on the map. That was all 5 members committing to, like you said, one choke point, and you'll see a lot of top teams very meta right now to do these 4-1 executions, right? So you have someone that's towards middle, backstabbing, showing presence just before you commit, so they don't have all of the focus on this one tight choke point. That single smoke made things very complicated. You know, there's an AWP towards fountain, then you've got multiple players. So like we said, it was quite a readable play, and that is going to be an unfortunate finish for Rooster. A rude awakening as round 8 slips away. A sobering moment, and they want another slice of the pie, it seems, because they're going straight back in there with a 4-man setup this time towards A. Chelios on the extremities, though. He's got the AWP towards B, at least trying to show that presence, but it's going to be more of the same here. Maybe just a straight-up pounce, a contact play through the smoke.
What I was going to say last round as well is that Rooster need to keep this half as flawless as possible, because Monte, if they get towards that 5 or 6 CT round margin, then this round gets, or this map rather, gets so much harder as we get real deep here. It's going to be the A site taken by Rooster, but Samdai Young ain't going down without a fight. Going to be able to pick one off in the push. And 80k wants to go aggressive. We'll see if there's going to be some flashes to back him up, but for the moment, the molly forces him at bay. And Monte, they've got this heaven control. just posturing, positioning for the retake. They aren't going to be flanking A main. They're worried about a flank themselves and going all in from the camera side. TJ in a position where he needs to succeed. He will be cleared out instantly, and it's Bro to do the heavy lifting. Chell not going to be able to strike there, and values heavily the AWP. Understandable.
Yeah.
Giving up the round to keep that for the next.
Well, there we have it. A decent attempt from Rooster, operating with a little. Got the bomb down. Made things slightly complicated there for Monte, but the retake was very effective.
That was the first time I've heard Monte today.
What did they do?
I just
a bit
heard,
of a, bit
I think
of a
it was Sumdai Young said, let's go.
Let's go.
That's all I heard.
That's what you need to hear. Well, fair enough.
But that's some noise.
Yeah. There's some rumbles there. Starting to believe, perhaps. So that's a very convincing A-hold there. Perfect retake, great teamwork. It was never a moment you thought they were going to lose it. So round number 10 coming through. Money back in the favor of Rooster. They're doing a lot of these set pieces out of spawn, Mac. Not running too many defaults, not hunting for control. Trying to force the issue nice and early. Can work out. If a missed shot comes through especially, comes down to the opening frags, and Krasner will find both of them. TJP answers back. They need another one of those, and he delivers on all fronts. A triple kill for the big man as he sees himself breaching this B bomb site. MK still here and can deny the plant. Oh no, it's an absolute nightmare. After doing so much work, it is shut down once again. They didn't account for the third player, and it all comes crumbling down.
That's it, Demka. He has a sniff, he finds an angle, finds a way back into the round, and is able just to pound them back down into the hen house. And that's going to be 6 now for Monte. And he's getting loud. He's feeling it. That's when he gets dangerous.
They are looking like a much stronger and composed unit right now. It is going to be the half bite for Rooster as they start to fade away here on Anubis. A fantastic start. Bear in mind, they were 4-0 up. So that's 6 rounds in a row now for Monte. So going back to Old Faithful, the boost. It connects, but not quite the frag, I'm afraid. Down to 26 points of foul. Waro is going to fall back to a more defensive line. You would assume he's ready to fight. He's going to stick around. Flashbang's coming in, Incendiary deployed, and we'll see if he can make up for it.
Both AWPs here on mid. Waro's closer. Sumdai Young is over towards camera, but they will be able to escape. They fade away. And it's Rooster left with a little bit of mid control. Looking like they will just plant TJ there, show some presence towards A, throw some prog utility, and then go for a late hit at B, or at least that's what the bomb suggests.
Bloody hell. The tone has certainly shifted in the arena right now.
Yeah.
It's been sucked out of the room for Rooster, the hype that is, and we'll see if they can get back on the front foot. It's going to be Bro investigating middle. TJP lies in wait towards the corner. Might be overlooked. I think he will be. 3B. We'll take that all day long. And now the all being pressured once again. Missed shot, but opening frags. And in response is to Tech9 though, smothering Sumdai Young. He goes down. They've got the man advantage, but they are low. Limping on the B bomb site here. And the CTs, I don't think they fancy it. They're just going to give it up.
Yeah.
They're in towards T-spawn right now. If they were going to go for it, it'd have to be right now. I don't see any action, so I think Rooster might have done enough.
Rooster not feeding them any more kills and not feeding them the other round, but are going to find one themselves. 5-6 will be the scoreline, but you're looking at the economy for Monte. You can see the Bro's out of money. Demka, not a whole lot in the bank, and putting high prio on the AWP as well as that AK, which has been very powerful in the hands of Demka to get them a lot of these rounds. And if you're looking at, what, Monte finding one more round in this half, which is certainly a possibility, high chance on that.
Yes.
Then, you know, 7 CT-sided rounds on Anubis right now, that's more than enough to make that second half a bit of a breeze.
Well, 6-5, Rooster pull one back. Probably needed to break that streak. It was getting a little bit out of hand. 6 rounds in a row for Monte, but they're back on their feet. As we see Rooster with a nice full buy going forward here. Good injection of cash. It's been a bit of a stressful day for LMBT. Didn't think he expected to lose that first map of Nuke in such convincing manner. 16-8. It was very competitive, kicked things off in the first half, but I have to say Monte's financial management there wasn't fantastic. They were operating with lots of force buys. We saw that the first stages here on Anubis as well. 4-0 down and couldn't get going, but since they have started to find a bit of momentum on their CT side, they have looked much better. It's their map pick, and they've course corrected here. Bear in mind, it's considered to be a T-sided affair, depending on who you ask, but I would say that's definitely still true. And Rooster will have to start posting a couple more. I'd say 6 or 7 at this point would be serviceable. 8 would be amazing for them as we get into round number 12 here. Monte with the AWP in the hands of Warro, and got Demka once again inquiring towards the A main position. Chelios unable to connect this time.
Plenty of time left in the round for a little bit of fun. Who's that? Demka dropping a nade, trying to make that read. And we'll get a tiny bit of damage onto ASAP. But no one on Monte getting too big for their boots, respecting Rooster's autonomy. And you can see as well 80k. Big information with that B main control being lost to Monte now. But no util going to be used to retake it just yet. Warro locking down that canal control. It was all a ruse. Nedic thought that with B main being lost, he had some space to move.
And that's been one of their calling cards, getting Netic in towards that dark room, setting up their B splits from that spot. And now another 5-on-4, this time in favor of Monte. The bombs towards A main, and they're feeling a lot of pressure here. Utility being bombarded towards the A main entrance. Chelios not dissuaded though, happy to continue the probe. He knows he needs to find a pick here. Nothing else will do. He's delivered so far. Can't get another one though, and have to peel off because unfortunately Demka is waiting in towards that cake position. TJP, he's been great in middle, pulls things back, takes down the AWPer somehow in the one-on-one duel. How's he done that?
Just applying the pressure. Peaked this time. He loved the little sneaky position there. And speaking of sneaky, TJ going straight through the guts again. 80k going loud on B main, and that's going to be a little bit of extra info. Demka alive, and there's not much time to get this bomb planted, but it's going down on B. And I don't know if Krasnol's fully aware of this one. ASAP, caught in transition. Gun in hand, goes for the pre-fire.
Does he not know he's getting the kit? All right, fair play. It looks like we're into another 1 versus 1. Chelios got such a strong position. The AWP, 1 bullet separates him and 6 rounds on the board. Will he connect? Will he find it? Yes, he certainly will. Holds his nerve. It's a big one as well. He knows it. That resets the money now for Monte. They tie things up 6-6. A back and forth round. This series continues to deliver on all fronts here. It's got absolutely everything you want from a game of Counter-Strike. And now a bit of drama for Monte as they have on average about $2,000. TJP clotheslines a second there towards middle. Beautiful shots coming in from across all members of Rooster here. Chelios had to hit that final shot, and yeah, he knows that's a massive round. There's that screen. We've all missed it. It's been a while, and we're back into a force. No, not quite. It's going to be a little bit of investment here as we do see an AWP purchase for Warro. So who sacrificed their cash for that? It's actually Warro himself. So the only player who had a ton of money trying to take matters into his own hands, and we'll see. Maybe he can crack things open here. Round number 13, the dying stages of this first half.
I did hear that Monte were very aware of the A main presence there. It's very quiet in the studio right now. You could cut the tension with a knife.
You call that a knife?
This is a knife.
That was just sitting there. We haven't done enough Australian stuff today, Mac.
No, we really haven't. I'm a little too nervous to be having too much fun.
Don't want to jinx it. It's fair enough. It's understandable. I don't think Rooster can believe how well this is going for them. We're getting towards A main. Things getting problematic though. Demka making light work of them with that MP9. 3 kills found, and it's A main again where they're finding a lot of these interactions, and they're going against Rooster more often than not. This round has completely fallen apart here. They didn't really get anything done. A lot of calls in forms of set pieces, like going for those executions, trying to contact play in, and sometimes it works. They hit all their shots. If they walk into a crossfire, though, where the MP9 and the AWP were positioned, it is going to fall apart there. So Monte with the perfect read, pushing them back and securing the round, and might be able to recover a couple of AK-47s as well.
And that's just one of the most basic setups as well, right? Hold that thought, Nedic. I think he spotted this push coming up towards the wood side, but they're just going to wait for that time to hit 0. Many members in front of him. He'll fall before, and Chell hits the floor.
No.
Ooh, that one stings.
So if you're not aware, if you die after the timer on the T side, you get $0 into the next round. So that's very well played from Monte, getting absolutely everything out of that round towards the end, denying any guns taken into round number 14, and any cash as well of your Chelios. Massive round. Pistols. An AWP in the hands of Warro gets the job done, and he'll continue to hold it as well as we get into round number 14. It's going to have to be the Eco. P250, Deagles, And ASAP with some Kevlar, that's at the very top end, avoiding the initial steps grenade, but going for the 1D here, knowing he has to do something magnificent to stand a chance here.
Just wants some redemption for what happened in the previous.
Yeah, that was rough.
Making all this noise as well. At least we'll bleed that util out of the bank of Monte. But Monte realizing that Rooster are sharp, so being relatively respectful. They know if there are digs around the corner, there is every chance that they can get one digged.
Yeah, they've got some brutal aim out there. The individuals are shining bright today. Significant damage here. Krasnal, though, happy to continue the duel. Moro will join him with the AWP, but they're looking a little uncomfortable here. Ruffling the feathers are Roosters. And they've got an open A side. Mac, what's going on?
Well,
A is completely clear.
Monte's happy to play retake, as you've seen. The A post plans for Rooster haven't been amazing. Demka. Oh. Able to find one there. I honestly don't think that's enough.
This is getting out of hand. This is essentially the full eco. It's a 3-on-3. They should still win it, but now there's a rifle for Chelios, a bomb ticking at some pace, and now the utility deployed. Another beautiful 1D gets deployed. A missed shot from Waro. They might have to give this one up. A full eco working out for Rooster here. Surely not. Krasnal, the last chance. He makes his way through A main, hits the shot. 2 players to find here. The bomb surely can't be defused at this point, as Waro will be dropped. I think they've done enough. It's a full eco victory for the Roosters. Just what the doctor ordered after giving up a nightmare of a round in number 14. And yeah, if you don't laugh, you'll cry, I suppose.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, huh?
My God. I did say to you, like, it's bizarre. The A bomb side's open. Like, sure, you can retake, but if your opening kill is just one frag and give it a rifle, that's actually detrimental more than helpful.
Key point of the round there as well is when it was that 2v3 at the end, it was only Waro that had that kit. He hit the ground over towards camera side, so there was no chance of a clutch to come through from that point.
Yeah, good point.
Final round of the half now. And it's anyone's game. Monte, they've won on buys like this as well. So if Rooster make a bad read, you never know what's going to be going down. But it is going to be the force through the smoke. And the Deagle doing so much work already. Waro, 1.5 kills. And making light work for Bro to chop him down at the knees here. Krasnal, double play netting. Should be dead, but the XM going to be crack crocking at him. Oh no, 2v2 TJ. He's worried. He's got util in hand. The M4 picks up. Chell going to be able to react, but it's TJ to trade. That's not what you want to see. Oh, it's travesty going into the half. 7-8 again in map number 2. This time, Monte in the lead.
Tell me something
shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Headless chooks are clucking everywhere, but Monte managed to maintain the lead in the end of the half. An 8 on CT of Anubis is a very good showing on the best of days. But let's see what Rooster have for us on the defense. Over on Nuke, they were damn good at getting those first picks and playing the numbers game to a relatively successful map number 1. But the second, they've just been trying to force some executes in that first half. It's not looked too good. Monte punishing when necessary, but also getting punished from time to time by pistols.
Yeah, some rounds of calamity there, to put it lightly, losing those full ecos, but it was dished out on either side, and that's fitting considering we've got an 8-7 scoreline here, a very important pistol. I have to say it's Rooster that have picked up the lion's share of them so far, 3 for 3, as they look to defend this B bomb site. Full execution coming through, as Monte will get a clean plant down. It's down to the retake here with no kit available and just 1 flashbang.
How are they posturing for it? Looks like they're just going to wait for TJ to make this flank start to come through. Chell showing face, trying to bait out any extra info. That golden position is just so annoying to deal with. TJ starting to try and find a strike. Now it's going to be a dink on the head of Chelios. Nice trades coming through for Monte, but it's a 2 for 2 again, and that's going to favour Rooster here on the retake. Krasnov fall in, and that is 4 from 4 pistols in this series for Rooster.
Yeah, he deserves that massage there. Doing a lot of the heavy lifting today. TJP with some fantastic shots, delivers in the pistol. It's netted with 2 frags as well, those dualies. And Monte with the bomb down. Great execution, got the job done there, but barely put up a fight there on the retake. 5 on 5, you'd expect them to win it, especially with the lack of utility, but can't hold on. With the bomb planted, it does give you that extra injection of cash. You get $1,900 plus the $800 for the plant, meaning you can get Galils. So they'll bring out 3 of those, a couple of Mac 10s as well, and a bit of utility. But Rooster will be well aware of this, preparing themselves with the Kevlar and helmet combo. A few rifles of their own, 4 to be exact, and 3 players heading in towards B. As we see a very fast approach towards the rugs here. 4 players, Mac, getting ready for what could be an execution themselves from the get-go.
ASAP could be in trouble. He's got plenty of bullets to play with those dualies in the back pocket, but no util to do it. And TJ molly into flash to try and slow things down, but that's if it's placed perfectly. In comes the molly, but there's flames everywhere. TJ's got to go through him. Sap gets dinked down straight away, but is able to take 2 in the process, and TJ here on the short side will fall here at orange.
Ooh.
And that's going to be the site taken.
He's been having some great moments, TJP. That's not one of them, though. If he gets one, it's round confirmed, but now it's up in the air. Bomb planted, 4 on 3. No kits, actually, to speak of as well, so we'll see whether they can retake this one. Should be fine as they group up. Samda Young, great little one-way using the gap there, brings it back to a 3 on 3, but not for long. Back and forth we go here. Unclear who'd be taking the round. It's the push with the MP9. I don't think they've done enough here. It would have to be something remarkable from ADK. And it's Monte to answer back there. The second round force buy works in their favor, and the war of attrition begins again here. Rooster will have to force buy back themselves.
I liked the read. ADK, you could see what his brain was doing. You just run, get the cheeky running MP9 kill on the first. You knew exactly the second player's position, but Demka able to swing and clutch up a storm. Man, always has a good read on the game. And again, that's not going to fall to the wayside. 9-8 and Monte in the lead. Can they lock it down here? And are they going to go for a faster approach? Doesn't look like it.
I guess they want to work out what they're up against first.
Yeah.
It's going to be the force buy here. We know Rooster can be brutal with the pistols. They've gone for a 4-man stack on the A site. And that's exactly where Monte are heading, at least for now. Showing a bit of presence there.
Now this as well. Cheeky setup over towards that pillar. I think it's TJ and ASAP playing the bait game. TJ tucking. But that molly, that's all it's going to take. That smoke going down. And they know that someone's locked in, but Monte just wait this one out and try to punish them. There is going to be that one more Molotov, another nade to throw there as well.
They're being very calm about it. Holding their nerve, holding their position. 4 players in towards A.
ADK's got a flash to try and save the boys as well, but there's not going to be that extra smoke. ASAP swinging with it, hoping something was found, but there's nothing there. And in comes this flash. The placement wasn't the greatest. And neither were the shots.
No. There was a moment of promise there for Rooster. Looks like they might be able to put up a bit of a fight, but unfortunately it's a bit of a clean sweep here. Monte only giving up 1 frag in the form of Bro.
Yeah.
And it's Netic with the Desert Eagle, who will just have the unenviable task of trying to save a pistol, but upgrades to a rifle potentially. Not bad. Whether he holds on to it is another question altogether, and his answer very quickly. Sam Da-Young will find double digits here for Monte, and presumably the 11th round as well, because it has to be the full eco going forward.
I don't think they managed to snag that upgrade. I don't know if it was Warrow that grabbed it. I think they were just a bit too far away to get 2 AKs carried across into the next. Yeah, it looks like they just barely missed that one. And Rooster are just going to be saving into the next. So we're seeing a very similar start to the second half.
So they did win a full eco before, but they at least had a few deagles in the mix and a P250. This time it's full USPs. And, well, not a bad start. The flashbang was pretty effective there. Should be dealt with here towards middle, but they're getting a lot out of this eco round. 2 frags found. That should be it. They know exactly what Chelios is. He would do very well, and almost does, to take down Krasnal. But yeah, that's about all you expect. At least we got it out of the way. Nice and quick. You'd love to see that.
TJ, four headshots to get 2 kills there too.
True. And we are going to go 11-8. Monte now getting into cruise control, looking very comfortable on this T side after losing the pistol. But this is where the job really begins, because they're up against finally a pretty decent buy. No AWP, it's FAMAS for ADK.
And on the other side of things, we've got a Mac-10. We've got a Galil still kicking, and look at that, only 1 helmet on ASAP. The rest of the boys went for that util, which is understandable, but Monte on the bonus can punish.
Makes that Mac-10 an absolute laser beam, and in terms of pacing, very fast from Monte here. 2 players committing towards that A main entrance, and a desperate spray from Chelios doesn't do much for him. Takes a ton of damage at the start here. Baits out some nice utility, so job done as far as Monte is concerned. They just wanted to eradicate any potential utility on the other side, and a bit of a reaction coming through. CT starting to initiate a push in towards A main, knowing they don't have a whole lot to work with here. It's Krasnal to defend. Bear in mind, with no helmets, that Galil is also very powerful indeed. 1 shot to the head and you'll be taking them down.
Yeah. Sap is the man with the helmet on, and he's going to be the point man too.
That's fortunate.
So could get lucky here. You can see Demka as well has a smoke in hand, going to be throwing that one, and then looking to potentially throw a flash towards A main.
Yeah, you can do it over the top as well, right? So there's every chance he gets fully flashed there. There is the flash. He avoids it for now and hunting for information. Sure, he might bait in a couple of kills here for ASAP if he can deliver, but we'll have to peel off now, surely.
5 bullets left. Won't go for the reload. 2 taps onto Bro, but will fall in the process. And Rooster still a man down. But ADK, how's he going to play this? Smoked off at mid, and Rooster, they stay disciplined. They chuck a Yui and look to save towards that B side of the map. So Monte able to find themselves a 12th. Nice patience being displayed against the ecos, against the full buys.
Yeah, had Rooster just waited, bided their time for maybe 10 more seconds, that crossfire could have worked out for them. Trying to sell the setup, pushing in towards the crossfire, and unfortunately, Rooster give it up once again. They are having a rough run of it in the second half. We'll see if they have a ton to work with going forward into that second, because right now, resources very limited indeed in terms of loss bonus. They're at the 4th stage. That's $2,900, but just a little partial investment around the 2 saved rifles here. Monte looking very comfortable, reading these situations well. That was Chelios. They're trying to force the issue there towards middle. A split coming through, and kill for kill made it look easy. And Monte back on their feet here after a very disappointing showing on Nuke. 16-8 deficit. Recovering now. After going down 0-4 here on Anubis, they're actually in the driving seat. Haven't given much away since.
Yeah. Bro having a bit of a rough game, but everyone else on Monte pulling their weight. What might be the difference maker here? Ooh, big chunk of change found with those nades. And Rooster already 3 members down towards the 70 health mark. Window smoke comes through, and Monte, what are they going to do? Not showing too much more presence at mid. That's already been done. Now splitting both sides of the map, leaving Demka to lurk. And sending 4 towards B main. Exactly as you mentioned, which was a little bit more meta at the moment. And Demka getting in a position to lurk from canals.
Yeah. You always want to have a little bit of lurk potential on these set pieces. Demka close towards dark, holding rotations from A for now, while his teammates will commit to the set piece. Smokes down towards Temple. CT, flashes going over, but rumbled We've actually got some decent rotations here. Rooster more than ready for this play, and they'll get the opening frag here. The FAMAS, not the ideal weapon for the task here, but they maintain the man advantage. I don't think they can hold on to it, though. Waro, Demka behind enemy lines here, and just Demka remaining. What a shot that is! The leaping AK-47 headshot leads us to a 1 versus 1 here, up against ASAP in spawn.
How's he done that? The bomb down on the ground on B main side of site. And ASAP trying to figure out exactly how this is going to get played out. 20 on the clock. And where is Demka going to go? Where is ASAP going to look? How's he ought to know that pin was pulled and Sap, he spots it. Oh. Do you go toe-to-toe with Demka? This man does not make too many wrong moves right now. Taps it, goes for the fight instead, and clothesline him as well. 1v3 from the big man for Monte to put a 13th on the board.
Oh, that one really hurts, Mac. That might be the end of Anubis for Rooster here. Considering everything that was done at the start of this execution, the hard work, the heavy lifting, whatever you want to call it, Natic did it. It was the bayonet treatment. As Demku launched himself in that 2 versus 1. Fake plant there. They took the bait. Clothesline's a final player. And now touching distance of taking us to a third, which is Mirage. So, in a very strong position now. Monte haven't given much up in this second half at all. Another weak bye, but Chelios has got the AWP at least. We'll see if they can fight back here as he tries to bait in his teammate towards A main. Grenade deployed in towards Dark, but the bomb's still down, so we won't see any heavy commitment just yet. They're trying to jostle for this Dark control if possible. That Molotov's not going to help.
Yeah, it looks like the util ain't going too well. Krasnal knows that he's not happy with what he's been doing there towards Canal this round. A lot of wasted util, 2 nades, 1 molly. All going to the wayside. And now towards that minute mark. We'll see if Monte commit to a mid-round bust. Looks like they're happy with leaving Sumdai Young over towards mid on the lurk. 4 grouping up at B main. It worked before, but only really thanks to Demka popping off in the 1v3. Getting right in behind him on the Goblin side of sight. But this time, looks like he's going to be the support man. Throwing those bangers. Throwing a nice deep smoke as well, and Rooster could just be smoked straight out of sight. 3 players over towards A instead. I mean, no mid control, there's no fast rotation.
That was the chance. You might even call the save now, Mac.
Yeah.
Just knowing that that was your proper 1 window of opportunity. This is really unraveling at the seams here. They've got a kill that might persuade them to explore their options. It was looking impossible before. Now it's just improbable. We'll see if they can make anything of it. Great shot from Demke once again.
Flash in, spacey not the greatest. Waro going to be able to pick one off on ADK, and they've got that power control as well. So TJ, as soon as he puts 1 foot forward, he'll be falling, and that's the round. Rooster going to be baited into the 4v5, and Monte punishing them for that decision.
It's the worst possible outcome, isn't it? You were about to save, and someone gets a kill, and you're kind of forced into it. Well, we might as well go for it now. There's still some time left, and you don't get a single frag after it. Like I said, that was all a bit of a ruse, because unfortunately, if you had a nice full buy here going forward, you might be able to save this game. You might be able to buy the extra grenades and defuse kits, get the helmets out, and actually be ready. Now you're looking down the barrel of map points, and you've got nothing to bring to the table. It's very meta right now to bring out those hero rifles, and Chelios is going to do just that. We'll see if he can be Rooster's Superman. Boosted up. Does normally work out for a single kill, and he's delivered on that front. So needs to do a lot more, but still a great start.
Got tagged up heavily. Didn't overcook at that one. Now it's ADK's chance to strike from Dexter here on the back of sight. Slow approach from Monte. And they are going to go for a boost of their own to try and equalize. Backside molly, but no one going to be caught in the trap. And you can see 3 mollies used to fully burn out Dark here as they start to come through. Chell Dam low in the corner. Netic facing B main. How's the util? How's the swing? It's way better for Demka there, who finds a double. One with a great ball off the side. Nice little bouncer. And it's TJ with a deagle. 2 bullets could get 2 kills here, and that's going to be the first man falling. Krasnal, he's low. 10 points of health and a chance to 1v3 himself now all the way to the right side of sight, and TJ doesn't know. TJ doesn't know, but now he does. Reload, swing comes through, the P250 enough, and TJ ain't happy with that one.
Oh, it would have been amazing. He pulled that round off. The room would have erupted. He had a window of opportunity there. He did lose track of him into the platform, but misfire coming in. A chance of the 1 versus 1. Krasnal, though, course correct, pulls out the P250, gets the job done, and finds map points. A death sentence for Rooster, considering what we've seen on their CT side so far. Mirage is the 3rd map, and it looks like we are almost certainly going there. Just one more round will do it, Monte. Much better performance here on the second. It's their pick.
Yeah.
Makes sense. But Rooster slowing down in form. That individual flare starting to diminish. ASAP, a chance to prove us wrong. We'll see if he can fend off this A attack.
Oh, that's a rough place as well. The molly keeps on burning and he has to hide in the smoke. TJ saving the day from above. Gets 2 more kills this round, but is it enough for a 9th? They still need to get past Warrow, Bro, and SDY. And they've been hitting bloody everything. Warrow, all eyes on this man. Looking to knock him out of the park here. Looking to choke that chook. And the molly behind, ASAP swinging. Oh, will live for the moment. And there's numbers here to try and stop the Monte members, making it either way. Chell pre-scope going in. Some die young. Loses the power of position, loses the objective. That's bomb on the ground at B, and you can see that Rooster quickly rotating right on in. Bro again. Going to be going down without a kill. And Warrow, he'll strike, but now his position known with 40 on the clock. There ain't no chance for Monte this round.
Well, Rooster might as well take all the rounds they can get. Nice performance there from TJP. Good shots. Need a lot more of that this half, but a solid round nonetheless. Warrow will save the orb. They've got plenty of cash for another buy going forward. And we'll see if we can get anything else out of this situation. Hunting for any potential frags if they're trying to remove the orb from his hands here. And he might be getting that first one, no problem.
Well, TJ continuing Tynan's tirade. And Rooster hunting to make it to the double digits again. Already a much better showing than what we saw from them in the initial game of Group B.
But if we just looked at his second half, they've won the pistol.
Yeah.
And a kind of scrappy sort of force buy after that as well. So it's not been great.
Okay.
And we've got a slight mouse issue here. So maybe didn't charge it overnight.
Forgot to charge his mouse.
You hate to see it, but we'll see if the cable will do the job.
What's he got? What's that one? Vaxi?
Perhaps. Looks like it. I think you're right. But looks like we are good to go. Didn't charge the mouse. Schoolboy error.
Ooh.
Will let it pass?
No Bungie going El Clasico.
Ah, that's a good point, actually. Will it have a knock-on effect? Time will tell. And we are back into the action. If you are just joining us, ladies and gents, this is the second map between Rooster and Monte. It was Nuke to kick things off. 16-8. Glorious victory for the Australians here. Set the tone for the series. Been a great game so far. Dropping off in terms of pace, though. Monte have looked like the more compelling team in this second half, especially. Only giving up a single gun round and the pistol as they look for the killing blow here. Fast pace towards middle, helping themselves toward cameras, but TJP's found a gap.
Yeah, brutal pace indeed, but it's all down to the timing now. Re-smoke over towards that Z side, and TJ could just get caught with many numbers in front of him. Does he overstep his boundaries? He certainly does. And Krasnal finds him. Now, in a 4v5, Rooster have even less of a chance of making this one back. Monte's conversion rate has been astronomical from this position this half.
Right. Yeah, this should be it. Should be in the operative word. Rooster now looking to fight back. Smoke down towards the temple side of middle. And they're going to try and bust through this smoke. Great flashback here, but they line up for the AK-47. We're not done just yet, it seems.
Where'd they go?
Holding on to the 5-on-4 deficit. It's Rooster. Very strong hold there in towards the A-bomb site. They've locked this one down. The bomb is in their grasp, and Warrow once again has to save. And we've still got a few more rounds to go here on Anubis. 5 required from Rooster here to take us to overtime. Not outside the realms of possibility. Monte have not looked themselves today. Very convincing performance so far on Anubis, but the job is not done yet. And now money becomes a bit of an issue for them going forward. They're going to get $1,900 per player into round number 26 here. So Rooster, they should have 11 at least. And then it's, what, only 4 rounds at that stage.
Egg on their faces. Monte trying to force through the smoke, which is what we saw Rooster keep on doing in that first half as well. And it hasn't gone well for either side right now. But it was done by committee. Sap only with a couple there. Chell as well, fending off the A main bust. And everyone doing a lot of the work for Rooster. No one really lacking behind there. ADK not having the best game. But look, you're looking on the other side of things. Bro, 7-21.
True.
He is having a roughie.
I'm aware of him as a player. I know he's a Danish man in this Ukrainian lineup. I just haven't really said his name a whole lot this series. He's kind of just been... He's been there.
He was there yesterday. He was farming yesterday. Didn't lead to a W, though.
Oh, nice nade. So, as mentioned, pretty much the eco here. The saved orb makes things a little bit more problematic for the Aussies here. Should be fine, but always a chance. If you lose that opening frag, give up a rifle, the snowball can evolve into an avalanche very quickly. TJP might learn that lesson sooner or later. First interaction is his. Doesn't overcommit, just trying to patrol the choke point. Oh dear, there it is, the opening frag.
Rifle on the line, then TJ was close. Deals with the pistols, which create the space, but TJ so low, and the flash is not going to save him today. Big space to get this one planted, and Warro keeps on pushing, and it might be the beginning of the end. Netic and ADK, both with AKs, but they're going to come from 2 different approaches for the retake. And it looks like you were right earlier, Henry, when you said we're going to Mirage.
Yeah, I think I was onto something, it seems. As that looks to be confirmed at this point. It's an eco victory with the saved orb, to be fair. It's Warro delivering 3 massive frags, and Netic will have to do the same if he's going to salvage this horrible scenario he's found himself in. Mirage confirmed as Warro gets himself 4 kills in the round there. A much better performance coming in from Monte. You've got to be happy with that one if you're a fan of them. And not a bad performance from Rooster necessarily, Mac, but certainly not looking their usual selves.
Yeah, not looking their usual selves, at least on the second map. Bit of a slow start, but it's one that Monte was known for, so it's in the bag for them. And they're going all the way to a third, all the way to the end of the series just after the break.
chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
Yes, this is Trace from Space. I'm back with another breaking update. This time coming out of the Apex camp. It would appear as though Cuban has parted ways. That is of Virtus Pro fame once upon a time. And now MIBR will be slotted into that head coaching role. A lot of questions coming out of that Apex camp as they look to turn things around in their favor. But as you can tell, it is Cuban on his way out of here and MIBR on his way in. Now, what this means for Apex, who knows? But the overall impact of a coach is something that can be discussed thoroughly in detail. And I'm sure that it's very much possible to do just that. In fact, perhaps we can do that right about now. How do you guys feel about that? Is that okay?
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hi. The news, so we just got from Trash from Space, a live version, a live rendition.
There's a first for everything.
Yeah. That's kinda cool.
I mean, that changes the game, does it not?
It definitely does. We could have this an awful lot more, but long and the short of it is, let me get in here. After careful consideration and respectful discussions, both Apex and Cuban have mutually agreed to part ways. The decision arises from differences in long-term development philosophies for the team, which could translate to a lot of things, but I would assume that maybe Cuban wants to change some people in the roster and it's not working out the way. I think there's an overlap between the way Sasanito and Jacob approached the game. So maybe there's some issues there.
I saw JL, of course, that used to be coached by them, and now Na'Vi. He said, this is sad news. Didn't expect to hear today. The man who brought me into this game and basically rebuilt Apex CSGO's infrastructure from the ground up. You'll always be an inspiration to me, Cuban, and all of the people around you for the hard work you put in.
Yeah, and then this is the Cuban side of things is one side. We all know his pedigree. Trace from Space just mentioned it to us. But then having MIBR come in, he's been working with the academy roster over there for Apex, so he's familiar with the org, familiar with the team, and he once upon a time coached the Renegades. He's coached Mouse, so he's definitely.
And he used to be a school teacher.
Am I thinking North?
You know
I feel like there was North, but that feels like a lifetime ago now.
Even, perhaps.
Like it was a Rugger and a MIBR or something.
Yeah, there's definitely a few of them in the mix. Is that your phone holder?
No, it's my cue card, Chad.
Oh, okay.
That's very nice, actually. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, what can I say?
Technology.
There's no phone holder.
That is inspirational.
It's come a lot. Well, almost.
Listen.
Okay, it looked cooler from afar.
Anyway, let's talk about the impact
fan
of
of
coaches.
Gamer Legion.
Hey, look, well, you just looked very dapper in your suit. I want to say the coach of Rooster, Josh.
Oh, it has to be.
Rocking a suit today. Now, I think that the coach meta requires more suits. I'm fed up of seeing coaches in jerseys. What I want to see is coaches decked out in their Sunday bloody best, looking hot to trot. You're the one here. You know, you need to look formal. You need to be dressed up. It's a man of authority, and that's what I'm seeing on the screen right now.
Look, I used to rock a suit behind Cloud9, right? Until that one EPL final or playoff that was in the basement of the Cologne office. It was so freaking hot, man. This, though, no excuses.
Gotta respect this.
Super respect the hustle, especially when, you throw it back to the yesteryears, the Jason Lakes of the world with their red tie and the full three-piece suit. I think, as well, there's a correlation that we have to draw attention to. Rooster didn't win a map until he showed up in a suit.
That's true. I feel the suit difference.
That's it.
I wonder who his inspiration for the suits were. If they win, we'll have to. We don't have a handheld. That's going to get a little bit awkward. So, I don't think that one's on.
It is.
It is?
But it's fine.
Okay.
Carry on.
Oh, well, do you want me to go and ask?
Yeah, go for it.
He might say something.
That's Mike 1, A1.
Mike 1. All right, let me go see. I don't want to.
E-Town.
They're getting ready. See, they're talking strats and stuff. Let me see if I can get in here.
Polite. You're Australian.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just do your
hold up.
Just go, hi, guys, I'm like you.
Coming over.
Oi,
yeah.
what's going
Yeah, hey,
on?
guys.
Hi,
How you going?
guys.
Hey, man. Hey, Josh, mate, I wanted to ask you, mate, about your suit. Who was your inspiration for the suit?
Wayne Bennett.
Wayne Bennett.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, look. Can you give the reference point for everybody at home because they're not gonna get that here.
Brisbane Broncos legend.
Okay.
Wayne Bennett.
So just for everybody, I'll keep the mic here. You're talking about rugby.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm from Perth. We're not so big on the rugby, you know that. All right, we can have these chats later. Wayne Bennett, all right, the suit, I'm loving it, mate. Keep it up. Okay, we go. So, guys, just so you know,
Thank you, bro.
Rugby,
Appreciate you.
rugby, Brisbane Broncos.
Wayne Bennett for the Brisbane Broncos.
I'm looking him up right now.
So, yeah, you could bring him up. You can see what he looks like here. But, Alex, you were bang on. You brought up the perfect. I was hoping he was going to say Jason Lake.
That would have been nice.
Because for those who don't remember Jason Lake, you should. He's still around. Trace knows him quite well.
You definitely should.
You guys are like brothers or something like that. I don't know how. He was your boss. Now, here he is. Woo! Now, let's roll this one again. I want to see if we can get Josh to channel a bit of this. Let's roll it again from the top. Maybe if we could.
The energy, man.
I want to see the chair kicking. I want to see. Let's go again. If we could just, get this chair kicking again. Here it is. The chair. They see that right there.
But wait for the double kick. No, not that one.
This one. It's all right. It's all right.
No, but I'm saying there is a lot to unpack there, right? The animation, the packet.
The passion.
The passion.
The passion of the package. Yeah. Some people get that.
I think I said packet. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. There's a lot that a coach brings to the table, even if it's not super tactical.
Like taglines. What was Jason's best tagline?
Well, where did we start? We had kick the tires and light the fires.
Yeah,
we had bring me the pistols.
Roll CT.
That's a classic. Roll CT.
Yeah.
Now you're in their heads. I've probably watched that movie too many times for it to be healthy.
It's a bit of a classic.
Yeah.
It's an absolute classic. But we need more of that. I want to see more coaches in suits going forward. Really just ironing out their identity as a coach.
Right. Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense to see him in a jersey, does it?
No, I mean, you've got me looking at it in a way where it's like, okay, the coach or the general manager of like whoever's somebody got to wear a suit. Let's just do that right now.
Because we aren't gonna.
Not here, we ain't. No. This is as close as it gets. It really is.
Shorts and a jacket for Trace from space.
Can I teach you a hat trick, Trace?
Like a hockey trick?
A hat trick.
Isn't that 3 goals?
There's 3 goals in a hockey.
A trick with a hat.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Here we go.
So you do whip it on like that. What do you think? That look cool?
All right, let me try.
Okay.
What's the worst thing
So
you have? You
you
start.
just flip it from the back, jibbly bibbly, over your head, yeah. And then you kind of do like a Michael Jackson. Yeah, nearly there. You got it. You got it.
Oops.
One motion.
Whoopsie daisies, I think, is the official terminology we're going for that one there.
I hate the hat.
You kind of liked it. I was enjoying that.
What if the coaches wore hats that identified them?
Oh, I can't go over. Can I go over there? Does
You
that
can.
break
Where do
the
you want to
rules?
go?
You might break down the fourth wall, but you're.
Careful now. Yeah. See, don't get stuck on the table. I almost broke.
That was almost a mess. Yeah.
Almost broke the headset.
He took
You
one
want
hat.
that hat?
There was one right there
Hat.
too. Yeah. Hats everywhere. You got a banana man hiding in the bush over here.
And you can store things in it as well. It's got like storage.
Yeah, that's called. It's actually called Molly.
Sorry?
Mollee. Molly. It's a
What, the type of hat?
It's a type of webbing that you can weave in and out of with other.
Why do you know that?
Because it's military stuff.
Oh.
And once upon a time, I was way more high speed than I am in this moment.
Yeah, now we're much more chill. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, we do have map 3 coming up. This has gone the distance. Hey, if we're all breaking the set around here, it is going to the third map, Mirage, right?
Mirage.
Okay, so look, Rooster won Nuke. That was actually quite a dominant victory from them. The fact they won a map, that's huge. Right?
Shout out to Netix for that silent drop 1v2.
Yeah, that was really cool.
That was cool.
And then we went on to Anubis just there. It was a bit rougher around the edges. They put in that late resurgence to try and bring things back, but Monte already had 15, just a matter of time before they'd close.
But I feel like we've got a lot more fight out of Roosters this season than we did last, at least in this series. Maybe I'm thinking more of EG, but definitely Rooster was a little bit silent last season too.
Yeah, and look, like we mentioned at the top of the segment, it's going to be the coach suit difference. But we've actually taken the time to catch up with TJP before we get into map number 3. So let's take a look at what he had to say before we get into the game.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 18. You're watching Group B. It's going to be the lower bracket, and we've got Monte taking on Rooster. It's been an arduous affair, but we found ourselves in the third map, and it's the battlefield of Mirage. Joining us in the casting booth is a special guest, Trace Stunner Saranthus. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing quite well. You know, we just successfully completed our first Trace from Space live. I think that we're breaking down those walls, and we're ready to get into what is going to be a fourth map. Perhaps even just the third map. Let's start with that one. It is right. Rooster and Monte on Mirage. What's up, Mac?
Yeah, heaps, bro. How was the camera work? It was lovely. It was smooth while we were on you earlier. You were getting that up-close personal look to Rooster. Were they looking thick, hard and pumped, or what?
Yeah, I think that's one or a few adjectives you could use to describe them. But moreover, TJP screaming has really got me captivated. So,
all right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Can the Roosters do it? Third and final map. It is going to be Mirage, and the knife round has been completed, of course. They'll be sat on the CT side. Take from that what you will. They've got a smoke kit combo on the back of ADK, but for now it's a 5-man execution from Monte. The smokes are deployed, one flashbang, and we're leaping out of the A ramp.
TJ looking to crack some skulls here, but happy to play that safe side of CT. Set up for the retake. Big flank coming through as well. Chell going all the way through T-spawn already. And Netic looking to lock down jungle. Can he deal with the swing, bro? Can he get off to a better start so far? That's a big pick from Chell, who's shown his face on the flank now, and that's something that Monte need to worry about, so they need to find some kind of strength of position, and they're going to get that con control. ASAP falling in the meanwhile, TJ falling as he tries to make his way to site. Chell won't find any more, and Monte, finally, a pistol might be found. It's one kill away from happening. And they're going to swing this one together, ADK. Looking a little flustered towards CT, and that is that. Monte on the board in the pistol game.
Yeah, Chell making that big push around as soon as they realized, as soon as the comp came in for A, pushed all the way through T-spawn. I think you got, one out of that? Maybe could have been more, but definitely a place for him to be in that moment.
Yeah, only one frag found there on the Rooster side. It all comes crashing down, but they do have a force buy available to them, and an interesting one as well. Not the standard Desert Eagles 5-7's a bit of utility. They sacrificed Kevlar on 2 players here. TJP and Chelios going to be dropping for masses for ASAP and Netic. They're their best fraggers, and hoping they can do God's work here with the rifles in hand. It's unorthodox, but it's an interesting approach. We'll see what they make of it. And they've gone for an A stack as well. All 5 players on the defense here, holding towards this side of the map.
AK's out here for Monte. It's one of those rounds you can't put a lot of stock in Rooster to be able to grab with ease. That's for certain at this point. But it does look like Cat is going to be the presence. No one in the B site currently for the side of Rooster to sort of stop that. First contact going on there from Cat all the way towards Ticket. Nice dink onto SDY though. 8 HP. He's going to have to back out and play a little bit more conservative.
Monte postured to split B, and now with that bomb making its way back towards that short position, Warriors just going to be dropping that flash to try and let them cross up, which will happen, and Rooster with 4 alive, certainly just going to be saving here.
Yeah, that's all they can do, unfortunately. A gamble stack from the get-go. Put all their eggs into one basket, but the Roosters will be sent packing. They have to hold on to the little they have here. Bear in mind, it's TJP with no armor as well. It's on into 2 FAMASs and the upgraded pistols. They'll get a second bite of the cherry going forward at least. And that's if Monte allow them to save this much, because the hunt is somewhat on. They are exploring their options towards middle, and indeed the vent room as well, as Warrior will drop down. And in terms of Roosters' location, they're situated in towards the palace right now, so they should be safe in towards this chicken coop.
As a Rooster does.
Yes, indeed.
Safe in its coop. A little bit of a hunt there, but it's going to turn into a bloodbath. They show face in the palace.
They are checking everywhere but the palace. So ASAP might go down. He's not in the strongest position, all things considered, but he might be able to live to tell the tale. Apparently not. Demka takes him down, and they will save only 1 FAMAS here, a 5-7 and a Deagle. So not too much to write home about.
Yeah, Netic only had that USP in the back pocket as well, so there wasn't a sneaky extra weapon. So Monte should have a bit of a field day moving into the third, but it's a crispy start to map number 3, and they are continuing the tirade that they left on Anubis.
Yeah, money not quite there for the side of Rooster. This time they want to hedge theirs towards B, it seems.
Here we go. Picking up the pace. Monte should have a bit of a walk in the park here. Taking damage en route, though. Not too much. Warrior down at 75. A jostle of utility here. The Molotov designed to flush any aggression out of the CTs towards the B bomb site. And speaking of which, we might have a B split here. Making their way up towards shore, confirming ladder room is clear. 8Gs to clear out the close proximity positions here. And there's a bit of a stack. It's only pistols, but could cause some damage here with the bench player there as well. There's the first kill.
Yeah, that's where it starts to fall. I mean, if you look at this so far, 2 kills going in the way, 3 kills going in the way of Rooster, creating a big problem here for Waro and DemQ. They start to head back towards A. Waro is going to be the next to fall. And so far, so good for Rooster. About no way back into this round for DemQ.
Oh dear, oh dear. The B stack, the pistols, and they are yet to give up a single kill here. Recovering 2 AK-47s, a Galil Vachelios as well. And DemQ will have a chance to make some damage happen here, but only 1 frag found. That's a great recovery. So saving the little they had, the Desert Eagle, the 5.7, and the FAMAS, it leads them to a very convincing round victory here in number 3. It's going to be 2-1, and back and forth we go once again, Mac. It was a war of attrition, especially on Nuke, and the Force by wars continue here. As we see an AWP for Waro 2K, to be fair, but Galil's otherwise. Bro has enough for an AK-47, but basic utility. So just 1 smoke for him, and this is where the game really starts to heat up once again. Rooster are on their feet after an eco victory.
Yeah, Rooster have plenty of util brought in here. Heaps that they can just dump and stop any early round aggression, but also plenty for the late round, depending on how they use it. Monte looking like we are going to see them start to go for some late mid presence. Rooster, the 2-3 split, not too worried about mid at the moment, knowing Monte probably are going to put a lot of eggs in that basket.
Yeah, you don't see that same sort of immediate cat mid presence from the side of Monte in this round. Obviously got a little shaky after that last one, so quite necessary.
Yeah, had their feathers ruffled. And for now, we are going to see that B split that wasn't too successful before. Attempted once again. They're at the ladder room. Make your way up towards shore. Krasnal patrolling towards the B apartments. Bomb is down. He'll have to go pick that one up. And Sum Young is in towards a connector as well. So in terms of territory on the map, Monte are doing a great job here. It's a very passive setup from the CT side. They can't really believe their luck. They've had no interactions with the CT so far. In terms of the setup here, 1 towards the van position, 1 towards the balcony itself, and the B split will be initiated here with 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it's that AWP holding the apps.
Yeah, AWP holding it. Not only that, but on the pixel line, and it's only the bomb solo coming through app. So if that bomb hits the ground, then the round could be going straight in the bin real quick. Smart ASAP going to be able to hold down short for the moment. And Krasnal could call the audible here, but Chell off that apps line. And he's so low as well.
They've called this one off with 20 seconds remaining. They've hightailed it towards the A bomb site. Rooster have read it well. They haven't taken the bait. They've actually rotated players over here. They're in a prime position to shut this one down. 1 more kill will do it. The bomb's still in connector with 9 seconds remaining. It's all done as Krasnal will have to give it up. Fall back, save the weapons. 2 rounds in a row for Rooster, and what a round to win as well. 5 players surviving, barely took any damage. The passive setup pays dividends here, Mac.
Yeah, full faith in that setup. Krasnal never spotted in apps with the bomb, so there was no rotation off of those A-site members. They knew that Monte could potentially make their way back. There still was time, and Rooster locking it down, happy with what they take across to the next round as well.
All right, no blowouts here. Neck and neck. And once again, fully investing. 2 players not getting cash there. So just trying to balance out the funds here. They've got those 2 saved rifle, 3 pistols, and it's going to be the A pounds here. 3 players towards the palace. A couple of flashbangs, boys, and we're getting to the action. It's a relatively open site here. We'll see what they can make of it. First kill comes in for Krasnal, and there it is. Chelios will have to answer back with the AWP. Does well so far, but getting overwhelmed here as he delivers the second frag.
Oh, goes for the third. Just misses on DemQ, but now has opened up the site for a little bit of real estate from Monte. Netic with a double. Does create a big problem for DemQ. Kind of cut off and alone even. 1 shot towards the connector. Gets a second on the Netic. That's just 2 and 2 short even. We look at Rooster grabbing a third.
Yeah, Demka, in those 1vx scenarios, man is very dangerous, isn't he? He's still able to take a couple with him every single time, and you can see Rooster fully respecting that fact. They know that he's sharp. They know that he was shutting him down on the Nubis, and they don't want that to happen again.
If Chelios doesn't run around, they'd have so much control of the bomb site at that point, so he held his nerve. He did the job, and they do take the lead as well, 3-2. That was another force buy from Monte, so partial to this point as loss bonus starts to rack up, but Rooster in the driving seat right now in the 3rd and final map here.
Yeah, moving that AWP off of B towards middle, gives them that flexibility to flex towards A, and they're ultimately able to shut it down, but right now it's talking about an all-B affair for DemQ even.
Demka.
Demka. Oh, you guys don't like it when I say Demka? Okay.
Well, you can do. Well,
No, I like it because I know Twitch chat's probably having a fun time with it.
Oh, of course they are. Shout out Twitch chat one time. Let's start counting to 100, I think, Twitch chat.
All the old classics. Well, for now, bomb is down. Another opening frag for the Roosters as the A split is continued by Monte. They'll go towards the connector position. Deagle in the hands of Samdai Young. That's pretty much all they've got here on the slight partial buy. Good control, good territory, but can they capitalize upon it?
Ooh, Krasnal. The 2-tap with the P250, always a dangerous prospect. And the 2-for-1 still favors Rooster here, making a 4-for-1. And that's going to be the round. Rooster 4-2 now, not letting Monte get too far ahead of themselves, and that's 4 in a row.
Yeah, but Monte with the money in this round at least. They may be able to scrounge something together that looks like a competitive T-sided round.
Let's hope so. As after winning their first pistol of this series, Mac, it's 2-0 in their favor. They've given up 4 in a row now. Rooster building a solid defense here. And we've got the AWP for Chelios, a nice reservoir of cash going forward as well. ASAP posting 5 digits, almost $11,000. And here we go, round number 7 here, indicative as to where we're going with this half. Monte yet to show us what they're capable of on the gun rounds here, and we've got a more default arrangement here. Everything you might imagine, 2 towards middle, 2 underpass, and 1 patrolling any flanks towards the extremities of the map. That's going to be Demka as he looks towards Palace. So bomb down for now. CT's pushing for a bit of info here. He's going to kill us with the orb and gets a lot more than he bargained for.
Yeah, who would have saw that one coming? Bro landing a slick headshot onto him. AWP out of the round right now in this moment. However, space being taken by Monte.
Okay.
Quick spam through the smoke. Netiq finds one of them. Why not?
Good read on that position from Monte. And a belated trade. Bit of a lucky one, but it all comes down to understanding the timings and understanding where Monte are trying to go. Because the Rooster also, they must have read a tendency. There must be something going on that they know right now. Samdai Young still lurking towards the bottom of mid, but Monte leaning back on their laurels, going all the way to A with a bit of a split setup. And Rooster, they are here for it.
Yeah, the numbers game is going to be right here in your face. 30 seconds almost left on the clock.
And they're making their way through the Palace position. This looks like a contact play. No execution here. It's going to be challenging for the Jules. And ASAP has been so good individually today. Continues that strong form. Convincing headshot there. But TJP will be dropped in the interim. Samdai Young with a big flank here. Back and forth we go. Advantage maintains for Rooster. Demka once again the star player of the squad. Fighting back here, but it's not going to be enough. Rooster hold that nerve and post 5 rounds in a row here on the CT side of Mirage. Money broken once again. No plan found. And Monte are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they grabbed that 3rd round. You could see Monte had to respect it a little bit more. They had to play a little bit more passive, but obviously, 5 rounds speaks for itself, and that's pretty obvious.
This is one of those rounds as well where, yes, it got super close. Rooster's economy taking a big hit. There's still plenty of money in the bank for a couple of the members, but a few more rounds like that, and Rooster could be knocking on Eco's door real quick. So Monte, with the half-buy, can keep up this pressure. Krasnal as well has been doing big work in both the maps so far for Monte, so he's going to go for that hero Galil and see if he can chip away at range.
I've got a weird feeling about this round. There's something, I can feel it in my waters, Mac. Yeah, trust me, you might want to. The way they're setting up at this point, I don't know, like the boost up, it's undetected, and there it is. It's going to be that opening frag. Waro absolutely eviscerates ASAP here. Netiq will pull one back, but the damage has been done. They've ruptured the defense, and they're behind enemy lines here. ADK is the one to pick up the pieces. He has to detect this player in spawn. I don't know. He didn't spot him. He did not see him. He tucked away in time, and now Waro has the information on at least one player. That's going to be TJP with the M4 in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, no. He could get 2 here.
Waro getting the first kill, gets the second, looks for the 3rd on the ticket guy, and just has raised the alarm bells, but a ton of space grabbed by him. TJP holding on to the A side as best as he possibly can, but here comes Waro yet again. The Deagle out, and finally a response from the AWP. 1-on-2, bomb planted in the A bomb site.
Mac, don't look.
I'm not.
Don't look. This one is.
Do not look.
This wall looks real fucking good right now.
Chelios has a slight chance here. The bomb only just planted, 2 versus 1 up against Samdai Young and Bro, neither of which have utility, so it comes down to the aim duels here. He seems to have an inkling as to where the first is positioned, but it will not help him whatsoever. It's all about that backline play from Waro, getting in towards CT spawn, nailing the 1 digs and getting a ton of information there. And unfortunately, Mac, I did call it. It looked a little bit strange that no one was watching window. The boost up comes through. This is where it all started to unravel. ASAP goes down, and then the round fell apart.
The fact he could have got 3 there is wild, you know?
Yeah.
Turning back and seeing Woro in that position, it's like, how? Just how? But it's happened, unfortunately, for Rooster. They left a hole, and Monte exploited it. Now, 2 rounds the difference. Looking like Monte aren't ready for the scrim at mid. Netiq going to be going straight through that smoke. Sap going to be able to come back with a little bit more, and they know that Bro is hanging around towards the top mid area as well, but couldn't quite find him with that span. Demka going to be looking to open things up. Sap will fall eventually, and Bro might have found some space at mid, but that bomb's still down in T-spawn, so we'll see where Monte end up.
Okay. A recovery of sorts here. After disastrous round number 8. We're back into a 2-on-2 here. Bro levels the playing field. TJP, king of the palace right now, holding towards the A bomb site. ADK lacking information, knows he needs to join his teammate here, who is segregated. He's on an island as Bro continues his domination. 3 kills in the round, hungry for more. Creeps his way in towards the A bomb site. They've got so much time here to clear every crevice of the site itself. And it should be fine. You can see the CTs operating with 0 intel. They have no idea they are this exposed right now.
Yeah, look at Bro trying to get a foothold into CT spawn at this point. He might just catch... Oh, there it is. Right out their back. Turned almost with the whiff, but Bro, best ADK. And now all is left TJP. He is tucked away deep into the palace. Mollied off currently.
Yeah.
Here it goes.
Yeah,
goes for the peak.
He might be done for.
The way she goes even. That one's a done deal.
Yeah, that absolutely was, and that's another opening kill for Rooster that falls apart once again. Monte hold their nerve, slow things right down, Mac, and it's an absolute disaster towards the end. It is lacking so much information. You see Rooster operating with nothing there, chasing ghosts around CT spawn, hoping to spot one off guard, but again, it's Monte behind enemy lines, causing a bit of a ruckus, and we get into round number 10 here. It's Netiq with the Hero M4, as we said, it's very meta in the current game right now, and we'll see if Netiq can find any sort of damage. It's going to be a B attack from Monte. They're actually sending 4 players early on to this side of the map. With the MAC-10s leading the charge, I don't mind it whatsoever. There's a flashbang and the full commitment.
Oh, Molly's bloody everywhere, and ADK at least draws attention away from ASAP, who's going to be able to find one. Netiq chimes in with the Hero M4 rather.
Indeed.
And that's not going to be enough. 3v2, TJP thinking he'll have a crack anyway. Unfortunately, KZ's skills need a tickle.
Yeah, he had a crack at that jump and just ended up face cracking.
Well, that's the round.
Perhaps TJP can garner himself a weapon. But,
yeah. He's hoping that there's something to be found, but doesn't look to be the case. He's only got the 5.7, no Kevlar. He'll go join forces with Netiq and hold on to the M4 they have here. Need to hold on to it, really, considering the heavy investment he made into the round. But that's going to be Monte tying things up. And we're quite early in the half as well. So even after posting 5 rounds in a row, Rooster starting to fall apart here. That's going to be 3 against them. 5-5, as we mentioned. And speaking of which, Monte have actually got 3 players surviving it. They've got plenty of cash going forward.
Yeah. Nice little highlight as well. But the boys on the sticks, it's just 2 MAC-10s that are on the ground there for Monte. So even if TJ did try to save a weapon, did try to find something on site, it wasn't going to be any of those rifles.
Oh dear, oh dear.
5-5, not the worst scoreline though. Rooster doing some early work, but look at the money in the bank for Monte right now. That's what's looking dangerous. They got 1, maybe 2 more buys if things start to go wrong again, which means that financial pressure can keep on being put on Rooster. And if you choke the chicken a little bit too long, you never know what's going to happen.
What Max said. Can't help but to reinforce it.
All right, all right, all right. Big round here for the Cox. We'll see if they can step up here. Up against it, fully invested. Chelios without Kevlar, gone for the glass cannon. He's had some very impactful picks across this series. Starting to simmer down, though, here on Mirage. And the default spread, once again, Monte waiting for any desperate CTs, hunting for information, overstepping the mark, and decent flashbangs to push them back as well. ASAP send back in towards the ladder room. Bomb still down in T-spawn, suggesting that's going to allow the likes of Waro to try and work a pick here. Focuses his attention towards the connector right now. And that's what Chelios is patrolling with the AWP, bear in mind.
A little scary situation is he just dodges in and out of that crosshair. Really, Waro 2K. If he can get some fight up cat, if he can get some of that space, it's going to go a long way. But it seems as though they're going to think a little bit better of it, backing up just a hair on the Monte side. Some nades coming out over there. On the A side, from the side of Demka. That's what I said.
That's what. Yeah, you had it right the first time.
I told you guys.
Of course, we do see Rooster understandably respecting that mid control from Monte. Every time they've tried to hustle with it, it hasn't really gone right for them. Oh, ASAP can't quite get the two-man spray transfer, but at least he's taken one with him. Monte now postured to split into the A site. There's still that three-pronged triangle defense. TJ going to be kicking things off with the information, and Netic is close to trade. But what else we got cooking on the A site now? Chell just trying to stop that cross out of Pal's side. Beautiful flash to get him off the line, and that is the utility usage you want to see if you're a Monte fan.
Oh, just Chelios remaining. Bear in mind, no Kevlar as well. He's in a lot of trouble here. One bullet touches him. He's going down. He's surrounded as Sam Dayoung confirms the round as well. 3 kills for him as they take the lead 6-5. Rooster, a must-win round, slips by the wayside. They are left with $3,000 per player. Netic once again forcing the issue. Going for the M4s. I think they're just going to go all in. A couple rifles purchased here as we look back at the frags that could have been. TJP, bit of a good fight there towards the sandwich position, but bit off more than he could chew. As Demko once again asserts his dominance, looking so strong on this A side of the map. And in terms of the force buy, so a couple of players are all in. Netic and ADK, especially the latter, dropping pretty much everything he had to enable the second M4. It's an all-in maneuver. We'll see if it yields any sort of success for them.
ADK, living the Bianca's dream. If you don't know how to play B, this is how you play B.
Well, with no Kevlar, default pistol, no money, $0. He just like, God, my round's been sabotaged here. They better step up. I've got nothing to do apart from jump for information.
I did my job, guys. What are you doing?
It's a rough one, but very selfless of ADK.
Yeah, no mid presence by Rooster right here. Not a whole lot to fight with, right? So Monte still a little timid in the approach. That M4 off catwalk could be a problem. As it stands, Wara posted up towards ticket with AWP. We'll see Bro drop that Molotov there onto catwalk, forcing that AWP back.
Maybe into an uncomfortable position as well. Are we going to see this boost up? Is it going to work out?
That's the sound of the rotating CT officers coming forward now. Shots fired. Shots fired. No officers down just yet.
Nope.
A lot of damage inflicted. And they can feel the rotations coming through here. TJP, he's got the Deagle, Kevlar, Chelios rotating with the Scout. This could be a very difficult hold. Something magnificent will have to be displayed here from the shadow position. Not gonna find the kill. And that might be the round in itself. The 2M4 still alive and well though. ASAP and Netic gonna give this a go. Not giving up just yet, and for good reason. The double spray down comes through, and maybe this round is back on.
Krasnal! Not ready for the swing, and ASAP doing it all himself right now. Can't find that final man, but he's got the position. That's known. ADK picks up an AK in the meanwhile, and they need to try and slot Waro out of this position at A main.
No.
Missed opportunity, and the information's there. There's no kit, there's no smoke, and there's not much time remaining. They're happy to take both rifles, but unfortunately, Waro stomps on him, says, not today, mate. And that's going to be 7-5. Monte get away with another.
An exciting round. You have to admit that, but ultimately never really close to winning the round. Everyone goes down there. It was a full investment once again from Rooster as Monte find another comfortable finish. 7-5, and they're going to be buying into this once again with the little resources they have. Players hovering around $3,500. There's enough for a Chelios AWP, but concessions to be made.
And really, ASAP is the whole reason that round got that close, right? He gets the triple from the top of connector, and then before you know it, you're looking at an awkward situation where in which that one missed op shot could have just cost a lot of different things. So either way, 7-5 Monte currently, and rifles on both sides. Kamas and ADK, and we're going to try to jump across in mid.
TJ's reaction exactly how I'd go as well. If you one dig them through the wood, they don't die, and then you just barely miss getting that second tag. Oh, I'm feeling him. But look, Monte, they're a great team, and they're starting to find their feet here on the T side, and looking like they might be able to snag a fair few more. This force buy, let's see how it goes for them. ASAP going to be given that M4 again, and if he can pull off something similar to the last round, then Monte could be in trouble. But
I don't know.
They need more members to fire up, right?
Yeah, I feel like right now they're just dropping off. They found a couple of interesting rounds earlier on in the half, but ever since Monte started posting consecutive, wins here on the T side that they haven't really dropped off. They've looked very comfortable. They've got an understanding of the defensive setup here. They know how to exploit the vulnerabilities, and it seems to be this window boost time and time again where they're finding success. Netic with the remedy, though. Finds him the opening pick for the first time in some time, as we'll see Demka with a double kill in the worst possible way, taking out a teammate in the process, but still, it's Rooster with the 4-on-3 advantage.
It looked so close to the collateral, but it didn't quite come through either way. Sap going to be tucking in the corner of Cat and waiting for a cross from Monte on site. It is just to allow some extra time for the rotations to come through. Netic trying to figure out, is it that B hit? Are we going to rotate through? And that's the answer they were looking for. Sap going to be able to spray that one back, and in the 2v4, let's see if Monte can keep this one in the bag. Demka, man, sharp, but are they going to expect that second man on short? ASAP making his way forward. One bullet on the Demka is all that's needed, but he's got the AWP in hand, and that thing, it's going to blow right through you. Smoke down on it, and ADK. Dupro's fake. What's going on here? Knife in hand. It forced ADK to get right off, and he shat his panties.
Yeah,
the chicken shit smells horrible.
It's all gone horribly wrong here. Don't get nice in the end as well. Yeah, this is some Looney Tunes Counter-Strike going on towards the end here. And yeah, he knows that all gone horribly wrong.
A sword fight there in the side of B, my goodness.
That was a disaster. A 4-on-2 advantage given up right at the end in the most awkward way as well. You had no kit and AWP in hand as well. You're no-scoping each other. And it all falls apart for Rooster once more. They do have the maximum loss bonus. I suppose there's that going in their favor, but these rounds certainly are not. Demka with a 2-on-1 with 15 HP, just making an absolute mockery of the tournament here. What is this round? ADK got the kill at least, but the round was too far gone. And we get into round number 14 here, the penultimate round of this first half. And it's going to be MAC-10s against a rifle array for Rooster, but they've got no helmet, so it's the perfect call, picking the pace as well. ADK needs to pick up the pieces from the previous round. He gets the first frag, but he's flashed off. Chelios, they've got another 5 versus 3. Make it 2. Surely they convert this round, Mac.
Nothing's a sure thing with Demka's alive, but he's gone. He's dead. And Rooster... Oh, they've read this one perfectly. 1v4 angle.
There we go.
SDY, some die young. Ain't going to be getting through them this time. Rooster picking it up towards the end of the half, and we might have another 8 to 7 half here.
Ain't much you can do when you crouch right in front of the scope. Yeah, it really is just a dead to right sort of moment right there, usually. Nonetheless, last round of the half.
Yeah,
absolutely balmy couple of rounds there.
Monte, very happy with 8 on the T side already. But Rooster, they can be pretty fierce on the T side. We'll just see how they're feeling and what they can do to turn their luck around. During half-time, game's not done, job's not done.
Oh no, far from it. 8-7's pretty standard, you know, even at top level CS. You think that you can recover this. Sure, it's not ideal being on the CT side, but we'll see what they can make of this final push in towards the A-bomb side. Chelios starting to wake up now, nails the first shot. There's significant damage to the second as well. Once again with the man advantage, but they just haven't been converting these opportunities. The rotations coming through, ASAP and T-Spawn. TJP lying in wait in front of the smoke here as well. Wants to stay alive though, self-preservation deployed, and now frags required for Monte. I don't think they've got enough to work with here. 4-on-2 as Sumdai Young goes down low.
Still need to get through these two. Warrow, you know that he's been putting Rooster on the skewer, making it chicken shish. And Sumdai Young with 38 points of health still has an opportunity. Warrow ain't done. Warrow's still hitting. 3v2, back to the 2v2.
Not like this,
and
boys.
it is not working too well. Rooster losing all that chemistry. Oh, Warrow, he spotted that shoulder, the jump up. It's a dangerous approach, but he's gone for the high ground. TJ doing it with confidence, hitting what he needs to. And time is on his side for the moment. He's got that kit. Sumdai Young playing and hoping for the shadow advantage. Shoulder to the corner. Oh, how's TJ going for it? But the slow peak ain't it. 2v5, 2v4 to end the half. Oh, that one stings a little bit, and the Roosters have been plucked. But will they be fucked in the second half? Let's find out.
See that.
What?
got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
We'll go ahead and bring it right back into the fold that is Mirage. Currently, Monte sitting up 9-6. I peer to my left. I do have Mac. I peer to my right. I do see Henry as well, but also a little bit past Mac would have to be the Twitch chat. Now, I've seen some people in there typing all sorts of stuff, but I think there's one eloquent way to put it for Twitch chat is the actual shitpost gateway.
It's the shitpost gateway, yeah, the portal to the fun at least. We're going to try and bring you guys along for the ride here. The third and final map of this series has been a hell of a journey, a chaotic one, a clown fiesta at times, some absolutely balmy rounds in the previous half, but we'll see if things stabilize here as we get into round one here of this series, the final map. And ADK with the smoke, the flashbang combo, and it's going to be a fast push in towards A here at the Palace Pop. And CTs don't have much in terms of defense. Demka with the USP on the ticket booth will avoid the flashbang at least. We'll see if he can land a couple of shots. Can he ever?
It's a cracker to kick it off. And it might be one sent back. ADK going to be able to find him just over the top of the box there. P250. And then overcooks. ASAP going real deep. Looking for that CT control. And there's no more util to make it happen. So they're going to have to do it by committee. One on the line. And TJ looking to tap some heads. He's going to do just that. Looking for more. The swing ain't coming too wide just yet. Sundai Young going to miss the mark, miss the bullseye, and it's Warrow in a 1v3 to try and make the unthinkable happen.
Well, Rooster getting the job done here. TJP with some impressive shots there, holding his nerve towards CT spawn. Lines him up, knocks him down, unable to find the third by virtue of running out of bullets there, but Netic with a convincing finish. Doesn't get too close to deficit there, and we are going to see round number 17 looking pretty promising for Rooster, presumably against the force buy of Monte here.
Yeah, for TJP, he needed those frags right there towards ticket. He got 2 of them, had 1 bullet left. Ooh. Sometimes it be like that.
Yeah, you can see it dead on. No. Oh, it's same story for both of them. So they had to hit those couple of bullets there. Got the job done. Rounds over the line here, but still not out of the woods just yet, I'm afraid. Galil's across the board for Rooster, but more importantly, we've got the force bite from Monte as they present 4 pistols and a Warrior Scout designed to do the damage. Allow the pistols to finish the job here. Initial smoke down towards middle, and they are biding their time here. Rooster, especially on Anubis map, too many committed set pieces of all 5 players into quite compromised choke points. I don't want to see that on Mirage here. Run those defaults, get some map control, and then ENCE once you have some information or on a slight advantage at least.
It should be what you're going to see a little bit more of. Just protocols off the back of what they can find, putting pressure on both the extremities. And we'll see if they end up playing for some kind of mid control, because in the first half, they were very happy to let Monte do their thing at mid. But I have a feeling that Monte are going to be much more of a mid-oriented team once they get those rifles going.
Well, you'd have to say pound for pound, Monte have better fraggers within their ranks, at least on paper. Maybe didn't see it in that first map, especially. Rooster looked fantastic. So yeah, I would say that's a pretty accurate prediction. We should see a lot of mid-aggression from the CT side, trying to force the issue, assert their dominance. And speaking of which, they're pushing that A ramp, trying to find an opening here if possible. 2 T-sided players waiting for them at the bottom. A good smoke of 40 seconds here. Bro can actually drop this around the 30-second mark, which he should do even if he doesn't get contact. That would be amazing. It would lock them out. There's the smoke. Really well played from Bro here. This could be the round winner, that one smoke.
Really, really, really could be. And a close range with this 5-7. Rifles coming through you, and oh, the split as well. Going to be torn apart. Chell going to be able to salvage, and that's going to be the bomb still moving forward. 10 seconds to plant now, and the tag has happened. The bag is not far away. Monte, they've got 1 player on short. That's Krasnal. He's got the Deeg in hand and won't be able to deny the plant, so there's just enough time to get that one down. Sundai Young bringing it to the 1-on-2.
My God, it couldn't be closer here, but they might have done enough here, Mac. Sundai Young, 2 versus 1. The bomb was planted, and now they've got a decent crossfire enabled here. It would be an absolute disaster to get him anywhere close to winning this one. He's got a 10-second defuse ahead of him, so just play for the intel. Don't commit to the fight. That's it. Jump peek for information, and they should have done enough here. It wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty, but they got the job done. That's all that matters.
That is what matters at the end of the day. That's going to be an 8th round for Rooster.
Getting it across the line, the most important factor.
So well played, though, from Monte. They got a lot out of that force buy. Sure, they don't get the round over the line, but still very uncomfortable, very chaotic and scrappy finish for Rooster, who are just thanking their lucky stars. No hooting and hollering. After that round victory, it's a sigh of relief more than anything.
I'm sighing. I don't know if it's relief. I don't know if it's pain. I don't know what it is, but we are potentially going to see another half buy coming through to back up that Galil saved across. There was the 5-7 in the back pocket. I'm seeing that thrown across the Demka.
A tendency of Monte, right? A lot of force buys here. Sometimes to their detriment, to be honest with you. They're being a little bit more conservative with their approach. A few upgraded pistols, but maintaining the money around the $2,000 mark. Still, with the Galil in hand, Sumda Young definitely could have some impact. He'll be towards that connector right now. Smoked off, but going to be flashed in as he goes for the first kill. He commits and gets a face full of shrapnel there. Opening kill once again for Rooster.
Yeah, there was an idea there. It just did not pan out. Now that Galil's left in no man's land. Voro's going to be able to snatch it up in the smoke. Pro trying to fight off from Catwalk, but again, not a round that was really destined for Monte to win. So in a 2v5, might go ahead and start those Roosters before they hatch. Just kidding.
I was a little worried there. Every time I see Demka going aggressive into a one-on-one affair, gets himself a rifle, I'm just expecting the worst at this point, so I'm relieved every time it doesn't happen.
Well,
9-9.
That's one way to never be let down, is to always expect the worst.
It's a good point.
Well, look, if Rooster do make it across the line today, just watch my elation at the end of the game.
Could we see a cartwheel, Mac?
Or the worm.
Or the worm. Have you got a signature move? Have we seen the front flip?
Yeah, that was a little scary.
What would this bring to the table if we see a Rooster victory? That's a question for later, perhaps, as we've got Bro now. Aggressive, of course, pushing off towards shore. He does get taken down, but at least there's a trade from Sumda Young. 4-4, and the bomb's so far away, they can't really pounce on that information they've garnered towards middle. Someone needs to go back and get the C4 here, but still probing for an attack, and it's not going too well for them. Moro pushes back and looks quite comfortable here, so they're going to commit with no bomb available, so need a couple of frags at least.
Oh, they try to make that read, but Demka holding strong at triple. Chell trying to figure out where the swing is coming from, but Waro threading the needle. Threading those bullets. Best case scenario here, Sap does have that bomb back on the belt.
Yeah, might as well go for it.
He very well could. I mean, he doesn't know the site's empty, but at the same time, I mean, they're going to pounce him, right? As soon as they start to get that inkling, that nudge. Krasnal, the only one on 100 HP for the side of Monte, and Waro rocks 12.
And that's the only kit, I believe, which is on the ground right now. Monte don't have any on themselves.
Here we go. Might as well commit now. ASAP, get the bomb planted. No one's rotating yet. They're going to be operating in a 3-man unit. Surprising no one's even considering the transition yet. He can't believe his luck. ASAP's got all the time in the world, and he's not really wasting it because there's no rotations. So was expecting at least one player here, working out the next move. Nice open plan. And the CTs have given him enough to work with here. He's got a smoke and a flashbang. So if he can get in towards kitchen and smoke that off, that could be great. They're going to have to really be quite thorough with all their clears right now. He could be literally anywhere. He chooses towards the B apartments to position himself for the clutch, and we'll see what he can make of it. Still has the smoke and the flashbang.
No one's gone across from short, so there's 5 extra seconds that Monte don't have to play with. And ASAP going to be ready, 1 bullet. Oh, the timing, he hasn't heard that.
Wow.
He's thought it was coming from somewhere else.
Oh, that was the freebie. That was the start of the clutch.
I mean, he was real low.
Oh, that one's going to haunt him.
There was an incendiary down as well. Maybe it kind of muffled the sounds, but I think you're right. I think he assumed that was from shore. He was kind of in anti-flash, hoping, he would get a chance to strike there. But that opening frag with no kits available as well, there was something there. It was brewing nicely for him.
Looks like that plant might be a slight difference maker as well with the full buy into the next. So Rooster.
Can't believe he lucked there if he wore it.
Yeah.
Low HP. And finding that player was back turned. Monte take the lead by a slither. 10-9. As mentioned with the bomb planted, it has yielded a nice full buy here for the Australians. Taking significant damage. That's going to be ASAP. Nade to the face early on, and inquisitive CTs towards the A ramp as well. That's going to be Bro and Demka hoping to maintain control of this valuable piece of real estate.
If they could just drop a smoke like they did a couple rounds ago, you create a massive problem.
Absolutely.
Right in the middle of an execute or right towards those crunch times in the round itself. That's when you drop that smoke right there. Nonetheless, bomb starting posture towards that TV room. Still a ton of time to work with.
Yeah. Late window smoke, and Rooster potentially going to go for the late mid control. But lots of members over towards this top side of the map, this B extremity. So we'll see if we are going to see a B split come through. ADK on the lurk, just waiting for any PAL pressure, any A main pressure. Looking to punish, but Monte are happy with their 2-1-2 split. And that bomb's going to be left for the moment at the minute mark. Free smoke onto window. And starting to slide closer and closer towards short, but a blocking smoke there might reroute the Rooster members. 1-3-1 set up for them. And someone's got to figure out where they're going. Chell, he's the caller. He's the big brains behind the brawn.
STY takes that forward positioning and apps. You know, maybe in the off chance that they'd go there, and it does look like they want to from the side of Rooster. 3 deep over here on the B site. First kill from Krasnal, second from STY, and that creates a big problem for Rooster. They found themselves in a bit of a fatal funnel, being catwalk.
Yeah. This is actually quite impressive from Monte. Very composed, reading the situations well. Aggressive positions, and now with 10 seconds remaining, there's no choice for Rooster but to go back, hold on to the weapons they have here. They've got a Chelios AWP, but this round was nothing for them. Barely did any damage, and they will not be getting money on 3 players there, but that's okay. Saving 3 weapons, they can drop a Galil from Netic, maybe an SMG from Chelios, but maybe a tactical timeout required here. Now, I haven't seen many of those today, to be honest, Matt. Can you recall even a single timeout in this series so far? I don't think we've seen one.
One or two, but we have definitely been having a good chinwag through them. Is this one... No, there wasn't a tactical.
No, no one seems to want to use it.
No one wants to use it at all.
In the third and final map, and it's going to be a very fast A approach. 4 players towards a palace. Chelios has set them up with basic utility. Full send, deep breath, and in we go.
Oh, Demko going to be stuck here at triple, but how's his wrap around? The util too good. Krasnal keeping Demko alive for just long enough. Someday Young going to be able to hold and lock down CT. Oh, and those bullets just ain't hitting for Rooster right now. Monte, 5 alive in the last round, 4 alive in this round. The money going out the wazoo, and they only need 4 more in this second half to lock down the second map for themselves and the series.
Yeah, they certainly put the pressure on Demka there, but you know, keeping his crosshair away from where the next fight might be definitely helps too. Until then, I mean, it doesn't really matter. The cavalry arrives for Monte, the round falls in their favor, and well, for Rooster, that's not what you want to see.
No, certainly not. Bit of a Hail Mary there, and they're doing a similar approach. This is when Anubis started to unravel, Mag. There's set piece after set piece, just throwing the strap hook at them. They're yet to make a dent. They're going to overlook the sandwich position, and that serves up 3 massive kills for Demka, and another convincing round victory as well. They are in full cruise control right now. 2 back-to-back A executions, and the same result each and every time.
He's roaring.
Cheeky little glare down the camera as well.
Right down the barrel. That's Sue. Well, it may be classy. It's not helping them out too much here. They're going to be down to a Deagle on Chelios once more. Oh, overlooking that sandwich position. It's an absolute nightmare for them.
Someone's got to look, you know. Someone's got to swing one way, swing the other. At least put an eye on it. Just an unfortunate oversight. Maybe Rooster thought they had a read. You don't know what kind of prac they've been putting in.
I think that is how swinging works. Nonetheless, look at the investment from Rooster. They know where they're at right now. Troubled waters.
What can we do here, Rooster? It's not looking too good. After going up 3-0, they've now dropped 4 rounds in a row on their T-side campaign. Monte in touching distance are closing out the series. What a series it's been. It's had everything you could ever hope for. Rooster had some fantastic moments on Nuke to kick things off. A little bit quiet on Anubis, but competitive nonetheless. And starting to fade away here on Mirage. Monte were certainly the favorites going into this series. And a bumpy start, but starting to look more competitive as time goes on here. They've got a massive advantage in terms of firepower here for number 23. A minute on the clock as they try and push for control towards connector.
Top cont smoke is going to block visibility there for the CTs. Bro's not sure where to position himself. He's going to take that top stairs. But as it stands, they should have a pretty quick 3 there towards the A site. A trade will come out. Bro's only good for 1.
Oh, space
and now,
is good.
The vulnerability for Rooster. Unbelievable. Waro finds the first. Looks for a second. Caught inside a jungle. Netic finds them. That does create a bit of an issue.
Oh, that molly was good. Forces him out into the open. And Someday Young continuing to frag. Netic, the savior this round. 3 already found. ADK with 1. And Krasnal quick on the flank. But are Rooster ready for it? Where are they going to plant?
Yeah.
Out in the open. The cover is there from above, but ADK is just going to get the info. Netic has to figure out where he wants to go. And Krasnal, oh, read that one. Saw that shadow coming over the top. The movement, Nedic. He had it on Nuke, but can he do it now? Slow peek, swinging wide, but it's Krasnal to find it. The kill and a 14th now for Monte.
That was the only real lifeline there for Rooster, I would say. It's Nedic with a valiant effort, 3 kills in the round. Needed 1 more to get it over the line, but now Monte just 1 away from series points here. Hopes and dreams of Rooster starting to diminish, as they do have a bye, at least with the bomb going down, a maximum loss bonus, but so close yet so far once again.
And when you say diminish, obviously that means they just dropped on that very, very lower bracket.
The absolute last
Not the mid bracket. Everybody's mid at this point.
Oof, you can see how close it was. He knew he had a fighting chance there, and still a fighting chance going forward. We're not done just yet. 1 away from series points, sure, but Rooster will have a nice full buy here going into round number 24. Bomb down in T-spawn, collected by Chelios. Went for the opening pick, did not connect. They're going to reset into the default here. But like we said, CTs should be presenting a lot of aggression, especially now they have this buffer of rounds working in their favor. Here's Sunday Young at the very top. Bro behind him, flashbang deployed. And it's a nice little swing. Doesn't do too much damage, but spots 3 players there, and that's enough.
Yeah, a lot of information just out of that peek alone. You can tell they wanted to take all of middle. Waro with a double zoom in on Nedic. Does create a bit of an issue for that underpass area. Right now, Rooster not sure where they want to divert their attention. Looks like they want to start heading back towards middle and maybe, you know, retake that or fight it back from middle. I mean, SDY was pretty damn close to him. So, all in all. The waiting game.
Flash across the top of Cont. And Monte are in position to deal with this one, but Chell ready for the peak. Demcar going to get crushed for the moment, but Sunday Young, ooh, just barely ran out of bullets at the wrong moment, but almost found that 3K. Big damage on TJ. And nothing is going right for the Chooks right now.
No, it's really not. A scrappy plan will come through.
That was a tag.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they've got just nothing to work with here. Barely any HP to operate with, but plenty of skill for TJP. Aggressive spray here, has to go for the reload. Warrow's very low indeed, and Bro will have to do most of the heavy lifting. They've got a smoke available. He's got the rifle towards the steps as well. Kit is on the back of Warrow, but time is of the essence here. We're getting to the halfway point as they try and jostle for control. There's the wall bang. It connects. 80K in towards that shadow position. Presumably, it will be checked, but a missed opportunity. How many are you going to get here? And he'll go down in the end. There should be time to defuse as well with the Kit, and it's going to be series point for Monte.
Martyrdom to close
Yeah,
down.
you're right. I thought that perk was banned. Oh dear, it is going to be round 25, potentially the last round of play here. Rooster, a valiant effort today, Mac. You have to say, like, all jokes aside, I know we're having fun today, but like they're not considered a team that's going to do much here at Pro League, right? The fact you had Monte on the ropes at one point, you had them looking very uncomfortable, foolish at times on Nuke. I think they did a great job and kind of can leave this one with their heads held high. I'm not saying it's done just yet, but the way these rounds are going, they can't seem to find any footing in the very important situations.
Yeah, there's been many a moment that has made me proud as an Australian, and then many a round where I've sat there and said, well, I've seen that before. I've seen this chaos. I've seen this insanity. And that's exactly what we've gotten. But there is going to be a tactical taken here going into the final potential round here. Monte, they have 6 series points to play with, and we're finally seeing Monte's coach crack a smile.
Yeah, well, he was having to just laugh off those calamity rounds earlier in the series. Like, it looked like a very different team on the server. They finally woke up on the 3rd map here, looking like their usual selves, and it could be the final round of play here on Mirage. Time will tell. It's the A execution in Rooster fashion, going down swinging, Mac. Take us away for what could be this final round.
Swinging or flapping, who knows going to get clucked right now, but let's see if Monte can lock it all out. Looks like Demka going to be found, disrespecting that smoke, hoping that it stopped that one from happening. An open plant. And Rooster, in the dying moments, might be able to crack around. They got the opening, 5v4, but Monte still knocking at the door of a W and looking to make it happen with the 3-man retake from CT.
Yeah, waiting for that moment here. They're still going to go for this one. The flashbang's deployed. The swing will come through. Multiple players making themselves known here. TJP, though, making light work of the first. Sunday Young will answer back, and that should be enough for double digits here. Just the AWPer remaining, and there's just no time to operate with. He's just going to try and drop the smoke on that. Suggest he might be going for it. Take some players down with the blast potentially here, but still, the round is theirs. Double digits has been achieved at the very least here. 5 in a row required for overtime, as Roosters will manage to keep 3 players alive here as well. Not bad. That's the execution of the get-go, Mac. Lots of set pieces early in this series from the Australians. Not very meta CS, but when it works and they hit their shots, it can be a beautiful thing.
That's it. They managed to get the opening. Demka, who's been a thorn in the side of Rooster on that A site all half long. Everything seems to get that little bit easier. Monte weren't able to make the trade game favor them. And Rooster with 3 alive. Able to put some pressure on the economy and maybe try and crack Monte in the dying moments.
Set piece again, from what I can see. 4 players in towards A. They're just going to keep bombarding this A bomb site. Try and get a plant down, enable a clutch scenario for some of the heavy hitters. And yeah, once again, early commitment, the 1 minute 40 mark. We'll see if they can fend them off once again. Demka is in a lot of trouble. Sat in the smoke now, and he knows he's under a lot of scrutiny. Bullets flying his way, but he's dishing them out as well.
Still going to be able to find one right there. Smoke, a saving position, but Nedic ready for the rest of the troops to rotate straight in from CT. Warren missed opportunity, but he's been able to crack out that secondary 80k. 1v3 to keep a minute, but that ain't happening today, and it looks like Rooster are the ones to hashtag get clucked as Monte move on in that mid bracket, and Rooster will have to fight for survival all the way down low.
Oh, it was a great series though. Sure, not the result you were looking for, Mac. We came in today with, I don't know, a good vibe. It felt like Roosters were going to cause some serious damage today. They managed to open things up. A 16-8 victory on Nuke. Moving them to Anubis. They got double digits. And they did that again here on Mirage as well. So in terms of the performance and then turning up, I think they've done more than enough here to impress us and show us that they can keep up with some of these games and maybe take a map or two if given the opportunity.
Yeah, sportsmanship all around. And of course, they managed to take a map in the mid bracket, which gives them a lot of confidence moving towards their next game. But we have some handsome gentlemen on the couch to break this all down for you. Oh, and Freya, sorry.
Well, Mac, they told us to fear the conch, and they were almost correct. Monte fortunately managed to stave off the upset, as they do manage to seal this series 2-1. We've got 2 spectacular gentlemen joining us down here on the couch. Guys, is that kind of, you know, wiping sweat off your brow moment? Was that a tense series for you?
Yeah, for sure. What do you mean? The last first map, no chance. They outplayed us. It was very bad, they were very good.
How does it feel from a coach and in-game leader perspective? When you go up in a match like this, LMBT, you're the heavy favorite, you're going up against a bunch of guys who got smashed yesterday by Heroic, and then you drop map number 1. Like, what are you saying to the boys after map 1?
That was a talk without a camera.
Yeah, okay.
I would say.
That's smart.
But basically, we just came with a bit wrong mentality, and we made a mistake because we came to a match how we won it already, and obviously to win it, you have to earn it. Yeah. Right against any opponent. And I told the boys a very simple thing. We're like 10 years in CSGO. Everyone know how to play CS, right? And everyone can shoot headshots. Like, it doesn't matter. And if those boys are here, they deserved it, right? And that's basically what we fixed for second and third map. That's very simple. You have to earn it.
Maybe a little bit of overconfidence coming into today's matchup.
I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah, some people was overconfident for sure.
Yeah? Which is easy to do though, right? And this is one of the things that we talk about is something that you have to learn as a team to be able to not only beat teams who are better than you, like when you take on, you know, the Heroics of the world, but to also be able to take care of business when it's a team that you should be much better than. But some of their individuals were having some really good moments there, like Nedic then on Mirage was still having a good game. Like, they're giving you trouble. It's what you're saying. They can still headshot. So I guess I would ask the question, did they surprise you? But obviously, they obviously surprised you.
Yeah, before this game, I don't even know one nickname from that team. Yes,
Which one sticks with you now?
I played versus them in my life. Yeah, so props to Netic. He played really good series, like overall good headshots.
Good headshots?
Yes, good player.
That's the main thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a bit more niche question. Next time Warrow's mouse is not fully charged, the night before, I think there has to be some sort of like punishment, like he has
It has to be.
Yeah, a fine.
He's got a
or-
spin-off forfeit with.
And then
He
BT
should do
just send him a
that.
text, say, plug in your mouse every time before
I
bed.
mean, That's like okay, you know.
Normal Voro thing, to be honest.
Normal
Voro thing, to be
like,
honest.
Yes.
If those things would not be happening, he would be not Voro. So it's absolutely fine.
Okay.
Absolutely fine.
Okay, so that's Warro's red flag. Putting red flags on players, not plugging in his mouse. How's it been kind of switching back to the in-game leadership of Warro as well? How's that been going for you guys?
Yeah, so right now it's like Voro calling start of the rounds, like strats or like defaults, whatever. And then we trying to figure it out as a team together, because we've been missing it like mid-game decision making and individual decision making. So we're working on it pretty much every day. On demo rewatches, it's our main problem right now. So that's what we're trying to fix.
And a question about Demka, because obviously I don't get a chance to speak to him too much, but watching him play the first game, first series you played against Big Clan, felt like he was having a lot of impact. But as a player, what does he bring in the sense of communications? There's a lot of harosh at the end of round. Demka does that very well. But you know, how is he as a personality in the team? Is he a motivator? Is he kind of a communicator? Or is he more just I shoot head kind of guy?
He's a 10 horse that you want to have in your team, in any team. He's like one of the best in the world, I can say right now, for sure, 100%.
In comms?
Yes, like everything that he's doing. Like if he's not overcommitting, but he can do it only 1 out of 10. So he's almost perfect playing right now.
I see. Okay. So the mistakes are
so there's
very
like a
limited.
10% where he might just have a Demka moment.
That we all do, you know? We all get one.
We were
You all
saying
get
Dinko
one.
moments, yeah, Demka moment. Okay.
So look, so Bro's been in the team for some time now, but we know that he's not like a one-for-one replacement in terms of what Boros can offer as a player, right? But you're taking a look, and I guess some of the sentiments that I'm getting is you guys can play better team Counter-Strike now with Bro, but whereas before you were maybe a bit more individual. So it feels like more individuals in your team have to be on. Like you need to be winning as a team. It's not like Boros can just drop 30, Warro can get 20, Demka can get 20, and you guys can win, right? It feels like you guys need to play better as an overall team. Is that the sentiment now that you don't have Boros as compared to Bro, or what's the mix? Am I sleeping on some individuals?
Yes, first of all, they're completely different players, so they play in other Counter-Strike, and Bro can't play what Boros does, and other way. So we're trying to give him his space that he needs to, so he feel comfortable. Of course, it's still hard for him to fill the shoes, but we're moving him to right positions, and we're trying to see what we can do the best for the whole team. And as you said, yes, right now we're trying to play as a team more, structured. We have problems with it, but it's normal when you just start to do it. We also have problems with our time management, sickness and things like this, so we don't have a lot of time to practice, basically.
Okay. I do have a question for LMBT here, if I could.
Of course.
So look, I'm playing pugs with my boys. I'm trying to make sure that when we're playing, so we're talking about the macro, right? We're going to take this area, we're going to do this. But when we're in scenarios where I need them to actually play with their balls and be ready for the fight, right? Because we're talking about this team maybe being more team-based now. How do you make them go, hey guys, this is at the end of the day a game about headshotting, to focus on the duels? So what could I say to my Harrys, my Hugos, my machines when we're playing to be like, hey guys, we need to make sure we're taking our brave fights and we're not playing like bitches?
You mean to you or to them?
Well, no, to your team, but I maybe can steal it and use it in my pugs with my boys.
You want some free advice.
Yeah, okay.
That's all chat's
Like
for.
Free coaching advice.
It's my team, that's very simple, you know, because everyone can do it, like any of those 5. Any of those 5 is just say, okay, guys, I will just run A and crush him there.
Yeah.
And we're going to win the round automatically in 15
So they have the
seconds.
confidence first.
Yeah.
Yes, they have
Well,
the
my guys don't have the
confidence to do
confidence.
so. Your guys don't have the confidence, okay, then let's say in previous teams, not in this one, because in this one explained, right?
Yeah,
like everyone had.
Yeah.
So in previous teams, you could just, even if guy is having no confidence, he's playing a bad match, you're just saying, okay, take AK, bro, and just go and fuck them there.
Okay.
So that's
Simple
very
as
simple,
that.
right? Like you
It
help
sounds
him
so
to
easy.
get confidence.
All right.
That's very simple.
So I need to set him up more.
Machine, you've got to be looking in the mirror, positive affirmations.
yes.
You know, I am going to win this duel.
Yeah.
I am going to drop a 30.
My argument would be is it needs to be positively reinforced, as in, like, once I've won that duel 4 times, I'll hold the 5th time, or I'll swing the 5th time much more confidently. If every time I've tried it, I've been shit on, I'm going to stop
So we
trying.
need the result first.
I need the result.
All
Then
right,
I'll
well,
keep
that's
trying.
the headshot-only deathmatch. I'm
Yeah.
getting him in the headshot-only deathmatch just so he's focusing on the tapping and the headshots. So we're working on the aim.
Speaking of confidence, should we check in with our US Air Force Aim High and see who it was awarded to this
Who is it?
series? I'm not sure. It's a mystery to me, and it is gonna be Demka. Well, of course. That makes sense.
We already sung his praises.
Yeah. Should we do it again?
Okay, so Demka likes to yell.
He's loud. He can get kills.
And they're the main
This
things
is
in
a
Counter-Strike.
great list.
He's a good
Yeah.
communicator.
Great
He makes
communicator.
very few mistakes.
Yeah.
And we're going to get a high... They were hitting his side in Mirage quite a lot.
yeah.
They were doing a lot of A executes. It must be nice for Demka to actually get some action. Yeah.
I always admire the level of Counter-Strike here, where some players always seem good for one. Even when they, like most, you'd expect them to go down. It's like a full exec on their site. They're blind. There's a Molotov at their feet. There's some smokes. They've got no teammates. But Demka's one of those players. It always seems like he's gonna get his one, even when the whole team's throwing the kitchen sink at him.
Yes, that's what I said. That's what you need from Anhor, basically. We can always realize that he's good in his position, and we have time to rotate and win the round.
Right.
Basically,
buying time.
But it takes time, yes, to get to this level.
Okay.
And I'm just asking for free
Yeah,
advice
go
now.
for it.
So, at what point, like, you have to use your own judgment, right? Of when you ask for help, when you ask for backup. Like, because, for example, if you're just staring at smokes, you don't have info of if there could be behind it. You just have to try and facilitate a way to get that information there or somewhere else. Like, sometimes I just feel helpless when I've got the whole squad running at me.
Well, basically, for him, it's a bit different. It's like...
if you're an anchor on a site, I mean, yeah.
You can expect they can be there because nothing else happening on a map. And your team is
Team
doing
info,
plays while
Yeah.
you still have a smoke in front of you.
Yeah.
So
You need to be ready to duel, essentially.
You are
Yeah.
ready to this duel. Yeah, but even if this, like, in this rare moments, let's say, when he's feeling uncomfortable, he's just saying, boys, can you just come and help me?
Yeah, right.
Okay, that's
Sometimes
very
you
simple.
might gamble and it might not be correct, but
It's just no shame in this, you know, in calling it like
But
for help.
I think the key, and you made the point, is play a position where you can get one. Never play can guarantee as an anchor
And
that
get
you're going to
away,
get one,
ideally.
or you're going to play retake
Yeah.
so that your team can set into that.
Awesome.
So it's
I just want to play.
But sometimes, right? Sometimes you think as a player you need to hold this, but you don't. You don't need to hold, like, let's use Mirage. You don't need to hold Ramp and Palace. If you said in my team, I'm letting them out. That's that's the play,
That's
and then your
info.
team configures around that, right? And you play for that. But I want to ask about this. Do we have time, Freya?
We don't. We do have to go.
Come
to a
on
break.
now.
I'm really sorry, Chad. You know what?
I want to know who they think the best
Production
team
of
in
Virtua
the...
Solid, actually, we're doing a 180. And
Oh.
we are actually going to
We've
do
got
it.
time.
Thank you, producer Reese.
Okay. All the names.
Okay.
Gentlemen, you see them.
Can I control the board?
If you want.
Do we
Is that
need
a
to?
dog?
No,
that was the air horn.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Do we start from
the megaphone.
the top and go down?
I just want to know who they think the best team in the world is right now out of these going down. Who's the best team? Who you got number one?
For me, it's Vitality.
Vitality, okay. Number two?
Heroic.
Ooh, really?
Yeah. I think Heroic, yes.
Okay. After that?
I think ENCE, maybe?
Okay.
And G2, FaZe, Astralis. What's Virtus Pro is doing there?
It was a trap card. it was for exactly this
Nothing.
reason. I thought I'd bring them into
Just
the
hanging
conversation
around.
to see where they'd end up.
Yeah, and Monty's just a...
Unlucky.
Where the club,
we just forgot it. Whoops.
Yeah,
so Vitality, Heroic, ENCE, G2, FaZe, Astralis. A Cloud9 in the conversation?
Yeah, after the teams, yes.
After
that team.
Astralis.
But you know, I think that you see these five, and
Yeah.
then you have like everyone else.
Everybody else.
Yeah, I think it's all the same level. For me, it's after top 3, I think it's the same.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so more like
So
this.
really?
Yeah, kind of like this.
Okay. Move VP down. Wait, take him off the board, actually. I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe FaZe and G2 above others also. It's
Okay, so you've got like these
different
subgroups.
pools.
Tiers, tiers.
Yes.
So like that much of a
Like
gap
pools,
between.
So basically, it's
Yeah,
very
that
easy.
makes
It's like top 3 is a title contender. That's a tier 1, right?
Yeah.
They also title contender.
Yeah, they're
These guys
also
have been in finals.
and,
Yes.
yes,
that's-
yes, yes.
Yes,
but
that's what I'm saying. They also good. Every team. of
every
this
team
list
is good. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
And
Well, you know
all
what,
that-
Chad?
Yeah?
You'll never guess what. Speaking of Heroic, they're going to be playing up next. But
Oh
before
my
we get
God,
into that, we
it's-
do need to get to a quick break. Of course, it's Heroic taking on Big Clan after this.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Rooster.
He was shouting and smashing the walls. He said we needed it. That it was for our own good. And just when I thought that he stopped, he started another speech. And this was all just at the hotel breakfast. 5 speeches, 2 heart-to-hearts. Before the first map, no wonder we lost.
It's all part of the process, my son.
Even when you lose to Gamer Legion.
Gamer Legion.
Father?
I was watching. I was watching when you ruined the final of the last CSGO major.
Not you as well.
My pick'ems. My diamond coin.
But Navi, they lost to Monte, G2 to Fnatic. You were never getting that diamond coin anyway.
Silence! I was watching. I'll take responsibility and leave.
Big versus Heroic. 2 teams on quite different ends of the scales. And speaking of scales, I've made one earlier. I made this at home. Yes, this was all my hard work.
You made the whiteboard at home?
I did. I made the whiteboard, I made the scale, I made the magnets on the whiteboard.
Wow.
It's as if I was really planning something today.
Okay, well, I would love to see how you put that together, but...
I'm a bit of a DIY master, if I do say so myself. This scale is passive to aggressive. So we're gonna
not people who are passive aggressive.
No, I guess that would be in the middle. If it was a triangle, it'd be the top of the triangle. I don't know. We've got a line. We're going to place the players on the line, gentlemen.
Okay.
Do you think you're ready to do this?
A couple of names that are already leaping off the page here for me immediately. An ENCE and a Nerds, I'd put them quite far down the aggressive side of things.
Okay.
ENCE had some awesome moments yesterday in that B-Stream game that they were playing, which is a bit of an upset. Look at this. Look, Frey out of hands. We're going to have to do all the talking here.
I think we would put Madden towards that side too.
You want to put him aggressive as well, even though he plays supportive?
Yeah, because the start of his career, you know, he's super aggressive. It's kind of etched into my memory. He has the ability to be aggressive. I wouldn't put him so far, but I put him a little more leaning towards the aggressive side.
We're talking like a 60%?
I think that's how he likes to play at times, you know?
So where are we placing these two guys?
I like them up that end of the spectrum.
Yeah, that far?
Yeah, because they like playing around smokes. They like looking for entry kills. The two of them do enjoy. I know that Nerds does some lurking across the map, but the Nerds that I know, endpoint, close middle, ancient, playing around the smokes, in the thick of things, looking for fights.
Yeah.
So that's how I'd be looking. So I'm happy to leave them in that general area.
Yeah, the sort of 80, 90%.
Yeah, well,
range.
if we actually define the low and the high, who's the most passive player and who's the most aggressive, we might be able to help our spectrum right here. So if Art, I know he's not in this group, was the most aggressive player. He would be off the scale, exactly. He would have his own chart. He'd have his own scale. And then in the passive side of things, do we put Zip, even though he's not playing anymore?
Yeah, or
Dozier. Who?
Dozier. I'll put him over there.
Wow, okay. So I thought I was going into the doldrums there. All right, we'll go with Dozier. So as passive as Dozier, or Zipnix, for those of you who have been only watching Counter-Strike in recent history, and then a super aggressive being Art.
Yeah.
So we need to fit everybody else in between there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who do you think is leaning towards a more passive end?
I think Safe's pretty passive at times. I think he lives up to his name quite a bit.
Yeah, I think in Furia, for sure, he was more passive. I think here in this team, he gets a bit more opportunities to take the type of fights he would like.
Yes.
So this scale might move throughout the day, throughout the tournament.
Maybe we should, keep it up here and see how it shifts
All
up.
right.
Because these are all players, obviously, from Group B. Where are we putting then, if we're going to stay on the theme of AWPers, where does Torzy sit on this equation? Because obviously we've seen New Wave Torzy back at Cologne, but
I feel like he's gone through a couple of different motions throughout his career.
Aggressive, passive, aggressive.
I think he's kind of, because he's had sides going and switching back and forth. I think he's kind of in the middle a little bit. You know, he's not. I'd say he has the capability of doing both.
Yes.
Under different in-game leaders.
I think you're a guy who can do both.
I would agree. I think we should put Torji smack bang in the middle.
Smack bang in the middle.
And I think because then we could stay with Orpers here. And
It's right wobbly, isn't it?
it's all right. I like it. It's motion.
The Waro 2K. I feel like online he plays differently to how he plays.
Well, we only have one scale
on LAN, right? So we're here on LAN, right? So we gotta play. We gotta take his LAN performances.
Yes.
And I think yesterday we didn't see a whole lot from Waro 2K in terms of him getting confident peaks, going for aggressive peaks. So I'm not gonna say that Waro is too aggressive at this tournament so far.
Okay, so would you put him in the middle as well around a Torji?
Yeah, I'd say
further down.
Maybe a little bit behind Torji.
Okay.
A little bit behind.
And I also want to say for the people playing at home, this is all eye test. There's no statistics that are going into this whatsoever.
absolutely none.
This is what we think from what we've seen. And you know what? Hopefully we're wrong on a couple. So you can let us know.
Yeah, I think there's also moments when you're doing it on an eye test where certain games kind of burn into your memory a little bit more of your impression of a player.
Yeah, and it also depends on scenarios, right? Like we're talking about AWPers. Well, if they're having a game where they're feeling it and they're red hot, they're going to go for more peaks, right? And if it depends on the type of AWPer you have. So there's supportive AWPers like we're talking about with Torji. There's AWPers who like to go for picks a little bit more aggressively.
We were saying Mantu.
He'd be in the middle with Torji.
Yeah, he would have to be there. I feel like
he can do everything.
He can do everything, but I feel like he doesn't take his own skill into account enough. I think yesterday especially, really underwhelming performances yesterday.
It's complicated for Mantu. Like, let's be fair to the man as well. It's a complicated situation he finds himself in. You know, he's coming into a team that's totally different. He's obviously had quite a lot of time off. He's had that time away from OG. Now he's coming into big. I feel like big shoes to fill as well with having to replace Sis. And like, I don't blame him for not quite having an identity.
And he's been out of Team CS for a while as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Mantu in the middle is fine.
Hypothetically, I know we're not in Group A anymore, but like this would be an interesting conversation with Device, right?
Sure.
Because I feel like we've seen a little bit of change in the tides in terms of, he wasn't like a submissive AWPer, but by any stretch of the imagination, but he wasn't
he takes more initiative now.
Yeah, like the entry, the opening statistics.
I think he's talked about it many times as well, how it's changed over the years, the open role and what you need to do with it. But, looking at one player that, when I think of aggressive, I think of Snappy as well, but just based on the calling style. But maybe as an individual, I feel like he doesn't throw himself out at the front anymore.
As a player, like in terms of the fights, he'll go for some, like he'll entry with a Mac 10 or whatever, but he will play his role in his position. But the overall vision that Snappy has, I would say, is aggressive. Even though they can play it all, I would still put him up the aggressive end. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So how important is that on the scale when we're kind of defining a player in terms of how they call versus how they play themselves? Like, which takes more weight, in your opinion?
Oh, so for an in-game leader, for Snappy,
the
I would
leader
say
is the
he's
identity of the team.
Yeah, whereas like Jame, even if Jame would go for opening picks or whatever, we would still categorize him as a passive AWPer, right?
Yes.
And even if they were playing really aggressive, I don't imagine Jame would be at the front of the pack in a lot of those situations. So he would probably still... Yeah, so for him, it would be framed differently.
Yeah.
I think for Exertion as well, he's a player that...
He's a pack player.
Yeah, he is, but I think there was a couple of tournaments, I think the Blast RMRs in particular, he was super aggressive and very confident.
It was insane, yeah.
That's one of the tournaments that I really remember as a standout tournament for Exertion, was when he was playing aggressive.
He ended up as like the highest rated player of that RMR, right?
He was incredible.
Absolutely mad.
His series yesterday wasn't great.
But the thing is, after the RMR, for some reason, they sort of changed his role a little bit. He was saying to try and facilitate some of his teammates a bit more, and we stopped seeing that ultra aggressive Exertion that we've seen at the RMR.
So are we putting him
drop him down a little bit
more like here?
All right.
I think around Snappy maybe.
Snappy?
I would say.
Okay.
Can we put
Right
ASAP down the passive end because he plays anchor position? So on Anubis, we just saw him holding the A bomb side, right? He'd be the A lurk on the T side, getting off that A.
In that same vein, do we look at how do we view Demka then?
As an anchor, yeah, I suppose you'd put him down on the Waro 2 side of the passive scale here because anchors can only, even though he is quite aggressive with his yells. I will say
there's different types of aggression.
Exactly. Hex, let's put him very aggressive, not because of his play style, but because of his smack talk.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's aggressive.
You remember some of his favorite, most iconic lines?
You
Welcome
guys
to
suck.
the dystopian universe.
Oh,
that was a great one.
Yeah. Okay. Yesterday he just went with "You guys suck." So that was
fair enough.
How did you lose that one? That was another one.
That was another classic.
So like,
put him up near and sound.
Yeah, put him up. We need some aggressive
He can be
players. We need
aggressive
to
with
even
the
this
chat.
out a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. So just his smack talk is
Smack
aggressive,
talk,
right? For Junior, I guess we'd put him as aggressive as well, wouldn't we? He has to be the can opener for EG.
Yeah, for the AWP player, I think for EG, you throw him up there, but he's not massively aggressive.
How do you think he's changed from, the Furia days now coming into
Well, he's speaking
EG,
English
like,
now.
yeah.
No, but I would say that in the Furia days, because you had Art as the point man and also that language barrier and understanding the way that they wanted to approach the team, that he didn't get to play his style. And I'd say the same thing for Safe. So that's why, I think Junior in that area as an AWPer, I'd like to sit. Cadian, if his team isn't doing what they need to do, he can be super aggressive. Like, if they're not making the space, finding the pick.
Especially in, like, playoff games, I've noticed, Cadian is kind of steps up and feels like he needs to take the plays and make those moments happen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would say for Cadian, you put him up there a little bit.
Who are we in between with Cadian?
I think put
or
Cadian.
above or below?
I'm coming over here for
Thank you. This is, thanks, man.
I think what we do is we whack Cadian just around here somewhere.
Yeah.
Open
and then
space.
put Tessus in the middle of the pack as well, because all of Heroic can do it all, right? This is a team where every member literally needs to be able to do everything. And then Tabson.
He's had a funny story, isn't he?
He is, and it's hard to define a Tabson.
I think because he is so versatile over his whole career,
feel
it's
more
hard
passive,
to.
though.
He would be more passive, I would say, given the new players in this team, especially. You wouldn't expect him to be at the front.
Yeah.
There we go.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Look at this beauty.
All right.
It's pretty different. I was speaking to Yanko about this the other day, and it was about, in fighting, for example, they have play styles or fighting styles, and you try and combine them. And we were trying to say, could you pin it down to play styles for a team, for example?
There'd be a few, but not for the most.
Exactly. It's really difficult to do that because it feels like it evolves so much. People have to change. It's the same with players. I feel like some of them have been more aggressive throughout their early career, a little bit more passive now. So it's kind of hard to actually do this when you think about it over a long period of time.
We were having this conversation with, identities and classifying identities for teams back in Group A, and I can't remember exactly which team we were talking about. You have to jog back. I think it was Furia versus...
It was. We were talking about Furia, and there
somebody
was
else who didn't really have an identity.
It was NIP. It was NIP,
yes. And Jacob posed the question, could you actually brand any of these teams having a solid identity? And I feel like for the upper echelons you can, which is where it comes into an interesting question between Heroic and Big, right? Because I feel like Heroic, they have that solid identity that so many teams are trying to replicate, whereas for Big, I don't even really know what's happening at the moment.
We're learning with them. So we've always known with Big, they're a bit more of a geeky team in terms of the utility approach to the game. They've always been able to have, a few different looks in that regard. But one of the things I would critique them with is playing too much by the book in the past. I think that they didn't really allow their individuals to play, as it were. And they were learning this system and maybe a bit more restricted because of that.
I feel like it's a construction side at the moment, right? You've got all these young kids coming in, figuring out who they are really and what kind of players they want to be and what they're best at. And the Tier 1 circuit, they had Sin, IGLing for a while, and obviously that hasn't gone well. You didn't expect it to really go that well. So I think a little period of time where Tabson's going to come back. Maybe they try and get Sim back in and create a new identity for German CS, but it's a tough place to be.
Well, Chad, not to cut you off,
No,
but I
all
believe
good.
you had a chance to catch up with Stan earlier on.
Oh, yes, I did.
Should we roll it?
Let's do it. I'm here with Exist, coach of Heroic. Exist, I don't know if you've seen today, but the coach of Rooster, he's wearing a suit. Are you thinking about bringing the suit into your wardrobe at any time going forward?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I saw how it went for them yesterday when he also was wearing the suit, so probably not now.
Okay, nice little bit of banter there. Now, look, mate, you're going up against Big, a team who at the start of the season you guys stomped. Are we expecting another stomping here today?
I mean, I think they have got better and better with the new junk guns as well. I think Tabson is back as IGL as well. And I mean, we have watched their demos, and I definitely think that they're getting better. But so are we, I think. So I think it's going to be a good game still.
Okay, I have Shush and I have Yabi in my fantasy team for today's match. Should I be looking for scoring a lot of points, or do you think it's going to be a rough day at the office for me?
As long as you have anyone from our team, I think you're going to be good, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck in the game. And wait. What do we have to say here, Cadian?
Don't go the scrawny route. Dutch Heroic, he says in his thumbnail. What is this? Dutch Heroic in the group stage. Is my man waffling about? What is he waffling about? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got 2 of you and I got 2 of ENCE. So look, the fantasy team, the fantasy Counter-Strike, will give good luck to Heroic and we'll get stuck into the game.
For both sides, Cadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain. nails a shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Get ready for this one then. Group B upper bracket final. Chatty B alongside for the ride. And, we've got what I would expect to be quite a competitive game here, given that Heroic, you heard from the interview, they feel like they want to prove everyone wrong. SDY and the boys on Monte clearly have Heroic in high regard. But I think some of us, both fans and casters alike, are still...
It's been a bit wobbly.
Yeah.
It's been a bit wobbly, right? And I think the thing is, once you reach that point, the diving board, it is either you win trophies or you just stay in that realm, and that's where you get painted with the old TSM/Astralis brush of being chokers, right? And that's essentially where Heroic are at right now. So the group stage, is just about going through the paces, getting the job done, getting themselves into the playoffs. Then it all changes once we get into the playoffs. That's where this team's modus operandi needs to go up a notch. They all need to get on the same page. They need to be able to take that step, because this isn't an arena event either. And if you keep choking in finals and playoffs, then there are going to be a few issues starting to arise. But we are underway with Ancient. It is the pick of Big, and they had a great showing yesterday on this on Monte to be able to get themselves here and continue their journey through the upper bracket. You towards B, it's a bit of a fake, so this is just hoping to pull out a reaction. You can see a smoker molly, very standard as Process and Crimbo are now working their way in towards the cave position. First contact taken, down, under pressure now.
Yeah, he's fallen back as well. Tessus next up. He's been deep smoked off on that rotate from CT, and they're not in a rush here. Last bits of util put into place for that fight, and a nice goosh straight to the head of Tessus. Giving a good shake off that USP. Mantu down, bomb down, Big set for success. On the way back in, though, you've still got Shush from CT. Yabi needs to help him. They're very separate here. Individuals from Heroic, no opportunity for them to strike in unison. Yabi from the cave starting to poke his head out, but he's lost Shush, and just like that, we could have a perfect Big Clan pistol to start off Ancient.
Yeah, it couldn't have gone better, right? Having all 5 stay alive, that is perfect work. And you can see the simple approach. They've taken the B lane, there was no aggression. Heroic weren't pushing for information. Cadian wants a kill, will get one. So not the perfect round here for the Germans, but Cadian staying alive. We'll get to hold on to this Kevlar. We'll see what the force buy for Heroic looks into the next round of play. Now, just touching on this, these two teams played a little bit earlier in the year. It wasn't that long ago whatsoever. It was just about a month ago. That was at the Blast Premier 4 groups, and this was with Big, where the roster had just come together, right? Mantu's come in, the promotions have come through. We also had that whole issue with Cologne, where Big essentially qualified for Cologne with their academy roster, then kind of had to do this hodgepodge piecing together to even be able to play Cologne, which had set the conversation about this team's progression back, at least from my perspective. So yeah, that series fell against Big quite handily. It was 16-7, 16-8 on Overpass and Inferno. Straight up mid, this force by the nades in. Flash completely blind. They're still going to get this one done. Yabi and Tessus in combination to take down the in-game leader once more of Tabson.
Yeah, Tabson's going to be a bit miffed about that one.
Yeah, I think he's not expecting so much util to be blocking on a force by round over towards mid. So Tabson trying to take that space denied.
Oh! Okay, Stown holding that sliver of the gap, and he's profited only for the one. The site's lost, bombs down, rotate through. Still Mantu full health and equipped with the AK-47. He's just got to get through these sidearms. Yabi still low after his exchange in middle. Retake smoke out. Shush hoping to catch this close duel, and spotting his toes. Nice finds and a clean close. Sin even getting away just on that 1 HP.
Really important stuff. The 2 shots, the stereo frags that they got entering that B bomb site right there, that enabled it. Because if that kill came in from Stown and then the other individual over towards the long side stays alive, the round gets drawn out. So some really sharp shooting for Big. Here it is. That's the shot we missed from Mantu. So tidy work from him. And here's the second one that comes in. Site's completely clear. In they go. No dramas. And good recovery after giving away a couple of opening picks. So important work there on the AK from Mantu. We will see Heroic coming in with very light investment. Alex, how you been enjoying your time at the Pro League?
I've been having a great time, mate. I've been chillaxing, maxing my settings.
Yeah, that right there, I think that is very important. Bro, because it was very frustrating every time we were playing, things resetting and going back to... No, Jay's done a great job with all the configs, but I don't want to be using Z as a smoke button, Jay. I do appreciate your binds, but I shouldn't know them more than my own.
Yeah, that's at this point, I think I do.
Rush, you with us?
What up, bro?
Yeah, finish this round.
You all right? Well, it's a pretty close round here. Stown does have the AK. It's always possible when it's in Stown's hands. I don't know if you can hear me clicking his button here. That's number 4. You do have Yabi in here. He might get a free kill here, and he will. That might activate Stoud. Mantu, is he aware this could be another kill? There's weapons to be picked up here. They've still got a little bit of time here. If they're quick on the defuse, they might actually have it. But I think they're just ducking and diving out the round here. Sin might die to bomb. It is Ancient these days, you never know.
Rush, next time we come back to you, do you feel you could do, it doesn't have to be in a David Attenborough accent, but I would like it if next time around you could do it as if you're, you know, watching wildlife from an observer's perspective. Do you think you can play a character like that for us next time?
I can go a little high up as well, and then we
Sure.
can get a full overview of what's going on in the server.
All right, great. I like the sound of that. All right, we'll come back to you on the next Eco.
Rush, good to see you back on the casting hype.
Yeah, it's good times, man. Good times.
Smoke left in spawn is Stoud's going back for it, so maybe not the end of the world. It is just going to mess with his timings a little bit, but a heavy A defense for Heroic from this one. Kading in towards Donut, Yabi patrolling red, Shush up close A main. And here's the thing. When you're up close A main like Shush, you can get a bunch of info. If nobody's in A main, it's going to make it very difficult to return to that side of the map late. Pressure towards mid, and you're hoping that they don't smoke off Cadian's AWP in the Donut. Apply that pressure mid, and you see the position that Yabi stood in. He's somewhat committed here now. Default round from Big, not getting ahead of himself. Cave control taken. Tabson has some mid space. Once more, short smoke, pillar molly. Stoud now under pressure. Normally when you have that combo, you want to try and take control of Cave stage 2. I think Crimbo's molly must have missed. We didn't see any burning on the ground for Stoud here.
Not at all, yeah, he still stayed and stood his ground, but on the jiggle, the AWP is what catches Stoud. Thought he could get away with a smoke, but not on Mantu's watch. And Mantu's just cleared out. Cadian as well. Donut clear all the way from ledge. And yeah, Tessus, he had a little bit of a power position there, but flashed off. Some diligent work out of Big Clan right now. This T side is looking dreamy. And Mantu, this could be a dreamy round. Doesn't connect.
Bombs loose.
Could be awkward. It was a 5 versus 3. You'd think Big have got this across the line. And yep, Process and Sin with their hard work combined finally do best Tessus. Do we need to start getting a hurry onto that bomb? But it seems like Yabi and Shush going to try and recover Cadian's AWP from Donut.
You see how diligent Big are, though, looking for these fights? And one of the things with a reactive or active or proactive or what's the one you take if your stomach's not feeling well?
Yeah, proactive.
Oh, that's the one. Okay, so teams who play like that, you need to make sure you're ready for the heads-up fights. So you can see there was no rush to plant. Sure, Process dies making his way in and the bomb is loose, but they're making sure when the smokes fade, everything's clear because Heroic are one of these cheeky teams. They'll try and catch you with the pants around the ankles. And we do see Big up to a 4-0 start. This is great work from the German side.
Yeah, I mean, you got to. I always have a lot of admiration for watching Big Clan play because they often, like almost every time I've watched a Big Clan game, I see something that is unique to Big Clan. Be it a strategy, be it an approach, be it a flight path.
We'd always talk about those rounds where they would always have like 5-7s when another team would buy and then go, no, hold up, we're going to get 5-7s, some armor, maybe some util, and then next round we need the full buy. Feels like sometimes. Oh, Lord, that is a huge shake. That is massive. Tabson should be extremely happy with that. AWP removed will not be a problem as Yabi dropped. Actually, Cadian has 7.8k. We'll reel that one back in. Everyone just step back.
Well, I mean, everyone else is kind of poor. They've got 3 people that need rifles.
Okay, so Yabi could drop 1, Cadian could drop 2, and it could all work out.
Just maybe no AWP.
But yeah, that's the thing. You bang on. There are some defining factors to at least Big's approach or stance of the game. I just would like them to lean more into their individual. Sometimes, you know, I think it's great to have all these nerdy util and understand how you want to approach the game, but sometimes I think, hey, Tabson, back in the day when he used to play on NRG with Godby, with Legia, with PTR, he was a beast. I know I'm going back in ancient history.
That roster, though, absolute.
I'm pretty sure Fugly was on that team as well.
Oh, wow.
Really taking you back now, aren't I?
Rolling me back the years, bro. Legia, PTR,
I want them to fight more,
Godby,
essentially, Alex.
Tabson.
They have good understanding of the game. They have good util. They have a good approach. Just have more confidence in your individuals. And now you have a bunch of youngsters who are keen, who are hungry, who want to frag. Try and unleash them. And Mantu doesn't want to take the spotlight with his AWP. He's more than happy to be that, I don't want to say supportive AWPer, but doing it by the book AWPer.
Yeah, well, let's see how their individuals shine this time around. The HE through mid, of course, Shush on his early aggress, and now
Just
Deep Smoke in. Next stage. Stoud, he's actually opted to kind of take off more forward stance, and yeah, he's got the lineups worked out.
They used 4 smokes immediately. 1 to extinguish, 1 red, 1 towards B.
It's very unlike them. I mean, unless you've got some sort of just flash-heavy contact play. Could be difficult to break the setup as it stands. They've kind of given the middle. I imagine, yeah, Yabi's going to go back and check on it.
Look at this info play over towards A main during all of this, right? So the discussion we were just having with LMBT on the couch,
right.
If you're the B defenders right now, you know that A main's being clear, which is going to put you a bit more on high alert towards middle, where you know there was already a bit of action, and towards B. And you can see exactly how Heroic are addressing the space that Shush has taken. The gamble stack, the rotation over, fortifying the B bomb site, just based off the other pieces of information across the map. Even a one-way from Yabi late. This is going to stall out the mid progress.
That's smart. That's really nice. And he actually just means he can gamble it. Heads over towards A, concedes middle. Mantu rejoining the forces towards B. They're going to have 35 seconds, and that absence of smokes could come back to haunt them. Absence of players. Sin goes down to the Stown Aggress. Tucked into the site as well. Gets away with murder. Big. 20 seconds. You've got to get a move on here.
I don't want to say save, but this is going to be... Oh, that's a way back in. Tubson gets one, traded out. They have to go now.
14. It's so tight. Tessus, yeah, if you can kill Tessus, maybe you can plant. Shush is behind you. You're going to lose rifles as well.
Oh, no!
Maybe you're not. Crimbo's alive somehow. Bombs down. Round goes on. Okay. Shush is smiling. He wouldn't be if it didn't go down that way. Jesus.
Almost made a bear of that one, but they will get their first. Yeah, just admin the tech timeout. Quick restart. Give me a moment here. They will get their first CT side round on the board now, Heroic, but only just, it feels like.
Whew. Yeah, but I mean, I'm trying to piece together what led Big to this kind of 40 seconds of kind of inaction.
Getting stalled out in middle, I think.
That mid kind of one way that forced them to all group up back up at B?
Because they didn't get any space to be able to try and go for, you know, a mid fake and apply pressure towards Donut. Their options were limited by not getting mid control.
Well, right now we're going to see that battle for mid control start off. Just a battle for... Oh, C's dead. He's got to be dead. Somehow, Sin has got through to heaven.
Now they have the control a lot earlier in the round. And, very brave from Crimbo.
Very brave.
Oh, it's down. Can backpedal on his own smoke. They're rejigging the setup. Now they're going to push the ramp. Perfect reaction.
They eat the flash, but Mantu nails the AWP shot. Some damage was done. Tessa's pushed in. Stown makes it clear he's still got that ramp control, but look at this pivot. They're heading straight towards the donut position, and Yabi, he's got a decision to make, and he does opt to fall away. He doesn't want to take that duel on his own. Smoke towards the main position. Buys him some time to take these donut fights. Shush just gets in on time to support this potential A finish. And this is the fight. This is what Yabi's been waiting for, and it's a beautiful double spray. Still Mantu in the feed, and he's feeding and feasting tonight. Triple kill from Mantu. 40 seconds left. They aren't in a hurry. Just Caden and Stown left to pluck, and look at Crimbo cooking up a flank process. Next one in. Could get swung on here. Yeah, court switching out, so it does emerge into a 2-on-2. This is where you start getting a bit worried about Crimbo's timings. Has he got enough? Mantu's going to be patient. Caden's worried about the flank. He's considered it. 13
he's on for the ace!
He hits it onto Stown. He was supposed to be a dead man. Now trying to blast! Crimbo will close, and Mantu, a gift for Big Clan.
Yeah, and you can see Tabson getting fired up. That's a round they should never have had any chance of winning right there. The spacing was terrible coming out of Donut for that double kill. You can see them overlapping, and it's just being gifted away. But Mantu, we have to get these highlights of that flash. We're talking about how good of a move it was. You lose Cave, there's pressure, take B long. This is what Counter-Strike's about at this highest of levels. And then Mantu getting 2 back. That makes no sense whatsoever. He kept them in the round. It gave them an opportunity. And then in the 2v2, his frag made it all possible, putting the pressure right back on Heroic. So great work from Mantu, going good guns. 10 for 2 so far, and now a change from Big. More pressure towards A main. Shush close for the block, a lurk smoke and a block smoke exchange, and that'll be it. There's no point hanging around staring at a grey screen for Big for the next 30 seconds. Or 20, as it were. But at least they know nobody's in A main. So they've been able to stop the CTs from getting that early information. They've negated one another and, well, regrouping. So heavily fortified now towards Cave. This is a very interesting setup as Tessus is joining them as well. There's a third body. They're going to try and fight mid out Cave, maybe? They have to.
Stown has nailed that first one. Good catch back through the smoke, but that wasn't down, so they know at least another cave side. Cadian reveals the orb. Now they can probably assume there's two of them there. Need to see some shots though. Crimbo can't do anything against the Stound spray. And given all the time in the world on that vault, Mantu and Tabson are in the clutch. 2v4! Turns on a dime and nails another headshot. Shush is gone.
They know exactly where he was.
Is in the clutch, last seen on B. They have to get that bomb though, it's ramp side. God B holding his breath for this one. Cadian. Committed to B, as will his opponents. You can see there's uncertainty. Has he repositioned? Is he long gone? Is he the back of the side? Molly looks perfect. He's going to limit Cadian's options here as they get that bomb down.
Oh, there he is. That has to be the save. That has to be it. Look at that. Smoke picked up. Tabson can lock this door for even longer. Cadian's actually going to hang around. AWP, you're going to want to hold on to this. The loss bonus, it is in play. They will be able to get some drops going into future rounds, but another one for Big. Already with 6 on the T side here on Ancient. This is a fantastic start for them. And it's not like Heroic haven't had their chance. Hold up, Cadian. Are you really looking for exits? Well, as I mentioned, we know it's going to be max loss bonus into the next. If he wants to still apply a little bit more pressure to the T economy of Big here, which hasn't gotten out of control, so you can understand it from that angle. But giving away the AWP again, we've already seen Heroic trying to save it in one of the rounds and they lost it. This time around, Cadian will not be gifted anything and survive. So it is going to be Big notching another round on the board. But again, okay. It's this double from Tabson, right? Ready for the duel immediately. They're pushing, they're coming to fight, bang, bang. Is that double? So ready for the 2 exchanges was the in-game leader. And it is going to be the second tactical timeout called for Heroic.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Mr. Landstrom on the mic.
A Swede in Dane's clothing.
That's not bad, actually. I like that a lot. Oh, Chad, 5 point. No, 10, I think, to Gryffindor.
Brain's really still not working. I'm trying to get it back online, but I will take that one. No, I haven't done the placebo today. Okay. I'm trying to be catching up on sleep and drinking enough water. So we'll see if they work, and then we can do the double blind test to make sure everything's fine. Great. But yeah, the brain is lagging at the moment. Same. It's not where it should be. Oh, off the back of the timeout, they will not be full investing. So hedging their bets. Stound will keep enough money after equipping a Silent Stem 4 and Kevlar to make sure he can purchase into the next. So this is still a bit of a booby trap of a round. Lots to trip over for Big.
Yeah, they're going for a bit of an all-in here. They're smoke throwing far high, but Stound and delivers nearly 3. Mantu got dinged in the process as well. Does that stop you? You'd think.
It should.
It's just too clear. It's too telegraphed. The 3 Danes now rotated into the site as well. Do you dare trifle with trouble? Crimbo's been boosted up. Mantu's not in a position to do anything particularly brash.
You need to pause and hope they give you a kill now to try and turn this into a round, because Heroic at a certain... Oh, okay. Not wanting to risk anything at all. So now Heroic will clear it out. Well aware of the tree boost, so a good decision from Crimbo to dip on back. There's plenty of rotation time for Heroic. They're not worried, right? Even if they'd given up towards the B side. Their biggest issue if there was a lurk, but telling how quick Tabson and Process were rushing towards A and that follow through behind it with what Stound saw, you wouldn't be thinking that they've taken too much space, especially against this weird type of a buy.
Yeah, what a gift as well to have, you know, one of the 2 rifles in that round.
In the right place.
Run at.
Yeah.
Getting absolutely run at.
Oh, and a redeploy of the main smoke towards A. So that means that they can keep eyes just at a glance. Yappy doesn't really need to stay full committed to this. They are in the wrong place with the CT setup for now, but I want to note Cadian's incendiary. The bomb is on the back of Sin with full HP, so it shouldn't cause too many dramas as they are just going to try and waltz in contact, undetected so far.
Yeah, and it does seem like the plant could be viable. Ooh, shush, he caught a whiff. And Tessers hits the head. Orpa's gone. 2v4 now. Is there a way to get into the site? Cadian doesn't seem to think so. He cuts down Crimbo.
That's the plan. Round's over.
In. Just wanted an extra kill. And Cadian puts him in a grave. 2 now to 6, as you can see, Casper.
He's not happy with probably maybe the communication of the team right now. It's like, because you can see him, he's clearly trying to get the players activated and woken up. So it could just be a comp thing. It could be players not being proactive enough on their own. Because essentially with the decision tree of what Heroic will have decided on with Katie and with Heroic, with the way that they want to approach the game, you need your individuals to make sure that they're calling their own game to a certain point. And when I say calling their own game, they're basically calling within the parameters that you've given them.
Right.
So you said, all right, guys, this is how we want to react to these things. I need to do this. We need to do this. We've seen Cadian set them up with a couple of aggressive moves so far on the CT side, but he needs his teammates across the map to be able to contribute in that environment. So now that they've been able to win such a big round, you've thrown Big down towards pistols. That's a massive gift. This is a massive gift for them going forward now. They actually get to restabilize in this half. The type of buy for Big into the next round of play, we're only going to have that 1900 loss bonus, and this is where some of the residual funds, like you look at the money right now, we can go, this is a big decision, right? This is something that you'll see with this team where other teams may have forced sport, right? Because this will probably be a clean round for Heroic and they can build some CT economy. You've got Mantu who could have bought an AK head armor. You have a few of them who could have bought Galils or Tech-9s, Mac-10s with Uto, and you could have done a pocket strat, but they've gone, no, we want the full guns, we want everything, the bells and whistles. We'll take this one very conservative, but now you're going to allow Heroic to build their economy. So that's the problem with a decision like this from Big.
Right, understandable, because you're not forcing any of those rebuys either. I mean, assuming that one Desert Eagle doesn't get juggled around for 2 to 3 kills.
Now you can see how cheeky this is. Rush was just showing us that Tabson with the bomb is headed over towards A. Thank you very much, Jay, making sure we can't miss this one whatsoever. This is a classic. You should do this on train. You'd rush inside, the bomb would come out Ivy and try and plant. Well, they're going to go B with these pistols, and Tabson, I don't think he will get the plant, but he'll give it a go.
I like it. I mean, you really have to make it convincing. I think you need to get at least 1 kill and be threatening a second before the Shush and Tessa's A defense is going to be rumbled.
Well, I didn't expect them to take a save here. They're going to get farmed.
Well, maybe this is enough of a distraction, right? No, I don't think so. Shush doesn't either. He's holding on.
Now they need to die, Alex. Like in 8 seconds. Don't shoot them. Don't shoot them. The bomb's down.
Nice.
Could have killed him after time. That could have gone so much worse.
So much worse, yeah. No, really could have been a disaster. You'd have been left on whatever you brought into that round. As you discussed, it was what, like 3.9 high end, 3.7?
So now they can't, there would have been this weird, because they took a save when I was expecting them to force in the first place. It would have looked very, very funky.
Wait, what? So you do that and then you don't, then you do a...
Okay, well they definitely could have bought as by modern Counter-Strike standards in this round. So this is exactly what we're talking about with the funky financial decisions of Big and the way they want to approach the game. Let's see, this looks like it's got to have some pace to it.
But like Heroic are fully expecting a full rifle round now, right? They're expecting they're playing against the beams.
You would hope so.
You've just played against what was essentially an eco. Now you've been headshotted by a nimble Tech-9. Is this going to work out for Big? As Shush does not find lethality onto Process. Yabi the next test on Donut, holding that A-site plant.
You can see him. Did he just get black barred?
I think he might have. And Cadian only finding the one before he's been run down. Tabson gets another in the feed. Oh, Heroic, a taste of their own medicine. It's going to be 1 for 1 on these pistol rounds. It's just Tech-9 and Kevlar, and now we've got rifles, AKs, bomb going down, comfortable. Tessa's trying to disrupt. He does land one into Sin.
Round's over.
Yeah, Crimbo. Got Tessa's dead to right, and now Shush noted already in that donut position. Trying to remain threatening and couldn't get his gun out in time. That's a big Tabson round as well. 3 from him, starting with that Tech-9 on Stown. They leave with 3 rifles, including an AWP.
What is going on?
Yeah, that was unusual.
This is another aggressive play from Stown, and we saw previously him get the double and even do a little bit of extra damage. This time round gets caught off guard. You hear it get caught. We heard the comp from here. It's quite loud, making sure the intensity in that moment. And they're on the other side of the booths, currently playing this matchup. Another timeout to be called, and this time it would be the first from Big. And now, after 2 rounds of what was essentially an eco with a deagle, then 1 hero AK and some upgraded Tech-9s, where there was money to justify modern-day buys, they have a full buy with everything and more.
And change.
Exactly. So residual cash, you've already got 7 in the bank. Let's see. Okay, you wanted all the guns, you wanted all the U2, you have it now. Whereas Heroic on the other side have a FAMAS and an MP9 in lieu of A4s or A1Ss. Crimbo hasn't bought any nades just yet. Is he just a late? Nah, okay, yeah, he is just a late boy. Nice to pull it out in the final moments. They get everything they need. Mantu with the insta window. So what do they need all the util for? Because apparently Big can get it done with a whole lot less.
Yeah, right. That's going to be haunting Heroic if it continues to be a big clan team.
Going to be a biff here, Alex.
It's down. Flashed off. They want to fight for this mid control. Still just trying to get past the flashes. Doesn't have vision for much longer. But the double from Yabi was on his plate. Doesn't manage to connect the second. And Big will continue to hunt for these fights. It's Sin that forces Shush out of Red Room.
Bit more staggered of a mid fight there. It wasn't instant. They respected each other's util. Coming in from the donut was Heroic. And yeah, a bit tempered from both teams here. So going 1 for 1. Process low. Yabi the same. And now regrouping with a decent amount of utility. Should be able to set themselves up for a B execute here, but they are worried about what resides on lane. Remember, they've lost to a cave aggressive maneuver before as far as an exchange from Heroic went. Do you think the people at home can hear the table tennis through the mics?
I was wondering.
Because it is a Harry Russell and a... Is that Yanko?
Yeah, it's the Serbian spin doctor.
Okay.
I reckon
run
this
for
is
his money.
I think they played a best of 70.
A best of 70?
Yeah, over the course of last week.
They missed the molly again towards the pillar position, did Big, so... Not ideal, but still waltzing their way in. Announced now, pressure on Cadian and Tessus in a retake setup.
Oh, perfect usage of the flash setup. And to catches Tessus on the reclear. Cadian be hard pressed to do anything with this one, looking to retreat and process, not brave enough to round that corner with such low HP.
You've already taken 2 timeouts if you're Heroic. Do you take another one?
Right now, it does seem like, yeah, shadows of their former selves. Heroic, you brought up that, what, month ago head-to-head? They made light work of Big, right?
Yeah, and I asked Mantu this before the game. I don't think we had time to air the interview because I asked too many questions with LMBT and SDY on the couch. But he was saying, look, we had very limited practice at that point. I asked him, what's going to be different? And he said, well, back then we'd only been together for a short period of time. It was the first tournament out of the break, which a lot of teams used as a boot camp to try and see how everything was going to settle in. And clearly, Ancient is a map where they're very proficient. The fact that they've already won the half here, 8-3, a 5-round lead at this juncture, it is going to only be recovery for Heroic on the CT side of map number 1. But I'm curious because I think Big have already called with the response in mind for the Danes, right? So because we've seen Heroic try and fight middle, we've seen them try and fight over towards B lane, I think Big were expecting them to do both at the same time. And, well, when that happened, it was actually that aggressive A play from Stown. So we will see just more of these default spreads, making sure there is no A main aggression. Rimbo under pressure here. Gets a flash off quickly, does send Tessus packing. Being able to establish the A main control, they can park process here, and now they can work together over towards middle. Now this smoke that's come out of cave, this is an issue, right? This is a problem. The mid players, they now have to worry about the mid aggression as well as the ledge peaks. Not bang on there with the block for poor Yabi. I think that one would be extremely difficult to block from that window position.
Yeah, considering it's like already bounced already.
And it seems like it's right on with the trajectory, and the window is much smaller than Mirage.
I saw there is an unmolotovable, like uninterruptible window smoke. That's cool. Process. Good. Yabi. Big plan finding that success in middle. And they've still got plenty of time to piece together the final finish. Regrouping. Park Tabson maybe looking a little bit further towards that donut position. This could be the right call if they do try and probe towards donut.
Again, just this silent play late, spotted now. Pressure for sure, steps out, goes down, side open, should be another save. Just a 5-on-3 situation, you're really going to give it a crack with Stown over towards spawn. I think this has actually signaled the save call.
They're cooking it.
They're playing very well right now. The harder moments are these scenarios for Tabson. So when he's having to micromanage in that mid-round and look at all the util and look at the pieces where his focus is off of his crosshair. But he's actually had quite a good amount of impact with the frag so far. 9 for him as Process will fall to Stown. Mansu's had some good bailout rounds as well. So I will say it's a combination of good macro and approach to the game from Big so far, as well as individuals getting multi-kills when it does get dicey. And I think that's been the difference makers for Big. They've looked better overall as their approach of a team, and then when the individuals need to stand up and hit a couple of bangers, we've seen that as well. So all in all, going pretty nicely. Rush, just checking in with you, mate. How's it going in there?
Hey, what's going on? You all right?
Well, yeah, man. I was asking you.
Yeah. Chad, this is for you. If we stay in game, I made a little bind look so I can switch between the player crosshairs.
Oh.
So if you ever want that, just call for it.
Yabi, a dot abuser.
Should we go through him, Cadian?
Yeah, Cadian's still using the yellow. He's used that for some time.
He loves it. Ooh, Tessus has got
bit of a small boy there.
Fine specs on.
Stown is on black bars. What's Stown rocking?
Very tidy.
Okay, so he has 4x3 black bars, I think, Stown. All right, so we can bring that up.
Let's do this round with it, yeah?
Yeah, sure, why not?
And Yabi's using a dot.
This is a B rush, I think, Rush.
I want to see the dot pop off. Oh, another dot user. Crimbo equipped with his.
Cadian, a very
Now
aggressive.
pushing. Oh, good headshot onto Crimbo. Leveled out. Sin trades. Ooh, that wasn't far off the mark either. Cadian taking a pot shot, trying to catch any aggressions, and well, Tessus has done just that. Sin trying his luck through cave. Yabi upon the fade. Multiple in front of him. Gets them both with the M4.
You can't get better than that, can you?
Dreamy. Could not ask for more from Yabi's perspective. He's been quiet. 8 now total.
A little bit of bite as Monte likely to save, but could look to do some damage, try and rip away a couple of rifles. The money has actually built up quite nicely for Big on the majority of the names here. Monte with 10k remaining. However, there will be a few rounds of play left, make it 2 in total, so maybe he wants to hold on to the big green. 48 seconds. So plenty of time just to waltz around Ancient with Mr. Monte. Now, I did have something funny that I wanted to say, but as I mentioned, the brain's lag, and I don't even know what I can't even...
Had something.
Yeah, well, I definitely had something. I want to try and bring some Henry, Harry, Hugo energy. Yesterday, those three were, it was like, they were bouncing off the walls. There was a lot of talk about the Titanic, Hugo's great uncle. We learned, well, apparently he was the captain.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Knowing Hugo.
I mean, considering his history. Apparently, it was really good.
Yeah, that over there was really good.
All about that.
It's very clear, isn't it? That I can hear them maybe clearer than I can hear much else going on the broadcast, to be honest.
It's true.
Well, we're going to try the B-play again here from Big. They didn't like the way that one felt in the previous. Not expecting Heroic to go for the same aggressive stance.
But they will. And Cadian's caught Sin as well. Crimbo trying to accelerate Tessus. He's got the good flashes. He got the spray as well. Does deliver. Cadian eats the flashbang. Trapped in cave. And now Big Clan at least have the bomb site. The bare minimum a plan. But could be a whole lot more. Mantu looking snappy with this clear. Doesn't quite hit the shot on the first try.
They're locked out. This is a very difficult retake.
Yeah, they're trying to work it out now. Smoke deployed. Tabson ready to fight. Are they going to push on this? They are. Just jumping through. Tabson can't believe his luck. Turns around now. Not ready for Yabi, but Yabi didn't push. And now he's flashed and the round. It falls into place beautifully for Big Clan.
I think that's what they were hoping to happen in the previous round. So being able to pull it off in the next, and when that cave aggression came through, they isolated them. They're smoking off towards CT spawn. There's extra utility left over, and this is looking way too easy, isn't it?
I mean, this feels like a T side that people are going to be just going shopping through. You know, if there's anything you haven't been doing.
Doing the basics well, I think, would be one of the keys here. Now, who's done more for German Counter-Strike, Big Clan or Owner Pixel?
For German Counter-Strike, I think Big Clan might take that one.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Only he's pretty popular these days.
He's popular, but not because he's German.
That's true.
Whereas Big pretty much are only popular because
that is true.
Yeah. Oh, easy there, Ryder. Yabi boxed in by the flames and then flashed off, but that doesn't stop him spraying. Cadian as well, trapped, needs to use that 5-7 or get out because he's lost his orb.
Oh,
and
they keep coming.
Gets both of them. Tessus is going to be there as well, just an endless hydra of Heroic. And Mantu can't believe his luck. Pre-aiming perfectly for the Tessus swing.
Yeah, well, you've come in today knowing you're playing Heroic, ready for all of these fights, and we've seen that time and time again. Big have... well, not really been caught off guard by the re-aggressors, the pushes, the plays from Heroic. There's been few and far between. It is just shush to find.
Nice shot.
Laser beam.
That's the end of that. That is one hell of a half from Big Clan. It's their pick, and they show exactly why. Flexing on them with 11 rounds to boast as we swap sides. Don't go anywhere.
Sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Switch up my hair color. If people start to wonder where I am this summer, I'll be living in my passion, my fallen love. I'll be living in my passion, man, I'm on the run. I wanna be with you instead. I wanna be with you instead. Been searching for. Come before the storm, streets cold, but my heart stays.
For both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
What an absolutely bloody beautiful first half on the T side of Ancient from Big Clan. The Germans with a pole in the server, getting things done. 11 rounds against the Danes, one of the absolute best teams in the world right now, struggling to get out of first gear. Off gets Jungs, I think the Germans around the world are saying right now.
Yeah, off gates indeed. And I can't help but feel, after reading the interview that Casper, Katie and Muller gave with HLTV, about how it feels like they're not keeping to their protocol. It felt like it was a bit of a, you know, like he aired a lot of their dirty laundry publicly. And I can't help but feel that by doing that and then having games like this, you know, it's only going to create more of an intense environment.
A bit of animosity maybe.
Perhaps.
But here's the thing, if you can't get it done in the team talks, if you can't get the team to play the type of Counter-Strike you want, using an interview either for or against you is one way to go about it. It's down with the P250, not on the box, but gets sat on his ass, put back in it. Sin, beautiful shot to kick off the pistol.
Yeah, Stown put in the Sin bin.
Oh, this could be a very quick map of Counter-Strike here.
What's the current record? I think we had that 16-2 yesterday, or 16-3 against Rooster.
Rooster had a rough go of things yesterday. I think it was 6 rounds over 2 maps, not 6 maps at all.
Much more intense today against Monte.
Yeah, they put up a good fight, did the Rooster boys. And just taking some damage elsewhere. Could go on the jiggle, might get run down. The Julies get whipped out off the jiggle, and Cadian's an A.
Yeah, but the team is up B, so how does he want to work with this? He's pulled a rotate. My God, he's pulled a rotate. Not anymore, perhaps, as Process.
This is not ideal. You don't want to go A now. The fact that Cadian's gone down, if he stayed alive towards big box, okay, you could try and pin something together, but the bomb is going to trickle back over as well. I don't like the look of this for Heroic. I feel like the pistol, they don't have anything, and they're not grouped up. They can't even trade.
They just gave up all that B space they created by virtue of Cadian getting that kill. And now, yeah, you keep throwing nades and you commit into the A side. Process can't believe it's not going to quick click out of Tabson's USP, puts it all onto Shush. Walking through that smoke, and Sin will pluck him from the air as Big Clan. They stay focused on the objective.
This is too easy for them. That's what I'd be thinking if I was Gob right now. Like, I'd be very happy, but I'd be thinking, well, everything's going right. What is going on? Where are Heroic?
Asleep? Is this a dream?
Are we waking them up for map number 2 of Inferno coming up next? Well, as we touched on, these guys played about a month ago, Blast groups over there for the fall season, and Heroic had their way with them. They had no issues dealing with what Big were bringing to the server that early on in their progression. It will be the force buy for Heroic into round number 2 of the second half. Deagles make that 2, make that 3 as we learn to count. And 2 Tech-9s with a couple of smokes and a couple of flashes behind it.
I'm living for Mantu's forward position. I don't know if he's just posturing or containing the smoke, or if he's going to potentially play the fade. It's not in his interest to. You can see that angle held by Shush.
They will get back in time. Sin towards spawn, Mantu to help Process from Donut. They can find this A play. They're going to have 3 bodies here.
Yeah, really awkward, really uncomfortable for the defense initially. Space is taken, and they flash for Donut. They want to fight it, and it's Mantu with 1 as Shush's dig lights up the feed. 1 to a teammate, no less. Well, he's gone. Mantu pushing as well. I'm going to clear this out, and Big Clan barely breaking a sweat as they pull home the 13th. Cadian left alone on his dig.
Just damage. This has been such a flat map.
It's been really one way.
Yeah, there hasn't been any excitement whatsoever. Heroic haven't even had patches that they've looked good. It's just been really the conversation all about Big. So we can now return to some more pertinent questions. Oh, that's a nice shot. You got any more of those for us, Cadian? See if you can put a zinger up for your team. Won't be the case. He will get sat down. It should be a full eco now, and we can bring Rush back. But first, I want to bring in Get Right, who has confirmed. We have confirmation from Get Right that we can hear the table Le Tennis. So I hope that's keep. It's as good for you as it is for me at home.
You'd be interested to know that the Janko Paunovic competition versus Mr. Russell has finished, and now it is, in fact, Dinko giving him a couple of reps. I heard they were playing ping pong into the early hours last night as well.
They did, after we had our post-evening meeting last night, they did come down for some heavy pong. Sounds like a type of body odor. The heavy pong.
A heavy pong. Well, this really does look like the last hurrah for Yabi's AK-47. He'll be giving it a go.
Yeah, the fact that they've actually gone for this play, I know they're looking for more damage again. At least they're playing like they can still win this map. It's going to be, pardon the pun, but a heroic comeback necessary. A hero AK needs to find at least 1 to 2 kills of damage across the team. I'm not just talking about in the hands of Yabi here. Shush has facilitated this. So Heroic need to find something, and they have a minute on the clock to do so.
Shooting from Yabi gets the necessary trade. The AK now noted, and certainly has an advantage against these MP9s at range. The rest of them trying to make space. Down, no armor on this. He's recovered up Tabson's M4. Pushing forward into the A side, and Process and Mantu, they'll play a more passive hold. Fake though, looking for these fights. Down's prepared for them, doesn't have the advantage of armor, and Process shreds him with the MP9. Still Yabi trying to make it costly. It's driven Just 2 frags and 2 rebuys out of the side holding and boasting 14 already. Godby really wants to see them pull this over the line cleanly. It would mean a whole lot to the squad and also perhaps ramifications into the rest of the series, second map, if they can close this one clean.
Yeah, look, Monte was one thing, and we saw Monte today also having a bit of a rougher time against that of Rooster. We spoke to LMBT and SDY after, and apparently a bit of or underestimating your opponent came into play. Maybe the same to be said for Heroic here. The bigger issue is we have some woes about them when we get in the bigger games and the playoff matches, and they're just going to rush B. Okay, good luck.
No stop. Crimbo. Messy spray on that one. Yabi catches him off with the pace in that Mag 10. Nice control out of Mantu as he only finds one. He needs a whole lot more. It's all alone. Mantu's been run down, sprayed down, sight loss, process. Has to save this one.
Okay, finally a little bit of something here. Yeah, and just going fast. With that type of a buy, I was questioning what was going to be available for Shush off the back of him dropping the hero AK. And now the ramifications of a couple of kills in those back-to-back lighter investment rounds will come through. You'll see Big having to scramble with their purchases, and we've already discussed just how they make a few odd ones. They like to have all the goodies, all the guns, get the full buys out. So we'll see how they want to operate if Process gets to hold on to this, which Cadian will be the man deciding if that is the case or not. You can see him here on the lovely little lurk. That's going to be one of my favorite bugs to get removed, the water sound camera bug. Apparently the new demo stuff, after every update, it's been breaking at Jackie. I saw him putting out a few bits and bobs regarding that. I know that Jay and Rush back behind the scenes were trying to work out the way that they could show everybody the new demo system, but apparently it's having a couple of issues. I don't even think we're meant to know about it yet. It's meant to be hidden away.
No, it's all there. It's just going to be probably getting its frills put on it. Well, Heroic, this is the long road back into this game.
Well, Big have decided to force buy off this save. They haven't gone for the lighter approach. They've actually gone almost all in. Mantu with a little bit of residual caches. They do have enough weaponry, enough firepower to make something like this possible. Trying to set up a boost right now. Not working to plan as Process is aggressive. Might be looking for a fight. They could have tried to facilitate him, and will. He's just going to take the fight in his own volition. Process takes down Yabi. 4-on-4. Big rotation for the Germans.
Delay smoke on Donut.
Perfect timing with the block. They get the rotation in play. This is where you wonder, hey, should you have maybe just let them in? Should you have allowed them to pry in towards the A site and waltz into the stack proactive again?
Yeah, they just want a biff, and that's exactly what Shush was waiting for. Double trouble from Shush. This Process at least catches that one, but they know now where the rest of you reside, or at least where Process was. Stown now gets the better of him. Now, with Crimbo so low, it's unlikely he gets anything done here. And just maybe looking for a rifle upgrade to bring him through to the next. But it's interesting, isn't it, the Big's philosophies about investing, and they seem to be kind of diverse in their forces, whether this one was motivated by let's just try and close and keep a lid on Heroic.
Well, normally when you get a reset in the modern economy on the CT side or the T side, I guess the T side early on it's if you get a plant or not get a plant, if you and even map dependent if you're going to force buy into the next. In that type of situation, it's very common for the CTs to go for that buy, but just knowing Big and what we've seen in the past and what we've even seen in this map so far, sometimes they make some more conservative decisions. Now this one was the standard, it was par for the course.
Sure, standard, I don't know, it's just knowing Big Clan and knowing how they tend to be converting their rounds as the CT side gets going. Didn't know whether they were just tempted in by wanting to close so soon, or whether or not they just felt they had enough cushion to give it a go, like Scouts, FAMAS.
If they'd let them into A, I hedge a bet that they probably win that round because they were ahead of the rotation. Now they will be taking what is the closest thing to a full eco. Just a 5-7 for Process, a flash in play as well, and they are going to use the flash and push out middle into Stown. Ahead of the flash.
Turned it. Perfect. And Stown racks up the quad kill. Spraying them down, those ones will feel good. And so will another round for Heroic, as this 11-4 half we saw from Big Clan needs to be replicated.
With both pistols, falling against you, you feel like Big have already done enough to close this out. This currently is sitting as one of these standard matter of time maps, but the closer and closer Heroic can draw this before we see Big get up to 15, that's where some of these newer players in Big can be questioned, right? Because they don't have the experience having to close out against such a good team like Heroic on a consistent basis. This is still new waters, new territory for them. So the Heroic coming back into the game, it's are the players going to wake up? Are they going to be activated? It's the individuals need to make the right decisions now. Because in terms of their approach, their strategies, that can't be the conversation with Heroic anymore. This team has been together for long enough. They should know how they want to approach the game. It's about the players making sure they're switched on and ready to go. This will be the second time out from Big, discussing the finances. So this is where we've got 4.4 on Tabson, 4.3 on Crimbo. There's just over 4K on Sin as well. So enough to constitute a buy. Mantu will be lighter on in the util department. He will be deciding to operate with the Kevlar here. Now, where are the defuse kits? That's another question that needs to be asked and answered by Big. And, well, because they're lighter on in the util department, they can't invest. Had to go all in with the nades. There won't be a single defuse kit into play in the next round for round 22. So can they hold them at the door? Can they secure round 15? Can Heroic keep this comeback story alive?
A lot of pressure early from the utility here towards B-bomb site. Got to get past Mantu. Some well-controlled jiggles out of Tessus to confirm the orb's presence. Cadian already occupies cave. The pressure is coming. They're tightening the thumb screws already. Shusha's full info mid. Mantu considering that cave smoke now would be the time before he gets spammed. He doesn't get it down in time. Stown's the one to catch him through the boards, and now Crimbo trying to go forward as Process dies on Donut. Do they really need to commit to this? They will, as Tessus finds it onto Crimbo.
Round over. See how awkward that gets there. Mantu's trying to be a team player. He's trying to decide, hey, should I be blocking cave here? But they blocked the top of the ramp. You shouldn't block both at the same time. You want to be taking a fight on one of the two. At least being able to have information or a duel. And that right there looked very awkward. That CT setup did not look reminiscent of what we've seen from Big throughout the rest of this game so far. It's been quite put together. That they applied pressure. Lose Mantu to the spam. Heroic force Big back down to another lighter investment. Have a handful of smokes, some pistol upgrades. Mantu will not be obliging as he will have the 3400 coming into the next. Wants to make sure he can get all the goodies next round. But now some pace from the Danes once more. Out mid, just punishing Tabson. Process with this 5-7. Can he do some damage? Sharp for the first, spamming away, and we'll go down to Katie and AK. So they've traded out, they're in the site, and we'll call this 9.
Yeah, this is Vertish.
So I feel like a lot of the impact in this game, especially in the first half, was some bailout rounds early from Mantu, and those rounds equated for a few because of the financial impact that they had against the Heroic buys. And then the same for Tabson. I remember him having 1 or 2 big rounds within that first patch of 6 or 7, which really made sure that Big didn't get back into force buy wars, right? They didn't get brought down into the mud. They weren't having to wrestle with Heroic in a type of game which is better for them. But really, and I know when people at home are watching this and they're thinking, okay, yeah, this should be a big game, and I agree with the type of commanding scoreline they were able to accrue, especially with the CT pistol and the conversions. You're thinking they should be able to get 2 CT-sided gun rounds. In this entire second half, just 2 CT-sided gun rounds. But again, we return to the young guns. We return to the Process, the Sin, and we ask the question, hey, as players who have recently got different, well, they've been promoted to the main squad now, but they've had different, opportunities to play here, there, and everywhere for Big in the academy, or maybe being subbed in. Do they have enough in the tank in this type of environment as well? It's a studio land. The pressure shouldn't be that high to just get the multi-kills required to close things down. This is a fast A play, and they should be getting into the site for free. Donut Smoke will be deployed. That's the spawn bad boy. You love to see it, and it's all a ruse. They're hoping that it forces a full rotation, which it currently has, but Yabi not active on that B lurk. So Heroic have no idea how well this has paid off.
Yeah, so if Yabi had been walking in at the same time as those heads have been turning, you've been able to report the gaps that were created. I see. And now, as Big Clan realize the jig is up.
A quick reaction as well.
And they opt to clear elbow as opposed to jump up. We'll get them some answers at least. Cadian could be potentially flanked on this as well if they do clear A main. tabseN's going for it. Cadian's going to be a sitting duck. He wants info as to whether or not there's others behind him.
They know it's B.
Yeah, 3 of them there. And tabseN confirms. Only one A lurker, just like that. Now the stack is in. So is the commitment, though. Smokes are up.
Pushing.
Facilitated them. Shush is going in for the mad spray. Only the one, but Stown trying to stand. And he does do so strongly for the first. A 2-on-4 with Process behind them. Seal the deal. Stown looking to come up clutch. He can't find Crimbo. And that's Big Clan up to 15. God be happy with that one.
So they just needed 2 gun rounds, right, to close out this game, and there's one of them. And it was a great decision, right? After they fake A, the rotation came in. It was the full rotation that we discussed. The fact that they were able to pip this gap, find that hole, and Cadian had no idea that was coming, right? He knew that it was going to be the push through mid that was the reason that he's lost that fight. But at that moment, what can he do? And I think that's why Shush, and I think it was... Stown? Was it Yabi? Could have been Stown. Whoever was pushing aggressively, they realized how much territory they had lost, and they needed to take a heads-up fight, but they were already locked out. There were so many big players ready to respond to that type of a play. It's going to be the 3rd tactical timeout for Heroic here, and maybe the last. They can facilitate another buy. They can push all their dugs in towards the center of the table here. But this is going to be another upset victory as far as the first map is concerned. So Big Clan coming in today and really making a bit of a name for themselves at the moment, aren't they?
Most definitely. Inferno was Heroic's pick. We'll get to see that one as their response if they do concede here. Or can they run us all the way to overtime?
What, 6 straight? What do you think?
Seems unlikely, Chad. It seems like, as you've been highlighting throughout, that that first half with the probably first 7 or 8 so rounds going so well for Big, followed by both pistols, you've got yourself a bit of a recipe for success. Still, not one to rule out Heroic. Process gives it a couple of pot shots down lane, a couple of HEs for good measure. Tessus cops some of the damage there. And they just go, walking up the ramp with some real fervent aggression. Held at bay. Stown's caught Sin on the cave. I think the rest would fall into place here. And just like that, Josh does not clear his corners. Crimbo rewarded. Nice catch from Yabi back. Process forward position on the short. Does only get the one. It's nice from tabseN through the smoke. Aggressive from the German. And now a one-on-one. A battle between Mantu and Stown. The bomb to be scooped up and plenty of time to play this one out. Does Mantu try and already hedge his bets? I think he does. He's already backing away. He's going to be in a prime position if he continues to maneuver through CT. Stown will have time to plant. He's going to have a nice bit of time to set himself up for the post plant too. A clutch to extend play. Mantu confirming it's A. And at this point, with no kit,
maybe he's looking for one and still wants to give it a go. Okay, he's going to give this a crack. And why the hell not? I think the biggest key is the smoke kit combo. Yeah, so even though the time is fleeting, this could be the difference maker.
He didn't reload. Stown has 8 bullets as well. So that makes his life even more difficult. If Mantu was to just smoke the bomb. Yeah,
it has to stick it. This is for the game.
This would be one way to win it.
He has to stick it now.
Doesn't have a lot of bullets. Doesn't have a lot of bullets. Oh no, he got off it. Mantu off the bomb. No time.
No time. Surely no time. Yeah, okay. Took a while for the penny to drop right there, considering how close that situation could have been. I think Heroic are lucky to get away with that one. If Mantu just smoked on the bomb, that he has no idea about the amount of bullets, right? But in that situation, with how low the clock was, it didn't even feel like he had time to go for that type of a fight.
Yeah, and he was getting hit by the AK. I think 2 of those bullets connected, and he was under the impression, right, well, there's probably another 25 coming that way. Oh, little did he know. Little did he know he was running at him with the Glock. You could have seen that go down in so many different ways in favor of Mantu, but it is Stown that says play on.
Have to wait another round for Big to pull back out the rifles, so it is going to be pistol upgrades aplenty. U2 to help corral them to isolate some of these fights. Oh, forward, they're going to fight this.
Straight in. Loving that. Holding W ahead of the Flames, and now, very uncomfortable for the remaining Big Clan players. tabseN's pushing A. That's going to at least enable them to be a bit more confident in their positioning. Oh,
okay. They probably deserve one with how the game's gone so far. So a couple of... Oh, who's this Crimbos? Deagle looking to light up a couple more.
That was ballsy from Yab. He didn't get punished for it, but the Tabson P250, deadly as he hits one into the head of Tessus as well.
Good damage.
Yeah, solid damage. It might lead to another frag or two. Cadian.
Not necessary.
Looking for trouble.
Very losable 2-on-2 now. If there was a kid in play, I might even favor big.
God, that would be one way to lose it. I don't think they're going to go for it, are they really? You got an AWP and an AK-47. It's certainly grounds to investigate.
Could be the classic going fishing.
Yeah, they're just putting the rod. I don't think you put the rod in the water. What do you put? The line? The line in the water?
Yeah, with the lure of some variety and probably some type of bait as well.
Yeah.
There'd be a hook.
Yeah. Or you can make your own little fly. I think that looks cute. Like it's like the masculine version of arts and crafts, you know.
Oh, I see. With the
no, I'm not making cute little bugs out of wire and stuff. It's for fishing, you see.
Well, this is the fish like the look of it. It's all about catching the fish. Well, I heard Perfecto likes a bit of fishing.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's never been particularly appealing to me. I don't think I have the attention span.
It didn't. I've been Australian. We always do a little bit of that back at home, right? It's something. Yeah, I'm with you. You need to be. It need to be a good group of people. It's the hang, not necessarily the fishing.
I mean, I see some fishermen out here in Malta. They just have the rods in the water and they're just sitting there. You know, like you don't even have to do anything.
Tessus is really going to commit this. Needs to back off. No. That molly didn't land perfectly either. Mantu's searching.
And Mantu feeding Cadian. Nice opening kill for Heroic on this path back into the game. Spam not connecting. Deep molly red. Look at the clears from Tessus. He's already called Donut clear. Okay, Process, what have you got for us? Nothing. The answer, this is a clean one from Heroic. One back. Only the one, though, from Sin. As it seems a lot of Heroic's more pacey maneuvers when they kind of have intention off of the rip. They've been landing.
But if I'm Heroic in that moment and you kill the AWPer mid, there's less likely going to be an AWPer over towards A, so you know you don't have to take the long juggles from Donut towards Brokey or towards CT spawn, also crossing in, and less utility is going to be required, so they just kick down the door. So very good decision making from Heroic. But I think Mantu's expecting that second molly that we saw miss and only plume in the corner to be a deep molly, which as he's coming around the corner, what I imagine was meant to be the play, he establishes the deep angle, the molly clears, the T then either flashes, which would be past likely his line of sight, landing behind him, and he has the angle, he kills them on the jiggle or the initial step. So the fact that he steps out and the molly hasn't landed perfectly, an unforced error, a molly that was missed thrown by one of his teammates, maybe even himself, they give away the opening pick, Heroic punish, Heroic win the round, and Heroic turn it into just a 3-round game.
Oof.
We know what that sound means. Third tactical timeout taken from Big now. Gob with the opportunity to get on the mic and confer with the rest of the team. There he is, the Gobfather himself. Absolute legend of the German Counter-Strike scene, has been playing this game and been a part of this game for an extremely long time.
Is Counter-Strike more T-sided than ever, Chad Birchall?
I think Counter-Strike at the moment, with LMBT also alluded to this point on the couch, people have been playing Counter-Strike for 10 years. Everybody understands how to play the game at this point. The same kind of thing happened towards the end of 1.6, where the majority of the approaches were figured out and then things became more individual because the decision trees for everybody was quite ironed out.
Yeah.
So at that point, it comes down to who's going to make the decision quicker and who's going to hit the shot, which is boiling Counter-Strike down to its core. But when everybody's putting so many hours in, right, the aim is going to hit a point where a lot of players' aim is comparable. A lot of players are bringing the same thing to the table, and this is where the economy plays a big factor. That's where when they talk about big pistols going either way, we talk about clutches. Those are the swing rounds. Process has been okay on the 5-7, you know, Alex. This is the type of round I see Big winning.
Yeah, especially because he's just started around that corner at the perfect and most opportune
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
hello!
Caught Cadian. Quick reaction. But taking down the AWPer, and surely now Road calling for a rotate. Oh, Tabson beheaded by that shush swing. Looking set for success now, Heroic. It's Sin's Deagle that they've got to get past. He had a gap on that smoke, but eats the flash, and now surely going to be spotted out. Yeah, nice diligence there from Tessus. He gets a second smoke on the gap. Recovery continues for Heroic, and Stown, you can see this power position. He could be set for at least one, make it two. as he takes all those guns away, all of that well and hard-earned cash squandered as Crimbo left alone to save.
How many rounds in a row has this been? We're looking an awful lot, really. There's only one round in the last. Let me do some quick maths here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So in the last 10 rounds of play, only one going in the favor of Big, as Crimbo trying to fight for his life will not survive. Tessus takes him down, but the max loss bonus is clearly in play. So there's more money than Big need for a buy. They can purchase it here, but this one feels like it's going to go the distance right now. Heroic have really taken control of this game. They just have to do it, obviously, on a knife's edge. There's some great shots from Shush. The bailout kill in a process, and then just waltzes in. And yeah, that was the yell that we heard. Because Tabson's trying to backpedal into something a bit more passive so he's not overcommitted. And he's mad because if he knows he just stood and he fought, he has a much better opportunity. So frustration from the German leader.
Oh, Kagan's calling something cheeky after that previous disruptive push from Process. He's calling the same move, or at least it starts the similarly. 4 towards A to go. They wanted to clear any A main, and now they'll go back for the smokes, or is it actually on full reset? You can see Stown and Tessus, they started towards A main, but are now maneuvering into a much more passive containment of the mid push.
So this is important because if the CTs keep getting info in main, then those flanks are always viable. This is Cadian hoping that somebody wants to come aggressive at any moment in this round. We can see Mantu is the one tasked with dealing with the A site from C2, who's now been rejigged over towards red. Process and Tabson will go back to the standard rifle crossfire. And what you were talking about, this A main play, well, Shush is the front man here. He's the one who's going to have a look with the AWP, but it is going to be an A go.
Yeah, Process, he's going to have to have his eyes peeled, now blinded. Holds fast for Stown. First found. Big 4 frags away now from the close. Getting intense as Shush is still hitting headshots. 4 on 4. Tabson tucked into the site. They're well aware of the temple threat. Doing it on the fly here is Cadian. Yabby somehow wins that duel on B, and now they're backing out.
They have 30 seconds. Tabson can try and cut them off if he goes through middle. They have to go A. They have to go A to finish this round. And Tabson knows it. He would hear the footsteps. They have to go A.
Oh. Yabby's caught him. Moving through. He was convinced they were going B, and it's fallen apart for Big Clan just like that. An overcomplication. A cut of noise. Bombs going down on A, but the clutch still lives on for Crimbo. The nade was good. That's so low. They're both on the site. Cadian, though, has the orb. 1 HP on Yabby. So much time for Crimbo, but only 9 bullets. It's more than enough if he's precise. Wiggling his way through. He's found the path of least resistance. Through Yabby! Saves Heroic, and we go to a full 30 rounds. It's a triple kill from Yabby. Just to secure it, and I can't believe that death from Tabson. You know he's going to be miffed.
I guess they didn't show the bomb A main?
No.
Did the bomb not get spotted at A main at all?
It was on Tessus. I don't think they saw it.
Because that's it. The only way to go back through would have been through middle, and they would have had to have jumped up. So I guess Cadian didn't show the bomb when Yabby got the kill on B, which made them think it was going to be the lurk play. Because if the bomb wouldn't have had a chance to rotate back, it likely could have got cut off from the donut play. So a bit of an awkward one, and a light buy here for Big for the final round. They do not have money for the full investments. They won't have all the bells and whistles. They won't have all the goodies that Gob desires. This is going to have to be something with silenced M4s, maybe a couple of Famis's in the mix. You can see the buy coming through now. Plenty of smokes being prioritized here, but that's really all that they can invest into. Tabson has $400 left. Is he deciding, do they need a kit for this final round? Apparently not to be the case. We'll go with the smoke. So these little decisions here, smokes, kits, what are we going to get? Well, this might play into the opener. Big, how do you try and get this one done in regulation? Or are we headed for overtime?
Time to find out. Heroic. It's been one hell of a comeback. And Sin throws aggression into the mix right when they needed him to do the opposite. Mantu's got too much to deal with. Caught with his pin pulled. B-side surely lost now. Tabson already catching flak and pushing forward. Twisting the knife is Tessus. A double kill from Tessus as Tabson retakes long. Swinging through. Only the one. Jabby. Definitely switching it on when they needed him. It's down at 28. Yabby 24. Those individuals are firing.
Oh, this is so rough. It was.
You got both pistols. It was an 11-4.
It was 14-4, and then it was 15-9.
Oh, those are some tough break points.
Oh, this is definitely destined for overtime. 15-15, Heroic secure it. Crimbo falls, and we are getting into a smiley-looking Cadian here. The entire game has shifted. A match where everything was going so well for the Germans. They were in cruise control. We discussed the opportunity that maybe some of these younger names, these less experienced names, the choke might start to play in here. And they haven't been able to put any resistance. We've spoken about that spree of rounds that Heroic have gone on. Well, it's been barely interrupted, and even when it was, Heroic didn't whimper. This is where the game changes completely, and the Danes are back in control, back looking for a 2-0.
Yeah, it's not going to stop him from fighting, though, and Stown got caught on the quick switch mid. It's, oh, Tabson saving himself from a red face there as Tessus had him in his sights, but it's a nice, aggressive opener, and look at the smoke they threw, deliberate or otherwise. That's a little one-way sticking out. Landing on the ledge, that's cool.
Stown's had 9 opening kills. Is that?
Must be.
Is that right?
Well, with 28 frags, yeah.
9 opening kills for Stown.
I wonder how many of them on the T side.
Well, there's 3 in a row on the T side,
Well,
so I think
that's
that helps to answer the question. That's it. When you don't look at the scores and all the opening kills, just kind of enjoying the Counter-Strike. But Stown has definitely showed up. Oh, Shush is burning between the flames and still gets away with it.
Oh, he found the sweet spot. He should be dead. This should be over, but with Shush living on and hitting that shot onto Tabson, there is still a way that this could be fumbled by Big. Cadian, he's clearing.
Oh, no.
Shot onto Crimbo, boosted on the box. They know Sin will be nearby. And he's got to be worried about red as well. Shush is across. Oh, what an uncomfortable position to be in. And it started so strong. A double kill from Big Clan to get it going. Tabson and Process both finding one, and now Shush gets a freebie onto Sin, looking the wrong way. The B side is theirs. And
Cadian has the bomb, he has to go A. There's no time for him to rotate B. Mantu's just going to get the kill and win the round.
This is weird.
Wait, Mantu's, he just moved away. They're going to get the plant. They're going to get, well, he's just faked it out. So Cadian knows he would, what is happening?
This is Counter-Strike. What is going on?
And they're going to think it's B. Process is only going to realize it as he walks up the ramp. I don't hear any ticking. His teammates are about to scream. It's the wrong site. You're in the wrong place. And that's it. That's going to be the first round of overtime going to Heroic.
Is there something in the water at Pro League? Because all of these Counter-Strike matches have been a bit balmy.
I think, look, I'm going to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Counter-Strike is in one of the weirdest positions it's been in for almost a decade, right?
Yeah.
Since CSGO came out. We're in this transitional period to a new game, which is essentially just this game, but on a new engine with maybe some upgrades. But we right now have Pro League as the limited, not quite open beta is out there. These teams, you know that CS2 is coming. You know that you have to grind, but in the back of your mind, you know a new game with these slight tweaks, slight differences is going to be coming out at some point. So with all of that clouding players' minds, right? We don't know what the future's going to look like. Valve have just put in changes to do with tournaments, which is going to change the way the partner league for Blast and ESL operate. We're in a funky spot. Right. The community, all they're doing, they can't get enough of it. They're just gagging for anything CS2 related. So we're playing CSGO right now here at Pro League. We're watching some of the best teams go toe-to-toe, but everybody knows this is coming to an end at a point which nobody knows exactly where it is. It's just a weird time in Counter-Strike,
isn't it? And that, especially in this professional environment where you've got to go and do your job.
But think about this: you have to play CS:GO to play these matches. Yeah. While all the teams who are maybe tier 2, tier 3, why, unless I'm in a tournament that's live right now, why would I be wasting my time playing CS:GO? I'd be gearing up to take these guys' jobs.
Precisely, and it is potentially meta shifting. The way the engine feels. Independence from Tessus. He got to go straight out into one, but Tessus is dead, and Tabson's fragged up 3 just like that. Shush claws one back. That recovers the bomb. It could have been lost. The round could have followed. Instead, with Shush's frag, do they have a smoke? No, just the molly, so not comfortable. Cadian's going to try and use his AWP as some sort of scout into the donut position. Not going to be easy to get that bomb down here. Cadian cooking someone up here. Walking Temple. Crimbo, nice aim. Checking for that. But now Shush is the unknown entity. Where did he get off to? Their setup is solid. Shouldn't be any way for them to maneuver back into the site. Crimbo even occupying this Temple position. They have revealed that double AWP with Crimbo's frag onto Cadian. And just like that, Crimbo, he closes. An equalizing one here to get the first CT round on the board from Big on this CT side.
Well handled here from tabseN. This is a massive 3K. The fact he gets away with a third here, they're allowing him to isolate all of these fights. And sure, the spacing in that moment isn't going to be great, but the fact that he is able to get all three, that's great guns. An in-game leader that has been known over his career to have a whole lot of fragging output. Good to see him still delivering, because I'm going to be honest, I thought he had started to age out. I didn't really have any hope for the direction this team's going. It's been better results for Big than I was expecting here so far. So if they can keep this up, they can turn some heads, they can change that narrative and dialogue. That was the deep molly. This time it will land. Full mid control, garnered right now for Big. Looking to grab their second here. First half of OT numero uno. 4 players postured towards B lane, and tabseN has full mid control, so they're calling Mad over to pick down B lane as well. That's just completely iced. This is really well layered on top. So now tabseN is essentially the cave holder. Sin can go back and help Crimbo on the side. They're trying to waltz in.
Sin didn't get forced away by the molly. Thinks he's got the angle. Spam to distract. Oh, spam right back. Good find from Sin. Shush as well goes down to the Sin push. With Cadian rewarded for his patience, catches Mantle on the jump up, but tabseN stubborn to contain the ramp side. Flash is necessary just to set up for the next push. Crimbo eats it. tabseN needs to get on that bomb. Smoke on long, holding the defuse, but too easy for Yabi to collect. And now Crimbo, uncertain, looking the wrong way. Heroic leave with the lead in that first half of OT.
And finally making a bit of noise, right? So this is the thing, they've been forced to work in this game. They start off on the CT side of Big's map choice and they do absolutely nothing. Then I assume during the halftime break there was a few words from existing Cadian to the boys and they come online. You were talking about in the early stages of that second half, the pace for Heroic, they were able to snowball a lot of rounds. Big, having the half buys, having a couple of forced buy scenarios of their own, unable to really do the damage. And it's not that they didn't have their moments, they had their chances. But again, this close that you thought was going to be destined for Big, it's fallen through their fingers, and now this is Heroic's map to win. They're going to set themselves up going into Inferno next, a map where they've already dealt with Big only about a month ago. And God be, this is the type of loss that you really want to avoid as a team when it's new. I know that this is going to happen. Teams are going to lose matches of Counter-Strike, but you would hate, especially against an opponent, that this could mean a lot for the team. You win a map, you win a series against a bigger opponent. You talked to Yanko about this in some of his days when he was coaching. You win some of these games, it can activate the team. It can get people believing. So we'll have to see if Big can hold on and push this one maybe to a double OT. Heroic just need one round on this CT side to force that.
Shush with a full main push. Mid taken. Big Clan, they've got a lot of room here in middle. Battle of the wallbangs there. Sin and Stown have both done their homework.
Very quiet now across the map, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to admire Yabi's patience on the mid hold as well. Very deep way to be positioned for that one. Not actively contesting, just containing.
You can see how the map is actually functioning a bit differently right now. So giving up the mid control is Heroic. They know that red slip is possible. It is being watched by Yabi. And they've tucked 2 players in towards A. And they're playing from A main. This is looking great for Heroic.
Shush. To be clear, perfect on the first, expecting the trade, but Mantu, he doesn't have the weapon for the job, being run out. Oh, and Shush does turn on a dime to find Sin. Out of bullets. Changes that with the weapon swap. Mantu eats that HE. It's all Shush right now, and Big, they collapse upon arrival. Just a one-man show. Shush brings home 18 as easy as that, and Big Clan, let's not forget those 2 numbers you gave me before. It was that 11-4 half, but also it was that 14 to what?
It's 15-9.
15 to 9.
15 to 9. Yeah, so there was
6 opportunities.
11-4 half, I think it was 14 to 4, and then
That's
it was 15 to 9 to well, they had 6 chances. They had 6 opportunities to try and get it done, try and get it across the line. And this one is going to sting. The mental residue of this, it will exist. You will take this into the next map. You know you should have won this one. We talk about resetting, but a game like this, and you're going to be rethinking, hey, if we just won this round, if we'd just done this, if you just hit that shot, as moving into what I think here may be the final round, especially if Heroic change up the way that they're approaching the CT hold. Aggression towards mid, they've got 3 players to stall this out. Divider smoke, Molly's either side. Mid is completely locked out here.
If after all of what we've just said, and you die to a Dak bought by Shush, on your A commitment.
He might get the chance to use it as
he
well.
might. Cadian's calling B lane clear. Surely that means Shush, immediately heads back over to the angle. Crimbo containing. Cadian holding 2.
With a whole bunch of smokes, if I know that's a fake, if they don't smoke CT, I'm going to be very surprised.
They have to.
Oh, the timing.
Oh! Well.
You can't cross now. You have to play close side towards Donut.
He knows too. Looking for an opportunity. As smoke deep into Temple, but still Shush has found another. Oh, nearly Process puts him low. 3 HP on it as big they want to say and secure these 2 rounds to take us to a second overtime. Sin in the smoke. The bomb is ticking in their favor. Aggression punished as Cadian adjusts with the no-scope. Now awkward for Big. Getting awkwarder. Tabson, the nade's got his name on it, gets far enough away. I think the time is on their side though. If he could just get him off the bomb using that smoke, it's all up to one man. It's Crimbo up against the world. And 1, 2, 3, Crimbo takes them into the final round of OT. Big Clan not done yet.
Oh, Crimbo's had a couple of opportunities where he's been the last man alive for clutches, but that was the most manageable of the lot in all the chaos. He activates, he hits the necessary shots, and he makes a 1-on-3 look easy. In the back, comms are scrambled right now. Tessa's trying to defend the diffuser. Time ticking down. Stan with no choice. And a nice finish there from Crimbo. Set up by the rest of his team, helping with the delay, right? Sure, he's the hero of this one, but without the team getting them into that position, there was no way he could finish off that clutch. Again, harassing mid with the util. Tabson limps forward a nade to deal with any CTs pushing out. This one is starting to heat up.
Cadian, he wants to take that orb down. Or at least was considering it. First time we've seen him go for something towards this ramp side. Off of the rip. Smoke doors, but look at this snake slithering through. Towards that red room, that was a gap. Yabi's been sent to address it on the reload. Crimbo swings into Tessus.
It's just Shush. They're going to split A.
Could be the perfect call. Should be the perfect call. Yabi can do nothing about it. The util is perfect, and Big Clan not going down. His first OT, it seems like a certainty now. One will go down. A 3 versus 5 for the retake, now 2. Mantu catches Yabi through the smoke, little pot shot for good luck, and now yes, down, he's just asking for a flash. Why not? Give it your beans, give it your all. Doesn't finish off Process on this one. Looks like we need 2 OTs to separate this team.
And it makes sense. This is where Big did their absolute best work, right? It was on the T side. That's where they got 11 rounds in the first half, and they're going to finish this one off with style. Crimbo grabs another, and it'll be Process to take down Stown. 18-18, MR3 once more. We whack it back up. We're at 2.5K. And this time round, it's going to be first to 22. So we're essentially looking for 4 rounds. So first to 22, 21, 21, and we do it all again. This is an infinite game, Counter-Strike. We go until someone drops dead or someone hits the magic number.
What is the world record?
I feel like that stat, we need to keep it just with SEO at all times, and he can just bring it up and be like, yes, Chad, Alex, I've mentioned this 100 times. It is still such and such. And we go, thanks, Ben.
137 rounds between Team Gunrunners and Isuba.
Okay. Isuba.
Isuba. Maybe out-of-date information. Someone just said 173 in my ear.
All right. That's a lot of rounds as well.
Mm. That doesn't sound right. That's an absurd amount. Right, 3, 6, 9, 12.
That feels like a full-time job of Counter-Strike. Like you've gone in for 8 hours and you've come home and you've finished 1 map.
1 map. I don't believe it. Cadian. Oh, ooh, Process is so very, very lucky to be alive. But after firing off that shot, he's running, charging back over to back him up on B. Tessus does find one. Is that enough? As Cadian will try and post up, staring at smokes for now. Shush and Stown joining the pack, and there's very impressive awareness from Stown to try and catch this late arrival from Process. Crimbo's done a lot of the heavy lifting again for the boys. Yabi will finish off Process. Mantu goes down 2, not the 2v4, not the 2v4. Big, you had the advantage, you had this round, and now it's slipping through your fingers. It has to be Crimbo. Crimbo for the ace clutch. Yabi alone. It's all Crimbo. And at the time, it favors him, forcing Yabi wide. The nade's not going to be a problem. It is. As he's got enough time, he's got the kit, and all of that hard work from Crimbo, it collapses as Heroic will take the first.
Yeah, very well played there from Yabi. He wasn't on the site knowing what decisions Crimbo has to make, especially with the AWP. As soon as he commits, as soon as he starts to swing wide, and Crimbo still has a smile on his face. It was a great round from him. You could see pushing through for the trade on Sin, but also in the backlines here, stalling them out. It's a great double for Crimbo. And at that point, you think they've done more than enough. You think the round should be done and dusted, but too many individuals giving up their life on the flank, and around snatched back from the Danes. Around that Big really should never have been giving up considering the circumstances. You can see Tabson there, he was gesturing, clearly unhappy with how that one has unfolded. But this is some of the younger players, the nerves, right? You're going up against Heroic, it's Pro League. It's an opportunity to set yourself up, lock yourself in for that playoffs.
Oh, Tabson. So low. Nice catch from Crimbo. He doesn't seem at all phased by the pressure that the others may be succumbing to. He's playing his game here against one of the greats. That's another frag from Crimbo. He is playing his game to a high standard right now.
You can see that he's in the zone. He's understanding exactly how he wants to approach a lot of the scenarios that are unfolding in front of them. He isn't wincing. He's not looking wobbly in the aim. He's not making any crazy... Well, when I say crazy pushes, he's definitely taking some risks to be able to get away with some of these moves, but he's not just running through a smoke. He's not just hoping that he catches them with shock and awe. He's doing things that are quite considered. And, well... Are they really going to give this one a look? Yabi has the support of Cadian. Shush as well. They are creeping over. Sound cues are being heard. Crimbo will be relaying this information now.
Shush and Cadian both just got frags, and Yabi did too. This can't be happening. It's happening! Shush is on the defuse. Mantu's got the AWP though. No kit, no problem. Shush is just going to take him down. And some kills, I suppose, at this stage in the game. Big Club just happy for the round.
If he had a kit there, I think he would have had enough time. Now, obviously, by buying the auto sniper, that's quite a heavy investment. He chose not to buy a defuse kit, which you can understand, because if he dies with the auto sniper, wants the residual cash, wants to get all the nades and util. So no defuse kit there for Shush. That would have been a very, very close defuse coming through, I do believe. See it here. So Shush getting the no-scope, and then taps the bomb, comes out, gets the kill. Oh, that would have been very close, you know. Okay, well, not to be used against him here. We'll get to retain the weapon and back towards B. This could be fast from Big. Yeah, this is. Straight in towards the site. Got some pace to it.
Tessus, solid spray onto Tabson. He did significant damage onto Process as well, so that could be the next one down. Stown's found it. Very quick defense from Heroic. It's only Crimbo and Mantu trying to recover the site, recover the round. And with an AWP and an auto sniper, if they get the bomb down, I imagine it's quite a labored retake. It didn't look like a labored one before, making that number disadvantage disappear, but bomb's picked up. Crimbo silently gets it done. Mantu, got to be aware, and he just looked away from the Cadian position. So Heroic going to be happy with that one, as we discussed. You know, you've got to get to 22 now. And already finding themselves into 20, swapping sides. Heroic take to the T.
And both teams have been struggling on the CT side. So I think Heroic getting two sides on their CT half of overtime here is huge. Right? Both of these teams have done the better work on the T halves. They've been better with the pacing, with their finishes, even the mid-rounding. On the CT sides, I think it's been a bit more all-in from Heroic, right? They've gone aggressive. They've either won or lost the rounds with those type of moves. For Big, it's been a bit funkier. Their crossfires, some of their rotations, some of their decisions, it just hasn't looked as neat and tidy. And Big, once more, they are really feeling the heat of this. This is a very important game for them, whereas Heroic, this is just another day at the office. And to make this series a conversation, they will need their map choice, Big. I don't foresee them being able to put up a lot of resistance when we do get onto map number 2, being Inferno, and Mirage is a third if we need it. Remember, winner of this locks themselves in for the playoffs. Not this map, but this series. Get you locked into round of 12 in the playoffs at a minimum.
Would be massive for Big Clan. And I'm sure they felt that they had it, at least this map in the bag. Oh, Process, he was a bait, and it's Mantu that flicks the switch for 3. Into the site, into the smoke, Tapson. Playing with them, doesn't finish off onto Yabi. They both get away wounded. Cadian had his knife out. Sin, good catch. Can we get more impact out of Sin? Yabi now spotted, planting the bomb on site. Sin loses his head to a mechanical headshot out of Yabi.
Mind games here. Crimbo was going to be retaking through Donut, has somewhat called the bluff, and well, Yabi's actually going to make his way over into the den.
Bro, that's such a sicko move from Crimbo. There's no way Yabi's ready for this. And just like that, he's got a big brain on him.
Sigh of relief from Cobb. Yeah, that one is a round that was bailed out by Mantu's triple kill. But Crimbo inside the Matrix here today apparently there he is, because he's just completely outread Yabi. That type of round feels the best if you're Crimbo, because you just know I have outbrained you. I haven't had to just bop you. It's got nothing to do with my aim. It's got to do with what's going on in the cranium. And Yabi's he really, that's the play. They're the things that fester with you. So huge clutch from
the
Crimbo.
Pride on his face as well. Yeah, you're right though. Mantu should get a lot of the credit for that one. That was an impressive sequence. Yabi seems a bit miffed after that one. He's gone straight off heaven into mid to join the squad. They are going with pace here, Chad. Mantu doesn't have the answers, and upon the fade, he's going to have a lot in his face. Molly comes through, options limited. Missed the shot! That's an awkward way to go down. It's Process turn in the sun. He only gets the one. Looking like 21. As Tabson added to Shush's naughty list, and Sin spinning around, hitting the shots. He nails the second onto Cadian. And with Yabi finding him eventually, it puts it back onto Crimbo. Clutchmeister Crimbo, can you do it again? You're not going to be again, are you, Yabi? This time, plant CT side.
Shush will acknowledge this now.
Clean. Perfect close from Heroic. They are within touching distance of taking their opponent's pick. Chad's already highlighted how important this is for Big to take Ancient. 15-9 was the score. A 6-round run from Heroic, forcing us into overtime. Now our second overtime as Big Clan trying to hold on to that lead they once had and convert their map pick here to be just one map away from the playoffs.
Definitely much more of a competitive affair than last time these two teams met. So this is great to see the progression of Big. I know Maui's probably excited about one of his favorite teams.
Ooh, Molly decision to be made. Sin, he's trapped in. They're jumping to try and spot you. They're going to hard clear you. Oh, he strikes ahead and he takes 2. For the price of 1. Nice work from Sin. He doesn't even go down, just 12 HP.
I think we're going again, unless they can win a 2-on-5 situation.
Just like that. So I did my research, Chad.
Sure.
3 longest maps in CSGO. Gunrunner's E-Super was 72 rounds. The grand total, I think, of the series was what I said before. 79 Dendy Pixel Fire and 88 ZXXL UKCS.
Okay, bit of British representation.
Yeah.
This 2-on-5 has already started very well. They've already found 2.
Well,
Tessus is ready for another. This would be some way for Big to lose. This would actually define the entire map for them. They were so close to getting it done and dropped the ball in the final moments.
Oh, you're right, Chad. Process is next, isn't he? Oh, he saved himself! Okay! Another overtime required. I can't imagine Godby's heart could be any more tense right now. It is beating rapidly as he watched what looked like a guaranteed round start to slip away. Process hitting that reaction shot. Look how it started. Sin, you think he's done enough there. Takes down 2 of the sharpest shooters. This shot from Process.
That was touch and go, right? Process was touch and go in that moment because you could see the angles he was clearing and what he was exposed to. And he shakes his head here at the end when he is given the fist bump to Gob. He knows that was a kill that could have gone either way. Straight out the guts, Cadian found and out of ideas and options, Heroic.
Dude, Heroic, like you said, got 2 CT rounds. Now they've got to try and see if they can post anything here on the T side. 5 postured B. Crimbo, this is a very forward position. At least he's safe from the flashes by being so far forward, but requires a bit of a flicky wrist. Or not. Tess has put himself straight into the vice. Yabi, ooh, good work from him. Baits the shot, gets into the sight. A miss from Crimbo. Now up to Tabson and Sin. And Tabson, Molotov Dov, looking for a fight. Does find it off the back of the Mantu flash. It's not good onto Yabi. He's left on 4 HP. Should go down to the flames. Nice from Mantu. Clutch for Stown. But an AWP peeking him. And oh no, Mantu's let that one go. Stown's allowed to reposition now, and it's time to once again strap in for 50 seconds of relocation. Stown charging over towards A. Of course, with a cut of noise, he could be anywhere. They are starting to hedge their bets back and over towards A.
I feel like he knows he has a gap of time right now, so you can see Stown might be quite active. And he's tucked away on the tree. Mantu just running him down. I can't believe the fact he's just run and gun like that with a USP in hand. Low on HP, knows that he's likely going to draw the crosshair for Process for the trade. But if he gave that up, I don't think Process was close enough to be able to shut that down immediately. So a risky move from Big, but it pays off. The initial fight out mid is good. Katie and Court. Then, well, walking into Crimbo, he's apparently the man that you need to stay away from here today.
Oh my goodness, this is quite the game of Counter-Strike. One map continues to give us the twists and turns.
And nobody is hugely lagging behind. Sin with 22 and Tessus with 20. They bring up the bottom of the scoreboard for either team. Deep Molly being lined up here for Tabson.
We're going to get some battles from the AWPs this time towards main, and the flash too good. Tessus sets Cadian up for success, but they weren't ready for the second. A double spray from Process. Shuts down A main and leaves Big with an advantage.
They're so frustrated because they heard double mollies mid, but there were 2 players close A main. So you know, if the double molly's mid,
solo B.
But you're not expecting to run into 2 players, especially the guy already on the tree boost and an AWP already to deal with you. So great call from Big with their CT stance early. Be able to put themselves into another winnable round 3-on-3 as they waltz in towards A. You can see that reservoir of U2 over towards CT spawn. Might be a bit of a bait to pick that up as, oh, they're looking elsewhere. So staying active. I really enjoy Big on the move, but here they're moving to the wrong real estate, completely giving up this A site. And look, Heroic, they're investigating so deep right now. He's going to get caught off by a timing. Just looking the wrong way. Nobody's home. How is nobody watching the A site?
Yeah, the information's so weird right now. Tabson's looking away now. Tabson. Oh, now he knows. This is going so bizarrely.
This is teams playing with positions in mind because that was Shush, the A lurk, walking on his own. So Tabson still thinks it's B. Now the rotation in. Now the fight from Donut. Now Tessus is dead. It's all on Yabi.
Yabi not known to be an AWP, but look it away and cut down by Process. Impact from him, a multi-kill from the young gun, and 23 in the bag. You talked about 2 CT rounds being quite the achievement, given both teams making double digits on their T side. So that was, of course, in regulation. Here in overtime, finding 2 on the defense, and this one was so bizarre.
Yeah, and that's because like they don't see anybody. They want to clear out all the corners. You're not expecting to get killed on a timing like that if you're Shush. So just this constant searching and active nature of Big is really working out for them here today. There's going to be a technical timeout called. Crimbo accidentally unplugged his keyboard. Just sorting out a few details. There we go. That's what we were looking for. The tunage.
Ooh, I feel like this is about to have a sick drop. Let's keep it on. Let's get this party started.
Feels like someone's on life support. And I thought that was big for the majority of that second half. But the second lease alive.
This is an all guns are blazing A charge, and there's nobody home this time.
Look at all the extra U2. It's just silent. No tells, nothing to give it away, and now the U2 is landing.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do here?
Big have to go for it.
Sure, but
look at how much they've lost.
Look how much nades they've got.
Oh, no way.
Like, there's just the full belt.
No way.
Guys, yep.
It's definitely
round.
A, guys.
It's the last round.
Yeah, the bomb's planted.
We have to retake. Yeah, what, where? A. Yeah, okay.
20 seconds is already passed on the bomb in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, and you're not clearing that one, are you? Yabi down. After one. This big retake this.
Guys.
I will eat a hat. I will eat a hat.
There's no time for any of this retake util.
Look at the bomb is about to explode.
Yeah, good luck, my son.
Yeah, that's not gone well. It's gone swimmingly for Heroic. Just keeping it simple. Keeping it simple.
All right, guys, I want everybody to rush A, throw no utility, and the bomb site will be empty.
Guys, hold W.
Yeah, no worries, boss. So I think right now, Heroic a little bit worried that the tells of their openings are being read by Big Clan here. So by able to waltz on in, get the site for free, all that residual util you highlighted, there was really no way for Big to have any say as we swap sides and we look to do it again. Heroic's chance on the defense. Going to be starting with a 1-2-2. Cadian's AWP aggressively over towards A main. Has been called off to assist mid, and that's a little bit of a ruse. Connector smoke at the ready. Deployed now, holding Tabson and Crimbo at bay. Tabson thinks better of playing ahead of this. A main smoke should be looking to fade momentarily.
CT smoke deployed. Cadian, as of yet, nothing to report, nor shush, but still more util. Clearing out those nooks and crannies. Testis and Stan haven't moved a muscle despite all of this. Now the second wave comes through. They're going to smoke Temple off. Ooh, flashes. Beautiful. Bounces through. Cadian, no vision. Oh, and he still gets one. Sin will put him down. Should have the sight. Big Clan set for 24. Yabi, though, cuts down Crimbo. Aggressive towards the Temple position. Testis from CT with one. Traded by Tabson. To a 2-on-2 that Tabson should have control of. It's down from the donut position next up. Takes the fight, successful in it. Patience looking to prevail here as Mantu's in the clutch. They get the info and Stown nails it. A stunning little 1-2 punch out of Stown.
Oh, these rounds that Big are giving up to the retakes. Yeah, I think the smile on Exist face really says it all. I know it is difficult to hold on to that A bomb site once the bomb's down, but it feels like a couple of kills given over, and now there's a bit of trash talk coming through. Yeah. So, yeah, well, look, it was started by Crimbo, if I'm going to be honest. Crimbo wrote, where is it? Has this been come on? That's in Danish. So at one point, Crimbo, he typed something in the chat here, and then the keyboard situation. I don't think Cadian liked that one very much at all. And now Stown getting a bit of MM1, which is, for those of you who aren't old school, he's talking publicly, chatting to everybody, not team say. Yeah. If someone's talking a bit of trash,
that's dead beat, Stown cooked, and a second from Crimbo. He's mad, he's furious as he's knife out into the B site, but the bomb's not even across yet. The bomb's not even across. And Cadian just walked straight past him. Crimbo, did you hear that? Sin's going to be freaked out. No one's going to know what's going on. Never mind. Tabson clears him.
Both in cave. Both stuck in cave. How did Big lose this round? Let's find out.
Strap in.
Why? Why? He got a kill, but why?
Oh, yeah. Especially because you just set it up like that. Watch me go. Oh, that's a good shot, Yabi. And there you have it. 24 in the bag. OT continues, last round. Will it be? Will it be another one?
Let's go again. Let's go again.
Like more.
No, because I like this. It's allowed the brain fog that I had to start to move away, and I'm also enjoying the insanity of this now. So let's keep going.
Okay.
I know it's going to ruin the entire day for everybody in production, or the rest of the teams, everybody else, but it has really pulled me out of the rut that I was in this morning. So let's go. Let's go one more. Give us at least the fourth overtime. Wait, it's on the OT2. I thought wait, isn't this OT3?
This is number 2, but number 3 is coming. Wait.
This is OT3.
No, this is OT3.
Yeah, this is OT3. At the top of my screen it says OT2.
Yeah, mine too.
But on the HUD it says OT3.
Yeah, okay. We shouldn't.
It's definitely 3.
Yeah, you're right. We already had 22.
And with Mantu and Sin already quite low, we might be heading for that OT4.
I just saw Crimbo with mouse hand off the hand off the mouse and keyboard. Yeah, see, I'm still brain fogged up.
All right, well, you do need the 4, though.
I need the 4. Not looking ideal for Big Clan. Progress out of Sin, trying his luck as Down keeps peppering through those boards, but it's a bit of a bait this time.
Look at the perfect timing on this smoke as well. Molly, smoke comes into play. It's going to delay. Big are just sitting on their haunches here, waiting to try and finish. And now they've been blocked so heavily over towards B. Tabson's seen enough. This full rotation all the way back around the wall. They have no space. They have no territory. And you were just pointing out the CT rotation. Heroic trying to play ahead of this based off of the sound cues, based off of the information they had. Well, they're currently out of position. They've cleared middle. They're hightailing it over towards B, but it's Shush. He's the one who needs the most help here.
Yeah, Sin's Molly did force one back. Down cheated back over, but Shush is the...
Oh, he just smoked main. He just smoked main. This is perfect. 20 seconds. They have to go.
Swing. They have to swing. Yabi, ready, poised to take us into another overtime. Looking for overtime 4. Big Clan want to finish it right here and now. Sin puts Shush down. Bomb will go down. Oh, and Mantu's nailed it.
2v4.
It's up to 2. Cadian and Tessus, if they really want to take this map, they have to do it. Force it into another overtime. Nice shot out of Tessus. Another from Tessus, but still 2 to find. Big Clan holding on. They just need 1 frag. 1 frag is all it will take. A hard-fought map. And Tessus, what are you doing?
7 bullets.
7 bullets is enough. He only needs 2, but Mantu pulls the trigger. And Ancient. It ends!
And the smile of relief on the face. 11-4, the first half. T-side, their map choice. 14-4 up. 15-9, and we finally finish here. 25-23. Heroic, they're awake now. Alex and I, we're almost getting there, but we're heading to a break, and we're coming back with map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Cadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Anthems, put the words together and they fall so random. But when I say them, little dudes throw tantrums. Oh, grow up, I'm over your head like a viaduct. That's how it's what? Smoking something louder than a fire truck. Try and duck, but words penetrate ears. The man you should fear. Good luck with your career. Yo, I'm out of here. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road. It's your road. Definition of breakfast with your miss having a taste test. You could take 100 rulers, couldn't measure my greatness. Flowetry say yes, channel say bless. I'm just saying you stand would be the greatest. The champs lamping, load up, your future showed up. Yeah, I tried to listen to him. I'm like, so what? It's so nuts. Pecan, pistachio, kill the flow no matter sample. Or Casio, so casual like Hyro and khakis, bro. I know you know this would sound good on vinyl, colored albino. Sticking out the bag of a fine chick riding a dino. His Mr. Uncontested, that's my answer. Final. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat.
Here with Mantu from Big. He's setting up, getting ready for his game against Heroic. Now, Mantu, at the start of the season, you guys played them during the Blast 4 finals. Didn't go so well. What's going to be different today, mate?
Well, the first time we played, we didn't have a lot of practice. So right now we had a lot of months, a lot of officials, and just a lot of time to improve, change our game. So yeah, I think we're all kind of hyped for this match because we changed a lot of things. So we'll see how it goes, yeah.
Okay, the two newer boys, Sin and Process. Oh, he's down that end. That's Crimbo down here. But look, we've seen a little bit of them now since they've been promoted to the main team. We saw a little bit of Sin earlier on, but it's your chance to play with these guys for some of the first times. As academy players, what type of imprint are they leaving on you? What attributes about these guys as well are standing out?
I mean, they're just super young, super hungry to play, right? On practice and even officials right now, you can see that they are playing like insane. And yeah, most importantly, just the energy of the young guys, right? They are super hyped. It makes me super hyped, makes the whole team kind of hyped. So yeah, we're feeding off that.
All right, mate, I'll let you get to it. We'll get into the game, and good luck.
For both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Holy hell. I hope somehow your heart rate has settled after that map, because that was only the first map of this series between Big and Heroic. The turntables, then they turn again, then they turn again. And you guessed it, Janko, they turn again. Somehow, Big managed to close that one out.
If you give them enough opportunities, I guess they'll eventually take some of them.
That's maths, I guess. We're talking about an 11-4 first half for Big. Then we come into the second half, 15-9 for Big. Somehow Heroic push us to OT, and then it just gets hella messy from there.
And it was that classic where it's 15-15 and then Big wins the first round of overtime. It's like, you guys couldn't have done this in regulation. You know, there was a couple of rounds where it felt like they had the advantage, they had what it took to close it out. Heroic kept crawling back.
Yeah.
Now you're thinking Big's gonna choke it out, but they didn't. Somehow they still end up winning, and yeah, that was a wild one.
I think a lot of that came down to Crimbo, right? There's a couple of rounds that stick out in my head from that overtime particularly, but he looked fucking angry. Like, let's just say that. He wanted to close that map out.
He was pissed as well. Taps them towards the end too, you know, just trying to get things done. But hey, at this point for Big, the most important thing is they managed to win it.
That's exactly what we wanted. And you know what we want more of? Ancient. And we've certainly got that, because we've got Mac, we got Dinko. Let's move on around here.
Yeah.
Because we're going to do a little bit of a comparison, gentlemen. We've got you over on CSGO, Dinko.
Yeah.
And Mac, we've got you on CS2. So should we do a little
Certainly do.
aesthetic comparison, first of all, Mac? What are the main differences?
We'll have a look. I think I can't hear it right now, but you guys can probably hear it. Of course, the sound in T-Spawn, it might only be there at the start of a round. I can't hear it at the moment. So it must just be at the start of each round.
Yeah, well, usually there's like a sort of sauna-like
Can you do a reenactment,
But I hate that. There's like a relaxing sound at the start of the round, and there's nothing worse.
No, there it is. There it is. Can we hear it?
This is the CSGO, like the crickets, the birds, the insects, but on CS2 you have the relaxing sound that Janko's talking
There's
about.
nothing worse, Freya, than when you're losing and like you have relaxing music. It's like I'm seething, you know, I'm losing to some sweaty gamers on the other side. You know, I'm playing with Alex, he's not listening to half of the calls. I'm playing with Trace, you know, he's on his phone half of the time. Chad is angry because Trace is on his phone.
Yep.
Right? Everything's falling apart.
Machine, you guys
I'm trying my
and then
best.
there's goddamn relaxing music.
I'm sorry.
Relaxing
I'm not
music
listening
just
to
ruins
half the
everything.
calls.
Say it to his face, Janko.
Now, Dinko, you're a bit of a box enthusiast, aren't you?
All right, let's have a look at the boxes,
Let's have a look at the
Mac.
boxes.
Yeah, let's move on
Which
from
box
this.
first?
The music is obviously
Let's
a
take a
point of
look at the
contention.
Red Room box.
Red Room box?
Yeah, so
On
the
the way.
CSGO, you know, you can come in here, and there's a little cubby you can hide behind. And you can't really do
Now
that in
there's
CS2, Mac, can
boxes.
you? There we go, more
Ah.
boxes. So
Now-
this is remove the big angle here that some rats might like to play in, you know? So
By rats, you mean you?
Yeah, yeah,
Dinko?
and that's where those boxes are removed. So that's a little
Call
change
that
up.
Dinko when we play that spot.
It's like the
Thank
Kirby
you, I got a
snake.
spot name.
Dinko
I
rat.
guess on
Great.
A it's gonna have to be, you know, something else.
So
Or on
if
B,
we-
that corner.
All right,
Move along to the next boxes as well. There is a slight change in tunnels or cave or whatever you want to bloody call it.
the cave.
We have a new box here.
A new box right there, yeah. So there is no box here in CSGO, as you can see. So just a little corner you can hide in. So a couple of changes. But I think if we just show some generic changes overall over the map, some people maybe
'cause
haven't
you
seen
guys were doing
anything
some
yet.
like wall bangs and stuff, right?
Yeah,
Are those
exactly.
changed?
So there's another wallbang you used to be able to do in CSGO, Mac. You were saying it doesn't really work in CS2. So it's from Donut. There's a wooden panel here. And in CSGO, you can span through that. And that'll go through and wallbang into cave.
And as you can see in CS2, doesn't work.
Even with the AWP.
Even with the AWP.
Wow. Okay,
around
so
this angle.
that's some thick wood. There's like something blocks it on the other side.
There's just some extra invisible wall.
Yeah,
stuff
they removed that one.
So you can't shoot
really.
this way.
Thanks, Dinko.
It was
Nice
used all the
find.
time. It was used all the time. I do think it was actually originally there. I think when Chad and I were playing and the first version when Ancient was released, he was able to wallbang me, but that's changed up a little bit.
Oh,
but
talk to me. Come to the back of quad, like back of long, real quick. Does this exist in CS:GO? Is it as bad? See this little nook? Yeah, it's about the same.
It's about the same.
That
but
hasn't changed any.
One of the biggest changes is the T-spawn area, right? Your spawn points are different now. So, you know, Chad used to know all the instant red smokes in our games. Now we're sitting back and we have sort of to figure out new mid takes because the spawns are a little further back in CS2.
And you have to listen to that bloody music while you're doing
you have to listen to the goddamn chill music.
Change the all campaign from Yanko.
Where's it?
Stop the bloody music.
Counter-Strike is anything but chill.
It's up here somewhere.
I don't know.
It's like
I
when
don't know
people tell you to chill out. That's the worst thing
But
people can
it's
do
an
when you're not chilled out.
It's an intense experience.
Yeah.
You know, I don't play CS to relax. I play it to get angry and kick the shit out of someone who's on the other side.
Exactly.
What kind of music would you
and then
replace
write
it
to
with,
them, I am
Yanko?
better than you.
What kind of music's going there instead then? We have to have
Death
some
metal.
music. Death metal, right?
Death metal, of course.
All right.
Glenn
I
has
always
entered
like
the
to
chat.
relax to death
Ask
metal.
Alex for his 5 favorite songs and then put them in there.
Now, Dinko's shown me this cool smoke from Spawn, and just to confirm it does work in CS2, you go first for the
CS:GO one.
Counter-Strike Go.
So this is for donut. You run off the back wall, and then it's a jump, throw, bind, and for donut. Hope I've landed this one with some performance anxiety. Here we go. There we go.
Beautiful.
Works well.
And then same business.
I do feel like jump throwing while running or moving in any way in CS2 is a little more complicated.
You reckon?
You sort of have that sneeze moment, you know? You have a little sneeze to let you know you've jump thrown.
It's just so much more forgiving. You just jump and you can throw it afterwards.
I do
or
feel
you
like
do it at the
smokes
same
are more
time.
forgiving in CS2 because they're volumetric, obviously, right? So any sort of gaps that would be left in some of the smokes if you aren't exact with the smokes in CSGO, sometimes they fill up the area in CS2, so it is a little bit more forgiving. But Mac, let's show some of the red room smokes and like T-spawn. Okay. Obviously the spawn ones have changed, but the standard one most people know is from here, right? So be throwing the red room smoke out,
so
jump throw. It still works in CS2 pretty similar, right? So some of the lineups you guys will know will still work, and that's...
this one didn't work.
Well, maybe not like that one, but...
you only just taught me this one. I don't throw this one myself. I think that one hit.
I'm surprised Dingo can throw a smoke as far as Mac.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised about that as well, but it's about the technique, Yanko.
Poor
Not
Dinko,
about...
man.
it's about
you just keep punching down.
something about how you use
Is
it.
he okay? Dinko,
I mean,
you all
he's the
right?
#1 player. How am I punching down? I'm punching up.
I'm worried about him next week when...
Very true. Any other important smokes that you think we should know?
I found this one. I don't know if I'm going to hit it live on stream, but if I do, that'd be pretty dope.
Hi, Alex.
Hi, guys. I learned you can smoke short and long from the same spot now, if that's what you're doing. Are you doing nades?
Yeah, why don't you show us in CS2 hours?
Get in the hot seat, man.
Right, let me go one more time on this one. It was a faster blooming...
He's given up the
Why is
pistachios
he
to
going
do
for the
this.
ping
It's
pong
dedication.
racket?
There you go. This one worked. I hit it every time in practice.
He's
and you
finding
can't
new
see it now.
smokes.
We know where it is.
Oh, it worked. But it was landing like up higher, and what that meant was it would leave a little gap towards the bottom of the smoke, so anyone that was trying to walk out couldn't actually see on the side. But it's not working now, so that's cool. Jump in, King.
All right, Alex.
Things have changed. Okay, Alex, what are you... What, so what are you
Oh,
showing
right.
us?
He's left-handed. Where am I going?
B doors.
B doors?
Go to B doors, please. Thank you very much.
It's a long trip, sorry, guys.
Yeah, no, nicely
Ooh,
done.
Where are we going?
Okay, so you're going to go into your standard short lineup. So like this little jibbly-wibbly here.
Jibbly wibbly?
Bing bong, bing, bing bong, bing, bing.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you just get yourself centered on that? I can't use your bloody
We're good, we're good.
Oh,
Yeah.
advanced.
Where am I looking?
Yeah, well, you're not perfect. So you know your normal short smoke.
Yep.
And then so you've got the molly, obviously, and give me 1 second. There's a smoke in the way. Hold on.
Who's done that?
I'll just hold on.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
we
just
have an
buying a few more
abundance of time,
seconds.
obviously, being mid-series.
3.5
Yeah.
minutes.
Not
Here
only
we go.
30 seconds being yelled in my ear right now.
Okay, so then what I was aiming at was this little, see this little dot?
Yep.
Boom.
How good are you?
Jump throw.
Ready? Go.
Oh, I have to let
Ready?
go?
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Works.
Wow.
There's a long smoke, and then you can smoke the short swell.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Very nice.
Tandem
Lovely
smoking.
stuff. Like, wonderful
Beautiful.
teamwork there.
And long, all from one guy.
Very
That's like-
forgiving.
It's very good if you're playing your placement games in CS2 and you need to sort of solo carry a little bit. You can do your solo executes on your own on the B side. So it's pretty cool that most of the nades are still working.
You think you can carry a game with nades?
That's
cute. Go to break.
Inferno thoughts, very quickly. A heroic coming back. Are we going to 3 maps? What's happening, gentlemen?
I'm going to cast, so I'll see.
Yeah?
I'll
I
let
guess
you
you
know.
will literally see first.
Yeah.
What about you, Dinko?
I think Heroic are going to come back into this one. I feel like this is going to be Heroic answering back, think big, struggle to get the first map under the belt. They're going to be a little exhausted after one.
Yeah, that was an absolute marathon of the first map, and we do need to jump into the second. But not before we head to a quick break. When we're back, apparently, Yanko on the mic, bringing us in
Solo cast.
With utility.
For both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Rooster. One more time. Are you ready?
Another sleepless night. Well, I've got the perfect solution. My new audiobook, Resident Sleeper. With just a few minutes of my analytical audio therapy per night, you can become a resident sleeper too. From my deep dive into Virtus Pro's late rounds during the online era, to my coaching seminar with Blade.
And that's just one of the numerous factors that is really important for electronic to learn.
Or even my pre-event hype video with the Latvian star Broky.
So Brock, you won Katowice this year, you won Cologne, you won the first major. No one's ever done that before. Now you have an opportunity to win the second major of the year and clinch the Grand Slam as well. How excited are you?
Yep. Just a few minutes of Resident Sleeper and you'll be lights out.
For both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Well, we're back in business. I'll tell you one thing.
I feel like I just got caught doing something naughty there.
Yeah.
Yanko and I were changing mics.
Well, especially because they were like, all right, we're going to show the players in 3, 2, 1.
And then it's me holding two.
It's like Alex trying to crawl under the desk.
Yeah, every time, man.
Yeah, Twitch chat are loving that. Is that the first time the full Resident Sleeper video is actually aired?
I haven't seen that before, bro.
First time I've seen the full one.
Yeah, because we recorded that back in Rio, the major, where we spent so much time in that house doing the dancing and everything. So that's the first time I've seen it come in its full edition. The Resident Sleeper. You guys place your pre-orders right now. Yanko has them flying off the shelves.
Yeah, well, we have Resident Sleeper himself joining us live and direct for map 2. Heroic versus Big Clan. Yes, Big did manage to prevail on Ancient, and it was one hell of a tumultuous task, even though they had 6 match points to finish, or rather map points to finish in regulation. We ended up going triple OT.
Yeah, 15-9, guys. You know, make it a little bit stressful for Paul Gobb, but here we are. We're underway. Pistol round. Great guns in Banana. Heroic taking an awful lot of space, and just one man Tabs in here to deal with all of this.
4-man stack A.
So much banana space immediately with no resistance.
Yeah, and Tabson, he'd be hard-pressed to win the round. Or at least just survive this initial onslaught. The whole team's coming his way. They've gotten across. Calling for backup. Tabson, he has got backup in the form of dual Berettas. This was all part of his plan.
Oh, they're ready for this. They're all playing Banana. They know exactly what's coming. Like, look at this. The smoke to block Banana. All right, guys, your retake's done.
Yep, here we go. That makes things
That's not a great smoke, or it is. Wait, never mind.
You were right, Yanko. It's not a great smoke.
Sin agrees with you. We've got Molly as well when they need it, if they need it. Nice tracking from Shush. 2 on the Glock. Awkward now for the CTs. That bomb's gone. One duel, one man. It's Tabson. He's dead eventually to Stown. Grimbo struggling to find the head. Does so with the last bullet, but now just looking to try and take some more players with him. And he does so onto Shush. The jump will punish. And Heroic get that pistol. Yeah, you're right, Chad. That smoke really did kind of lock the door.
I think Heroic are really good at changing the strat, Yanko, because when you see 2 smokes, a flash, and a molly, you're expecting like a coffins and a CT and then probably a molly sight and go, but they only needed the 1 CT smoke. So feeling it out, I'm not sure if they're expecting more resistance. I don't know. It's just interesting to see. This is what I think it was. The lack of resistance in B made them just go for a single little smoke situation.
Yeah, I think it was sort of an audible, right? Realizing
it's very quiet.
That maybe they also see big and see that they like to do these stack pistols, and it's like, okay, if it's not the stack, just save the smoke, and we can adjust during it, and that just terrible feeling for big.
Well, this
terrible
one's over
feeling
as
for
well.
Grimbo.
Yeah, this one's done. All right, call it 2-0 start. We're going to see hopefully a save out of Mantu if he can get out of dodge. Process and Tabson over towards B, and this one's done. He's not going to save. All right, I think Katie and he's probably a bit miffed after map number 1.
Yeah, looking for that reverse sweep. I mean, Chad, you were vocalizing that you thought that you know, Big's chances of Inferno in particular, making it clear that you felt like Ancient was a compulsory win if they wanted to have a voice in this series.
Especially with how the second half started to trend. If they had won that first map in a commanding fashion, with the 11-4, 14-4 lead, if they had like knocked them out single digits, and then you come in here and go, oh, shit, Big are on form today, they're looking hot, there's some good decision. The fact that the game got drawn back into such a lengthy affair and then Heroic were given that whole second half to wake up, now this feels like it should be destined for the third map.
I think like Heroic would wake up regardless. If the game ended 16-4, I mean, they would still have the conversations in between, they would be pissed off and KDN will kick them into high gear, right? And I think we would see them definitely better on Inferno. If anything, I mean, sure, I think it hurt Big a little bit that they couldn't close it out sooner because it's also very tiring, right? But I think it's a good sign that they managed to have the mental fortitude despite all the advantages that they had and the match points that they didn't really capitalize on to, in the end, still win and still beat Heroic on Ancient. So
well, that's what we were discussing, and I was bringing up that the kids, right, the Sin and Process might start to whimper as the moment gets a little bit more and more closer to that 15 mark. Because for them, I think this is still very early on in their development. I feel if they had lost that game, that previous map, you know, that kind of has echoes. You go back and you look at all the issues that cropped up in it, and those type of losses, they do leave a mark. So I think it's important that they were able to get it across the line eventually.
And I haven't heard your opinions, Yanko, regarding that Cadian interview. Did you get a chance to read through
No.
it? Okay.
The written one.
Yeah, it was over on HLTV, just talking about how they weren't playing to their philosophies and principles. I think one of the main quotes standing out was, what's been disappointing to me the most is the way that we've been handling ourselves inside of the game. And me and Chad had a brief conversation about this, about how, you know, it's quite a public way to be critiquing your teammates or at least vocalizing some of your...
Yeah, I know, but this team has been together for almost a year now, this lineup, and the core without Yabi for what?
A long time.
A long time? So how are these issues popping up still?
Exactly, and I referenced the fact that he made it in the interview so that his players would know he's now, you know, publicly putting this sentiment out there.
I mean, I said it after the Cologne loss. I said I think they need a roster change because it's been too many events where the sort of same issues have been happening, and I think whoever is the person that he is referencing in that interview, saying like that person's attitude isn't great, I think they've had plenty of opportunities to
fix their attitude.
Fix that by now, right? So at this point, I know for Heroic it's hard to make a roster change. They are looking for someone to be a culture fit as well, not just a good player and all that sort of a thing. And yeah, it's also hard to make changes when, you know, you're not terrible, but you're not accomplishing the things you think you should be accomplishing.
Treading water, right? A playoffs team is good. A team that can make it to grand finals, that's good as well. But it's all about winning the trophies.
Exactly. No one's going to be satisfied just being in the top 5 for, you know, 2 years. It's all about the trophy cabinet.
Cadian's juggling some nades out of spawn here. It's something that Heroic do quite well. So let's see if he can help facilitate this harassment towards top banana. They are going to smoke and molly the half wall to get this control. And they're going to get it, well, I'm not going to say for free, but tabseN and Process don't want to contest right now.
And something that Heroic does well, I feel like they understand the meta and like the timings, and they do things a little bit differently to exploit that, you know. Like here they're setting up for an A hit, trying to exploit the timings, you know, they understand that Big doesn't have B control.
Well, the double flash really locks out the AWP, doesn't it? Mantu tucked back into the site.
Reeks of a mid to B split though with that util.
You don't want to give it up. The shadow from Tessus. Such a signifier for Mantu. He pulls the trigger nicely. tabseN bolstering the B defense now as the commitment comes in, staring at the smoke. They might have to go through this process. He's being tested here. tabseN flashes through to ensure that he can maintain. They still have control of the B site here. Shush behind enemy lines limits their rotation options. Someone has to be aware of this. Yabi goes down to Sin. A solid find on the flank.
This is what we saw on Ancient. Some of these moves from Big, we really enjoyed it on their T side, especially when Sin overcooks the pooch. They wanted to help out this B defense. tabseN and Process still here.
Yeah, but they're not ready for Shush, are they? tabseN's so distracted, especially with that fake plant. It's a free frag, could be 2! Time is of the essence!
They're gonna get it down?
Just in time. Safe plant, Mantu can't stop it. 2-on-2 though. EB, if he waits for Crimbo, they'll go back through. Crimbo, what have you got for us? Flashbang. Could be the difference maker here. You smoke CT, Kid available right next to that bomb, so it's just a question of finding the frags.
Means they're worried about ruins.
He's only got 9 bullets as well, has to be precise. Crimbo first contact, doesn't choose to flash, he chooses to mantle up, but not ready for Shush in the off angle.
Save.
Trying to save the AWP. Cadian gunning for him, does tag him up, but looks like Mantu will manage to get away.
Just tried to do too much, did Sin. Right? I understand that his teammates are under an awful lot of pressure there, but they hadn't taken any contact, and he's already given away a kill. Right? Sure, the push was in, but you're looking to delay time. Crimbo the whole time hadn't even rotated. That was the wildest thing for me. Why is he still over towards A? What were they worried about coming into play there?
I think Ancient scarred them, bro. The amount of...
Some of the over-rotates they went for.
The amount of times they got caught out or running out of time into a stack, like it's a nasty feeling.
But I want to praise the patience from Heroic. That looked almost like a Fallen Teams round, you know, with the fake planting and the last smoke to plant in the smoke and waiting for the lurker to really come into play. Also for Shush to not really lose his cool, not seeing anyone, feeling like he needs to help his team out. So a great round from Heroic.
Maybe that's why he didn't move, because Shush was still alive and expecting the apps lurk, but still. Damage early into the AWP. Mantu gets 2 for his troubles. Crimbo, another, and Shush with a bit of space towards long. It's just Crimbo over towards the pit position for now.
That must have felt good from Rushley, right? You caught all of that. That was a top observing performance. As this looks like a top performance out of Stown. 2v4 now 3. Bomb site's lost.
They're going to win this.
They are. Unless Sin's Deagle's looking sharp. They clear him. Great headshot. Puts it all onto Stown and he can't do anything about it.
Can I take that one back, Alex?
Caster's curse. It comes on through as the first big clan round is found. And look at the juice that they pick up as well. That should be an AWP and 2 AKs coming through when you only entered with sidearms.
I know what's happening. Like, I know the guys talked about horoscope yesterday, so I don't know if my moon is behind the sun and over the star, but I've just been so negative. Like, what is Stone doing there? Like, what is this obsession of having to play 4D chess? Like, you're in a 2v3, they had a saved op, and they're on a half buy or maybe a force buy. It's like, why don't you play with your teammates?
Sure.
Like, that's an easily punishable play. And like, you're going into Boiler to do what, bro? For someone who's coming on a late lurk to be like, oh, I'm already here, and then they'll save in the 2v2, like, sick. And if they do something, thank God someone's running a bit more. All of a sudden, your teammates left to, you left him out to dry.
Which is essentially what happened.
If there was a 1-for-1 trade, even he's screwed. Like, just play more together, guys. And cover the bomb planter.
Yeah, that's a key in Counter-Strike.
That always triggers me. I used to have to plant the bomb because all my teammates were uncomfortable with planting the bomb.
Funny that.
It's like, yeah, and then no one covers you, and we're in a 5v4. It's like, how?
I feel you on that one.
Lots of pressure here. A minute on the clock. Defensive smoke drop back sights. Down already going to take the coffin spike. Can't hit the shot.
Oh, it's really uncomfortable for Stown now. Maybe he can find Process on the edge of the smoke, but he does well to hold his nerve, hold his sight. Still a lot to be done. Sjuush has managed to equalize, and that was the defense gone. With Process and tabseN dead, they think they can get the bomb down. Maybe Sin could disrupt. That smoke's not got long for this. Yeah, he's aware. It's fading. They don't plant. Oh, they're committing to this. Counting on Sjuush, and yeah, not flash, no problems collecting that frag. 9 so far from Sjuush. He's having a T-side hit.
There he is. Slowly but surely.
We'll be saving.
Well.
Or do you let him go?
Maybe.
See, Wanky, you're an idiot. You don't know anything.
Oh, now they're just... Wait, between, come on, guys.
Mantu's saving, but Crimbo's let him go.
Okay, they have a kit. They have 2 kits, so... But he's like in wood.
Yeah, maybe he gets 2 on the exit.
He could get 2.
And you let the AWPer pass. So wasn't that like the high damage kill?
Yep.
Like
you could have denied it.
Now you're dead.
Yep. No, I'm with you.
And he played so well yesterday.
He played so well in Ancient just there.
He did?
He was phenomenal in
We were
Ancient.
filming a funny thing.
Ah. Oh, I hope it's funny.
I hope so.
You
Harry
missed
was
the
laughing. Usually when Harry laughs, it tends to
It's
end
a good
up
sign.
being funny, yeah. I think this was the one, like, that was the only play Process could have made. It's like he had a flash from a teammate. If he gets that more kill, then that's really good for tabseN and Process, but when he dies there, it becomes a much tougher round.
Run boost in middle. Mantu lands straight into a flash, sees nothing. Katie and aggressive, and Banana has 3 to deal with. Sin's already on that rotation back to bolster the A defense. So Banana control will be stalled out for now. Sjuush with some util at the ready if called upon. And Tessus and Yabi working on this boiler and halls control. So Heroic are getting what they want here.
But what do they want for the finish? Remains to be seen. Caden's asking for util, and looks like he's got other intentions.
I wonder if that was a misthrown smoke at A. I'm just looking at Crimbo's POV right now. There's a CT smoke that just is sitting in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, they're about to try and punish them, aren't they? They're committing up. Mantu flashed off the line. Doesn't have answers for middle just yet. Sjuush allowed to crawl through. Sin stepping loudly into the AK of Sjuush. Another frag from him. Still 4-on-4. And no one on B has budged. There's another smoke deployed. Big are doing a lot with their slowdown util. This time disrupting that B commit. Now they have to pivot back. This pendulum swinging again with 25 seconds. They're testing Mantu. Couple of flashes on Yabi, but he's not in a position to throw them, so they will have to just take these fights. And that is what Mantu was hoping for. The first is good, the second is better, and the third is round secured. As Yabi leaping out to his demise. Mantu no scope required as the quad kill comes through from Big Clan's AWPer.
Oh, tidy stuff.
Love that.
Light work, and he's had a couple of impactful rounds with the AWP. Ancient especially had that collateral round in Donut, had a few early moments in that first half where they managed to pick up 11 rounds. Now here when Big need them to try and draw some rounds back on this CT side of Inferno, he steps up, grabs them their second round, and, well, forces a timeout here for Heroic Exist with an opportunity to get on the mic.
And Rushley, a chance to get you on the mic. Rush, are you kind of mad you swapped away from Mantu for that one?
You know, it happens. You know, I mean, let's see how good it was. Yeah, a little bit mad. But, I mean, you know, we see in the replay, you know, it was...
It's fine, Rush. That comes with experience.
He was in a 1vx, you know, situation.
We all know what happens when the Observer doesn't swap in a 1vx.
Yes, true. But honestly, I do like breaking that rule a lot because it can be broken.
You are
just
a
like
rule
living
breaker,
dangerously.
Rush. You are a rule breaker.
That one is definitely a rule breaker that I could have easily done that, even if Mantu doesn't get the kill.
So why didn't you?
Well, you know, I mean,
didn't follow the rules.
I'm just trying to do my job, all right?
I think you've been losing your focus, mate, with all the baking.
You are crazy, man.
Focus on the job a little bit more.
I'm destroying, bro, right now. Yeah, don't come back over here, right? I'll make you come back here, man.
I haven't
physically.
played a single CS2
on Inferno again, Rushley.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I'm not giving you another Inferno. Next Vertigo game.
Yeah, make him do Vertigo or
Nuke.
Nuke, something with a bit more complexity.
Oh, yeah. You want to do a crosshair round?
Yeah, do it.
There we go.
Oh. Well, Sin. Crosshair out. Nade good. How many can he get? Looks like with Tabson's help, there's only one casualty.
Was Sinbad a pirate?
Sinbad, yeah.
Yeah, he was a pirate?
Yeah.
But it was with an M, no? Or N?
Sinbad, I think.
Really?
I think it was with an N. Let's have a look.
Yeah. I remember Sinbad from my childhood. Sinbad the Sailor, a fictional mariner.
Wait, so he wasn't a pirate?
Well, he was a mariner.
What is that? That's just like is that like a politically correct word nowadays for a pirate? We can't say pirate anymore. That's banned. Am I cancelled now?
It just means you're
pirate.
I think it just means you're a boatman.
Mariner. I have
a sailor.
Okay.
All right. That occasionally robs other people's stuff.
Well,
he's from Baghdad?
Baghdad isn't on this coast.
He's going to be a very early pirate. Well, sorry, not pirate. So, not pilot, pirate, captain, sailor, Sinbad.
Yeah, he gets one there. That's wild. 1-for-1 trade real quick. Not a great buy for Heroic.
Crimbo's searching. He's having a look. How much is he going to...
He's just seen what Monte did, so he's like, how hard can it be?
Tabson chipping away at those two, but he's going to have to give up Banana now. They know that. Tessus, this is a ballsy little push he's going for here.
They're really scared about long. It's open, and that short smoke made them think that Heroic took a bunch of space.
They're playing with the rotations pretty well, aren't they? They're in. How do you retake this if your tabs in a process? You might already have to give up the site.
Oh, you just got owned.
And also that previous lurk from Shush probably played a point, and not for Sin though. He pushed Banana, so understandable.
Oh, pushing, dying. The hands of Shush.
Go for it, Crimbo.
Damn, that was
worth it.
That was a really satisfying round, I'm sure, to call. Like the fact that you
how well it all played out,
and the fact that you still had a lurk after the fake. Ooh, yeah, that'll leave you feeling pretty shell-shocked if you're big clan.
So I suppose what they need to do is try and get full banana control. But if teams are throwing the half-wall smoke on the T side with the molly behind it, I don't even know how you can't contest immediately. You need to do it in waves. And at that point, it feels like they're being outmaneuvered by Heroic already. So for them to go for an all-in, it looks like they're bringing Mantu over. Do they want to use him aggressively? Apparently not. If you post the AWP up, then maybe, just maybe, you can give yourself that 1-4 setup. But look at this. Springing straight into action. The AWP in apartments. Crimbo and Sin to try and deal with this.
Go on, KDN, what you got for us? A smoke is what he's got. It's been handed to him by Crimbo.
Helps them understand the setup. He saw the trajectory, knows that came from the balcony as opposed to the pit. And they have to worry about long again. There's actually been nobody watching middle. There is always the possibility for a slip up mid to long. Big have not acknowledged that whatsoever. So Tabson is tasked with it, rotating back. I hate this. That's the position I used to play professionally, and you're rotating back if you had bad info, if the comms are late, if you don't understand how much time that you're working against, they can be so deep.
Well, this time, no harm, no foul. Tabson retains control of Arch side.
He had a nice little smoke from like CT spawn for long, which now allowed them to clear long. Now he has the info. He knows they're coming B. Use your nades, guys. Process, use your smoke.
Ooh. There's the AWP connecting. High flash. Mantu, you want to peek off that? That would be brave. He's nailed another. Should be enough for the squad, you'd think. As Cadian, he turns tail, trying to hope that Yabi can jump through the flaming hoop that is this pit side. He's found the first, but will he be ready for balcony? They know Crimbo likely plays here, but still he finds the frag necessary.
Just needs to live now.
And just survival. Cadian, dead to Crimbo, swings through for it. Closing the gap and solid work from the big defense.
Got the ult back as well for Mantu, so that's great because he got another 2 kills there. So the Mantu multi-kills on the AWP, we're starting to see a few of them mount. And a timeout for Big. You got the round recap on the screen right here. So pistol with conversions and then some for Heroic. And now it's been a bit more of a back and forth nature. Yanko, you got to coach with timeouts in play. Back in my day, we only had the 2-minute timeout. I don't think we got to the point where there was a 30 seconds. And even still, I doubt we used them. If you're Big right now and you're taking a timeout, what do you think Godby's talking to the team about before getting back underway?
I think it's definitely, for this round, it's knowing that their buy, if they buy, is going to be all over the place. So probably reminding the team to use some of their utility early, not allow Heroic to get in a position where they can easily close the distance, you know, based off of scouting. What are some of the main things they like to do in these rounds? what to pay a little bit of extra attention to, and maybe hype him up a little bit if someone's energy is a little bit down. Try to get it back up.
Well, they've gone for the full banana control on the T side with that smoke half wall. Like we mentioned earlier, you don't want to brave that, you don't want to risk it, which allows them just to waltz on up. So there is potentially an awful lot of B pressure to be applied. There's smokes and mollies, and, well, the noise is coming.
They're coming, yeah. Full commit. Process aware with the incendiary deployed, but what?
Just process. Yeah, do it all.
He's gone too. The Tech 9s connect. This is an uncomfortable Listerine phase 4 big clan.
Yep. That half-wall smoke is a problem. I'm trying to think about what their option is to deal with it. Unless they have
for
like
CTs?
the 3/4 smoke and then the molly half-wall to flush them back as that's fading would be one of the plays you can go for. Is they can't keep it's quite apparent. Heroic are going to get banana control when they want it, and we've seen long open quite often for Big as well. There's two clear issues of information and control of the map that Big just don't have. A 7 for Heroic already, so already a...
Well, the only thing you can hit them with is like a combination of nades before this, like on a timing where the smoke is going to start fading as you're actually making your play, right? With the deep smoke, the deep molly, and then the flash that comes in for the guy if he is close wall behind the smoke, right? It's very timing based, that sort of a counterplay.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they have that up their sleeve right now.
It's either that or something with a boost further back or trying to boost over the wall, but that's hard since it's easy to hold. You know, that's the only danger spot for the T's.
Yeah, I think Mantu was flirting with aggression there, but that smoke cancels his plans.
But now they have to worry about the execute B behind that smoke, and right now Heroic are already gearing up to go fast A when it was the 3B opening from Big, so they're out of position again.
Yeah, and it really puts a lot of pressure on these two in the open. Whoa, that's big from Sin. He had to deliver there, and he's done just that. A double kill as the whole squad was charging towards him. Now that does take the wind out of the sails of Heroic. Cadian dropping a smoke he just retrieved to try and keep that pressure up, and now it's all smoke and mirrors. They're trying to find a gap long side. Should be no way in now. Look at this positioning from Mantu. It's perfect. Stands staunch for the first, but Cadian at least takes the AWPer down. Stops it from being a perfect round. Cadian and Yabi in limbo. You're in CT, and you've got two on either side. Now, I guess essentially it's a fair fight. Nice angle. You can see Crimbo safe from that library clear. Perfect.
Cheeky from Crimbo. He understands his positioning very well. I think Crimbo is sound as an individual, but I don't think of Crimbo as a player who I go, oh man, Crimbo's aim is sick. I think just the way he approaches scenarios, his awareness of where he needs to be and his positioning is very strong, unless he needs to retake B, which we learned earlier on in the half, apparently. But this is a great round.
Here you see why it's important to smoke apps and why they smoke apps early. They don't smoke apps because they see danger apps. They smoke apps because they know they're recon A right now. And if they smoke apps, they'll have an easier time even with two guys to get some kills or buy time until help comes in. Inferno is one of the maps that gives you the best examples of using utility not for your own sake or even on the site you're on, using the utility because what's going on the map as a whole, right? Like Heroic used to do these great mid-round re-aggressions on B, on CT side with 3 guys, right? And the important thing is, as soon as they show themselves on B, that's when the A guys use a smoke. Because a lot of good teams just play off of reaction. When they see that they don't care that they died, they know that on A there's only 2 guys and they will speed up. But it's harder to speed up when you have to run through a smoke, when you have to go through a molly and all these things. So,
oh, aggression. We see the G2 smoke thrown through. You can nade out of that if you wanted to, and Crimbo certainly got some lineups cooking, but Tessus, he's trying his luck on towards the mouth of Banana.
2 important pieces of utility there, G2 smoke and then obviously the window molly, right? A different variation from Crimbo being able to do it up close and personal. But just, again, to Yanko's point, stalling out the default towards A, so that gives them more time to stay in this formation over towards the B side of the map, and that is a beautiful HE. Straight down the gullet, follow up with another, and good chip damage done to multiple players.
Process though, he's just eating that flash, he's isolated. That's what you need from a teammate. tabseN steps up to save as they hunted him down. Wow, and then with a FAMAS no less, they're making a lot out of this here, Big. Covered nicely, Sin in support. This is a forward position for the CTs. We need to see the trade. Where's Sin? Cowering behind the sandbags, but patience prevails. Nearly all three. If he had the USP, he does so. Sin converts, and it's tabseN and Sin locking it down and breaking the heroic bank balance as well towards the end of this half. Big look to leave with the lead.
Okay, well then apparently they do have the move to retake the top banana. That was perfect. That's exactly what you wanted to see, and a response that maybe could have come in a little bit earlier. But tabseN, the first time round, missed the nade.
That's why he came in swinging, you know. But yeah, he basically saved the round for them. If he doesn't get those 2 kills there, Process is dead, and the round is pretty much over.
Oh, more aggression. This is what I want to see. When they know they can take these type of fights, deal with these pistols. This is a bit of an Inferno classic. Normally, I used to get abused all the time. They would just run straight down mid and banana and completely clobber us. So that's a similar fashion. Aggressive play, get the round done and dusted nice and quick. They can't bait out your nades, they can't draw out the clock. 7-7 going into the final round here of the first half of the second map. And the winner of this finds themselves in the playoffs. So it's going to have to go the distance if Heroic want to be in that conversation today. Bigger playing great. Like, considering the circumstances, considering still a new roster, we haven't seen an awful lot of them. It's been a bit of online Counter-Strike for them. We had the whole Cologne scenario. Let's see if they can win the half here.
The problem with these smokes is, Fnatic used to throw a similar smoke a while ago, is that if you respect it too much, it's such an easy way to fake. Like, if you're never going to try to fight through it or do something, well, they can just throw it and leave one guy and go away, right? And meanwhile, you're paranoid about, oh, the smoke, oh, they're doing this, maybe they're doing that, and they're just sort of executing A on you at that point, so...
You're completely out of position, you have no information. Nothing worse than being in the dark on Inferno. At least they retain top mid control.
Yeah, for how long?
tabseN has a full belt of utility, right? So the smoke and the molly, if they do feel any pressure like now, they should be blocking over towards B. And there you have it. There's still an extra smoke on tabseN available. Sin has cheated over to help them out, which is going to put more pressure on Mantu now, who's been smoked off. So it's all on Crimbo.
Yeah, Heroic, they've got what they wanted. Cadian pushing that long smoke to catch off that library rotate. Not looking at Sin, rounding that corner. Nice find. Tried to turn the flash, but a little too premature on that. Crimbo locked in on coldzera for the double spray. Still Stown and Yabi standing up, standing tall, and a spray from Sin secures the half. Big lead with the lead. Could this really be the 2-0? Playoffs on the line. Heroic, they need the reverse sweep. Stay tuned to find out if they've got it.
Sides, Cadian nails a shot. 3 kills from the captain.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. Keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement.
Hot stuff coming off the press here in the CS2 camp. That's right, a lot of people getting a lot of access now, just trying to figure out how to play the game. And spraying seems to be one of the most contentious talking points across the board so far. However, one thing that has made its way to the very front page headlines is going to be this. Yes, that is Darude Sandstorm, of course, played to you by the Bells on Inferno in CS2, and as this develops more, we will keep an eye on the different tunes and jingles that are able to be created within the game. Reporting live, it's Trace from Space.
For both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Big Clan looks solid here as they look to take it in 2. This is for the playoffs, and it is in that upper bracket. Both teams successful in their first endeavor. Big taking down Monte, Heroic versus the Rooster. It's Group B of ESL Pro League Season 18, and I'm joined by 2 of my most esteemed colleagues. We have Janko Wine, Kate Paunovic, and of course, Chad Sponge Birchall. So we get ourselves ready for what could be the final half of this one. What do you reckon, Janko? We see in the distance, we see in Mirage?
I think so. A lot of it depends on how the half opens up, but Heroic known for their strong CT sides.
Yeah, and they did look like they had a lot of good ideas on that first half, Chad.
Look at the odds. Smack down the middle.
Damn. Okay.
All right.
Let's give some respect to Big Clan and what they've achieved so far.
That'll make the sound cue.
That's geeky.
Well, the jig is up, isn't it? That's going to get lodged in the side of Katie in there. So Tabson has done enough to put them on high alert top banana, and they're about to come water falling out of apartments. Tessas and Shush to defend.
I've seen Shush hit some crazy shots so far. Can he do it when it matters most? This pistol round, as Janko highlights, requires heroic effort. Oh, what a flashbang.
How?
The frag. How does that happen? Super Kevlar from Crimbo. Couldn't finish the job. Well, heroic. Struggling now. Cadian trying to isolate these duels. Nice work. Running him down. Finds the first of this 2v4. Should be nothing more. Crossfire's established. Cadian running out of bullets. Still hitting shots though. And yeah, now completely out of bullets. He's going to have to use his knife if he can't find another one. Now it's all up to Yabi, who's hit the necessary shots. Cadian doesn't have anything but a knife. And Tabson, he'll close on the Glock. That is...
What do we say, Janko? What do we say? Do you know how many rounds the Big tried to give away on Ancient just like that?
Oh, God.
There were so many that they did, actually. I'm having a hard time taking this seriously.
No, here the problem is actually they don't want to lose the round so much. They're a little bit too turtled up. I mean, the setup isn't great because there's not really crossfires established. They're all coming from the same sort of side, just at slightly different angles. But in the end, they get it done. God breathes a sigh of relief.
Yeah,
especially
I was feeling bad for him during that moment. You could see after kill after kill, all right, we're going to cross the line and only just. But that is 3 out of the 4 pistols for Big so far in this series. And a real opportunity for them now because they have already dealt with this force. 3 players dead while we're still discussing the last. Just 2 to find of Shush and Tessus now. And as soon as they're dealt with, it's going to be Heroic into a full eco. 11-7. The score should be. I spoke too soon. Tessus, bucket loads of damage.
He's dead now. Surely they run through that and spray him down. No, they give it respect. Flash, waiting for the push. He's actually still going to be allowed to get away. And yeah, there is even a nice little weapon there. I think that's an MP9, a smoke grenade as well.
At least they didn't lose the bomb. That's probably the positive.
Yeah, they're looking for Shush, and I mean, with his death, the round falls into place.
5-7 that range on the head.
I could see it. I could
Quimble
see
was
it.
alone, no trade possible. But all right.
Sin has to pivot.
Okay, so essentially 11-7 the score should be now. Unless Big, they'd have to really give over the next round something cruel. Tesla's hanging around to see if he can find himself an upgrade, but taps in 2 Ys for those silly games and gets him through the smoke, removes the 5th and final of the round, and there'll be nothing residual carried forward. So there could have been a 5-7, there could have been a MP9. Tessus was clearly looking for something a little bit juicier over towards Banana, understandably so, but that's left them up a creek without a paddle, and the no. Not like this, Heroic. Heroic, not like this.
So 3 Deagles, a Scout,
I hate this.
M4.
I really don't.
They really want to...
But what's the really, well, like, what's the... It's just shock and all. I mean... But that's the...
And then just picking. It's like when we were playing Inferno the other night. Someone, you know, giving up a death top mid in the first 15 seconds and we lose the round.
Who was that?
Well, you a couple rounds, Janko. I didn't want to say anything there, you know. You know. Hey, man.
Happens.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. But it's fine, Chad. You know, they'll just save the armor and then they'll buy the good guns next round, right?
Well, one would hope.
No harm, no foul.
One would hope.
Except they won't have enough money for the good guns.
I really don't like the financial decision that Heroic just made. I can't even justify it at all. I can't begin to justify it. They lost the first map and it wasn't. It was a map that was close where they had to work. So if you're doing it because you think you're that much better than your opponent, you can win without util and full guns. Well, you got proved on map number 1 that's not true.
I think I even saw them do this against some other team, and that's how they ended up losing the game a couple of tournaments back.
Damn it. ENCE do it as well. ENCE are a team who like to go for these type of moves.
Where it's like, they're not even, it's not there was one guy alive or no one alive, and then you know you're going to hit them with a hard reset. It's not like
3 players alive at the last round.
There were just one M4.
Which they had to buy.
Tessus didn't have armor. Cadian has a scout. What's the plan? The only thing is we're going to surprise them with this buy and just steal around based off of that. But you should have enough confidence in your CT side where you're just going to, okay, we lost the pistol, we lost the force buy, eat the eco and play the gun rounds.
So now they're in a position where if they wanted to force again, right, Yabi could buy a Silent Step 4 and have Kevlar.
No, they're not buying here.
But look, if they bought last round, why the hell not this round?
It becomes too silly. It just becomes ridiculous, you know.
Well, they've hedged a little bit, so some light investments behind this M4.
Like, you know, if Cadian called another buy, if I was any player on that team, I would say, I would take a timeout and say, bro, are you high? Like, what's your, are you trying to lose us this game? You know, like there's a point at which there's a line, and let's just say that was the line, Chad.
Okay, well, will not be crossed. But
yeah, it just makes it easier for Big because you're racking up rounds without having to do much, right? Like you just have such a big advantage.
Giving them easier rounds
in freeze time. If you don't just mess up.
Flash is bad.
Oh, the frag is good. Double out of
They know
process.
one more is there.
They know exactly where you are, Cadian. Trying to chase him down with that P250 and some little bit of lady luck involved in that one.
Oh, not a bad nade at all.
You won't be able to do that in CS2.
Yeah, I had the same thought. That's going to go skyrocketing like a Maltese firework, I think.
Yeah.
Going off at 9 o'clock in the morning.
It's a special type of firework.
You should, if you come to where we live, Yanko, any time in the morning or afternoon, it's just fireworks galore. They're celebrating at the moment.
Fireworks.
What are they celebrating?
So essentially,
most of the time.
It's to show it's to show off for your little city or
like
town.
Flexing your neighborhood. It's a battle of all the neighborhoods. Who makes more of noise?
Okay. I think so, because we can't see any colors in the middle of the day. But the race is on. The amazing race. One of the greatest reality TV shows of all time.
Shush is ahead of this.
Can win this.
He's got the envelope.
And he could have the round. Whoa! Great adjustment from Sin. He was caught out there, but still gets the crosshair on the head in time.
Canadian has Canadian? Cadian has a kit.
Can Canadian do anything with this one?
I'm looking at his name. I'm reading it in my head. Canadian. Canadian.
Can Canadian?
Happens.
Does. I've just got Darude Sandstorm stuck in my head from those damn bells.
12-7.
It's better than the monkey with cymbals it usually is, though. Actually, I welcome a bit of change.
A 5-round gap has now been accrued by Big, or given over by the Danes. The guns are finally out here in full force on this CT side. It needs to start now if Heroic want to take this to a third. Otherwise, the eruption from Big will be insane. We'll highlight it again. This roster changed throughout the break. They made the sacrifice. Their academy team qualified for Cologne. They couldn't play with their full roster in Cologne. That was another setback. Blastfall Groups was, as the team had just come together, obviously didn't go fantastically well over there. They come in here to Pro League and they're taking on Heroic, one of the best teams in the world, and they might be winning 2-0 to lock themselves in for the playoffs. So this is going great guns already, and this nade perfectly placed, perfectly timed, straight on 3.
Oh, and he could even finish it off with a beautiful smoke spam if he's feeling so inclined. Molly to isolate, didn't clear it, didn't clear his corners. A free double for Tessus. No one looking or shooting at him. The third comes through the smoke as well. Process desperately trying to claw the round back, but instead he just puts them deeper in the hole. 3 bodies littering mid brackets. And not a single one of them heroic. That changes now. Mantu given away back in.
Mantu's been good in some of these moments with the chaos for multiple AWP kills. He has only 35 seconds left on the clock to try and achieve another, so I think this one is going to go down the gurgler and given over to Heroic.
This fight, however, if Tessus gives it to him, which he has...
Still 2 on the side that have to go B, and they are.
And he is going to be tucked in on Ruin, so if they smoked it, if they flash it and jump across...
Mantu just needs to run first to find them, and Quimbo can maybe trade them. That's their only way to win this round.
Oh.
Cheeky.
Yabby, that's round winning.
Oh my god.
Gets the plant at least around the corner, away from the nade.
3 bullets, 3 opponents.
Oh, shot.
I like how you just teed that up, you know. Oh, wow, it could be this sick highlight.
Yeah.
And they just missed it.
But you have to. Yeah,
no, I know.
You know, I want to make sure.
The timing of it was great.
Yeah, and I always appreciate a layup. That was exactly what I needed.
And you never know what's, well, yeah, sometimes
know.
you know. Sometimes you do know.
Yeah.
Ah, all right. Well, Yanko, I'm gonna start a bit of a discussion right now. Do you think Heroic didn't take that save because they knew that if they had, and then they went for the buy into that next round, it still wouldn't have been a full buy like we saw for the previous? Right? They were. I know. It wouldn't have had the. It would have been like glass cannonade. It wouldn't have been all the nades, all the kit, everything. They would have been light on slightly.
I mean, just that, but I don't think that's the reason you would force again. If anything, that's the reason you maybe don't buy everything
as much
if you're
in the first force buy.
Yeah, so you have those nades if you really value them so much. They're using the half wall smoke as well. Big.
I like seeing with G2 do it and they exploit it on the right hand side with the one way, and like Hooksy gets in front of it or Nico gets in front of it based off spawns. And just you only have to use that once to keep them on their toes.
Oh, problems now. Serious problems. Testing them. Ultra side. And a good shot as well. Nice from Tessus. He's nailed Tessus. Cadian does connect the trade.
And the bomb's down and...
You got nothing. Nothing at all. Crimbo's going to try and change things as he does leap to action to maintain any mid-funny business.
It's going to be a minute-long save, so let's bring Rush in for this.
All right.
Hello?
Hey, Rush, what do you like to do with 45 seconds of save time? Have you worked it out yet?
I usually just wait for Jay to go live, and then I just like look off into space.
That's what I was about to ask. Yeah, what do you do?
There we go. Now, look, I can just...
Right. So what if every time this happens...
Bye, Rush.
Oh, well, he can't hear me now.
No, that's all right.
Oh, that's great, Rush.
Thanks. All the viewers are going to be very happy with that one, Rush. Thanks for thinking about their audio. That was great from Jay. See how he faded the clock into the scope of the orb?
That was
both
nice.
Cylindrical.
Yeah.
Really see... Mute your mic, you muppet!
Are they close? Oh, yeah, my mic was on. Sorry about that.
Nah, you're all right, man. It didn't cause any audio interference at all.
Oh, none?
Nah, it was perfect.
I did hear a slam down there, so...
Rush, have you ever Rubik's Cubed?
I used to know the algorithms back in the day, but I didn't remember them. You have to go left, right, up, top, left.
Are we playing Street Fighter?
Yeah.
No.
Up, down.
I think that's a
Is that
right.
Fatality or
the Konami code?
That's some Mortal Kombat, actually.
Actually.
Rush, will you play the Valve Hates the Game character for us? Not right now, but I'd love if the people at home could see your
I can do
Valve
it right
Hates
now.
the Game. Yeah, give it to us. What are people saying about CS2, Rush?
They don't care about the game.
Normally he swears a lot more, so he's having a
I
hard
swear
time.
a lot more.
Premier mode's terrible. It's trash.
It's
not better than Face It, man.
There's a bit more tact when he normally does it, so we'll see if we can get you a TeamSpeak version, everybody playing at home.
thanks to those early forces from Heroic, Big has enough money for another buy. They tried, you know, a sort of a faster expo on B. Heroic was there with 3 players, didn't work. First gun round, they just got mowed down. So not really much information for them, at least from these round losses that they could use in future rounds. Okay.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, it gets better. It's down. Ooh, nearly pieced together a recovery. Needed to finish off Sin to fully right the ship.
This is where I don't envy having to be Cadian as the AWPing in-game leader, because if his team, as we discussed during map 1, Alex, they're not being proactive, they're not taking the essential initiative, that's where he's going to be micromanaging the macro. And as soon as you're talking and your focus is on the radar and somebody steps into your line like that, I'm not saying that's what happened right there. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know what the comms are. I can't tell you one way or another, but I can tell you that Mantu just out-AWPed Cadian.
Yeah. And it could very well transpire into a 13th. Tabson, licking his lips, sprays down 2. Big Clan 13 imminent. As Yabi still yet to move a muscle, just cowering in fear as they do go through the motions of clearing out every nook and cranny on this A site.
Yabi has to save. He needs to drop Tessus' gun into the next round of play. It's 2,400 loss. So they will be able to get a buy across the board as long as Yabi stays alive. But Tabson is already starting to hunt. I don't know if he'll let any of his young guns off the leash. 3 players once upon a time in the Academy roster all over towards the A site as the big boss man in-game leader Tabson is having a look to try and find Yabi and this AK-47. This would be a big kill.
That's a big save from Yabi.
Now this means that we will see a Heroic full gun round. Otherwise, maybe an SMG for one of their players. But 13 now confirmed, and that was how it started. Out-AWPed Cadian, a good trade there from Sin, as Stown trying to be desperate to find a few kills, and that isn't the first time we've seen Shush searching, looking the wrong way.
Rooster making a cameo.
Shout out to them one time.
I would love to listen to their comps to just see how much German seeps in, because we know with Zentaras it was always quite a bit coming through. We know they had Smuya for a while. I'm interested with Mantu just to see, you know, how much of it is English, how much is in German. I know for a lot of these guys, they don't have any issues with English. They'll do interviews with us and stuff, and we get to talk to a lot of Germans, and we know their English is great as well. So I would just be interested, knowing the history with Big.
Oh, I'm just chuckling to myself thinking about that God B clip with Smuya. Owen, go heaven! Where do you want me?
Yes.
Where do you want me? Oh, Mr. Battlefield.
Well, this will be a tactical timeout, the third of which called by Heroic exists. You can see the coach chipping in on the mic, as they are looking to pick up another CT-sided round here. Only 2 to their name so far, Heroic. Is going to be another one of these uphill battles, but they've been able to come back from a much worse scoreline. We'll remind everybody, it was 14-4 and then 15-9 on Ancient. So I don't think Heroic feel like they're done and dusted just yet. But if they lose this one, that's probably the game going with it. Another molly they won't be able to do in CS2. You can't get the half-wall molly off the skybox. See the instant reaction top banana, the T's remollied car, somebody extinguished immediately, which now means to Big that they're likely going to brave that and play in front of that. And they're not going to really give any of their attention over towards Banana whatsoever. So a big rotation from Heroic to bolster this A site. Shush, Stown, Yabi congregating now to deal with this. Tessus also playing Speedway.
I mean, this is too late to just go A. They need to chase Cadian out of Banana, or at least throw a flash. Otherwise, there's nothing preventing Heroic from being in a 4A setup just waiting for you.
That's a good tag, isn't it?
There's no smoke left for the pit player, sure.
But I don't even... Okay, so Tessus is on a flash for Yabi, okay. Because I was going to say, if you're that deep speedway, you're not really 4A and you're not really B, just pick something.
Has to be A now, 35 seconds.
Yeah, even Cadian's moving over.
Tessa still has a flash available, but he's disconnected. It's down.
He's got a lot on his plate now. Molotov out of position. Double mini pit setup. They're going to be cleared. It's a nice find, but they might overlook the second. This is the opportunity. Oh, too many on his plate. Crimbo leaps into action as the 1v2 gets awkward for Mantu. 14 seconds. He has to find this site player now. Jumping into Yabi. The no-scope doesn't connect. And Heroic, they fight on their third CT round, but also 3 of the last 4 going their way. Big Clan, they're losing their grip.
Haven't had many roars from Cadian like that throughout this series so far, so that's one of the first. So maybe starting to feel the heat with the, well, let's say the lack of intensity from the team, I would imagine, right? And a good round to win. Sure, it was heavy trades over towards that side, but they're still in a situation where the finances aren't great for the Danes.
How can they just go away? Like, how?
This is what I'm going to put with the newer roster side of things.
The only thing is, like, you're just hoping that it's 2B, right? Like that they did it all, so you think it's one guy B, you're going to chase him away, but there's just a guy hiding in the cubby, and otherwise it's just going. If they had more utility, so then I see, okay, but they're negating a lot of these angles with utility, and they have faith in there. Or if they split the site, and then you're like, okay, one of the players is isolated, so it's actually a 5v3. But this is just, we don't have banana, and it's also so slow. Like Heroic can have any setup that they want, but from a macro perspective, it's just a little bit confusing.
The same thing happened in the first half with the banana control that they were opting for on the CT side, or the lack thereof, and then they brought the response in later. I just think at this point with Big, it's not ironed out in terms of the protocols and the way that they want to approach the decisions.
It doesn't matter. It has absolutely... Okay, I'll stop talking now.
I was worried
Alex,
about
start talk.
I
Janko,
was
stop
worried
talk.
about that. Ooh, chip damage on
If the AWP
nade.
gets in pit.
Yeah, it's really uncomfortable. And Mantu's even got the flank on Stown. They don't know about it. Oh, Stown turns around somehow. Miraculous. Dig themselves out of trouble here and threatening round all the same. Man, that was a couple of pistols. They get 3 kills. They do recover the AWP, but that was hanging on by a thread.
Rush, did Stown turn back in time, or was he getting shot at when he turned? Because that right there, we only caught the tail end of that. Did you see?
I feel like Monte just missed like a shot or body shot him, and then he just flipped.
Wow, okay. That is a bit of a mare from Mantu there.
See if I can catch it on the delayed feed.
Because we definitely get it from Stown's POV in the last moment. So all the flurry goes on in Boiler, 2 kills. I guess playing 2 in Boiler as well against a lighter buy. That's also a curious CT.
They maybe misjudged the buy.
Yeah, Stown only had 5 bullets in his M4 when he did this as well. 5 bullets. Yeah.
Okay, so he definitely shot him. Whoa.
Damn. 13-11. Heroic keeping up the run. What, guns are back out now for Big though. Perhaps an audible scope there. Not sure. Mantu presses his eye.
If they don't pressure top banana like Janko wants, then they can just stay 4A.
You can't even just now so taking mid is also so late.
They need a porch, Molly. They gone for a deeper lock. They're not expecting people to be close mid. What?
Yeah, but why not?
I don't know.
They could be.
I don't know why they're not expecting
they could not be, but they could be.
Yes.
So you're just what? Like hoping, believe me, guys, they're not there.
I think so. I actually think so.
Like what? And what you said doesn't count. It's not about because Tapson is the in-game leader. So did he forget that you need to chase the guy out of banana, which has been the thing since Inferno exists the last 7 years?
And Cadian was just sitting at the top of banana, not worried about anything, right, after the exchange. He's not worried about them having this banana control and pressuring it whatsoever.
Like, if you're trying to do this, you need to do it much faster. You know, you need to try to take mid control without much utility much faster. You could see that even Heroic, it took them a little bit to get into this 4 mid setup, but this is just terrible.
How bizarre. I've said that a couple of times this Hold on, Crimbo and Process hitting shots. They can't plant, can they? The AWP, it's got a smoke on it, so yeah, he'll spam away, but Process will sweep through, find the headshot on Cadian.
I don't know why.
This can't happen. This won't happen. 1v3 for Process, new addition. Now only 2 to find. He knows he's got to take an active duel. Trying to isolate, and he's hit another one. Process trying to come up clutch, come up big for Big Clan. Holding it, holding it. This is a horrible way to lose a round. Process, will you check it? Will you check it? Not in time! Oh, no! What a way to lose it! Oh, he did everything right until he didn't.
But that might be enough to help get them back into things here. Sure, Heroic get the round, but they lose everybody, and their buy is going to be a little bit bleak here. I think they can get an AWP, 2 M4s, maybe 3 if they're lucky. It is going to be 2 M4s and AWP.
Look how this looks from Heroic's POV.
It's too easy.
Like, these are Tessus' easiest kills of his life.
There's no flash, and all they were hoping to do, and it's worked for them before, was establish the AWP of Mantu watching the long side. Oh, yeah, I think Shush is counting his lucky stars there. Again, just postured quite aggressively forward.
Process had him, he just whiffed.
Yeah, that's when the wiggle of the mouse and the crouch spam can really get you somewhere. And, well, talking of getting somewhere, look at this. You can see there's a lot of presence in pit from the T side. Uh-oh, it's down. It's down. No trouble onto Mantu. There's actually a bit of trouble now. Brewers.
Oh, no!
Not connects. This is ridiculous. What Counter-Strike are we witnessing? They've got the A site now. Tessus catches a nade on long side. It's up to Yabi to try and take these duels in unison with Tessus. Ahead of the smoke, but spammed on down. Process having a round. Another triple kill from Process. Not happy with how that last one went down. Yabi takes his head off.
No, they can plant now, so the 40-second timer will begin. And Yabi gets to play out this 1-on-4 by saving. Why are they playing close mid in 2 consecutive, well, not consecutive, but no, it is consecutive lighter buy rounds. The other one where they lost to the Glock burst, and then this one.
I think they're expecting a buy both times, really.
Because they misplayed both
last
rounds.
Last time they miscalculated, I feel, the economy from Big. This time they felt, because they're in reset territory, that Big is going to buy to reset Heroic.
But they reset them anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, even if that's the case, it's not going to be an optimal buy, so there's a danger of some pistols and MAC-10s running you over. I mean, you combine those 2 rounds with the call to force...
What was that, round 3?
Round 3.
After forcing round 2.
There's been some really questionable calls from Heroic on the CT side.
They've put themselves in a position where they have to do it the hardest way. We are at the tail end of this game, and going into the next round, either team only gets 1,900 loss bonus.
4 guys are at 1,500.
This is the worst place to be, and they have to shove all in. So Big have the game in the palm of their hands.
You almost think if Yabi had a better chance of winning that 1v3 than they have of winning this round.
True.
Nice way of framing it.
In MR12, he would have gone for it, Chad.
In MR12, the game would already be over.
Who would have won?
Actually, I'm not sure.
Big. Because they need 13.
All right, Heroic. Any more twists and turns in this one, or a Big really going to snatch 15 away? Next round will only be with 1,900 smackaroos to every Heroic player's name. So saves, integral, or winning the round would probably be the best way to go about it if they could. And see again, and this is Heroic having way too easy of a time over towards B. The fact they can play 4A again, Cadian's not under any pressure, and we've already had 50 seconds go by.
Right. Is this not what Yenka wanted, to have that in Answers top banana?
They have answers, but the thing is as well, they don't know exactly what's on the side. And as that smoke comes in, that's happened at 1 minute.
And the problem is Heroic was taking banana from them. So now that Heroic is giving it, they're a little bit paranoid. Okay, they're giving it to us because there's 3 guys there and they just want us to execute, you know? But Heroic just has to sort of risk it, and although we see Yabi actually, and Tess is going towards B now.
Yeah, that util and the information. Oh, he needed the frag. Process is gone. Tessus does bolster the back defense on A. Smoke to delay. Shush playing close quarters. This is where those pistols can work wonders. Heroic, they were backed into a corner, but the SMGs, or rather the 5.7s, have connected. It's Tessus with the multi-kill, and no scope out of Mantu to start off proceedings. He'd need a whole lot more of that. Needs the bomb, needs a frag. 14 seconds and counting. Boxed in. Yabi converts it, and Heroic backed into a corner. Chad said they had to do it the hard way, and do it they do.
Cadian, I feel like he's having to do that here to try and pull his team into it, right? I understand this team has played a lot of arena matches, not always quite successful. This is a game against Big, a team that they dealt with a month ago very handily. It was easy. But today they're being tested, and the first map they lost. The second map they're having to come back yet again.
And this is why the name of the game, when you do default, you have to apply pressure. Like every space that's given to you, apply pressure, take it, you know, earlier on B, like you said, even on A, they can't be having a smoke with 20 seconds left. If you're gonna go there, or if you're doing that and knowing that's an option, you need to go in a way where that smoke just doesn't murder you completely, and that's what happened to Big.
Oh, Monte, brave. This is pressure early.
Kingston saw.
Yeah, he definitely saw the barrel.
Oof, that's an easy way to open up the account for Heroic to tie things up.
Well, Heroic can win it now. So this is where the game is going to flip-flop. Because they're down a man, it's unlikely for them to try and get back into this in a 4-on-5 situation. The economy is now completely in Heroic's hands if they secure this round.
And that's why you see a team like G2 sometimes, you know, Nico or Huxi on B, sometimes even foolishly die, or because it's important to apply that pressure. And when you're playing like that, you're doing it even when you're not doing it, because the danger of it is always there.
Well, Molly in the hand of Tessus here takes an awful lot of damage, but dumps it. Buys himself enough room to get away, but the pressure is being applied with 45 seconds.
Yeah, he's just holding it, gunning it. And that should be the first. Tabson turns around into Yabi. Yabi does manage to find a double. Advantage Heroic. Still maybe a conversation to be had.
Cadian's going.
He is pushing through. Cancels the plant process. That's big. And that's even better. Crimbo catches knife outs down. Not expecting that Ruin's forward position, but Process has to get a lot of the credit there.
He's had so much impact in these last batch of rounds. And now it's Shush retaking with an AWP.
I'm very impressed that he hears that flash and immediately gets off the bomb, gets his gun out in time, and they get the 15th round. Gob has got to be happy with that one.
But this could have caused me to break something as well. Because what happened? Why did it unfold this way? Which is, luckily for Big, they won the round. It's because Crimbo didn't stay to cover the bomb plant. He was immediately into Ruins.
That's true.
To be a sweaty little gamer and get the forward position.
But they're in a number disadvantage then. Right, but that was different as before. They were in a 2-on-2 last time.
But I mean, if you cover the plant, if you cover the planter and he plants the bomb, and you're still in a 2v3, and then you can make the play.
Yeah.
Luckily, I don't know if Process either saw or heard the flash, or maybe he just fake planted, or maybe Crimbo heard Cadian running. But in either way, that's why he was allowed to get this kill, right? Yes. But if Process had died, then Crimbo would have been out of the round, and it would have been over, right? Because again, not really team play, but more so looking at what play can you make.
Oh, and have they done enough?
I almost hated that it worked.
The question is, have they done enough? 15-13. The finances, the economy game, it's a cruel mistress here. Big back in control, and that's after giving away the opening pick.
They won a round with less, so...
But they had it with 5-7s before, Yanko. This time they've gone for meteor equipment.
We'll see if Big has learned from that just 2 rounds ago and is a little bit more aggressive in their default, baiting out some of those nades.
Process is up towards half wall on his own, so it doesn't look like that's going to be the case towards B at least. And we can see the setup, Cadian, Tessus and Yabi locking down the B bomb site. Stown and Shush with all the work to do over towards A. That's where one of these... Oh, a lot of pressure coming now. They're up mid, flashing forward. Brackets control has been taken. It will force the rotation out of Heroic. Mantu searching again. They allow this kid to search a lot with the AWP. Warning shot fired off the back of the flash.
Getting away from that. Then keeps the pressure on.
They don't have any flashes for this B execute. They can smoke CT, they can smoke coffins, they can get 2 mollies in towards the back of the site. Hey Cheese, it might take them too long to get this together, but it will truly just be Cadian. Nice. Sure, Yabi's got 1 kill. They need to rotate now. Oh, huge gap in the smoke. They have to go.
Oh, Tabson hunting for Cadian. Isolated, but Tessus pushes forward at the perfect time, launches Cadian into orbit. It's Tabson sent on the space program. 3-on-3 though. Spamming for the plant, can't find him.
No kit.
Big Clan 3 frags away from the playoffs. 3 frags away from sending Heroic down a peg. And doing it in 2. No kit present. Time is of the essence. Gob B, hands on his head, Mantu. He takes him a step closer. Playoffs, 2 clicks of the mouse away as Stown and Yabi, they don't have time, and Mantu's got all the shots. They doubled up, they'll take the shots. And there's no time here. Stown all in for naught, and Big Clan are off to the playoffs. Season 18 is theirs, and they do it on the easy mode. 2 wins, taking big scalps.
That one's going to feel real good. 2-0 against Heroic of all teams, and the way that they approached the game from start to finish, 11-4 in the first half of Ancient. They were flying out the gates. Then the young individuals had to stand and weather the storm of Heroic on the comeback, getting it done in what I think was triple overtime. And now here on Inferno, Heroic's map pick. Remember, a month ago, Heroic blew them out of the water. What a difference a month worth of practice can make, Yanko. A great showing from Big. Are you impressed, or do you think Heroic maybe caught a little bit sleeping?
I think a little bit of both, but regardless, I am impressed by Big in such a short amount of time, you know, to be able to take down a team like Heroic. Even yesterday, it was a long series against Monte, managing to come out on top with a dominant third map. And yeah, just on both sides, really impressive moments from players and the mental fortitude, you know, in a close game to grind it out. Props to Big.
Auf geht's, Jungs.
Auf geht's. Geil.
Well, we are just going to be grabbing a couple of players here to join the couch for the post-game interview, but we can throw it over to Freya and the gang.
Yeah, the big clan showing up in a big way. Did anybody have that on their bingo card? Big, the first team to be making it through to the playoffs from Group B of EPL Season 18 and against the Danes of all Harry. I did not expect that result.
Yeah, I mean, I think what was so impressive was that they kind of went on here to have to withstand a Heroic that we're rebuilding, that we're like starting to come back into that series, right?
Oh,
and there was definitely moments in there where it felt like it kind of had all the makings of a three-mapper, but then you have a couple of big rounds at the end, really, from Crimbo and Process, like digging deep as we got into crunch time, winning a couple of clutches or 2vx's to kind of keep Big in it and take it over the line. That was very impressive. I think it would have been one thing to just walk all over them. It's a whole different beast, the fact that they, you know, Heroic got back into that game.
Well, here he is, Crimbo.
The big man himself. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You were feeling yourself today. What did you eat for lunch, for breakfast? How's it going?
Actually, nothing. I never breakfast.
Nice.
That's the key.
It's 1 calorie I skip in a day, so.
Nice. Okay, so no breakfast. Then you come into this. What was like the preparation like going up against Heroic? Because it's been a while since you've taken them down, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's not much of a preparation. I think they can play any style. Sometimes they're full crazy. Like, they play kind of like Furia. Sometimes also they can play the slow style or whatever. I mean, they have every trick in the book, right? They're one of the best teams in the world, so...
Well, last time you played them at Blastful Groups, they kind of blew you out of the water. You chose to play Overpass there, going with Ancient today, had that 14-4 lead going into it, and could you just talk me through some of the communication, the team kind of spirit going into it when it went to overtime after giving up a 14-4 lead?
I didn't even know what happened. There was 14-4, then they rushed B. And
here he comes, boss man. Yeah, so we're just talking about a 14-4 lead. How was the atmosphere when it went to overtime?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
How did it feel?
To be honest, we should have closed it out earlier, but they're a top team. They're one of the best in the world. It can happen. We can slip it away, and I'm just really proud about our mentality. Like, we slipped it away, and still we were like, hey, it's okay. We have a fun game. We have obviously a little bit of sadness, madness here and there, but overall, our positivity is just over the top.
Oh, amazing.
I think you were saying, Crimbo, about the team chemistry and the team atmosphere being the best since you've been there in the team. Can you talk me through some of the differences maybe that you're feeling now than the previous teams?
Yeah, definitely. Like he said, in these moments, right? I mean, of course, we were kind of a bit negative. Now, like, it's completely normal, I think, after 4-14. But, like, when it was 15-15, we were still like, no one, like, kind of gave up. And it's like, man, we lost last 10 rounds in a row, but everyone was still like, you could just feel it that no one of us gave up in any kind of rounds. I mean, we also lost so many, I don't know, what was it, 2v5s or something?
Yeah, 2v4s. There's a lot of those going on. Like, and to hold the mental fortitude to stay playing the way you were, that's very impressive considering you've got so many young players here. You're playing against Heroic, like you said, one of the world's best at recoveries as well. And the fact they absolutely dumpstered you the last time you played, it was like 16-7, 16-8, right? To come back and 2-0 them, that must feel great to happen for you, especially the kind of being back in this in-game leader role.
It feels amazing to beat such a good teams. It's also just a confirmation that we are doing something right. Also in the last few days, in the few weeks, we improved always step by step. We felt it as well. And it's just amazing to beat one of these teams. And also first time qualification to the Pro League playoffs.
Oh, absolutely.
It's amazing.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
That's
just
amazing.
to double check, because it is a new day. You're still in-game leading tabs, yeah? It hasn't gone back to Sin in the last 24 hours.
Is there any plans to
nice.
go back, though, in the future? Or are you just going to stick as the in-game leader? Or is there some pathway back to Sin then picking it up?
For this time, I'm sticking it, and obviously we try to improve, but it's not like that I'm calling all the time. Everyone's giving good information, is giving good input, what we should do, what we should not do, and also overcalling me sometimes, and it's also needed. I don't have eyes everywhere. I just try to obviously get all the information together and make a good decision. But in future, we will see. Like, we have a lot of people who can also overtake the calling. It doesn't have to be always one guy. Karim also can take up the situation. He's now, even though he's playing only for 1 year in the professional scene, I feel like he's like a really old guy in that sense. You know, like he has a lot of experience.
I think we've noticed it over the last year, especially.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
been crazy. Now, look, there was a few rounds that went, kind of wrong. We already touched on those. But what about the ones that went right? There were some big clutches coming through. You 1v3 to take it to overtime as well. That was huge. And then watching the triple, quadruple overtime, whatever it was there on Ancient, that was like watching a movie. We were sitting there with the bloody management over on the couches and just watching. That was great. What was it like playing it?
I mean, it was sick. Like, one round we lose the 2v5, next round we win the 1v3. Like, it's just, you can't describe it. Like, it's just also not that you have in the moment the right call. There's no right call. Sometimes to do, like, it's just madness. I went also 3 times through Molly, killed Stown on Cave. It was just, at this point, you just play.
Yeah. Now, have you been scoping out the rest of the competition so far? Have you been watching the other games or just focusing on your own?
Just a little bit time off as well. Like,
Okay.
we've been grinding a lot, and everyone just
A lot of
probably
online
just
CS,
enjoyed-
right?
Yeah.
How's that been going?
Yeah, grinding a lot, but to be honest, I didn't touch CS2 at all. Did you touch it?
I think I played, when it open beta, I played 11 games. One
Yeah.
with that one off day.
Yeah.
That's
Was-
more
was
than
great.
most of the other players, actually.
Yeah.
So that's what do you think of it so far?
I think it's great.
Yeah?
I think, of course, there are still a few. What the
Sorry,
fuck?
there's a little
There's
fly
a
going
fly.
around here.
Henry's gonna slap you.
Congratulations. I'm trying to keep the fly away from you.
I think it's great, of course, some optimizations like spray, movement, or what was it, the one thing with the nades or something? I don't remember it right now, but I like it. I like that it's still like the Counter-Strike feeling. It's not a whole different game, like the first bullet accuracy and stuff like that. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Crimbo, I know we've already been singing your praises, but we're going to spin that track again in our US Air Force Aim High because you are the MVP of this series.
Damn. Well deserved.
GG's, congratulations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
claps all
great.
round. Yeah, because it was an incredible map for you. I know particularly on Ancient, when we were moving into that overtime, like you visibly looked pissed. Like, do you feel that emotion in the game? Does that kind of get your gears going even more?
To be fair, I was kind of pissed when it was like 14-4. I got B-rushed on Ancient and then like it kind of crumbled. I was kind of pissed, but when I enjoyed the overtime, like I've never done any game. It was, I really liked it. Like it was just, you lived in the moment. It was just, no one could describe like what is happening right now. We lost to 14 and it's quadro overtime. It's like, I don't know. Yeah. It was really, really sick.
Yeah, you've been hitting some crazy shots so far, especially for rifling on land. There's been moments as well where I've seen, you holding lines with Orpus peeking you, and I'm sitting there like, oh, is he going to go down? But then you just crispy one-tap him every single time. And look, you've been playing out of your mind so far. And if you keep that up, hopefully you'll be in the semi-finals, not the quarterfinals for playoffs.
Thank you.
Yeah, so your next game is on Sunday, I believe, right? Like
I
already
think so.
qualified for playoffs. You got a few off days.
Playing the winner of MIBR ENCE.
Yes,
Right.
yeah,
Which is just about to go down.
Is just about to go down.
Thoughts on that one? Who I guess you'd rather play MIBR, but do you think they stand a chance against ENCE?
I mean, for me personally, MIBR is the underdog in this group. I think I also told you in the pre-match on that one. Because I think they did an amazing job with picking drop and save.
Sure.
I think they're grinding really hard. They're boot camping 24/7 here in Serbia, I think. And they're making really good progress. But I think ENCE is too strong right now.
Harry, I know you had a dream that you want to live with Crimbo, right?
No.
No, you don't?
I don't think we can. I don't.
can't?
No. But I did actually have one more question, actually.
Right.
Taps them down on the end. I was wondering, you guys took a timeout, 15-13 on that last map, right? After things have been so crazy. I saw you and Godby talking to one another. Seemed like a pretty intense 30-second back and forth. What was said in that final timeout of the game? Was that to try and counter any more OT madness there down the stretch?
Oh, he just came up with a nice idea because I felt like, hey, we need to do some pressure because they were really tense. They were like, I didn't see it also before, to be honest, that they threw so many smokes out in the beginning. They were like, at 1 minute, they were out of smokes. And I felt like, hey, we should keep up pressuring them. And he came up with an idea, let's do an Epps fast smoke. And then all of a sudden you hear pit bug smoke. I was like, oh, okay, nice. One of smoke is already gone. Now they use another smoke. So it was like really easy. But like even before, like when Process, I think, made like really huge kills, like 2 times multi-kills, then he wrote in team chat, hey, I need a timeout, my heart. I was like, no, you don't. Trust me, keep on playing, you will do it. And then all of a sudden he just keep banging and it was really nice.
Yeah. All right, no, I like
Good
that.
insight.
I'm glad I asked that question.
Yeah.
That was a good answer.
I have one question for Crimbo as
Go
well.
on, then.
It's
Go for
about,
it.
you said you developed a lot as a player over the last year or so in sort of this trial period. What would you say is the biggest development you've made as a player?
I think just mentality. I think when you come into the tier 1, your mentality isn't that you... Of course, you probably always think that you're the best on the server, right? But you don't have the confidence, like you don't have any experience or like any material to yourself, like to say you're the best. I think just playing, getting so much experience working with Tabs and Gob, we live with them in Berlin, you know, I gained so much experience or just game, how you, like reads in-game or stuff like that, and just working on that the whole time. But yeah, I think just basically to say one word, it's mentality.
Have you guys got any plans between now and your last
You
game?
have something for us. I think you live here, right?
Yeah,
I do live here. You want to hang out? You want to go? You want to go to the beach? I can show you some spots.
I think I have to keep my promise and cast one game.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, I don't like that. Thank you for reminding us.
Self-reported on this one.
When's your next game when you cast?
He's doing the next series,
yeah,
actually.
I mean, we're doing the next series.
You're going to jump in on the next one,
but today,
I think next game is going to be a bit.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So maybe we hit you up tomorrow sometime for one of them.
For sure.
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right. I like
Free
that.
on Saturday.
I like that.
Yeah, you got 5 games potentially to do it.
Yeah. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, I appreciate the honesty, bro, as well. We love having you around, but I'm going to let you guys go. I'm sure you want to go get some dinner, want to chill out. So yeah, you can leave your microphones here. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers, folks.
Oh, Mike Man Mac. That has a ring to it.
Mike Mac.
Mike, hey. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, great for Big for making it through. I feel like they obviously have, you know, a lot of criticism flying their way, sort of post-break coming into this new season going, what on earth they're trying to do with this identity? Apparently making it to the playoffs of Pro League, first team from Group B.
Yeah, you know, and I think it's reassuring to just see that they... You know, even when we're kind of talking to them and we're hearing about the development within the team, it sounds like everyone's kind of getting on there and they're proud and happy of the progress that they're making so far. I think when you have like Tabson and guys like Gob working with, you know, what is essentially like the next generation of German Counter-Strike, it's always what you want to try and mold these players, right? Like for the longest time, you know, that is kind of the father and grandfather of German Counter-Strike, united together in one wild family.
Off the back of that question you asked, you know, Tabson has so much experience as an IGL, and he thought he knew the right thing to do, right? But even just having a coach, just having that man at the back with a different plan saying, hey, they are dumping that util. Just take it slow, keep doing what you're doing, throw something here, that'll start the trickle, and then you'll have a bunch of time to play with without any smokes to run through. You know?
Yeah, and I think kind of critically, though, like with this iteration of the squad is, you know, even seeing that they have like this kind of longevity versus a team like Heroic, who fair enough. You know, I think we can all admit Heroic kind of are in a bit of a decline.
Bit of a spiral,
right? Like a bit of a death spiral, somewhat. You know, just to put it lightly.
Bit of a death spiral.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're in just a bit of a death spiral.
Nothing to worry about.
It's fine. But you know, maybe not like the team that they would have been if we look back even a few months ago, but still one of the best, and someone who, you know, a team that are vying for that trophy, withstanding a comeback there, building in the right direction. Everyone kind of talking about the growth and the vibe within the team. These are all very positive signs, because it felt like before we never really left like the warm-up / growing stage for Big and like the other iterations. Whereas I feel like we're finally starting to move beyond that a little now.
And
so
I think it's the amount of official practice that they've had.
Yeah, right. They're playing a lot, right?
Yeah, because I remember the sort of Gambit youngsters team, the way they were able to come up and then turn into Gambit. When they were playing their best, yes, it was the amount that they were playing was unrivaled to anybody else. Right? They were playing all of these online cups, all of these online tournaments, and Big didn't make it to the 2 big lands that we had recently, right? So the fact that they've been able to go ahead and play so many official games online is just better practice overall.
Do you guys want to play a game?
Oh, it depends
the Saw. This sounds like I'm in a Saw movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Am I going to have to cut
the
death spiral?
It's not a horror game, unless you hate games. I don't know. We weren't planning on doing it in this segment, but I think we have time. So shall we play it? Should we play if this is the answer?
No.
What is the question?
Okay.
Or answer?
Well,
what
this is
the
off the
question?
cuff for me.
This is.
All right.
Okay, so the first, and the idea of this, if you guys haven't watched Mob the Week, I presume most people have watched Mob the Week.
I don't
is
think
to come
so. I
up
think
with
it's
the
quite a British
funny
show.
question.
It is a pretty British
Most
show.
people
Yeah.
this sofa area.
Already on the sofa.
Most people in one country have watched this show.
At some point, if you have Dave on your TV, then you've definitely accidentally watched this show at some point in time. So the idea is to come up with a funny question that this is the question for the answer that I'm going to give you, if that makes sense. Like you can sweat
if
it out.
this is the
and try and get
answer,
real
what's
one.
the question?
Yes.
I think is the name of the segment.
So I'm going to give you the answer. First answer is $1,181,327 US.
The amount of dollars Harry spent on opening cases over the last 2 days.
Oh.
Okay.
And how many knives did you get out of that, though?
5.
Nice.
So we take that.
That
we
sounds
take
like a
that.
fair
5
trade.
knives, 24 hours.
This man,
Hit the
That's
dab
actually
on
maybe a better answer would have been the profit you've made over the last 2 days.
Yeah, right. No, that could be. The answer that I had for this was, if Art and Cacerato's buyout was $1.2 million, how much of that is Cacerato's buyout?
Okay, nice. Pretty good. I heard an O somewhere.
Yeah, I also did.
Oh, you got plenty. Okay.
Yeah, I did a couple.
Can I use one of them?
Yeah. Have a little browse, man. I came prepared for this.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
Pick
How
one.
much money has been raised from the config swear jar? Or the MacMate swear jar, because I've been going pretty crazy too.
That works, doesn't it? Henry, you got anything for this one?
I think I had something like kind of lowbrow. It was just along the lines
You
of...
don't have to just describe the joke.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, the fact that the format usually is like you say it gets read out each time, and then you kind of have a zinger to go in there with it. We're going around just going one by one. It doesn't really deliver as well.
No, that's fine.
We can move.
Read out the question again. Read the question again.
Yeah, move on. It's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Does anybody actually want to hazard a guess to the real answer?
Probably prize money for
You're
someone.
on the right
I thought it was going to say,
line.
like, how much did Henry G spend on Cloud9 or something like that? That's what I thought it was
That
going
would have
with.
been a banger.
Okay, yeah.
That would have been
I thought that was the actual answer.
And it's
I'd have
too
left
late.
it alone.
Still was good.
How much?
Still was good.
How much money did the CS:GO talent earn in 5 weeks of Pro League?
Flex.
Dupree? Is it Dupree's earnings?
It's not. No,
Oh,
that's
go
a
on
bit
then.
higher.
What is it?
It's Rops's.
Rops.
Yeah, Rops has got
It was
a
leaked. The public
cash in his
information was on top
pockets.
page right a few weeks ago, so I suppose should have guessed that
Number
one.
2
Next up.
is device, config, and ESA tag. What is
Dream
the
night out in
question?
Malta.
Worst blunt rotation.
Yeah.
3 most handsome men of Pro League.
Oh, that's a
nice.
wholesome one.
Yeah,
If
that's
ESA
the
tag was
answer as well,
here,
I believe.
then
So,
yeah.
yes, ding, 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 we get it.
Could it be Glave's Kiss, Marry, Kill list?
Oh, that's a good one.
That is a
That's
good one.
actually
That
fire.
is a good
Yeah. You got anything,
what you
Dinko?
got.
Come on. Pressure's on. Everyone's watching.
Let me think here.
No pressure, Dinko.
Come on, man. Just be funny.
The 3 players that needed counseling after their time in Astralis.
There you go.
Oh. Oh.
There you go. That was something.
That was when we were
Or potentially in NIP, because those are the 3 Danes that played in
Yeah,
NIP
maybe.
at some
Something like
point.
that.
I feel like
There
it
we
was
go.
worse
The 3 days I went to
outcomes
Sweden.
for all of those guys from... I mean, except config. I don't know. Anyway, should we go for another one?
Let's go next
Oh, this is
up.
going
Next
so well,
one.
yeah.
Is that what the actual question was? Who were the 3 Danes that played in
NIP.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah,
right.
that was it.
Yeah.
Third and final, 85.7%.
Percent of games that Henry G commentator goes to overtime. That seems to be a common trend these days. God, the number ones are difficult.
The perfect amount of alcohol in my beer.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
true was the
likes
answer.
pure alcohol. Not like an 87% beer at the insides.
What percentage of gamers have that cup in their bedroom? And you all know what I'm talking about. You bring a cup of water in, but maybe you're depressed, and so you don't put the cup away straight away. So now you got a cup of water there.
Well, forever.
And
It's been 84 years.
It's been a while.
It's like the
and
water
eventually
starts
the cup
evaporating out of the
collection
cup.
just builds
No,
up.
it really does.
Come on,
I'm
man.
very
That
good
is
with
like
this.
the depressed gamer hours kind of take, Henry.
Oh, sorry, I'm not the audience.
I love how
That's the
you're looking,
camera.
yeah.
I'm agreeing
No,
with
but you asked the question. You were like, is that a thing? I'm just.
No, I said it's forever, but yes.
Yeah.
The percentage
I
of
gotta-
cups that
I
are in
gotta-
my bedroom after
There you go.
the depressed gamer hours.
I just use a 2
Not
litre
taking it
jug
back.
of water. So I always
That's
remember
smart,
to
because
fill it
then
up.
when you've drunk that for the day, that's your daily intake. Yeah.
Oh,
Excellent.
I also did another one for this one was what percentage of CS2 beta players are on brand new accounts with under 5 hours? I just picked the number. That part was ad-lib. Could you tell? I bet you couldn't even tell.
That was a good one. That was strong. I like that.
That was strong, wasn't it? That was maybe
good.
the best joke.
You know
Off
what?
the cuff.
Speaking of strong, I think it's time for me to go and get baked with Rush.
Okay.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Getting Baked with Rush. Today I'm joined by Freya.
Hi, thank you for having me.
my pleasure.
I'm not a baker by trade, but I would like to be.
Okay, what we're going to do today, we're going to bake some brownies.
That's very exciting. Why did you pick brownies? Is there a lore behind the brownies?
Not really, they're just very delicious.
Yeah.
Very fudgy, you know. The recipe we picked out today, it's a nice fudgy recipe. Personally, I like a fudgy brownie compared to a floury, like cakey one. I don't know about you.
I agree, as long as there's like crispiness on the
Yes.
edges and on the top.
Well, let's see if we can make that happen. We do have some beautiful eggs here. That's 6 beautiful eggs.
Got
straight
up at
from the
4
chicken.
a.m. to get those bad boys.
Yep, pulled them from the chicken basically. Some beautiful dark chocolate here, look at that. And here we have some beautiful white flour, a bit of vanilla extract here. This is some butter, hand churned by myself. Got some beautiful sugar here as well. A mix of white and brown sugar just to get the full combination of flavors in there. The final ingredient, some cocoa powder. Look at that, get right. Look at that, that's delicious. That's what you want.
It does look delicious, and then you eat it by itself, and it's actually disgusting. Done that
Absolutely.
before.
Yeah, I don't know how that becomes chocolate, to be honest, but yeah.
Magic.
Now the first step is we're gonna melt this butter. So Freya, if you could give me a clap and I'll return with the butter melted.
Oh my god, it's just like magic.
Magic that. So now we have some nice melted butter. And while this is butter, what we're gonna do is just drizzle this. Do you wanna just drizzle this into the chocolate? Yeah. So the goal here should be to melt the chocolate with the butter. Give it a little mix here. Oh yeah, that is happening.
There we go.
So look at this, the way the silkiness of that, it's just gonna combine together with the butter and emulsify together into a beautiful, I believe they call this a ganache. Look at this. Bit of chocolate there. Look at that drip down on there. That's what you want to see when you're making this. The next step, while that's melting away, we're going to incorporate our sugar mixture with our egg mixture here. And a nice sugary egg mixture, very delicious.
Sounds tasty.
Yes, not quite, but huge.
250 grams.
Look at that. And we're also going to get some vanilla extract in there.
Yum.
Some people say this is basically dessert MSG. It just makes everything taste so good.
Vanilla is the go-to flavor.
Throw that in there just a little bit.
That's a lot.
What? It's a lot of brownies. So the eggs, we gotta beat these and now give that a good mix here. So now we've got this mixture looking all nice and fluffy now. What we're gonna do, we're gonna mix in the ganache here with this mixture. So Freya, if you could slowly drizzle as I'm spinning here. So I will say, I like to leave a little bit because there's a little chef snack.
Are you okay with us eating the mixture?
I mean,
I think that's my
personally,
favorite part.
dump in this flour, this beautifully milled flour. The flour mill did a good job. And now I'm just gonna drizzle some of this in there as well. I just give that a little hit on the side there. Look at that coming out of there. That's a bit of a
I
money.
love the combination of colors. That's
Yes.
incredible.
That is beautiful, and I think at the end of this, we're going to have some absolutely delicious brownies to work with. That is a dusting of deliciousness right there, the double D of dusting right there. Okay, so now the folding. Now, normally I would fold all my recipes myself, but with a guest here today, Freya, will you do the honors?
Stop it.
It will be about time now to pop it into the baking tray. Look at the folds coming in, the ripple of pure flavor here.
That's like oddly satisfying.
Oh wow, that is beautiful. Look at that. Now one thing you want to just give it a little shake here, a little tapper, as some people say. And this is like an absolutely perfect looking mixture.
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, it tastes really good.
Yeah?
It tastes really good. And now we're gonna put this in the oven.
Can I do the honors?
Sure. Slide it in there, nice and soft, as that goes in that oven. And I tell you what, we're gonna be right with you on the chairs in about 5 minutes or so.
Speak and he shall appear.
5 minutes, like
Oh
5
my
seconds.
God,
5
yeah.
minutes have passed. There
How's
he
he
is.
done that?
Rush has not only invented these brownies, but
Crazy.
teleportation
Oh,
as
on
well.
turbo mode.
Are they cooked enough now, Rush? That was last. That was about.
It looked so
You want to check
beautiful.
it out?
do
Oh,
look.
it looks all
They
right,
have
actually.
risen.
Rush, could you,
Do you want to
Rush,
hold
could
it for
you
a second?
kind of,
Yeah, give it a
wait.
smell.
Rush,
What's that?
could you like
Smells
walk
like
it close
brownies,
to the
sure,
camera
yeah.
to
Yeah,
show
give it a
this
close
off?
up.
Yeah, should we get a
Oh,
little
that's a brownie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's.
yeah, give it a
Don't worry,
close-up.
everyone.
Let me
We're
get
about
it
to get the big money
The
shot.
close-up,
Here
the
it is.
close-up.
Ow, that's bloody hot. Oh, that's really hot.
Right.
I've no
Yeah.
idea.
Rush,
Let me
see if
I
you can
figure it
track
out.
one of
Yeah,
these
yeah,
cameras.
that one with the red
This
light.
one,
Red light?
Yeah, I can go real close.
Throw it.
Throw it. Give it a kiss.
There you go. How
Like
good does that look?
Wow.
Now this is a brownie. Freya and I made it together. It looks all right, actually. We were a bit concerned with the recipe.
Yeah, there was a key part of the, I guess, narrative of the story that was missed out from that video.
Yes.
What issue did we encounter right in the middle, Rush?
Basically, we watched a video. However, I got the recipe from the website. And
'Cause
the
why
two
wouldn't
were
you
not the
combine the
same.
two? Yeah.
They were very, very different. Very different.
Okay,
Different measurements.
Yeah.
So wait, hang on.
We
is
had to
this-
double the sugar, basically.
basically had to double the sugar,
There
which was
is
correct.
half a kilogram of sugar in
Which
that.
was the correct thing to do, but it didn't feel like the correct thing to do at the time.
yeah.
But we haven't tasted it yet,
Is-
so I think we need to do that.
So I got a few questions about this.
I'll cut it up, go
sort
ahead.
of the what's
Go
sort
for
of the vibe with the brownie? Is it like thick and gooey, like a sort of like fudge brownie, like a chocolate brownie,
Or a
also
bready,
is it like
dry
a
one.
fun brownie or a regular brownie?
So
Were there any
it's
secret
it is
ingredients?
it is a regular. I'll say that much
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
It should be a fudge one, but I
Okay.
mean that's kind of what we're going to find out here. If it did kind of go well,
Okay.
Hank, I might give you this little corner piece first.
Okay. The corner's my favorite, to be fair. They're kind of the
The
best one,
corners
right?
is where all the flavor
the
goes.
solid
to.
edges
and the
Yeah.
crispiness.
There's actually
I love
science.
how you're doing this just with a single disposable knife.
Oh, he has
as
two.
well.
I got
oh,
two. It's like
two.
chopsticks.
Okay, yeah.
This is a hard one.
This will
to
be the
the
bit that
camera.
takes
I'm
5
so
minutes.
sorry.
Oh.
Okay, so
Yum.
some
That
of
looks
the
good.
bottom
Oh,
is
it's
not
so
there.
thick.
Oh, it does have some fudginess to it, though.
Oh, go on, Emery.
Give us
Give
a
us-
verdict,
Henry,
Emery.
could you close
One
your
go.
eyes and really throw
You don't have
yourself
plates
into
this
the
It looks
tasting
good.
roll? Kind
Okay,
of like
hold
a
on.
full review.
Oh.
Ooh,
That was a
like
bite.
that.
That was a bite, yeah.
You know what? All things considered, pretty good.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Backhandedness of compliments.
What does that
the
mean?
recipe. You said the recipe was wrong or something.
Yeah, I know, but we worked hard to figure it out.
Okay, no.
Can you taste the double sugar in it?
I was trying to toe the line there, and I think I found the sweet spot.
All right.
I need to rile you up just enough. No, it's pretty good. I like it. I'm not a big sweet tooth, but for brownies, excellent. It works.
This is the
It's definitely
perfect
a brownie.
Okay,
pre-workout.
that's good. I mean, I'm very pleased to
gotta
hear
get
that. I
a
mean, it
brownie.
was
I'll try a second
Very
one.
tricky
Grab
on
us
the
all
day.
a piece, could you do?
Grab
Grab
what
us
do
a
you think?
slice thing.
Yeah, I'll get some.
Just use your
Lovely.
third hand.
Wow,
I wouldn't say
I'm
I
not
find
gonna
it.
lie.
I don't find the fudginess,
Okay.
but it's bloody
Well, we
beautiful.
didn't add
Okay.
any fudge. I think this is where I was also a bit confused. We didn't add any fudge.
No,
Like,
but
there
you know what I
wasn't-
mean? Like the fudginess just means
Here you
that
go,
it's
Harry.
like kind of.
I've
Oh,
got
what's
crumbs.
this? I'm just gonna eat this straight out of hand,
Yeah.
like a kind of
Harry,
baby
just a warning. I
bird.
know you're vegetarian. I was eating a bit of steak early with these knives.
Okay, sick.
So just keep that in mind.
Well, this segment's now
I'll keep that in
taking a
mind,
dark
okay.
turn here for
Not the
Harry.
most hygienic chef
I gotta clarify here, Rushka.
Right,
I don't
yeah?
actually
Thank
believe you
you.
were
I'll
eating
take
steaks
that.
with them.
No,
but
I think
also,
he was
God.
being facetious
I
there.
think he was being
Please.
facetious
Right,
Yeah.
too.
coming back.
I hope he was.
Dinko, you want a piece, bro? Here, I'll give you a middle piece. You want a middle piece?
Yeah, I'll have a middle
He wants a
piece.
big old piece.
You just want a big piece? Well,
I'll take the
bro,
rest.
I've made a mess of
You've
this.
made a
man.
Look how
Yes.
thick the crust
Oh,
on
wow.
Yeah,
top
that's
is, though.
actually really good.
That's really good.
It's not a very big old piece. I can give you some crumbs if you
That's
want.
incredible. You know,
Is it good?
Rush,
my
I can feel the
expectations
softness.
were so low after our calamity of a midsection.
Oh my God, it was
but we
rough.
recovered at the end.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's
We really
actually
did.
straight fire.
Is it good?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's really good.
I'm pleased to
Try
hear.
a bit, Rush.
Use
We
that
wanna-
review in the magazine.
I've not
Don't
actually
mind.
had a little
There's
bit.
two kinds of people. One that
Yeah,
holds their
actually,
crumbs
ours
and one that
doesn't
just
matter.
drops them on the floor in front of him.
Well, they're mostly-
Have a look at Dinko's feet there.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were talking to
Ruined
me.
the
I was
set.
going to say, I'm catching mine all nicely in my shoe.
No, you
catch
nailed
one
that,
on the
bro.
microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
that's not
Rush,
bad.
verdict, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
From the
well,
official chef or
so
baker.
there is one issue I see. The vanilla we used has a slight licoricey flavor, which I'm not completely happy with.
I don't
But I
taste
think the darkness of the richness of the dish really comes through in the end. It has a nice bite to it as well, like a nice creamy fudginess, and then that
is
crispy
good.
top just really takes.
I taste a little bit of salt on
Yeah.
the top, I think.
Yes, I did put some salt on the top. Yeah,
I
that
think
was
I
nice.
can taste
did
the
that.
pepper as well.
Yeah, the pepper.
That's the
Pepper is
steak,
in the
Harry.
middle.
That's the steak.
I put pepper at the bottom and salt at the top, kind of like a seasoning sandwich.
This
Yin and
aftertaste
yang.
that's hanging around in my mouth.
Rush,
too,
can you
that's really
Is it good?
try?
Okay, it's good.
I don't know. Maybe like, could you do like carrot cake in the
I
future
would
or coffee
love to
cake?
do carrot cake. I would
Do you
love
like
to do.
coffee cake?
I love coffee cake too.
Can we do both?
We might run out of
Can
days.
Can we do one of them together?
Coffee carrot cake.
A coffee carrot cake.
Wombo combo.
Is a potato cake a thing?
A what?
That's a scallop.
Oh,
Like,
okay. I guess
yeah,
that's like
it
hash
exists.
browns.
It's
What
not
about
a- it's not
what
a
about
baked
like
good.
a beetroot cake.
A beetroot cake. I mean, beetroot's kind of sweet, right? So
yeah, you defo could.
I could actually
Some
see
people
that.
put beetroots in their cake.
Oh,
How
really?
about red velvet?
I haven't met those people yet, but fair enough.
You could do a red velvet cake, right?
I think a red velvet cake's just a normal cake, but you put
It's
like
red.
but you put like red food dye in, and the dye is the flavor apparently.
Okay.
Which is kind of weird.
Interesting.
I don't really understand that.
Out of 10, Rush, what do you rate it?
If the vanilla was slightly different, if it was a real vanilla extract, it would be a 9.6. I would just give it a 9.1 for now.
Okay, a 9.1 in the cake, but I tell you what, we've got a 10 out of 10 in the counter coming up for you, but not before we head to a quick break. When we're back, MIBR versus ENCE after this.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Rooster one more time. Are you ready?
All right, guys, you all know why you're here. We have to come up with some bangers.
Hugo and Hooksy, IRL wingman, a night out in Rio for the ages.
Good start, Hugo, but he's not here.
No Hooksy, but we got Jax. I'm thinking jungle theme, we're here, we've got nature around us. David Attenborough.
Here we see the young, vivacious peacock pursuing the traditional mating ritual.
That's actually a pretty good one, Alex, but Jax also isn't here.
Influencer boxing. KNG versus config. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa, Trace, that's just inappropriate, particularly coming from you.
Talking of inappropriate, why don't we finally release the sex tape?
Yeah, I don't think we're looking for short form content though, Hugo, if I'm being honest.
I've got it. Road to Rio, the musical.
Chad, this is a major. We can't just be running around filming musicals.
Fine. Let's just face it, guys. We got nothing.
I trusted you.
Trace.
I've lost momentum.
Okay, guys, this is unacceptable. I expected better from you, Freya. Let's go. Do I really need to motivate you for this major? Right? What are we talking about here? There's so many new and exciting teams. We have Messi, leading Fnatic. UK back on the map. Liquid, relevant again, Trace.
Yeah,
Are they coming back, Trace?
Damn right they are.
Navi, through all the trials and tribulations, still in the race. FaZe Clan, with the opportunity to clinch the Grand Slam.
And the major at the same
both
time.
majors, and most importantly, the first ever fucking major win for Nico.
Come on.
Look at it, he does it so well. Everybody? With everyone. Look, again. Again? The fuck? He's so good. It's so good.
Vanquish the negative.
I'm joined here by Ursula from ENCE, head coach. What's the official performance coach, to be specific? Performance coach for ENCE, and new news that is breaking news, as it were. ENCE picking up a female team, going to be competing at the ESL Impact. Is this exciting news to you? Was this something you were looking forward to or looking for?
Absolutely. I remember my first interview with Mika when we were talking about joining, and I was asking him like, hey guys, do you plan to have a female roster? And back then, it was like a year ago, they already were looking at the Impact, yes. So I was like, yeah, very happy with it. And this announcement and this roster, I'm super thrilled. So I'm super happy to have them. They're amazing. Yep.
Okay, amazing. And when you're going to be undertaking this, is this something you're going to be doing as a performance coach for both simultaneously? It's just basically more work for you now?
Yes, it is, but it's a type of work that I'm definitely looking forward to. I've already had a couple of workshops with the team. I've already had like one-to-one, so I know the girls. I know that they're super excited about competing on stage as well. So right now, the same way we started with the main roster, we're just building the team, building the chemistry. Getting to know each other is one thing, but also getting to know how much they need to sacrifice themselves for the good of the team. That's another thing. So slowly, same steps following the main roster. Hopefully we will repeat also the success of the main roster. But the key thing is for the players to understand how much work it is ahead of them right now to compete and to have that hunger. And I think that this is something they all have.
Okay, that's interesting. So you've met these players, you've had their one-on-ones. Are there any players that stand out to you, ones to watch, players I should keep an eye on for this roster in the future?
I mean, they're all very they're all talented. Some of them are more like outgoing. They have more energy. You've seen Missy during the IESF. She won with the Netherlands team the whole tournament. So that's definitely a good achievement. We have Manka. Manka is amazing. She used to play in G2. She is. I think she's the most hungry player in the team. We've got Xenia. Equally energy volcano, and we have two fantastic Finnish girls, and I'm super happy to have them because they give the balance to that craziness. And on the top of that, we've got Seat, the coach, Swedish, used to be a CSGO player. Now he's looking after the girls. So like there's a really nice mix of characters and personalities, and I feel like this mix is giving us a bit of like, you know, a good understanding of like what the team dynamic will be and what to look at, so we are able to perform into their own expectations actually.
Right, so setting expectations so that you can actually meet them is probably a good place to start. But last question is just about the fact that you're going to be spinning both of these plates simultaneously. You've already kind of alluded to it by saying that you're going to basically do a lot of what you've done with the previous team, with the main team. My question is are there differences in approach, or are there different stages that you have to take in order to kind of get them up to speed?
Usually there is a big difference in developing because it all depends on how fast the team learn. I mean, even now, like with the main rosters, we have players that are like learning a little bit more slow. They need more comfort to change specific behaviors. But with this Athena roster, the ENCE Athena is there for a reason, because Athena was the one that, struck Enceladus with a spear. So she was the one that it was in the Greek mythology connected with the whole idea. So that's why we got that name there. So I feel like there is that strength in the girls. Probably we will not outplay the main roster, but we will be equally competitive and equally hungry. So I feel all the changes that are ahead of the girls. There will be like, the process will be similar, but at the same time, the pace of development will be different. So it's very individual.
So ENCE Athena.
ENCE Athena, yeah.
Okay. So that's the one to watch out for. ENCE Athena coming to ESL Impact. Sienna, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, very exciting news coming out of the ENCE camps, of course. As Alex aptly alluded to, you can catch them at ESL Impact Season 4, which is going to be beginning on September 13th. Love to see that coming out.
Yeah, racking up a few more big names as well. Right, we've got G2 in the mix right there, Na'Vi Javelins, VP are in there for the European side of things. I was just having a look right now. There is one called Let Her Cook. So I think they're probably more of a mixed team, but that's the name they've gone for. They're a nice mix of Europeans here. So
Snacks isn't on that team, is he?
No, he's on the other version, which is Let Them Cook, I believe.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
I think that's right up there with one of my favorite names next to Coldzera's Fake Natty.
Ah, yes. And
what's that? Like,
Fake Natty?
But that's
they've renamed.
Yeah, no, but what's that supposed to mean?
In bodybuilding, you ask if someone's natty if they're using any performance enhancers.
Oh, I didn't know.
Natural.
So I think it's alluding to steroids.
Well, yes.
A little bit of that. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. ENCE, obviously, we're going to see Athena competing on September 13th, but we're going to see ENCE, the other roster, competing right here, right now. They're going
Against
up
some Brazilians.
MIBR. We expected to see ENCE competing in this particular game. MIBR, on the other hand, Chad, I didn't think they'd be making it into this position just yet.
And this is the conversation to be had around MIBR. I think with the mix and blend of players, I was interested to see how Drop and Safe are going to be integrating into the roster that's been left with Exit, Insani, and Breno. Now, for people who aren't familiar, Insani and Breno came from the MIBR Academy team, and they kind of got promotions up to the main squad. Breno, in the beginning, we're like, oh yeah, this kid's sharp. But Insani is the one that's kind of stood out. And we were even floating in, we were trying to build the best Brazilian roster. And I was like, yeah, throw Insani in there. This kid's sharp, he's aggressive.
But I think it shows what we talked about in the 1xBet thing. It's like, okay, Heroic and ENCE, at least on paper, are out of this world, and then you have all the other teams, and we even said, hey, MIBR can beat MOUZ. You know, MOUZ on paper is the best of the rest, but we said MIBR has a chance, and I think that was a great upset win for them. And unfortunately, it only gets more difficult.
Yeah, Crimbo was saying, he's or they are his biggest underdogs coming into this group because of the changes of bringing in Drop and Safe. He was like, I think that went really under the radar. Is it going to be enough to take down ENCE, though?
Yeah, valid question. I think what could be the win condition, I'm just going to keep beating that Insani horse, just because when he first burst onto the scene, Katowice, he had a really big standout performance. And I remember, keeping an eye on him and him disappearing for a while. There was like 3-4 months where he wasn't at the top of the scoreboard consistently. But what that means to me, or the way I'm reading that, is that what Insani's, he had that introductory experience of everything, all of my tricks, all of my style is working right now. Like no one's looked at me, no one, it's all being rewarded.
It's the Res Oakland.
But he's, but he's back.
Yes.
Like you saw his performance, he was like top of the scoreboard, 69 kills in the series. If you're in that form now, it means that he's been in the lab and he's no longer been solved.
Learning quickly.
Yeah, this is a good sign of things to come if Insani can maintain his form.
For sure. I think ENCE, again, they go in as favourites, right? So I don't need to spend too much time talking about them. It is all about MIBR. Just to return to the Safe point, I think for him in Furia, it was difficult for him to be a traditional AWPer in that team. That team did not function like a normal team would. And I think MIBR, sure, they have their aggressive moments, but I think Safe can play more the way he would like to than probably how he was allowed to in Furia.
Well, speaking of time, Chad, we don't have any more time here because we need to be diving into the game, but not before we head to a quick break. When we are back, MIBR versus ENCE.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
It's the final game of the night here at ESL Pro League Season 18 Group B, and of course it's a banger. That's why we're in Group B. Every game's a banger. We just had Heroic go the distance against Big, despite it only being 2 maps, and now we have another game, need I say, with potential, Dinko?
Yeah, this is the team that's come up as an underdog, MIBR, yesterday, a big win for them versus Malice. Now they go up another level, right, to what team that's considered to be challenging for one of those top spots in the world, ENCE, right? So it's exciting to see what sort of level MIBR is going to be able to bring to this kind of game, because this is certainly a significant step up.
Yeah, it is. It is a step up. You know, and I want to see in particular how one guy looks to fare on MIBR more so than maybe anyone else. It's I think it's so easy. I think he has been a super exciting prospect ever since all the way back at Katowice. He kind of just burst onto the scene, and I've loved watching him kind of develop, and the fact that he's still bringing a great level. We saw it yesterday in that matchup v Mouse. So let's see what he can bring to the table, and that's certainly not a bad way for this to start. Some Pious will reply with 2. And so this one ends up with an even trade for the top ramp control into the 3v3.
Run out. Headshot out towards short. Nerds will reply swiftly. And this is quite a furious start to the pistol round. Very aggressive up the ramp. Snappy was alerted to that very quickly, but is now slowed down as MIBR come out of this one in a 2v2. They'll be searching for a different pathway, perhaps in towards this B-bomb side. And Nerds has started to read that. He'll start to make the rotation back. He might even get there in time. And Diha is joining him. Now, these two are certainly the talk of the town when it comes to ENCE's rifle prowess. Well, they're now in the pistol clutch.
Yeah, Diha's still hanging around, but Nerds, if he could take one with him and live, this would set ENCE up for success. And Nerds might just take the whole enchilada. Exit in a 1v2. He's got all the nades. The question is, does Nerds respect it with that molly? He might have to just fall off. Exit needs his plant. Get that money for later. He fakes it. He reads it well. And they come running through the smoke. Exit sends them out.
Shows them the door.
MIBR come in with a pistol round.
Oh, that's fantastic from Exit. 3-0 straight away off the start of the pistol. 3 kills locked in for ENCE. That's going to be a tough one to swallow, but we'll see what they decide to do coming into this next. Should be a 4 spy coming in from them, but it was that man that Harry was talking about, Insani, kicking things off. But it's Exit that closes on it. 6 shots from Exit on the way out.
I mean, yeah, that's a crazy call for him to fake that out. He has one opportunity to fake the bomb. If they don't rush the smoke, he then loses all the util cover, and there's no way he's getting a bomb plant. So he reads that very well. MIBR, they got some brains, they got some experience on this squad, and they've got our attention.
Yeah,
we've
got quite the variety of SMGs here, Harry. Got a UMP, a MAC-10, an MP7, and an MP9.
Would you say it's a buffet, maybe?
Yeah, a buffet. Yeah, I heard a lot about the buffets the other day. If you were sinking in a ship, which would be the thing you would take from the buffet?
Yeah, I would take a bit of everything.
The full enchilada?
Definitely the enchilada. That's the best bit. Right now, it's just a Brazilian barbecue on the B-bomb site. ENCE getting cooked. Nothing to save here either. Certainly not the round.
Here comes Snappy. Got the deagle in his hands. And a very small window for a kill. MIBR could start 2-0 up. They'll go down to the ENCE pistols. MIBR definitely showed themselves to be very proficient on Vertigo yesterday. So
hello.
There we go. Snappy. Hello. Big arm around the corner. Insani isn't going to let him get away. Just some Pious left. Biding his time as we go 2-0 for MIBR. You guys are some of the best at pronouncing Breno's name.
Yeah,
maybe we could do a little lesson so I can actually learn it forever.
I think we've started calling him Breno because, well, the first event he was at, actually, it was me and your co-caster, me and
Which one?
Jason Moses. Which one? Good one. Me and Jason Moses O'Toole, the current one.
All right, okay.
We'll see how long that lasts. We know you like to get around. And we were in Portugal doing a little expo event, and it was the first time Breno entered the roster. And Jason asked him what he wanted to be called. And it was a bit of a Connor and Launder situation with the S18 or whatever they called Shuz for a while. Basically pronouncing the letters.
Yeah.
And so he asked us to call him Bia Era Enazan. Bia Era Enazan.
Bia Enazan.
Bia Era Enazan.
Bia Era Enazan.
Just pronouncing the letters, and then Brunson. Obviously, a few people went to the Brunson route, which, you know, sounds like a builder who works in Shropshire. Yeah,
sure.
mate, Brinzen. Got to build you a house, yeah?
Definitely take his quote.
Is that how they sound?
No, it's not. I don't know where Shropshire is, but it sounds like a funny place.
Dude, it sounds like a made-up place.
But now at Pro League, we asked another time what he wants to be called, and Breno or something else which sounded unpronounceable for me and my horrible Anglophobe.
Yeah, I'm scared of Anglos.
Yeah, they're terrifying. I don't know. Basically, my point is I'm calling him Breno.
All right, cool. We got to that. Got the end
Why
of that
is
one.
that, Hugo? How do you say I don't speak Portuguese?
Eu não falo português.
There you go. Eu não
Something
falo
like that.
português.
Something like that.
Point proven, regardless.
Yeah, I don't speak Portuguese. That is pretty clear.
But eu tenho a chave for MIBR. They have the key.
They have the key,
I actually said
Harry.
I have the key,
You have
which
the key.
is wrong.
What's the key?
And the key is very much Insani. He's started this game off well. I want to see what he's going to do in this first rifle round that's about to come down the pipeline here and now.
Talk to me about that quickly before we get into this current round. Why are things always coming down the pipeline, Harry? Where is the pipeline located, and what's
Come
it full
on, man.
of?
We all know what the pipeline's full of EG players, isn't it?
You went back on it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I used my 1EG joke up yesterday. Not allowed to say anything
What was
else.
it?
I'm not. It's over.
It's over? Okay. Well,
That
we'll
was
wait for the next
yesterday.
year.
No, we're
EG
actually
were no
pro
bloody
EG
joke
now.
yesterday, I'll tell you that. They took
They look
ENCE
good.
to 30 rounds on Nuke.
EG
They had a
fans
fantastic
up
game. I'm an EG fan. I liked Walker on that T side. Had some nice calls. Had some nice kills coming out from
looked good.
automatic. So, yeah, let's see if EG can do any more, or if ENCE are maybe a bit slow to start.
Oh,
Into a
Snappy.
gun round.
He's got good timing on the peek out from the sandbags, but now things heating up, and Snappy gets forced into the headshot of Insani. And Madden wants a little bit more. He wants to come around that corner, and Madden will find the headshot. Insani is traded out. Now Madden is stuck in behind the sandbags.
But not for long. Creeps out into safety. Needs to keep an eye on the site to cover some Pius watching short. MIBR going to be grouping back up for a hit. This is good timing on the mid clear for Nerds. If he wants to, he can actively flank. It's very early in the round to make this play. And so MIBR still hanging around. This could go very wrong, couldn't it? But he's seen him lay up. And he's holding a shot for a second. We'll take that kill. And I love this play. Doesn't even full flank. MIBR are going to be paranoid. They've either got to speed it up or slow it down and clear. And yeah, ENCE have just read this so well. They've gone and stacked A, left Nerds to cover mid and B. And MIBR walking into their deathly fate, Harry. Shut up.
Yeah, sure they are. Some Pius.
There's the deadly.
Nailed that.
There's the fate.
Ooh.
It's deathly.
Deathly.
Breno's making a bit of a move. Safe up through the short side as his teammate falls. And so Safe's got to do the heavy lifting alone here. Left up in the 1v2, but that smoke fades, and that will seal his fate. Madden waiting for the fade. Finds that first round for ENCE as the rifles will prevail.
Waiting for the fade. Sounds like Harry unboxing cases.
Waiting for the fade. A journey at the barber.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, I like, you were talking about Snappy's fresh fade the other day. It kind of worked out pretty well there. Cut right to him. It was good. I was talking to Snappy and some Pius back in Dallas, and that's when Snappy first got rid of the sort of long hair. And I was talking about that in the lobby, and some Pius kind of bullied him into getting it. So there you go. Maybe he's kind of chief of Snappy's hair design.
I trust some Pius. He's pretty stylish. He's quick with it.
Ooh. Some Pius. Speaking of, getting peppered. He's decided he's going to relinquish that position, drop a little bit further back, and now we transition focus towards B. Quite an advanced CT setup here. Pretty far up. D-Hot sending the nade down, hoping he can distract and pull attention away, but Nerds is cleared out by the molly, and so MIBR doing a good job at forcing them further back.
Yeah, they don't really play off that molly. They just use it to reposition, but now Nerds can re-aggress, get that spot back. They'll have to re-molly. He's got a smoke to play behind. And this is a nice one-way. He's not far forward enough to see drop at the moment, but on that fade, should have the advantage. There it is, and there he goes, Nerds. This corner is uncomfortable. He will skedaddle, but a 5-on-3. How do you lose this? 3 mollies is probably a route to it, but MIBR bail.
even if they molly all the right places, you know, even if they kind of find this kill on the player at backcourt by forcing him into the open, it's still the 3-on-4. It's still kind of a no-go
still going to take
zone.
that fight as well.
And
It's a
so
save.
MIBR write it off. They don't feel comfortable playing into this round.
Don't blame them. They've got an AWP. It's a pretty rough round. They could have XX'd B, but they'd have to hit some bangers, and ENCE had a crossfire established. Snappy's even gone hunting for guns.
Oh, he is hunting. A couple players close to him.
Don't get baited into swinging this MIBR. They smoke it off instead. They say, have the guns, just let us live, please. ENCE will abide.
How crazy would it be if at the end of today we had Big and MIBR qualifying for the playoffs in the first 2 days of the group?
Coming in early.
Now that would
5 rounds in.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying how crazy would that be?
That would be
Hugo?
crazy.
We're
We're halfway there.
Yeah, we are. It's
Well,
good.
so actually, wait, Dinka, we were both doing some talks with players on the media day.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get any answers to do with underdogs as Big or MIBR or anything to the shape?
Yeah, so Big, speaking to Crimbo, he brought up on the sofa that you know he definitely thought MIBR were the team to be the underdogs because of their boot camping in Europe and obviously making some good moves. He feels like Drop and Safe are going to be better, and that's obviously panned out. So I think MIBR were the underdog pick of quite a few teams, actually.
Yeah, they were for a lot of the teams I spoke to on media day as well. A lot of them were kind of saying, yeah, watch out for them. I think they're actually being held in pretty high regard right now, or MIBR.
I think you can't undervalue the European experience as a team that not only boot camps a lot in Europe, but plays in Blast as well, or different while, and that's very important experience, something that NA teams don't get as much.
I think it's very interesting too because you have some of these offcuts from the old like Furia iterations mixed in with some of the real like hot prospect talent out in Brazil. So it is kind of a bit of a perfect storm, it feels like, for MIBR in terms of the composition in this team. You know, even folks like Drop and Safe haven't played on some of the biggest stages.
There's Diha.
Gonna have to try hold the line here as they make their way in. He's mollied, trapped in, can't peek the left-hand side. He's gonna try pushing through it, but lives to regret that decision. Safe and Breno have opened up this B play, and Nertz is now the only thing that stands between MIBR and the round. It's not a bad way for this to begin. Can Nertz find any more? On to a second now. Nertz is making this happen. Breno's a long way away, so Exit's got to stay alive here. They've tapped on the bomb, and Nertz deals with him immediately. Breno's got to do this.
He can't get
on the defense. Some Pius has heard this. They go for the fight, but they've given Breno a chance. Half the time ticked off this bomb. Some Pius with the tap. It's not the commit, and Breno's seen him on the jiggle. Balls of steel on this guy, but that swing back out is going to cost him dearly.
He thought he was on it. He got him off with a reload. He was faking it completely. Some Pius was not sticking, and Breno misreads it completely. It's a weird plant. He never saw him, but...
Oh, that's
a disaster.
That is. It felt like Senpai probably could have won the round just by sticking it the first time around, but it suddenly shifted to MIBR's favor right at the end. But Nertz, what a round. What a retake on his own. It looked done. It looked absolutely done. MIBR was such a good position. Nertz goes in. What a clear on the generators. The smoke gives him enough cover to actually move deeper into the site and isolate a couple more 1v1s. And that is what Nertz can do consistently. Finds the way to the round win for ENCE again, and that is going to tie things up. It's 3-3. And MIBR's money looking a little questionable, so they're going to go for a couple of pistols here. An 8K in the hands of Breno. But ENCE looking like the team to push forward to 4.
Oh, that's such a panic for Breno, man. That really hurts. But thank goodness all of those kills Nertz gets on the retake were not in vain.
So we had this tier list we did, the 1xBet tier list at the start of the week, right? And we had the out of this world teams, and we put Heroic and ENCE up there. And then we said everybody else could beat everybody else. But now Heroic have thrown themselves into that mix of being able to be beaten by everybody else, right? They've lost to Big, maybe not Rooster, but now a question lies, is ENCE the only out of this world team in the group at the moment? Because Heroic have not looked themselves at all.
Well, this is the question today, right? Because we have a hungry underdog that's already proven themselves to be able to take down Mouse, who, we don't really know where to place Mouse, right? Even though the eye test looked good initially, especially the play in a Cologne. We remember those 50 bombs for Torshi. But
if you want a bit of an update for how MIBR are doing, Hugo,
go
they're
on.
currently playing EG right now. This is your one spoiler warning that you're going to get. If you don't want to know the score, there you go. You should have been able to mute it by now. If you haven't... Oh, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Drop's trying to make this happen.
Drop gets it.
Okay, right, back to the spoilers. MIBR versus EG is going down on the other stream right now. EG trying to launch a bit of a comeback here after a 10-5 half in MIBR's favor. The scoreline right now is 14-12, still in favor of MIBR.
And they're coming back on the CT side of Ancient as well, right? We've seen T side come back.
Oh, she's fragging as well.
Oh, look, we even have the little...
it's on the wall.
You know what? Like... That doesn't shock me too much. MIBR haven't proved to be invincible, and EG have proved to have some things to show us here in this season. They already took ENCE all the way, so I want to give them the respect that right now they are demanding. Drop is 2 with a double entry up B. They go back to more basic rounds, and maybe that's just the way in. Oh, back shot for Madden. He will take a kill. They line up, but he's blind, and these entries are perfect for MIBR. 4-on-2. ENCE knocked and locked out of this bomb site. It's a save. So yeah, sometimes keep it simple. Just go for that B pop with one flash.
The B pops are working well. I mean, the round that Nerds had the retake in, it looked like that round should have been MIBR's. That was back on the B side. So MIBR have a game plan towards B, and it's working. And usually, majority of T rounds are focused around taking A, right? A lot of A executes, a lot of A ramp takes, but seems to be a couple of spawn kills coming in, running out towards the bottom of the stairs, Drop getting out there, and Madden having frustration about how this one's going so far.
He knew he could have won the round, right? He saw 2 players lined up, that flash hit. Couldn't take any more, and hey, MIBR. Yeah, I think this is somewhat of a group of unknowns, Harry, right? Like, I don't think it's as clear-cut. I think there will be upsets. Well, there already have been. It will be up in the air. Because we have ENCE. We're probably the most proven team right now, but even Heroic have been under question.
Yeah, because there's groups all across the board that have like the clear standout teams.
Yeah.
And then you have a couple of underdogs that could potentially upset, and then you have teams that are coming just for the sort of experience they made it through. But this group definitely feels like the standout teams.
I think Group C is the epitome of that, right? We have FaZe and Na'Vi. Well, even then, Na'Vi, like...
I feel like Na'Vi could probably lose to a few of those teams.
On paper, FaZe and Na'Vi should be running through that group with ease. But at the same time, Na'Vi have looked vulnerable. It's a new project. It's a big undertaking. And also Fnatic, I've liked what I see there with Afro on the AWP. Apex have not gone quiet.
Just a bit of coach change as well.
Half of the season. Really? Apex?
Yeah, they got rid of Kuban. They put in Mither as the head coach.
That is a big change. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting to hear. But yeah, also like unknown teams there. 2 South American teams. The new MAT who have been qualifying for a lot recently over in NA. And then the Chinese team as well. The Cyclone.
5-clone.
5-clone. Are we going to call them that?
No.
I kind of like it.
5E clone.
Not 5E clone. 5-clone. Or Cyclone. We'll work on that. We'll workshop it. We'll let you know. That's a whole group away. Day 2 here of Group B. And MIBR trying to kick up some dust in ENCE's eyes. Got a con molly for Drop. Got an AWP in middle. And got a flash Pius trying to run back.
Yeah, getting out of that. Oh, and Exit's gone beyond it, but Pius, he smelt that. He turned around, Exit gets caught. And the Spanish sniper will start things off well for ENCE in round 9. And they really need that AWP to do quite a bit of work here. We're looking at a couple of USPs, a P250 here around the M4A1S and AWP. But now we're getting 8K for Tiha, who is yet to really get going. I mean, this guy has been a big talking point for a lot of people around this ENCE team. He's always getting his numbers. He's been that consistent player. Well, he's been a little bit quiet at the start of Vertigo here. And surely that'll start to change at some point. So lean towards the A site. MIBR walking their way up through B.
Quite a gamble to make with a 5-on-4. Yeah, sure, they have pistols and an armorless rifle on Diha, but they've given an entire bomb site open, and MIBR, a 50-50 dice rolls the right number, and they're going to get the plant and probably the round here. Definitely throw your pistols in and see if they can accomplish anything, but if they're not set up to be traded here, ENCE are not winning this round, and I think they've already made that call anyway. 2 late flankers coming through. It's so late, it's too late.
so it's not going to happen at all.
Surprised they're just boxing them in, making them die with the bomb right now. That's the look.
Yeah. Pretty uneventful round, this one. Throw this one away. Guys, I want to know. We can learn Portuguese how to say, I like the way you walk, insert player name.
Yeah.
Now, that would be a great line.
Did you have that in Turkish? What event was that?
That was last Pro League.
It was last Pro League, okay. I do remember that now.
Maybe we have to workshop that one.
We'll work on it. There will be more MIBR games. That is for sure.
Yeah, man. I mean, with how they're playing, especially so, right? But man, you know, one of the things that's sick for me is how MIBR have looked to implement Vertigo in the first place, right? They used to play this one, you know, about 5-6 months ago was really the only times where we saw this in their pool, and then we had, you know, the likes of Drop and Safe move over, joining the ranks, and then after a long hiatus from playing Vertigo, it's kind of made its way back into the MIBR map pool. And their results so far on it have been great. They've had the win over Maus to open up Pro League, taking it down there. It was their pick in that series as well, picking it again here, and now holding a lead over ENCE. You know, this is no easy feat, especially when they don't have loads of official experience, right? It's been a lot of workshopping it, you can imagine, behind the scenes. When you bring in the likes of Drop and Safe with how much of a signature part of the map pool it used to be for Furia, it makes a lot of sense. Pius dead over towards short, just boxed in, yeah.
They were spamming him from ramp, but they were just holding him for the repeat down lower. It's good read from Pius, but the shot just gets tanked, and so does he. Molly on default. Madden's dead. He just accepted it. He didn't even try and... He had a smoke. He could have smoked the Molly. He wanted to stop the plant instead, but even that would have left Nerds in a 1v2 with 20 health, and these odds are even more irredeemable. 1v3, spam through, bomb down, Nerds. Got to play for a ninja at this point, and they are not going to give him away back in. Can he isolate a headshot? Not with the flick. Exit finds that one shot, and 4 kills from the captain, puts 6 rounds up for MIBR. Are we cooking, Dinko?
We are definitely cooking. And MIBR, I mean, this is a team that, like Harry was saying, improving on Vertigo, but for me, when you look at Vertigo, it feels like when you pick this, and this is a map you practice a lot, the T-side can sometimes allow you to beat the favorites quite consistently. I think 9's a perfect example of that, and Sinners back in the day, right? These teams that make Vertigo their home ground, for some reason it just feels like they always have a shot at winning the game, right? You know, we look at 9, they're a team that really only win Vertigo at the moment, but you know, that's the same for a lot of teams in the past, and maybe MIBR can start to turn that into a very comfortable map for them. And it's always nice to have in your back pocket when you're going up against teams like ENCE. But the question will become, will ENCE be able to adapt towards the end? Will they be able to pick up enough CT rounds to make this one competitive in that second half? Because the questions will be, how will they fare on the CT side? And Safe swings out from the bottom ramp. Snappy gets caught, and hasn't really felt like the money's been good at many points here for ENCE. I think yesterday when you guys were casting ENCE, it felt like they nearly lost themselves the map based on their force buys coming through a lot yesterday too.
Yeah, they made some very early half decisions on T-side nuke that, or CT-side nuke that just kept forcing and put them in a bit of a predicament. It was T-side, if I recall. Four buys in a row or something of the sorts. Delayed their first gun round. They still went on a streak, but got very close, didn't that game?
This could get kind of cool. Pius is playing through the smoke, but that's such an awkward whiff. Madden, hello. Come on now.
5-7 lets him down
This
here.
is the moment.
Yeah.
The 5-7 will let him
5-7.
down. And it's just Iha.
I want to see Madden on the player cams after that one. That was pretty. And spam through the smoke, why not?
It's such a poison chalice, isn't it? It's
I
like
hate that gun. I just started
CZ or
honestly.
Yeah,
P2 is the best pistol I ever.
Wow, for a Deagle player, Harry, that's intense, but I'm not going to disagree.
Deagle is obviously better.
Deagle's a primary weapon for Harry.
Deagle is a primary
weapon. You get what I mean? It's like, you know,
we have Alpers, Riflers, and
pistol
Harry's a
round,
Deagler.
if I'm in a pistol round, I'm not buying a Deagle.
Yeah, that's
not all the time. Not all the time. No, but the good thing about Harry is he's so generous. You know, he always gives us the P250.
That is true. He does drop. Harry is the best armorless P2 pistol player I've ever seen.
I don't think you need armor in a pistol round. I think it makes you play worse.
Just hit the headshot, right?
Just hit the headshot.
I think like you're more agile if you know you can't get hit.
Harry was having a god tier game last night. We decided Q, you didn't join. Hugo made the right idea.
I made the right call. I left on a win. Did you lose?
Of course,
so hard.
Harry was having one of those, insane carry games, and unfortunately, on the way back,
my rating's fucked. I think it's fair to say. I think
I'm not queuing without a 5-stack until I have my rating.
Anyone else got a bad rating? Let us know.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Anybody's got a good rating? Also
elo?
let us know. It is like golf, right? The lower the number, the better.
Sure. Last up ramp. I like the pace in this round out of MIBR. The nades rain in, and as Madden tries to put a bit of distance between himself and those H. Oh! Snappy, hello! Like that from the Snapster. Now Pius had a bit of a weird one here to open up, but he does nail that shot, and so this is much more convincing. Even throws his hat back in the ring right at the end. A little bit more form from ENCE in that round show, and it starts with a lovely double from Snappy.
Yeah.
And it's ended cleanly by Pius.
Good
Actually,
news.
in spite of going 4v5 to open the round as well, right? Past that point, it was very convincing.
Yeah, good news for ENCE to win that kind of round so convincingly as well. Helps settle the cash as well towards the end of this half. But MIBR, they've won a lot of rounds in a row, so they've got plenty of money. And goodbye comes in again. They're not going for AWP. They're just going to keep the rifles on 5. And Pius bringing his sniper to look down the ramp, goes for the more risky play, and then realizes he doesn't get the opportunity immediately, so to fall back. So it's Snappy's turn yet again, using the gap in the side of the tarpaulin. And when he's under quite a bit of pressure, it will be safe to spam him out. And Madden is now caught in no man's land, and Insani's found the gap around the back of the smoke. These fights have not gone the way of ENCE at the start of the round, and Pius must now plug that hole before this ship sinks.
Spam. MIBR, that's the thing. They don't have to keep going here, right? When they're in the 4v3 like this, they've got all the control over towards ramp. They might look to slow it down for a moment. They're going to see if they can catch anyone over the smokes with this boost. And it works wonders. Now the pressure is really on for ENCE.
There's so many cool moves MIBR can go to, right? Around these utility pieces, they just have a couple of adaptations they can throw in, and it's not even towards the A side. They're going to finish. Exit's going back. He's cleared up B. They can go anywhere at this point, and Nertz is coming around the side. 45 seconds. Reaggression in from Nertz and a good headshot on Insani.
The patience is fine there. I like that MIBR call it off and go for the rotate, but you know Nertz is going to hit that shot. He is shit hot right now in a 2v3, trying to pull this one back. Kit left on the top. ENCE have got to do it without. This molly goes deep, but they've got to know there's got to be a player close, right? That's why this rotate came in play. So does Nertz check his close corners is the question. They're ready to trade. If he doesn't even look there. X is set up for success, and MIBR win the half at worst case scenario. It looks like we have all the makings of a 3-map series, right? ENCE with their pick on Anubis, the best Anubis team in the world right now, not up for debate. And MIBR right now rocking this boat, Dinko.
Vertigo certainly looking like a comfortable home ground for them. Pius desperately trying to hold on to this AWP, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it.
No chance.
Down to 3 health, and yeah, they've got it.
Oh, I love it.
Wall bang on the edge as well, just to close it out on Pius. 8-5. MIBR have already won this half.
Yep, there's some Verta Globals, all right, doing that boost over the short smoke.
They're going to be found out. We're going to see that Verta Global real soon.
Banning that on Premier. What a play. Can't deny it.
Dude, I mean, this is legit as hell from MIBR. You know, even if you contrast them to someone like Furia back in Group A, and I think this is pretty interesting. Right? Obviously, Furia had to make their run through the last chance bracket, right? And the teams that Furia would have had to beat to ascend to any sort of the playoffs would have been Greyhound twice, NIP once, and Gamer Legion as their final game down in the last chance bracket. Comparatively, MIBR win over Maus already under their belts, and now a very good game versus ENCE.
Yeah,
they're looking to make a bit of a name for themselves right now, MIBR.
Well, Madden able to make that MP9 work for the kill at the top ramp, the weakest gun in that engagement, and Pius does not hit the flick on up, but he goes again, he double dips, and that will cost him the greed. As Insani sends the bullet between his eyes. Minute left. Snappy's nade. This could be perfect. This could land right on top of their heads. Doink!
their feet instead, but it's still damage. And they will go 1 for 1. This could have been a very easy round for ENCE with those advantages, but a couple of refaces have left them in a scary spot. This is by no means impossible for MIBR. Some good nades will start to come in, burn out some positions, get a smoke on one side. D has had a very quiet game, but he did find the 5-on-4 this time. Can he keep that rolling? Find some more. Snappy pushed in on default. Nerds is rotating out the spam. They hear that. They know there's players here. Snappy swings, though. And now we're in another predicament. 2-on-2. ENCE have really dug their own grave in this round. The reset back to ramp is nice. Spotted Nerds. Stuck between 2 targets. Still isolates one. And Diha closes. ENCE. It's not a pretty round, but it is a round. Finding 6 with 1 left.
Yeah, I think ENCE have just been figuring out any sort of way to get rounds on the CT side. Doesn't matter if it's pretty, doesn't matter if it makes sense, just getting them. You think back to the first sort of portions of this half of CS, it was Nerds on that retake in that B site, right? That looked like it's going to be a done deal, but there's just little moments where individuals are stepping up and getting a few extra rounds on the board here for ENCE. And they leave this half at 7. That's actually really impressive considering how well MIBR have been on the T side here.
Still going to be a big test for ENCE to keep the good times rolling.
Oof. Oh, Nerds, look at this.
Again. No waiting this time. Oh, and they check it. He is a little locked down now. He should be dead on that spam, and Exit hits it perfectly as the smoke comes up. Snappy has been the one consistent factor on A. It's felt like a couple of multi-kill rounds in this position. MIBR go crawling back to B, where they've had a lot of success, but typically when it's been undefended, it's still stacked with 2 CTs. He has swinging. Oh. No, I call that a swing. He walked into the ramp angle. He's having an off game right now, but Sunpius, luckily, is still here, and he might just make this half redeemable after all. 4 for Sunpius and 7 for ENCE. They managed to hold on, but no jokes about it. MIBR have come to play on map 1 of this series. Stay with us.
Hot stuff coming in off of the presses. And no, I'm not just talking about the picture that may just be shown on screen. However, a good friend of mine, a dear friend of mine, and a legend throughout the Counter-Strike community has announced the birth of another child. He goes by the name of Jordan Gilbert, someone who I'd often consider a child myself. However, in this notion, he is a dad. Again, shout out to you, Jordan Gilbert. We love you. We miss you. We'll see you around soon. Reporting live, straight from space.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
Welcome back to the sunny shores of Malta. MIBR versus ENCE will rage on Vertigo, and quite the affair that we have here, Harry. MIBR up by 1 round, 8-7 versus ENCE. A strong T-side yet again here on Vertigo.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it was a really good showing from MIBR. I think, you know, when we kind of talk about this, when you reflect on the first half of this game, they were kind of the main talking point. But I think ENCE have done a good job of squeaking in a couple of rounds right near the end. They find 3 out of 4 the last few, and that's been enough for them to kind of recover this half and leave it to where they can still steal away MIBR's pick in this series. So this pistol round, it's going to be a real party boost. We got the bug molly to displace this player in elevator. Brenno's pushed all the way down towards the bottom of ramp, and so ENCE, who looked like they actually wanted to end up going A here, looked to change this on the fly. They already had Nerds out mid with that bug molly to try and give them a bit of leverage over middle, but it's not panned out. Everywhere ENCE go, they're running into a different pair of dual Berettas. Finally, they cook up 1 kill, but with some Pius falling, this is now all on Diha.
Well, this is quite the one-sided pistol affair for MIBR. They're going to love this. Dual Berettas out in force, and so are the headshots. As we head under 1 minute left, Diha is getting trapped. They're shrinking in on his position, and Diha is going to try and fight his way out of it. Nearly gets a chance there in the second kill.
This could get somewhat weird. This could get weird.
Oh, needed that one, though. And MIBR will eventually close that one out. 9-7. MIBR win the pistol in the second half. And no bomb plant for ENCE, so we won't be seeing that force buy come in with the rifles, but we will see it with Tech 9s, etc. being purchased up. But here's the dual Berettas starting it off. Anywhere ENCE decided to try and push and pull, they walked into some Julies. Still, I feel a little worried that MIBR would lose this kind of round, though. The Tech 9s are strong, Harry, especially when you got this much util around it. You're going up against FAMAS and 2 MP9s in here, too.
Yeah, I'm not super worried. It depends. You know, if MIBR are kind of able to keep them at range, long out some of these ramp engagements, right? Not give anything away around the limited util that ENCE have. What this will probably end up being, right, if we come in with the A play, it was, you know, they've got, what, 1 smoke left right now? Probably going to smoke over from short, give themselves the lineup to get the bomb down on the run into the site. It's kind of all they've got, really, in this round. And so to that end, I think it won't be a problem for ENCE to get set up in a post plant here. And so actually, yeah, you know what? With how this has started to pan out, maybe this is a little worrisome for MIBR. Maybe you were right then, Co.
Time stuck on, and so has the anxiety increased. Here comes the play forward, like nades coming in.
Want to try and run it up the front, so they're going to use this smoke on the right side. It's like the ramp version of this short take. They've smoked this deep right angle. It's allowed them to run up and get the bomb down. Downside to this is they're a little more vulnerable at these rifles as they try to cross back onto the ramp, but they've done well playing around this 1 smoke with the Tech 9s. Oh, Snappy! More like Tappy, bro. Look at him go!
Tappy from Snappy. Here goes the Tech 9. Keeps going forward, straight into the elevator. And it's been snapped, it's hit the floor, and now exit the last remaining player. That is why the Tech 9s can be a little bit worrying. Where you can execute on the A site, you create a protective wall of smoke around the bomb site itself, you get that bomb plant in, and then a lot of comfortable post plants you can go for, and Snappy feels confident to take some fights, and he wins them. We've got Hugo B. Byron return to the microphone.
I never left.
Yeah, true.
I was always here. I really enjoyed the casting. I thought a couple of rounds for you guys to really, you know, make a name for yourself. That'd be nice. Yeah, that's the danger of giving up full ramp control, Dinko. That's why you don't want those double smokes down. ENCE get very aggressive in the post plant too. And man, they run away with their little force.
I think MIBR have to have a little force of their own here, though. The force is little with them, Harry. They're gonna have to go with CZs.
It's weak with them. You could
Sweet.
say.
Well,
It's
the
little.
force is weak with you.
The force is big with this
That
one.
would be. You never hear that in Star Wars. I wonder why. That would be kind of sick. You know, you just have a character who's just mediocre. You know, the force is
true.
moderately with you.
Because it's not a toggle. You
If
don't
it's
have the force
mediocre
or not have
characters
the
you're
force.
looking for, you can watch any of the new Star Wars, actually. And
There
you'll
we
be,
go.
But dude, they're like
you'll be
superhumans.
thrilled.
They're all superhumans, man. They don't die.
This is a very interesting economical decision because MIBR are going to eco this round, but they still won't have enough next. So do they like half force next?
They can
with
have some
2K?
extra nades, maybe when they eventually get to buy,
Because
right?
we never really see anyone like now's probably not the time with potential economy changes on the horizon with CS2 potential. I say, who knows? But no one's ever tried to like change the way that money is played in the game for a long time. I remember, God, years ago, one of the last existence teams, I think it was one of the old LDLCs. Way past the prime. They had a couple of cool ideas on how to spend the money, which basically involved like half buying, then full, like doing this, ecoing and then full buying rather than full buying then ecoing. As long as you don't overspend on that quote-unquote full buy, you still keep some money. It like confused some teams that you're playing against, and it also gave you options. If you win the eco, you have even more money on your full buy. You know, sometimes you can win around and not have money. And look at this, it might just work out. In a 4-on-2, they're making magic happen, but you've got two big hitters on the other side, some Pius and Nerds.
Molly
in a
left as well
2v3
for
and
Nerds.
Molly on the bomb. That will be the round winner. Nerds wants to keep his gun out. Eventually it will go through. There's a smoke down there, but Nerds has just won the round with that. Safe can't get the shot, and Sunpire's had the cover. He couldn't have killed him anyway. It was only a backpack showing. Bloody nice try for MIBR and a full eco almost.
Yeah, I can't believe they actually need to win that round. Nerds
They would have been rich.
Yeah, they would have been
Rolling
so
in
rich. I guess that kind of works out. Maybe that's the same vein of Harry's thought process around not needing Kevlar on the pistol. Maybe it makes you play better in these kind of rounds as well.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something subconscious about it, right? Like, you know, you can't get hit.
It's
you get
like
hit,
that
you're a
scene
dead
from
man.
Batman, right? Where he's climbing out of the cave.
Sure.
And the only time he makes it out is when he doesn't have the rope.
Exactly, right? That's actually a really, wow. Let's all
Thank you.
kind of
That's
round of
profound.
applause.
Beautiful.
That is a great metaphor.
Thank you, Harry. Been working on that one.
And look at this. Look at what they've done. They've got one M4 dropped over by exit. And a bunch of pistols. I don't mind these decisions for MIBR. They're playing for later.
Yeah, they're playing well for a while, but this will concede the lead to ENCE, and ENCE should hit double figures in just a moment.
Oh,
Diha
not normally.
get checked on. A nice shot out and towards the top of the boost. Breno stood no chance.
Did they nade the gun? Oh no, he's got it.
Oh, and Sani elsewhere though. That's going to be Snappy getting taken out, and oh no indeed. The rifle from Drop right to the head of Diha, and MIBR once again making this a little scary for ENCE. They had even less in this one.
Doesn't have the same ring to it as Easy for ENCE, does it? A little scary for ENCE.
It's the Halloween special.
Let's see what they're going to do. Trying this boost up. Gets the vision onto the man in the side, but they weren't ready for Exit up close, so it will get traded. Exit's now got his work cut out for him. His safe is flanking, and Exit's going back to look for this man in the back lines. Nerds gets crept upon, and now the gun's away from them. Some Pius is going to get backstabbed.
No
and so
way.
with the collection of pistols, that one hero gun, MIBR, they upset this one very early.
They do win an eco, just a little bit later than we thought. And it's not even the hero rifle going ham, is it? It's mostly pistols, flanks. Drop, grabs it, puts it to use.
This is some next level economics coming in from MIBR. They're combining both ecos into one.
I mean, they've taken the, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. If you just win rounds, you make money, frankly.
Exactly. It's
and
a
with the
simple
damage
process.
done in the previous, look at this by friends. It's mix and match. It's
Exit's
Tech 9
having
to
one
war.
hell of a game here as well. 20 kills, 9 deaths, looking outstanding at the moment. Some Pius, he's looking for his 20th kill. He might just get it here. Oh, that timing on scopes, perhaps just as he would have had the opportunity to knock one off the perch. This is not an inspiring purchase from ENCE. Not really an inspiring performance at all so far from ENCE. And there's a little gap here for ENCE. He's still appear down the side of it. Hasn't seen anybody. Smants will just take their time in round 20. Let this one sort of settle. More nades being used up for MIBR. I mean, the best chance to Harry we've seen earlier, right, in these kind of rounds, you have limited utility, limited weapons, perhaps just trying to execute on the A site and get a bomb plant, but MIBR looking to stop that.
Yeah, the problem they're having is like you need the real estate, you need the ramp control to even be in that position and kind of launch the util. Matt is trying to make this move right now, and he knows he's hit a bit of a gap, but you almost wonder what would have happened if he kept holding W there.
Would have won the round, maybe. 2 players of the back turn. Now they have great
instead
timing
they're
on the
getting
shore.
re-aggroed, yeah.
And the backstabber has become the backstabbed. As the backstab comes in for Breno, he sees one more. D has a dead man walking. Just wait for that last swing. It is a little delayed. D gets a spray off, but winning this round is a pipe dream right now. Over the top, D reads it, but the headshot will connect.
There's that pipe again.
Yeah, indeed. What do you mean?
The pipelines. They're back.
What, EG? Did I say pipeline?
You did. You said pipe, but not pipeline.
Yeah. I wouldn't be caught dead saying pipeline. That's down to my co-caster.
Well,
he loves it.
Next round coming down the barrel here.
Oh. Bullets. And all of them from Breno. Well-placed bullets as well.
Full eco for ENCE.
Is that then you saying? Eco for ENCE. No money, man. This is a predicament.
What's being looked at right now? One of them's... Oh, no.
Some pirates are just, hanging out.
This is another sort of existence tactic. You know, you take your time on the Glocks, have a little timeout.
I would love it. Like, D is a bit of a case fiend. I'd love for him to open a case in a round like this.
Dude, you and D should go up head-to-head.
Is that toxic or BM? Like, is it BM?
No, it's surely mind games of some description, isn't it?
Especially if you open a knife, good, right? It's like...
You're sat there.
I don't even need to win this.
Drops like, bro, they're opening cases, man. Like, what the fuck do we do?
Shaking They should do it on a big stage game. That would be perfect.
There's a lot of screaming in the other game right now. I wonder who just won that round because... I couldn't even tell. Maybe it sounded pretty European.
That was a European scream, I think.
It did sound
like a shoe.
Oh, it's because it's...
Yeah, Mal's won first map in OT.
Yeah.
I think if I were to guess, I would say EG started it, or more specifically Hexed probably started it. And Mal's are trying to finish it. More at 10.
More at the B side as Nerds creeps over the wood. And here's exit.
Look, guys, I don't want to ruin the illusion of it. You don't win this one, ever. Surely.
No chance.
No one's ever won this.
Never.
It's just Glocks.
Glock.
And the sun.
I don't like you saying it like that. Just give me one more of them.
Glock.
Oh.
Ooh, that click sound. That's ASMR.
Timeout called. It's MIBR the ones to call it. And I do kind of like
give us a rhyme,
that. They know the importance of this. They know the importance of this round and that they could do all the legwork on winning this game here and now, right? If they win this one, they're going to leave ENCE really with one more proper buy to try and put a stop to MIBR running away with Vertigo. And thus far, only 2 rounds found for ENCE. It's moving into this second half, and it was all on the back of that kind of weird back and forth start with the various buys coming through, the win from ENCE and their force in the second. So MIBR trying to get their ducks in a row.
Oh, not in a line or a pipeline, just in a row. One by one, horizontally.
Well, a row is still a line, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, a row is, I would say, a row is like, yeah.
A line?
Yeah. I was trying to do something there, but we'll save it for later.
Could be a sporting activity.
That is true.
Row your boat down the ramp. It's going to be Madden coming out on top of the first kill of the round, and Snappy will assist. Save. Ooh, Chomp in the pit for a second kill, but it is Snappy that will rip his head right off his shoulders. But Drop is pushed down B, and in the meantime, Exit is rotated around towards that A side of the map. But it might be this mid lurk that could come back to bite Exit. And he's starting to read that, anticipating perhaps a lit Nerds play that we've all become so used to seeing. And Drop just getting into a comfortable position. I would say that's probably the wrong word. An uncomfortable position on the side of the map. Just not even, his feet aren't even touching anything. Just hanging on by his elbows. Strong elbows. Exit's going to be spamming down through the smoke, but no one's around yet. But here comes Nerds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're ENCE, you just kind of hold the extremities. You give Nerds all the room he could possibly need. I hope they don't go B.
Well, it might not matter.
No, this is fine.
Up.
Snappy's allowed to like go look for this. Yeah. Oh, but now what if the bomb comes later, and because Drop's heard the footsteps, now
he could
he
actually
moves around.
He could win the round.
Oh my God!
Oh, the bomb's coming later.
Oh my God! It's about to happen. No! With that kill right
seconds.
there, he could have just won the round.
Fighting over the AK.
God,
he's got to hold
off. He's got to hold them off just for a moment. Just deny this bomb retrieval. If Drop leaves now, he looks to win this round. He looks to steal it in the 1v3. Lobs the nade. Doesn't need to face here. He can run. Nert seems to believe. Is there time for this? It's going to be close now.
He's got it!
Just gets that bomb down. A second to spare, but he's plugged in the numbers. Drop thought he'd already won this, so now it's down to the 1v1.
Nerds just waiting. A second in this round, but Nerds is able to get it done. Peeks out towards the stairs and drops so close to the miraculous moment. But it is stolen away by Nerds.
That's devastating, Dinko.
I heard a little Sampaya shriek of joy, I believe, when they planted the bomb in the last second.
I think there was Ursula. I don't think it was Sampaya.
Okay.
She knew what that meant.
Oh, last second plant. Oh, my.
Oh, that hurts. Dude, Drop's fiddling, man. He's pulling out the AK. He's throwing a nade. He cancels the nade. He tries to go
juggling.
back. And I get 11 seconds, you make the gamble. You hope that Nerds overcooks the round and doesn't get the plant in time. 1 second difference. Unfortunate for Drop. I think that nade, if it landed, might have made that second difference in movement speed.
That's true.
Switching off the nade could have lost him the round, to be honest. Very nice try from Drop. Can't deny it. He's back for more. Back for vengeance. Bottom B.
That was one of the crazier rounds of this game.
A little breather after that one.
It's been kind of by the books for the most part, right? Been pretty reasonable. Will ENCE now propel forward off of not only the force buy they found it after the pistol, but that one ensuing their way as well. They've just had no money, man. They've been winning rounds, but have nothing to show for it. They had an AWP, Mac-10, Galil, AK, Tech-9 buy earlier. This one's even worse.
Didn't show this position in the previous round because he did leave, so now he's got Safe to help him out on top of the wood as well, so he'll draw that initial attention. Now they're focused on him, and then there's a chance for Drop to catch opponents looking the wrong way. Yeah. He decides to bite early, and Safe is already caught re-peeking, but it's working out for MIBR across the board.
This could still go very badly. If ENCE get this one clean, now they have a 2-on-3 with a one-man alone at B, and they've got him boxed in at the back of the bomb site. Molly will burn him out. Good smoke down for Exit. Can he escape through the spam? Just about. Support coming in, but a beautiful headshot. Nerds is full of them today, and in fact every day as this flank comes in. Breno keeps the pressure on. They're chasing him down. They needed that kill. It won't come through. The flank will, and MIBR do put it to bed. Very nice B hold there from the bottom. Even if Safe overswings that a little early, that synergy from him and Drop from the Furia days, they try.
Yeah, they're looking good in blue, I have to say. Safe and Drop, looking good in the MIBR jerseys. I think it's a nice, new, comfortable environment for them to try and progress, right? You take experience out of Furia and come into MIBR with a fresh look.
And even Drop, who, definitely had like a drop-off in performances. We saw his potential on the stage. We saw him put on some incredible games. But I think for Safe, he was far less of an issue, at least in the numbers. Like, made some silly mistakes at times, but hit the easy shots. Occasionally had some big clutches come through, but Furia just have too many AWPers, man, as we have learnt across the years. And none of them Henny, sadly.
Yeah, got another one in that.
Classic. So, it didn't feel like Safe was done.
Even to that end, you talk on Henny, obviously was in MIBR. Yeah. Safe's kind of come through here, and I think about how kind of different that must be for him and Drop, going from being, the kind of additions, the newer faces to a Furia lineup, one where they kind of have to pay respects to the old guard there, but now they're coming into this one as, two very experienced voices who have played on stages at majors, who have got that experience, that time in the limelight, who know what it takes to kind of withstand the pressure. And I think that's even struck something in MIBR to the very core with the idea that, Vertigo's come back into the pool and looked great for them, I think you probably can attribute a good case of that to Drop and Save looking to bring that into their veto more.
Well, out of this timeout, ENCE have to come to the battleground with Tech9's Deagles and a P250.
Yeah, just no money in this T side. And no rounds ready to show for it.
I think you highlighted it perfectly, though, Hugo. It feels like this series is set for 3, right? Yeah. You know, MIBR coming in with their comfort pick of Vertigo, and so get them a fight, but it does feel like MIBR just have a little extra in the locker. And here they come around the corner. Nice shot from Madden. That's what he can do when he opens things up. They let him off the leash. The second kill in. And now the Tech9s have thrown a little bit of a curveball into this round for MIBR. Smokes up on this side. If they can get the bomb down, if they can get themselves into a post-plant position without losing another member, this could get really messy. But ENCE, they don't have that second smoke for the left side, and by the time they get into position, that other smoke will have faded away.
1 HE will be negligible here for Nerds. He kind of just needs a bit of time and room so he can look for a swing and take a kill out. Let's see what timing Nerds makes this move. It's really the only way in, providing cover as his team come up on the short side. Missed shot, but a faux dink. He will live. His team hit a dig, and Brano gets naded back out of the round. They might just save. They've been pushed so far back that they cannot win this with no kit, no nades.
You know what's impressive about that is obviously the fact that ENCE win it, but the way that they won it towards the end of the round, right? We're highlighting the lack of utility. Maybe it'll be difficult for them to get into the site, but the start of the round for Madden's incredible. Those 2 kills on the entry. Then it slows down. You feel like MIBR might have control of it again. They might have a shot pulling it back, but ENCE still find their way through to it. And that's 2 rounds now in this half that MIBR have lost to the Tech9's events.
Yeah, it's true.
On their map picks, so maybe that third
and this
doesn't feel so destined if that keeps happening.
It's a little less forgivable this time as well. Full rifles, and
that's true.
No
that's
AWP that, you know, with
also,
the shot and got overran.
No crazy, you know, like util early on. Like last time when they got forced off of ramp, it's because ENCE are employing that one-way smoke under the ramp, right? So you kind of understand when you're up against Eagles where you don't want to be swinging into that and taking that risk. They waited for the util to fade, but this time they hear everyone running up ramp, and it felt like for someone like Madden, he got way too much space before even a point of damage had been done, before he'd been slowed or flashed or anything of the likes, you know? And so when you have a utility-less Tech9 rush coming at you, you know, you kind of, you want to be doing the bulk of the legwork just in the util that you're throwing, right? To tee yourself up for that round.
All this being said, I've still enjoyed watching MIBR play and cool, and the decisiveness to make that save in the 2-on-4 is admirable. You know, some of the ecos they've gone for, and you know, the success with those ecos as well has been pretty nice to see on the CT side. So overall, MIBR have really put on a show, but this is where you would like to imagine that the better team, the more experienced team, the more proven team shows their value late in the game and wins it out here.
All right.
That's what I'm here for, Harry. And if MIBR can change that tune, good for them.
Well, they stack towards A, and ENCE are going towards the B side of the map, so Drop is desperately calling for his teammates to come and help him. And there is a couple now arriving to that effect. It is going to be Exit with the first on the head of Snappy. Good shot on the Deagle, but they will be overrun, and ENCE will deal with the reinforcements.
That's really nice, that is. That's bloody lovely, that is.
That's bloody lovely.
Yeah. Not just Rush's brownies as well.
The gravy, man.
The gravy, excuse me?
That's what we need from Rush. I need to take. I'm sure he has a mean gravy.
Oh, he could do like a couple of Yorkshire.
He's from Yorkshire. He's from the north of England.
Yeah, not
right?
the brownies,
he can make a good
separate.
gravy.
A full roast.
But I didn't really think gravy is something you bake.
Yeah, but it's like
no, but we could do it on roasted with Rush. We've done baked with Rush.
Roasted with Rush.
It's like a
Is
spin-off
Rush observing
show.
here, or is we got the barbecue out? No, we've got Jakey. Jakey, do you?
Maybe
can't
we
talk
could
to us,
do
but I wonder what
something with
can cook.
Jakey. Yeah, like
Jakey, can you do cereal?
He makes
Like a mean
a
cereal? No, a bit
mean
much.
bowl of Cocoa Pops, Jakey.
As long as you don't
What's
do
your favorite
the milk
cereal?
first. Mine?
Hugo.
Oh, that's a good question. You know what I actually... Wait, can I say brands?
I don't know. Ask someone else. I don't know the person to ask.
Well, you know.
If you just say it really quick so it sounds like a cough or something.
I'll just flip some letters around. I really like the mini chocolate Beta Wicks.
Okay.
You know, it's like the small ones with the chocolate in them. They also have like the fruit and nut ones as well, but you know, who doesn't want chocolate? But I'm off.
You're looking for more nut in your
Not
start
really.
of the day?
I've got plenty, thank you, Harry.
Harry was just ready. He was excited for that.
Yeah, he was whipping it out.
He'll help me with
the
that.
cereal, that is. Oh!
Dead in
Why are they
middle
making
to
these
the
ecos
Deagle.
so interesting, Harry? Break it down.
Well, you know, we can just wait and see how interesting they make it. It's one kill right now, and ENCE
So it's
kind of
probably over.
ENCE have employed that little one-way gimmick down towards the bottom of ramp again to fight for this control. So that's panned out for them, and that finds them back in this 4-on. Oh god,
yeah.
Safe.
Done.
He kind of thought they were further down the ramp than they were, that was going to be a bit slower. I guess when you see the one-way at the bottom of ramp, you're envisioning that they're going to hang around and try and play it for as long as they can. But that's not what happens there, and so this is already a save for MIBR.
Is it me, or has this game had more ecos than every other game you've ever seen? I feel like...
No, yeah, that's true. There's like barely been any full gun rounds on either side.
Like even the buy rounds are kind of whack.
It's because of this. ENCE force buy all the time, right? So they like to buy a lot, and they leave themselves with not a lot of money. And then MIBR are the opposite. They're like saving a lot of the time so they can get a gun round, then they lose it to Tech 9s. So we're never seeing a gun round.
Eternal cycle.
It is the cycle of life. Or the circle. Or the square. Would you say that life is a circle, Hugo? Or what shape would you say life is?
Well, I guess if it had to be a shape, circle would probably be up there. But
it's just a line, really. I'd say it's a row.
That's not a shape. A line. Is that a shape, Harry?
I think it's like a triangle.
Oh, what are the 3
Illuminati,
Birth,
control
taxes, death.
Ah, there we go.
Birth, taxes, death. That's all it is, over and over again, for however many lifetimes you've been around.
Yeah. How many of you lived through, Harry? Multiple?
I don't know.
This man's seen a few lifetimes.
Yeah, he's done some reincarnation. That is for sure.
He's too creative, too much of a genius to have only lived one.
That's a good point.
Really picking me up today, man.
Yeah.
You're kind of overselling my...
Right now, MIBR need lifeline, boys. They need...
Yeah. No, they do. They need a step in the right direction here, because you can feel the tunes changed a bit out of ENCE. We're no longer so worried as they've grinded back in over these last few rounds. I want to see more from ENCE. He sits down bottom of the board right now for MIBR. Great damage for Breno through this smoke. Gets away with a double, and he's still hanging around looking for more. Is this going to be one step too far? Looks like he's fine to get out of there now, but that jump check from ENCE.
I think I actually prefer the eco rounds than gun rounds.
That's one that really hurts.
It's a group, that's for sure.
What do you learn from that if you're MIBR? It's like, yeah, they are still bottom ramp, you know? Like, that's kind of all they get out of it. It's not like that was some sick info play. Just looked like a bit of an overextension, an accidental jump too soon. Gives away back in, but Safe's looking to make up for it. 3v2.
Oh.
D dead as he's walked on by Breno up through short.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, nerds.
Oh, he dropped his gun off the map. He dropped his gun off the map to grab the orb, but then they kill him before he could grab the orb. It wasn't there.
Nah, he probably wasn't going to get away with it or win anything anyway.
Oh, that's disappointing.
But honestly, the eco rounds have been a little bit more exciting than that. I mean, that's just like smoke kill, spam, down the ramp. The round's already kind of over. MIBR have a huge advantage off the back of a couple of spam kills.
It is a roller coaster, though. They go 5-on-3 down, and then... Oh, sorry, 5-on-3 up. Then they go down to 3-on-3. Then they win it clean. So, easier said than done. They give ENCE a perfect way back into that round, and still MIBR grab hold of it with both hands and squeeze out 14.
Well, we've had coaches in back-to-back games so far, with the big game and now this one with MIBR. The coaches that have played professionally in 2 esports titles.
2 esports titles?
God B played Valorant for a while.
Of course.
And Bit played League of Legends.
Really?
Yeah. So ENCE, yeah. So there you go.
Track record is pretty good then.
Yeah.
I mean, if this game had more wizards in it. Ooh! Oh! Safe sees him. Some pious.
He pulls out the broomstick. His wizards.
Waves his wand.
Yeah, that works too. Bit longer than a wand.
John Madden.
At least his is.
John Madden. Football.
Wands come in all shapes and sizes.
Football. B's empty. Drop playing very passive. Realizing that now, they start to lob some nades back in. He can get flash round this corner. He will. And he'll assure
Assure.
Assure. Don't know why I went for the Assure there. The
Assure.
MIBR have this B control. ENCE regrouping back on the A ramp. This is a very difficult round. One smoke, one flash, one molly. They've missed a smoke here. Oh, they've used it rather to walk up ramp. So now they've got to do left side smoke, molly headshot, and win some very good fights. Breno's got one, and he gets out.
Just for playing this position.
In a lot of these rounds, they've actually elected to do the right-hand side smoke and run like wide up ramps. So I wonder if that's what they're going to try go back to here. It's been a bit of a bailout for ENCE in moments like this where the util's low. That's what Breno was hoping to combat, but the kills come through. ENCE have found their way in. Safe from spawn. Hoping he can find that difference maker in the 3v3, but he's not going to get offered anything. This is going to come down to the retake for MIBR. That was the best chance they're going to be given for free of catching someone. And now this falls 3v3. They've got to tap this bomb to bait a peak.
That's what the right side smoke does. It gives them this perfect bomb plant that's very hard to stick for MIBR. They don't have cover, but they do have a flashbang, a fantastic one. They tap it again. They need to get a swing out. They need to get this kill, and Safe has delivered it. Diha's got to pull out something monumental, and he can't close the first in time. They're on the stick. It's a 15th round for the Brazilians.
Diha couldn't get there in time. Too many plays to cut down, but map point finally found for MIBR. This is a map we thought they'd be picking up based on the start, how they performed throughout this tournament so far. It's been a really long battle to get to this 15th, but this is how this one started. Safe gets run boosted. The backpack of Sampaio sticks out, gives him away, and then Safe is able to stay up in the rest of the round and deliver damage right up until the final whistle. Here we go. Round 29. ENCE have got a back 10 for Snappy. Everybody else on the weapon of choice. And they've got util for this ramp take. And Snappy's already got himself around the corner and is looking up towards that short spot. In the meantime, Drop has got himself down those B stairs alongside Exit. They can start a quick flank here.
This is crazy. They've not done this all game as well. So pulling it out in a 5-on-5, setting up a deep player. Nerds won't hang around. And this is ironic considering Nerds was the guy in their back line the whole first half. Double re-aggress. This is sort of unnecessary. They can sell one player and then Sonny can get out, but the nade stack comes in. That didn't feel like it had to happen with the amount of B space they had in play. And they'll start to move through on it. But ENCE want to keep fighting into the night, into the overtime. In a 5-on-2, they find all the kills on the top site and force a save here from MIBR, who actually have absolutely nothing but these guns. And
they
maybe
might
not even
those.
these guns.
Oh, Nerds has...
Oh, this is such a good play. You don't even need the kill. Yeah, drag this out as long as you can. Just don't screw it up. Oh, make that money! Vamos!
One more man. It's Sampaio with the AWP.
And he didn't get around the corner, so Drop can smoke that off. Now they're just white knuckle gripping their weapons, trying to get it into the next round. And here comes Madden over the top of the wood. He's gonna take the head of Exit. Now just Drop. They know they've got him pinned in here, sending the MAC-10 in. They'll fend off another, and Drop just needs to hide, but they get him right at the end. And you said that's all they had, Hugo. Well, they don't have that, and MIBR have nothing heading into round 30. Overtime written all over this one.
Brutal. The knife kill, along with that save, would have allowed them to have 3 guns here in this round. If both those players get out, Drop could have dropped an M4. He would have had the AK, he would have had the M4 that was saved alongside it, but instead, none of that. It's just pistols. Now, these have still been dangerous rounds for MIBR. They've still been able to show a good face in these low buys. But ENCE, as far as they're concerned, they've got MIBR right where they want them. Aggro push down through ramp for Insani. Takes the space away. Fast from Sampaio.
No.
We're back into a 4v4. The ramp control regained by ENCE. After that push.
What a sickening shot for Sampaio. Felt like Insani was round that corner. A CS2 peak. But again, MIBR, I've had lots of little tricks, right? We call them vertiglobals. Some of these flashes have been really, really good on CT side. But this position, this is one that ENCE have been mollying all T half. They'll go back for it. Drop's got to respect that. No smoke, one flash on Exit. On the other side, as they re-aggress on short, it's all coming too late. Drop will need help. Drop will need a multi-kill, or we will need OT.
Drop's just going to hold with the MP9. It's not easy to get a multi-kill out of this. Starting to run out of ammo now as well. He's going to get a second. Does get that multi-kill needed. But Sampaio dragging it back, and it is now just Breno. A 1v2. He does have armor and an AK and a molly left into this. So we'll give them a shot.
They don't know where he is either. They go back to clear the flanks, so he's going to have a little bit more room here. Here's that bomb gets dropped over. Knows right now he's got a 1v1 as they tap on the bomb. Doesn't elect to take it. Molly forces a swing, but Nertz goes rushing him down. And so we're into overtime. ENCE put in the serious work in round 29, removing all the guns, leaving MIBR with nothing. And in spite of their best efforts, MIBR are not able to close this in regulation.
This is, yeah, and what do we always say here, boys? The classic, the experienced team, the favorite, often comes out on top in overtime. The numbers speak to that as well. This is where ENCE, who have been grafting on this comeback, have to finish what they started. MIBR, we've got this one's not live, don't worry, FPS bug. Should be resetting this round, but my goodness, this is quite a game we're getting.
It's quite apt that the two players to close that round out and pull that one back for ENCE right at the end was Nertz and Sampais, right? Those are the two players that are performing like beasts right now, both pushing 30 kills, 27 for Sampais, 26 for Nertz, and you don't always see the AWPers on the T side get impacted as much as Sampais was there, so good to see his AWP coming out. Yeah, that should be a nice, easy fix for the FPS bug. I'm happy that one's going to be going with the new game. That's one we won't have to deal with.
It calmed down, didn't it? All right. First of a potential 6 per OT. Back down the ramp. I like this aggression. It got them the opener in the last round, and it will do it again. And Sonny just walks fearlessly. He's had a quiet game, but a couple of crucial 5-on-4s. That will be one of them. MIBR now sit pretty in control. For how long is the question? They take back all of ramp, and again drop required to perform, but he's been good for it. And Nurse walks out mid, not ready for exit. Wide con. And a 5-on-3 where what can go wrong?
Oh, that could have been something for Snappy. Has the angle here to try and find this. It's a lot of damage onto drop. Brings him down to 2 HP with that not being the killing blow. They've still got 4 bodies to contest with over here at B. Diha's going to try and make a bit of a hero play here around the smokes. Good for 1. That's drop finished off. Still 3 more to face. 1 more a while out, and ENCE, who's only just beginning this rotate around now. Are they really repositioning on this? Now they go back and swap the util onto exit. They give him the one flash that MIBR had left. This has got to be a damn good flash here to propel them in. Flash goes high, but it's dodged by Diha. Sampais out from behind double, in with the first. Can he take any more out of the round? The answer's a no. It's left to Snappy, and Exit will deal with him with ease. A big hat-trick from Exit in that retake. Not just the man to try and bring them back in with the flash. He takes it one step further and goes on to win that round for MIBR.
Yeah, nice try for Diha and Sampais. Big kills for the pole as he pushes in past the smokes. And MIBR smoke on default, and that's annoying for Nertz, yeah. Getting caught in middle like that. It was Sampais. That's why you see players in, stuck positions just swing early. He tries to buy as much time as he can behind the double box and just gets cleared out. If he didn't wait, if he just went for the commitment left or right, he might have had a kill, and it might have been a 3-on-5 for ENCE. Instead, an opening tag for Sampais, and Sani getting beat up on ramp this time as MIBR still trying to hold on to this position. They got 3 CTs here.
Oh, Breno. Got a little gap at the bottom of that smoke. It's Madden. He's still trying to chase down the AWP of Sif. He does get that chance on the second time too. Yes. And ENCE playing in the phase of the smoke, and it might just work out perfectly for him. ENCE with 1. Good reactions again from Sampais to get an effective trade kill coming in, and Snappy's going to assist in that. So just drop an exit left now on the CT side, and ENCE with over a minute in really, really comfortable waters here.
Yeah, they've got one player. Bye-bye. One player committed is the only danger, but Snappy has a powerful position that won't get cleared this late in the round, and they're burning out exit. Can Snappy play off that? Yes, he can. What a great combo called for the captain of ENCE to give themselves 16 rounds on a platter. Served piping hot. Drop just has to take off that lid and give it to ENCE. AK Saber would be nice, not for money, just for the weapon.
Well,
but Nerds will not let it happen.
Doesn't miss those. Does not miss
Nerds
those.
is actually freakishly good.
It's wild
Debuted-
mechanically. I think he's the full package as a player. I think he's very marketable as an individual. He's very well-spoken. He wants to do interviews. He's confident on camera.
Yeah.
He's also an incredible Counter-Strike player in all facets, really. He doesn't get nervous in the big stage games. Overall,
He likes
I
to
feel
AWP
like
as
he's
well.
going to just be an incredible one for the future.
What's he missing?
Well, he's the full package, so...
Everything. He's got everything. There's not one thing.
I don't know. Maybe there's something missing.
You know,
I
of
haven't seen
course,
it.
if you're looking to hire him for birthdays, funerals, weddings, bar mitzvahs, anything really, you can reach out to his agent, dinko@gmail.com. So,
At least give him his real email, you know, get him the possibilities, Harry. What's your fee? What's your cut?
That will be disclosed later, once you get into the discussion.
Nice spam. Insani, you know, he's had a couple more impactful rounds towards ramp in the last few. Said it again. A good early damage. And I say that.
ENCE have done a really cool thing with this one-way smoke that they keep throwing in. They've kind of done it in the majority of these A-play rounds, and it's forcing MIBR to not be super active in this ramp fight, and that conditioning is why ENCE have been allowed to run it up ramp in so many of these rounds with very little util. It's not taking a lot to deter these ramp peaks, and so you see MIBR try and kind of call their bluff on it there, and they end up feeding that one-way at the bottom of ramp. Good response from Safe, cancelling Madden out. Over here in mid, Nerds has tried to hit the timing, but he's cancelled by drop. Lots of damage found to Snappy. They'll chase him down over on the short side. So this is a much better looking round here for MIBR. They kind of refocus. They collapse back in on the top of ramp. And ENCE have got no solutions to that to close out this first half of OT.
They might be staying in this overtime. We got to see earlier today, Big versus Heroic, how many overtimes that went to on the first map. We'll see if we can rival that maybe between MIBR and ENCE.
I'm not sure we got that much longevity in this, to be honest. I'm again very impressed that MIBR is still leading at the half.
Yeah.
They hit 15 first. They had a great T-side earlier on. I don't know, boys. I smell something in the water right now.
What does it smell like?
Hadn't thought that far ahead.
An ENCE victory.
No.
No?
The opposite.
An MIBR steal away.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the scent of that is, but it's bloody lovely, I must say. It's really nice.
Lots of smells. 17 to 16. MIBR stay in this one. Even though they're up against the ropes, bloody-nosed.
That's what I'm smelling.
The deck, yeah.
Iron.
Love the smell of blood, I do.
In the morning. Wow, an apocalyptic nade on B.
Ooh.
Double boost.
Yeah, that's good. This could be nice for Insanity.
Oh, he's committing. Yeah, good. Third time. That's not the charm, but that's what they
The
say.
lactic acid built up in the legs. He couldn't keep the squats going.
That's true. Should have called for a spotter. Instead, it's ENCE with eyes on the prize. 17 on the horizons as Sunpius finds another. 31 and 17. Nerds not far behind. And it has, of course, been the captain of MIBR. And Breno right by his side as the fraggers. Can they pull off a 2-on-5?
I love this angle Madden's in. Just so difficult to get rid of him. Almost guaranteed 1 kill. So he's forced out by exit, but the damage is already done. Final 45 seconds of this. ENCE are going to be tying things up. Exit's just chilling in mid. All of his teammates are gone. All his friends are dead. He will soon join them. ENCE just letting him stick around here.
Yeah,
Forcing the issue.
They don't really care whether he attempts the round or not, right? They feel so fine in this 4v1. They've got all the control at lower. They say, man, if he wants to save an AK, sure. You know, I guess that's okay by us. We'll take 17. Even looking to close the net a little bit right as the round timer expires here. I like this hunt for ENCE. Screw it, try your hand at the spam. See if anything connects.
Oh, they got him as well.
from below, I think.
Yeah, that was Nerds right below
Being
him.
realistic, saving actually does nothing in that situation.
Go get some kills.
Saving, if you're a CT saving an AK, I can see the point, but like right there, go get some HLTV stats, bro. Like, you're not actually
farm those stats.
You can die after time in round 1 of overtime, and it won't matter on T side. Like, considering, doesn't really matter.
Well, you know, nitpicking, but
yeah,
true. And now tied up again. It will be Snappy, who nearly got involved in that early fight, but he's just going to toss out utility and block that top ramp take for the time being. But Breno, well, he won't be just ready. He's going to stick around. No discouragement coming his way, and eventually will be forced back in behind those smokes on ramp. Oh, a little bit of an active play here in mid for Nerds and Tiha. A little bit quieter here for Tiha today. Some biases up. Rounding the corner. The wheels of death come towards Breno.
Any more?
Sampaius is really feeling it in this game. You can just tell. I mean, they lose Nerds, kind of the other heavy hitter over in mid, but Sampaius is really looking to make up for the lack of Nerds in this round. He's hoping he can get one more struck from the tally before all is said and done. Even ready for a boost, a run boost over for safe. So he at least manages to cross out into the ramp and displace Sampaius for now. That is going to give MIBR a bit more leverage over towards ramp. That's what they were looking for. But it's only for this re-aggro to then come through a little later from ENCE. That molly complicates matters. Sampaius didn't want to hang around, feeling like he was trapped at short. Now the exec looks to take shape. ENCE playing with 2 players ahead of this on the short side. Good opener from Snappy, but no more found from the man at the helm. Suddenly it's this Sampaius AWP over at short that's going to have to do a hell of a lot.
Running as well. Can he stop the plant? The spam comes through, the knife's out. Julie's everything in the kitchen sink. They're throwing it at MIBR, but still the Brazilians back up with a bomb down. 2 low players. This won't be easy.
Drop definitely got in a little scary position there. He'll drop back to safety into this post plant. ENCE with no util left, it's going to be really difficult to see a world on how they get back into this, especially with saves to up around. Oh, wow, save. 3 kills, 1 by 1. He drops them.
That's rough, man. MIBR, again, managed to play it perfectly. They have 2 low players, 1 committed on Crane, and they managed to get him out and have the 2 20 health players hide and just set Safe up for all the kills. It's not like ENCE get the chance to make that 3-on-1, and then Safe's got to, just hit shots as they overwhelm him and trade. He gets to isolate so easily on the orb. And ENCE, no util, no chance in that post plant. This is for it. All the marbles now. The map on the line. MIBR's second opportunity to close.
Not every day a team like ENCE will give you 2 chances, and so if you don't capitalize on it now...
The AUG. This is it. The missing factor of this game for ENCE.
It's a hard spray, though.
Not for Tiha.
No.
Even just kind of a rough spot. Like, once he peeks up, that's it. He's in the firing line, so his teammates' flashes got to be good. The util's now missed, but Diha just keeps jiggling up and over. A new jiggle, a new Diha.
A new jiggle, a new day. And it's going to be Drop around the corner. Nerds is gone, but the AUG is still here. And finally, that is gone. Drop comes forward with a double. And Madden, he's the unturned stone. He still lies in wait behind Quad, but they are now just moving elsewhere, sending that bomb to other pastures. And there's Madden peeking out, does get the kill.
Risky.
Doesn't see anybody else.
Oh, the read, Sampaius, what a great move back. He almost over-rotates the nades.
Oh, Flash is so good.
Flash will get him off the angle. There should be a plant. This time they have 1 molly, but that's really not, again, enough. Safe can win this game right now. They need the plant, though. That molly does buy a few more seconds. Madden looking to swing. Waiting for his team who are calling to hold. Smoked off. Stick down. Boost over the top. And he sees... through the wall! Through the wall! And Safe knows it's coming. He might end this map right now. Caught out in the open. Exit in the clutch. The captain trying to put them on his shoulders like he's been doing all game long. 1v1 for everything. And ENCE hold on despite the bugs working against them. They go back to another OT.
Oh, we have to go again. And it's so frustrating for Safe. You can see he's just sitting back. He gets that kill from that boost position. As you said, you can see the gun coming through the wall. Everything. The game is literally helping them in that scenario. If the first pixel comes out, you see the barrel AWP, and they came out a second time as well. So great angle to catch it from here.
Oh, yeah, he's pre-aiming the top boost up, and they're just wondering, how the hell does he know? Because that boost is so good. You'll spot sandbags. You see over any smokes in sight. If Safe commits behind sandbags, dude, he probably wins it. Caught out as he swings. Another overtime, another flash peek. Honestly, ENCE haven't been going for those kind of plays here in CT sides. It's been MIBR making momentum-based plays, getting aggressive at the start of rounds, taking a ramp, popping down bottom B with drop. ENCE finally, with some confidence back, off of some of these crazy rounds.
Gathering outside of this B site. And we drop set up on top of that boosted position at the wood. And D-Ha, he's not in a position to gather early info, but it's still strong. But drop can get very close to the site. By the time D-Ha sees anything, and the closest rotation will be Madden to come back and help him. But D-Ha has been a little bit quieter here on this map, and he's under a lot of scrutiny now with the utility coming in, heating up the situation. Flashes in, and Breno on the transfer. The double kill on Madden and D-Ha in the defense. Madden at least gets one from the grave, so a 2v3, it's still doable. It's a little unlikely, though, and Snappy peeks out with the flash. Does get that kill on exit. Shouldn't have, but does. And the in-game leader for ENCE has opened up a pathway back into this. Blimey. Shot lands on Save. He couldn't even see where that bullet's coming from. But he's now relying on the help of his teammate Breno back on those stairways. They're both so low on health, and Snappy's rifle rips away Safe, leaving it all on Breno. There's kits available, of course, so they can get onto it, stick it, and Breno must peek. He must deny this defuse, and he does. But the shot from Sampaius is so damn quick. He gets back to it in time.
That is not an easy trade for Sampaius, right? He's able to pick that target and find the diffuser just on the edge. Snappy has two options to stick that, right? Like play deeper into default, where he is more open, but you've got to swing wider, or try and use just that little bit of box cover you have, but you will be seen first. And what a hard shot to hit for Sampaius. He finds it, and he finds ENCE there first in this second OT. Tech timeout now, a bit of a breather, but no business to talk about for ENCE. My, oh my, this game is going. This game is given right now, Dinko. Madden's mouse is apparently unplugged. Not sure how that's happened. Yanked it off the table.
Yep, perhaps. Maybe, I think Diaz got it there, actually. It's pinned on the side of his shirt.
Stolen it. That's not going to help. Wants all the glory. We've got 3 players into 30 kill territory. Sampaius, Nertz, and Exit.
Yeah, a lot of 30 bombs coming into this game, and really impressive stuff from both teams, but Sampaius have a little giggle, a little chuckle. Hopefully get this one solved as quickly as possible. We got some help here. The referee's down under the table, helping Madden plug his mouse back in. Then here's return, and the action will shortly follow.
You know, the way we've been framing it is if MIBR can win this, it's all the makings of a 3-map series with Anubis coming up next with Ancient to close.
Yes, but if they lose this, then it has all the makings of a 2-0 series.
That is the other option. There were only 2.
Yeah, there were 2.
Nailed it.
Look how many little anime characters you've got coming around here. They pop vinyl Naruto? I believe so. All right. We've got a lot of collection. I think D-Ha has one over there too.
Yeah, he has. I want to say it's Pokemon, but I don't know.
I think it looks like Pokemon, right? And he has Naruto on his arms as well, so a lot of anime, Harry.
Yeah, people like to bring their little
Let's get animated
trinkets.
with Rush.
Was it Nafany with the stones?
Yeah, and Shiro.
Shiro with the stones.
I think Carrigan has stones as well.
Ooh.
A lot of stones. What do you think about
They're minerals,
Yeah,
Marie.
I was going to say,
they're not rocks, Marie.
Ooh.
Snappy, he's going to rock your world.
Yep.
Oh, that's awkward.
Oh, the smoke.
I didn't swing. Oh, he did, though. A little later, but just in time. Sure. 5-on-3, and can you feel the winds are changing, Dinko?
Absolutely can. There he is. Mr. Rock himself. Snappy peeking out. Safe is gone, and It is now feeling like ENCE are in control. 20 to 18.
4 kills.
Snappy.
El Capitan.
Was on for the ace, but I think that'll be taken away in just a moment here. Drop walks to his death. D-Hard, the destroyer.
And now your heart starts to sink if you're MIBR, man. Like, you know, touched upon it earlier on. They had 2 opportunities to close this out versus ENCE. After failing to realize that on the second time, it already felt a bit more dire, right? The idea that as this longs out, as this keeps going, you know, can MIBR keep rising to the challenge time and time again? We often say the more experienced kind of veteran squads look to win this.
I've heard that.
And so ENCE in this third OT, or second
Third round
rather.
of second OT.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Sorry, words are hard. Thank you. The second OT.
You guys really finish each other's sentences. It's great.
Sometimes we say the same ones.
Yeah, that's true. It was one of my casting dreams to sit in between you two and say...
Yeah, underwhelming, isn't it?
My fantasy was a little bit more...
They say never meet your heroes, Dinko.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm sorry.
Ooh, Snappy wants to fight this a little bit.
Go for it. He got 4 last round. Get him.
Hanging around. He's going to try and play around the one-way here.
Snappy. Here he comes.
Oh, no,
it's just too perfect for him. Snappy has a X-ray vision. Well, it is going to be Madden out short. And that's going to be a nice headshot to really take all of the life out of MIBR. Absolutely none left in them. 21 rounds here for ENCE.
Oh.
Unless Safe and Exit have something left in the tank.
It is the 2-man team that I'd want in this situation, right? Considering we have the AWPer, we have the captain who's been fragging. They've got a good bit of util, so got to give them the respect here that this round requires. The last of the half. MIBR regulation T-side on this map was fantastic, winning it out with 8 rounds. So let's see if they can do this. It's all on the short kill. Otherwise, ENCE will be able to
15 seconds.
Yeah, at this point, ENCE are going to deny the plant. They will go through. They will fight for it. Good flashbang. Somebody is dead over the top. Safe hits his shot. 10 seconds. Madden, the unknown man, the fly in the ointment, and you don't want bugs in your ointment, Harry. It's going to be a clean half for ENCE.
What a great halftime of the second OT.
Closer, let's stamp it on it.
In Group B on week 2, day 2 of ESL Pro League, the event that some are saying may be one of the last Counter-Strike global offensive events of Malta this season.
Come on now.
Come on, you not heard that one?
1 round away from doing it to him. It would be a flawless OT in the second here.
Oh no, even the team flashes are coming through now.
Oh, that one landed in Snappy's back pocket. He's taken half his health.
There's bugs in their Sudocrem right now. They don't know what to do.
What's the weirdest thing you've used Sudocrem for?
No comment.
Yeah,
That's a horrible question.
Well, sometimes if I get an intense burning around the... Right, so here we are.
Woo! Will Ursula give us a scream when ENCE take this over? I say when, because it has felt fairly inevitable right now. 3 in a row on CT side. And full ramp control. When MIBR have given this full ramp control, we've seen what ENCE can do with Tech 9s, let alone AKs. 3 CTs here. Let's see if they can finish it strong.
Sani up on top of the site stack. He is going to be wrapped around the back of Madden, pulls the knife. It's a nice looking knife, but I don't want to see it right now. Into the site, into the fight, and it is safe. It just gets away with his life. 30 seconds, spawn plan coming in, and it will be confirmed for D-Hot. ENCE can retreat. And yeah, no nades, 1 flash, 2 flashes, in fact, here for MIBR to retake.
That's Sumpire still in this one.
Let's see if the flashes work, Harry.
Deadly duo, but Nerds is now dead. Nothing to be accomplished on the back of that fight there. D have full blind. Nails Breno on his cross in, and Diha looks for more. Swinging out, takes them off the bar. Everyone's posted for short, and Diha's just destroyed MIBR's hopes and dreams on Vertigo. Tears it away in double overtime. MIBR fall apart, and it's flawless from ENCE to take the dub to open this series.
What a game from ENCE. They really did hold it together. MIBR with 2 map points ready to close, but then ENCE run rampant and take us to what looks to be a 2-0 series. Anubis up next, and ENCE are the best at that map. So can they close it? How are MIBR feeling? We'll have to find out.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. Keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatched the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes.
Name is Marco Snappy. I play for Team ENCE. It's definitely the first summer camp I attended with the team, but not the first summer camp in my life. My go-to karaoke anthem? Well, hopefully at the end of the tournament it will be We Are the Champions.
My name is Nerd. I'm playing in Team ENCE, and this is the first time I'm in summer camp. My best class in school, it was, I think, sport. The guy that will cook the best meal is for sure Snappy. I know that Snappy likes to watch some videos about food and watching chefs doing some stuff.
If I could add one animal into CS, I would add a monkey, just because Duha likes these funny monkey videos. So I think we would get quite a laugh if we had some monkeys we could chase around.
My goal in Malta, obviously, to win the ESL Pro League.
If we are hitting at a high level, it can feel unstoppable at times, because the whole team is barreling through and nobody is afraid to go first. Obviously, not at all the same as the VP plow, but I think there's a small ENCE plow at times currently. You should pick us as the best campers of Pro League, because we are a very fun team to hang around, and there's very good chemistry in our group, and we allow new members.
Oh, that's a 10-0.
The final known footage of the infamous Creamy Killer has surfaced, showing the individual just moments before they disappeared without a trace.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the ENCE were necessarily happy campers after that map, more like relieved ones at that, because MIBR were hot out the gate, and it was ENCE to finish first past the post. But man, this one got close, this one got complicated, but they do close it out in double OT. So Ursula there breathing a sigh of relief. But ASAP, you've come up on the couch to join us to dissect a little bit of the action in this segment. What did you make of that first map between ENCE and MIBR?
Yeah, that was a really exciting game of Vertigo. I think ENCE played a really good game and MIBR put up a good fight. A lot of their success came from their B hold on CT side, and I think once ENCE took a round or two, they didn't give up. They they got flashed in, they got active, and they didn't just sit on the side and let it happen to them. But credit to ENCE, they're an experienced team.
Yeah, I think that totally makes sense. The fact that MIBR were able to push them, though, I wasn't expecting that, Janko. I thought this would be way more convincing for us.
Yeah, me neither. I thought they did a great job of, beating Mouse yesterday to be in this position. But you look at DeVito too. ENCE has just they're a strong team. They have a strong map pool, not any glaring weaknesses. But MIBR came in prepared, and they almost took Vertigo.
Yeah, that's inexperience, right? And that's kind of the question with some of these other teams inside of the group. While we had the 1x bet list and we looked at the safer teams, and even then Heroic faltered today. But when you are, a younger team, a less experienced team, 2 map points for MIBR, 2 chances to close in that game. And overall, I actually really liked the game from Exit. Not only putting up frags, but made some really nice economical decisions on CT side. And MIBR are looking like a threat inside of this group, even if they are down now a map.
Can we talk about how many kills Snappy just got through walls and through smokes and completely blind in that second overtime, Dinko?
Yeah,
that was nuts.
Yeah, around the sort of tarpaulin area, right, towards short side, he was just always getting sort of multi-kill spam kills from there. Snappy really stepped up in some of the most important rounds, but throughout that whole game, it felt like there was a couple of moments that really hurt. It was those Tech 9 rounds that ENCE were able to pick up, because I think you were talking during the cast, Hugo, about, the economic decisions from MIBR.
You think you were there? Did he talk about it or not?
Well, he did. All right, thank you, Janko, for pointing that out. But yes, of course, those Tech 9 rounds that ENCE were able to pick up are just rounds that you can't really afford to throw away, though.
ASAP, what do you make of ENCE as a team overall? Because obviously we're talking about them being on an upwards trajectory, seeing them making it to the grand finals of Cologne. Where do you kind of place them in the, I guess, kind of ranking of teams?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think they're a really good, well-rounded team, but I think they're missing still a little bit of experience once they get further into games. I think they start games really strong, but they're just struggling a little bit against the Tier 1 teams once they get further into the game.
Should we rank some in-game leaders, get a little bit more specific here?
Yeah.
There's a lovely whiteboard here, but it's blank at the moment, Dinko. What are we doing with this?
So it's going to be our tier list for Group B's IGLs. You're going to rank them
already.
1 to 8.
This is not a tier list.
Well, that's what it says right here, Janko.
Yeah, that's my bad. That's
I'm just going to read off the whiteboard.
Power rankings.
Because for tier lists, you need tiers, Dinko. Here you just have numbers.
It's tier 1 to 8, all right? And we're going to go...
Okay, so tiers 1 to 8. All right, cool. I can follow that. Tier 1, in that case, Snappy, I think he takes the cake.
Yes, Snappy over Cadian.
I want to hear some bias or not bias, though. Where does Chelios come in on this ranking? What's your take?
What's happening over there?
I love a bit of bias. I don't want to put him up there too far, but I think he deserves a bit, in the middle somewhere.
Well, what we always say is it's not just about, you can't just look at team results, right? You have to look at, which pieces does the in-game leader have, how do they play, what are some of the results that they've had. So I think he made a name for himself today. There's also individual play that comes into play, so...
What is Chelios like as an in-game leader? Just to get a bit of insight from himself.
I think he's really strong with micromanaging. I think he can put things together really well. I think we lose a lot of rounds from individual mistakes in the mid round, which obviously isn't his fault, but I think he can put together really strong rounds.
How is he in terms of just atmosphere, attitude, chill level? Is he able to bring you guys down when it's getting
I think he's really intense, and that just comes from his passion of the game. He understands the game really well, and I think he really wants to win. So when things go wrong, he might get a little bit, what's the word?
Tilted?
Bit toxic, bit tilted,
frustrated. Does he take it out on you? Does he
yeah, definitely.
But I want to ask about him and about you guys just quickly while we do this. Maybe we put Snappy up there for the time being.
Can you write Snappy in your number 1 tier, please?
Number 1 tier. You guys were obviously, this is back-to-back Pro League seasons for you in Europe, coming all the way over here. You had a huge amount of experience now playing EU teams, getting to Praken as well. I'm pretty sure you flew in late, right, versus your team, but you guys last season, I remember that 0-0 Nation game. You're so close to knocking them out, and then a really late comeback on Inferno. Do you feel more experienced as a roster and with your in-game leader as well after these back-to-back seasons?
Yeah, I think the experience worked a lot for us. We really took a different perspective when we were preparing for this event, and we obviously knew it had to change. It had to be a lot less reliant on Chelios and more individuals coming together as a team. And I think we're a bit too solo. And that's why when the pressure came on in that OO Nation game, we just crumbled.
Are we agreeing that Cadian is going second?
Yeah.
On this list? Yeah.
Would you agree,
Any
Yanko?
objections?
You want to put him in the second tier of our tier list?
Ooh.
Cadian?
I think we still have to.
Yeah.
All things considering, even though it's been a slump for Heroic, even today losing to Big, like he doesn't have the same reign over his troops like he's had, or the troops are mutinying, or I don't know.
Something's going on.
Number 3 though.
Tapson?
I think after today, probably, even though he's just a placeholder, you know, until Sin picks up all the tricks. And then
Which might be tomorrow, might be in 10 years. Who knows?
Once was
Big Clan.
Crimbo,
Or
once
do
was
we have to
Keto.
put in? Do we have to put in Shui because of, you know, the whole Gamer Legion thing as well?
What do you think, ASAP? Tapson or Shui?
Tapson or Shui?
I've got no clue, to be honest. I have absolutely no idea. I think just off feeling I'd go Tabson, but yeah.
I think we're talking about tenure as well, right?
Yeah,
are we
sure.
talking about
Take
it being
everything into
isolated
account.
right now, or are we talking about it in kind of the grand scheme
It's kind of power
achievements?
rankings, more power rankings. So I guess after today's performance and so far in this tournament, let's put Tabson then Shui.
Yeah, Shui, okay.
I think Shui still
Shui
lacks
number 4.
experience, right? I think this current roster is going to be interested to see if he can actually keep Mal's on the map right now, because they've had some trouble, as we've already seen, losing to MIBR and even barely beating EG map.
Yeah, 22 OT.
Yeah. Spicy. EG
Yeah.
are playing well, though.
Yeah.
And so that brings in the question, where does Walco rank here?
Yeah,
Are we putting
true.
him
Okay,
in the,
Shui
in
number
the top
4,
8?
please, Dinko.
Well, yeah, somewhere in the top 8.
I mean, is this where Chelios comes in? Are we
Who do we
putting
have?
him as number 5?
Tabson, no, done. Waro,
Waro number 8.
Walco,
Put
Exit,
Waro
Chelios.
last. Waro 2K.
last. I think, is it because of that
I mean, he's only
P250
just come
buy?
back.
The P250 buy and the AK move, like...
Also, another team that's just swapped in-game leaders back and forth. Can't really tell which one was better. Probably Sunday Young. Definitely Sunday Young.
I think 5... Well, now it gets tricky. We have Exit, Chelios, and...
Walco.
I think
Walco.
ASAP needs to make the final decision.
Yes.
Where's Chelios going? Then
5,
that kind of
6, 7.
dictates everything.
Well, I'm going to have to go with Chelios at number 5, please.
Nice.
Classic.
All right.
Lock him in.
He's been fragging too.
How is Dinko spelling? This is the big question. I believe in him. Don't help him. The double L? Double L? Yeah. Yeah, he did it.
Oh,
It's double L EOS, no? Yeah. There's no I. He's reading Freya's paper.
Oh, and I spelled it wrong because Yanko spelled it wrong in the group chat.
Oh,
so
I love it.
I'm
We're
going to
just
blame
slinging it
Yanko.
at
Well, I
everyone.
just asked Mac, is this guy the in-game leader? He said yes.
Speaking of spelling, Yanko, how do you spell break?
B-R-E-C-K.
Perfect. Let's go to one. We'll see you on map number 2. It's Anubis. Pick events.
Making magic when they need it most.
Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, never.
My name is Rafael, my nickname is Exit. I play for MIBR and I've never been to summer camp.
MIBR should be the best team in campus this season because we are 5 baiters, so we'll probably be safe everywhere we go, so yeah.
If I could only eat one food for the rest of my life, it would be barbecue, Brazilian barbecue.
I just love chicken. I've been eating chicken for the last 60 days. Hot dogs in Brazil are much different from the one that you guys are using in Europe. Yeah, I would go for burgers. It's like most common and it's the same like everywhere you go, so.
The worst position inside the game, maybe B on train and maybe A on Anubis.
I had to play and I'm still playing there. It's the Beyond Mirage. There's no one coming, never. And when they come, it's like 10 flashbangs, 2 smokes, 6 molotovs and stuff like that.
Biggest threat we pose against the other teams is that we are a new team. We didn't play too much officials. They don't have too much information about us. You should pick MIBR as the best campus team because we put a lot of work to be here. I've been playing CS the whole day, so root for us and that's it.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League here in Malta. We've got ENCE, one map up versus MIBR. We said if this was going to go to 3, it felt like MIBR definitely needed Vertigo, but it hasn't gone that way, Hugo. And now we open up the affair heading into Anubis, where ENCE are undisputed #1, right?
The best team in the world on this map right now, and they need to prove it again against MIBR, who certainly made them sweat in the previous map of the series. But yeah, this is, you would imagine, the reality check, and there's nothing wrong with that. MIBR have already shown to be a fantastic team right now in this tournament, taking down Miles yesterday, taking ENCE to the limit, but that inexperience comes in, and they can't close today. ENCE going into Anubis with a big winning streak, but more on that later.
This would be their 10th win in a row on this map, so that's what ENCE are hungry for. Great track record here. So let's see how it all starts in the pistol for MIBR. They try to explode out through B main. They do have Snappy isolated here on his own, but he's still going to put up some numbers. Diha pushes the smoke, and Nertz much the same. It's a convincing start to the CT side for ENCE.
They had the sort of trap wire laid out at the door of B, and as soon as you walk into it, Madden's ready from the jail. They have the pillar setup coming in. Just guaranteed a couple of kills at least from this. Madden hits the first, gets traded, then Snappy's able to follow up, and Dion Nertz good for the rotation in. So ENCE up first. MIBR don't get the ball in plant, so no solid force buy, and they're continuing with the theme of not buying too much here. So they're going to go for a deagle, but the rest just keeping the Glocks.
And no one loses to Glocks. That's
it's never happened.
Not once before.
I want to say as well, guys, that was a really nice little segment that y'all just did. And I like the Rooster voice.
Yeah,
I like
nice to have ASAP on the mic as well. Especially when, you know, still in the tournament, we often don't get players.
No one really does a mid-tournament come on the show.
So got to give it
That's
to
very true, yeah. It was gone against the grain a bit there,
hanging
but I
out,
like
watching the games, and, you know, has some
just
things
a
to say
fan
as
of the
well.
Counter-Strike, you know?
Yeah.
He's kind of hanging out
as well into
taking
Zinkian
it
leader.
all in.
Respect. More the merrier. If any players are watching and want to just hop on at any point, please come by.
Yeah, there we go, D. That's not the smoke D-Hub intended to get, and actually might cost him here because Breno.
With a Glock, Dinko. No one's ever lost a Glocks.
It's a Glock, but the Glock has got a kill now, and it might just turn into something more than a Glock because there's a rifle down now.
What's happening?
And they're getting peppered.
They lose. Hitting a shot for ENCE. This is so screwed.
Got heaven. Brenzen, give that gun over right now.
Drops backstabbing with a Glock.
No.
But they made it out through camera. They've come in real fast here. All from one position. They're flooding into the site.
No!
Another Glock kill. But there's a bit of a response. 2 kills back the other way.
Here comes
Drop,
Bro.
backstab,
One's
in
low.
through camera. He embarked on this a long time ago. Good damage onto
Defuse.
Madden. But they're sticking the bomb. They're on the defuse right now. And the time to put a stop to this is running out for MIBR. ENCE will go forth and win that versus the Glocks. It's far closer than maybe it ever should have been. But there's that 2-0.
Oh, wow, okay. It did come through. No one's ever lost the Glocks.
Why was that round so exciting?
Because Diha misses a smoke at the entrance of B, so the Glock then just walks in and follows him, and he just starts to walk away.
That's the kill. Backside, like he gets 1 for 1 on default, never should be happening.
He tried to block the A door and just...
Also, they like played
a
a nice bait in upper where EXA like took deep CT and let Breno die with the M4, and so they never expected EXA. He comes in, but he comes in too late, and they're already defusing. His team all died, but they had to fight. ENCE were on the bomb. So yeah, it's a fantastic round. You know, no one's denying that, but even so, ENCE early rounds on CT side of Anubis, easier said than done.
Insani, great flash buying. Madden is lucky to be alive, but not for long as Insani chases him down.
He's back.
And the second towards the camera. You say he's back. He did have a quiet Vertigo, didn't he? But loud and proud in the first gun round here of Anubis, and that's cracked open A completely. ENCE can do nothing about it. Insani with the double to the round win.
All right, yeah, if we can get Insani activated, man, that's a
Well, that
whole
like,
different ball
yeah,
game.
right. That poses a really interesting question because MIBR made Vertigo super close until it wasn't in the double OT, right? But they were the ones kind of setting the tone, the ones to reach match point twice, only to lose out. And that was all the while. Insani had a pretty quiet game by the standards he's kind of set for himself. So if he gets switched online, and if we can still depend on a few of these other performances, I don't know, I think this becomes a pretty interesting dialogue, honestly. With how this game started, it's not really giving the illusion that this is going to be super one-sided. Even the second round with the Glocks coming down to the wire. So for ENCE, this series still far from over, and as great as that track record has been on Anubis for this team, they've been put through their paces throughout this matchup, and that doesn't feel like it's going to stop yet. I love this for safe. This is the little one-way smoke. It's actually like 3 one-ways from one smoke, which is really sick. You see him using the different ones now. There's also an angle down underneath the smoke, like if he dropped off of this bridge.
I think Rain throws this one a lot as well for FaZe. It's just really nice to see the one-way being used in probably the last tournament where we have one-way smokes.
Wow.
Because this is
You saying this is the last
CSGO tournament? Probably.
Probably. I mean, we've been saying that for a little bit.
Maybe last tier 1.
Oh, there it is.
Dude, no one even cares, really. Everyone's just kind of excited for CS2. It's like, yeah, CSGO's ending.
Yeah.
Oh, man, could have been something cool. But instead, it's just the one and done. And with some Pius having to relinquish his control, this really should just be a save here for ENCE. Hold on to the Deeg, the M4, the MP9. Try your luck in the next one. This round belongs to MIBR.
It's all theirs. A good start on the T side.
See, here's some of the privileges that get afforded to you when you're the IGL. You say to the rest of the team, guys, go save.
I want the kill.
But Snappy, he gets to try and go for the AK. And that was him trying, and he does know when it's better to just bow out of the round, actually.
Let the bomb blow.
That's what you always say about Snappy. He knows when enough is enough.
I always say that. So does Hugo.
Yeah, one of my most used sentences, actually, when it comes to Snappy.
What would your other most used sentence be?
That's, probably, what, in relation to Snappy or just in general?
Just in general, Hugo.
I love the one, what a blunder. How's he done that?
You do use that one quite a bit. You've become quite famous for that one, haven't you?
It's known around the world. 2-2.
Never seen you and Henry in the same room.
Not true. We casted a whole BS3 last night.
Well, Harry didn't see that.
Ooh, I like this, right?
Yeah,
so MIBR are trying to condition ENCE early on this T side. They've thrown in the one-way smoke down at lower again, only this time they push through it immediately. And that's kind of cool, because when you're ENCE, you're not getting smoked at dark. Hang on, I'll hold this thought. We can talk about why this is cool in a second. Snappy's trying to make a hero play.
Let's talk about it.
Trying's the operative word there. Locked out. Nade could find a kill here. Or just a little shy. Oh. So there we go, done deal. But yeah, this is cool. MIBR, they throw that one-way smoke in again, and I imagine we're going to see them throw this in a good few more times before this half is over. So they're not throwing the usual like dark smoke from spawn that lands in the mouth of dark. Instead, they're throwing the one-way and then using that to scale. And this is cool because it's leaving the sightline to dark open. In a world where ENCE do try and fight that, MIBR are favored in that head-to-head. And sure, they're a little vulnerable to somewhere else like Window. They have to scale ever so slightly slower as a result of, like peak still being a thing from dark. But just kind of in how this lines up, it's not a good fight for ENCE, but you can't not fight for this control. So already MIBR have posed them a very interesting question, an interesting problem to solve at the opener of this this second map.
D-Hop, also smoke starts to fade away. Might get a little uncomfortable sticking around on this table with the MP9. Kind of forced to make a move forward and get into close quarters combat, and he will come out on top of that fight with Breno, and he'll fall away with that. I think he'll be very happy with the start of that round. No reply from MIBR. They don't get the map control back. They don't trade the kill. And now there's a walk into the B site from MIBR. Having a little look around the corner. It's Drop collecting Snappy's life, and Sani will also follow up for MIBR. But it is now the CT events who have the player advantage. The bomb plant will come through. MIBR will have to see this out in a post plant. They're going to start to disperse. Insanity goes back to fight Madden, but it isn't going to work for him. And now ENCE is left, coming out of dark. After the darkness, he will climb, but at 1v1 fight, he will not find. It is Diha on the MP9 to close it out. The defuse comes through, and we're all tied up again.
Bit of slam poetry on the way out from Dinko. We love that.
Unintended. Just kind of happened that way.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
like you don't get to choose the words that leave your mouth. Right?
Sometimes they just come out.
Loads of money for MIBR, though, right? They still embark on this little T-side streak. I love that combo in A main as well. You often see it thrown from the rug side, but they just bounce smoke above the smoke. They throw molly baskets, and we see, even though Dia gets the kill, he makes it look nice. That's literally the only place he can play behind the smoke. So, yeah, a bit of a ball drop there for MIBR to not get that kill, but they threw everything they needed to take that space. What's so funny?
Harry's face, it's just that line, I don't know, just got a little chuckle out of it. What was so funny, Harry?
No, I'm just kind of naturally always smiling or laughing,
yeah, good,
especially
good
when Hugo's talking.
Oh, that's really nice of him. Turn that around. Often when we have a third person on the cast, Harry and him gang up on me, and
this kind of feels like you're ruining the great balance we've had.
No, I'm saying that's why I'm so happy.
You know what, Dinko, that's what I always say about this guy. He's a piece of shit, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Absolutely
right.
The worst.
Oh my goodness.
Save over in mid is going to get a lot of real estate here. Has this nice line over towards Temple.
Dinko, who would win in a fist fight, me or Harry?
Harry.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, Harry, let's beat up on the little guy, shall we? We've been
but only
boys.
because I would wear flesh-colored knuckle dusters, and I would.
Harry, your knuckles look very big today.
With 100% sincerity, I would hospitalize you.
I believe that.
I feel like we could skip the hospital bit. I think it's just over.
Straight to the morgue. There was no body to bury. Crematorium.
Straight in the freezer.
Well, straight to the cooker, I think. And right now, 30 seconds. It's getting hot. It's getting heavy for MIBR. They've got to go somewhere, Dinko. They've got to take that bomb into a site.
Yes, they do,
and
Hugo.
they've got to plant it now.
Yes, they do, Hugo. Here goes Diha, Harry. Oh, it's a kill from Diha, Hugo.
Correct. That is a kill. He can't get another kill. Safe with a shot over the top. And they go back to B with 20 seconds. Some Pius at the back of the site.
Oh, indeed, he is at the back of the side, but Madden's at the back of Safe's head.
Shit smoke.
And here he goes, some Pius dealing with that and coming through his nurse to help him.
They didn't have a smoke there. They needed a smoke. It was on the roof, Dinko.
It's on the roof.
On the roof. It was on the ground. They would probably get more than they got there, which was not a lot. More at 9.
Got anything you want to add to that, Harry?
No, I think you guys nailed it.
Thank you.
2 consummate professionals through and through.
Yeah,
Is
we
that
did
the right
consummate
word?
the profession last
Consummating the professionalism.
Yeah. Oh, nice little freebie there for Madden. He just nipped me, Harry.
I'm so sorry. Oh, it's because we have the overlap on these chairs.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's a wound.
Well,
I'm now on Hugo's side. Let's go up on Harry.
actually feel bad.
I think
for
you would beat
after
him in a
that.
fight, Hugo.
Ah, yes.
If he didn't want to knuckle
my
dusters,
flesh-shaped AK-47.
my flesh shape. What shape is flesh? It's a line.
That is a gun in my pocket, indeed. In fact, MIBR back in a buy round, back with the big guns. No matter what color and what shape, Nertz puts his to use. AK-47 to drop. This is dangerous. They're already in. He doesn't know. They're in dark. Exit. Waiting for that barrel. Well, Nertz give it to him.
They're even trying to
no
bait him.
idea.
Yeah. Oh, they tried to bait him into that. They stepped in the molly for a second.
Oh, cheeky.
Just to sell the idea, like, yeah, you've locked us out.
Oh,
the molly's spreading. We didn't expect this. But in reality, MIBR knew all along. And now ENCE are trying to make some power moves of their own. Madden, well, that's as good as done.
Yeah.
Walks in, free as you like.
Madden
finds the 4v2.
Just shooting people in the back of the head. Fairly easy job right now. He's making it so. And Sani would love to catch a whiff of a player over the smoke. Oh, open mid. Here's that for sure. Oh, but he doesn't take it. Didn't know. There was a knife out there. It was a kill. Snappy might still give one away as Safe edges closer. That's the thing about edging. You've got to be very careful. You don't get too close.
Well, get right to the edge, some might say.
There is a limit. And Safe walks that fine
Otherwise,
line.
the fun is spoiled. And that's exactly what's happened here for ENCE. 1v4. Get peeked. It's going to be a nice headshot there. There is one question I've got from the chat member.
Okay. Do we want that?
Yeah, it's not bad. Don't worry.
Okay.
I've combed it. It's JTC Bride has asked. He's new to Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Is this map CT or T-sided?
This map, wow, that's actually, it's a real question.
Yeah.
Well, my friend, this map is currently T-sided.
Right back.
On the meta at the moment. This is the only map that was dominantly T-sided, really. Inferno got a little more T-sided recently. Ancient sort of was for a bit. But in terms of consistently T-sided every time, it was this map. But I would say it's also the recent addition to the map pool. The longer a map has been the map pool, the more CTs start to figure it out. I think CTs were having problems with aggression, knowing when to push, when to take space. And I feel like ENCE have really mastered that. We see some really nice aggressive plays on CT. So as favorites, as the best team in the world on this map, as are ENCE, don't be surprised to see them have a solid first half, and they are right now. This is why it's T-sided, though. A little explosion into the B-bomb site and a couple of well-placed shots to the head of ENCE. It's I'm going to say done deal, but a complete whiff, and some Pius goes flying in.
Brenno,
there is still a backstab.
Yeah, Brenno comes around the back. Good night, some Pius. Sun has set. And, well, ENCE sitting on the edge. The edge again on the B site, but getting no closer.
When the sun sets, does the moon rise?
I believe the moon is always in the same position.
Yeah, it's not a bad answer.
And,
I don't know if it's the truth.
I mean,
maybe
it's actually better than just a
maybe like relative to you when you look at it in like the morning combined
maybe
to where
you
it looks in the
actually
evening.
rise when the moon appears.
Have you ever seen the moon and the sun in the same
Moon
sky?
is rise up.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah,
It's pretty
good.
cool.
That's the right answer, actually.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Well, I like the chat question. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I got one earlier from Sushi who has a question about edging.
Well, I'm an expert, actually, so let me break this down for you. What you're going to want to do is boil an egg.
Oh, we have a question also coming from Sam.
Do we want more questions?
He said, hello, I am new to CS. Is this map T or CT side here?
Well, I've already bloody answered that question, so how about you scroll back?
You just rewind this. Like that.
Spit a beat, Dinko. Spit a bar. Spit a line.
I don't
I really feel like that's been done before.
I think things can be done twice.
All right, you can do it.
True.
You
know, that's actually a pretty sick opinion.
That's actually really cool. But some things shouldn't be done twice, though.
I can think of a few. Once was indeed enough. But ENCE, they're looking for a 10th, Harry. Maps in a row, one on Anubis. Can they do it?
That's what we're here to find out, Hugo.
yeah.
Can they get into the
Rhetorical
double-digit
question.
realm? Rhetorical questions are the easiest to answer. Ooh, Madden, shut down. And so now the 5v4. ENCE going to lead the charge over towards main. Another kill found in assault of this A site. And just like that, MIBR have won the round. A couple of key entries go their way. Brenno even goes hunting at the close, so these guns aren't going to get saved. This is a real nice turning point in the game for MIBR. But they're looking down the barrel of a flawless round here. Chaining together the last two in a row and breaking the money of ENCE, especially by hunting down that man over towards CT. I think it was Snappy, caught on the save, losing his gun. That's going to be felt by ENCE. They could have tried to put something together around these three saved rifles, but now they're just hinging it all on some Pius and Nerds. So a chance for MIBR to leapfrog them and take the lead here.
Gotta give it to MIBR for just remaining composed, remaining very calm. Yesterday against Mouse, in a
got their biggest
We've got the
fan
fans in
behind them.
here.
Wow,
the fans already in here.
No, that's something that should.
If you want to join this fan, buy your tickets. ESL Pro League final.
Things that should be done more than once. That joke, the big fan joke. That
the
one's
only fan in the
dead.
background.
That one's dead. You can do better than that, boys. Missed nade, or a bit early. Maybe I didn't see exactly where it went. Meant to go up there.
It was.
We cammed for it there, so I'm going to call it a missed nade.
Well, supplies don't miss that often.
Pretty rarely, but the flash stinker, that's a problem.
Boing.
You won't even fire, I like that.
Here he goes.
Going to get a couple of shots off before they run him down. Good flash again.
Oh!
He still finds a second.
Yeah.
And coming through the smoke. Remember, this is still an eco round with a couple of guns. The latter is a long way away. Over the top goes the Molotov, locking Nerds out of position. Pistols go flying through. Deha drops a bomb, but still Nerds cannot assist his team. That's the problem. ENCE wanted to go.
But they haven't got the bomb down, right? So he might be able to get these into 1v1 fights. And if he does that, Nerds has a great shot at winning this one. Doesn't see anybody on the peak out. They're waiting on him to make the move. But eventually they've got to come to that bomb, which he would have spotted over the top of the wall. But Insanity peaks, spots him, gets the kill. And MIBR 6 rounds on the board.
Well played by MIBR again, right? Gets a little hectic, but considering Sunpice gets 2 kills there off the orb before he goes down. And the perfect molly timing. If they don't throw that molly, ENCE probably catch MIBR in the site with a bomb out and run them down in a 3-on-3. And Nerds, that's a pop-off round for Nerds, but he can't assist his team. And MIBR on the 2-on-1 hold. They wait for him to face. And I would like to see Nerds play a little more patient, but tries to isolate a fight. And they swing him together. So MIBR in the lead. I'm not too worried yet for ENCE. Their T side is where they do their best work, as most do, and MIBR are showing us the same. That's just a dry swing for Deha. A-main has been the game plan, right? They've been abusing this position on the T side. They'll go back for more.
Oh, flash comes out. Breno blinded by it, held behind the smoke. MIBR blocked at A right now, so Safe is looking for other avenues, and he has actually opened one up. Nerds is gone. Plenty of time here for MIBR too. They don't have to commit into this A side. They could go elsewhere, but they still feel pretty comfortable with all the guns they've got over here. And Safe is just hoping that ENCE get a little hungry for information and push into that AWP. And if they peek dark, if Snap even tries to get a flank on, if he even goes for info, there's 2 players poised and ready to remove him. And this is a waiting game for ENCE. But for MIBR, they will start to turn the tides back towards B. And the waters might come crashing down on Snappy in just a moment. His teammates so far away, as far really you can be from Snappy at this point. 30 seconds remain. The smokes trickle into the B sites. It's going to be nice and easy. And Snappy's going to start hearing all the util coming in, but nothing he can do here. He's got to frag out.
All right, Snappy kill all of them or lose the round. That's where we're at, and it's just the one and done. So he failed his mission, and now ENCE lose the round.
Oh, they are creeping in, but Safe. I mean, he hits these, right?
I don't know if he hits this one.
That's a big flick down. A vertical flick.
Madden's just locking the door on him.
Might not have to hit the shot if he goes the other way.
Yeah, this is...
The water looks so...
out of there. Ooh.
The water looks so plastic.
Dude, this game looks terrible. Yeah. I'm just gonna...
Let's get the
what
other
is this, 1.6?
Yeah, this is going to be like watching 1.6 in a few years.
It will.
Right
now it's perfect.
Oh, the hunt at the end. Oh, the hunt at the end. Nothing saved for ENCE.
Talk about Insani, man. He's going insane, as the name suggests. He's 14-6. He was really having trouble on the last map, especially on T side. Had a couple of CT ramp rounds, but also had a couple of whiffs, as they put him.
Talk about exit, man. He's showing them the doors.
I think I did do that one.
Yeah,
I thought it was pretty good.
Talk about safe. The safe pair of hands.
Dude, the low-hanging fruit is the easiest to get.
Well, Harry went snapping them. Like.
Yeah, like, come on, guys. Not every... if we did a sick line for every play, for every player, we'd be screwed by the end of Pro League.
That's kind of your job, man.
No.
It's kind of your job,
If everything's amazing, nothing is. So
no, I know. I'm not asking for
is.
every round.
No.
Just every now and then.
Yeah, that's why I just dropped one of the best lines you've ever heard. Insani is insane. Like, do you get that? Can your brain comprehend how intricate that line is? what I'm doing.
It's almost all the letters of the word insane.
Yes, but I put E on the end.
I get it. It's kind of sick.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's like me up there on the desk when I turned the I into an E. That's what you just did.
Yeah, I mean, I know how to spell, so it's not quite the same. But
all right, yeah.
I like that you tried. I don't blame you. You copied Freya, who copied Yanko. So actually...
It's Yanko's fault.
Well, you said it, not me. I just implied it. Little B-pop, we got the left side smoke. This one looks like it will land. But will the headshots? Drop. He needs to drop them right now, and he does!
I like the preparation for that one, and well...
Madden, he's a mad man coming through the smoke. Inside of the smoke. Boom. I don't get this meme, but I love it. Safe with your... He needs to be dangerous right now and get that bomb into the B site. Madden. He might be mad after that one as his life ends.
Go on, do something with this one.
D-ha. More like...
Has to be loud.
Because he's got to kick their ass right now.
Oh, that's
there we go.
Really good.
Kind of works. It's got layers to it.
But this guy... Oh, there's nothing you can do with this, I don't think. Sun, there's no...
Sunsets again.
He meets his daddy in spawn, and Exit shows them the door.
Wow, incredible work coming out of you guys. That's really into round 14.
I think I peaked in that round.
That was amazing.
It's all down here. Wait,
down
it's
here
all
from hill.
It's all down here from hill, buddy.
It's almost like when I asked Diha, you know, what's the meaning behind your name? And he just goes, it's my second name, dude. It's like,
really?
Shit, that's pretty sick. Diha, that's
Crazy,
that's
man.
deep. It's almost as deep as Hugo.
Oh. Sick. Another strong one, I think. Another one for the compilation. Snap. That's going in my cringe compilation. Here's MIBR. Mollied into dark. Nertz forces that fight. And so finally winning something down here towards the dark room.
Yep.
Right, that's something that MIBR have been kind of working on since the start of this game, is making sure ENCE don't vie for that control. This round gets a bit more interesting with that kill over there in mid. MIBR have now got to start adjusting and moving around here.
This bomb is in a precarious position if it doesn't move soon. The swing, that's so crazy for Madden to go through that smoke, wanting the info that bad, and now they're holding the flank. Don't win this, that would be a robbery. Nertz takes one with him, but it should never be this close. And now MIBR, they can go anywhere, they can mid-round. Even Sampires has realized he has to go back to the bomb site, doesn't want to give up everything. Snappy's getting curious as well, holding for a drop. And MIBR looking for more aggression. It's not coming in. They are splitting. They are making Safe clutch this round. And Insani's going to fake B with nades. And Safe is going to try and 1v1 or 1v2 if Insani falls short. It's a risky play, but I actually love this move from MIBR. It's like heroic-esque, you could call it. Trusting in the clutch. Insani pulls them both to B. Safe makes his move. And the longer Insani lives as he tries to sell this fake, the better this round goes for Safe. Now they realize once that bomb goes down that he's not planting here, and Insani gets out and survives. That's a big boy move.
That's what they call him. Here's Sampires coming back in from the camera, but Insani making his way through the murky waters to get back to help Safe inside of the site. And here they come, running down. Safe is isolated. His teammate isn't with him. He's looking towards heaven, and Snappy's taken away. It's just Sampires. What a shot from Safe on the turnaround.
Despicable.
Yeah, that is wild. I was nervous because Safe never left, you know, Default never left Cake. He just elected to stay there and play around the plant. I guess, you know, they don't know how good a job Insani's done at selling that B play, right? But it feels scary, and, you know, the kind of danger here is it involved him having to go huge. He had to nail it, and he makes it look so good.
I can't believe Insani gets out, but it's such a nice read. He knows that ENCE aren't just going to, like, swing him in the bomb site because they want to play the clock. They have 10 seconds, why force the kill, wait for the bomb?
Yeah.
And so he's able to route to jail, but there's a player plat the whole time and he gets out dark. That's crazy routing. What a call for MIBR. Yes, it's T-side of map, but now the warriometer is going off. You hear that tick, 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 tick. No, sorry, that's the radiation device. We're all in trouble.
The Geiger counter.
Yeah, what's it called?
I think it's called
Geiger counter?
Geiger counter, I
Yeah,
think.
Geiger counter,
Yeah.
You got one of those?
No.
I wonder how radioactive we are right now, Hugo.
There is always some radio activity everywhere we go.
And we'll see if there's going to be some activity here towards A. Brenno's holding for CT aggression. Hasn't come this yet, but there's no utility left for the CTs already. I mean, there's still a minute left. This is not pretty for ENCE to go ahead and get that 6th round on the board. And Sani walk his way through the mid doors. An A split looking to be set up and primed. And Sani, will he be insane again? Oh, Brenno, good shot on some pies.
They've just been nailing these A-main
Look at
peaks.
Madden.
Madden does it this time. He does hit that timing, but they turn around. And MIBR looking for double digits on the T side against the best Anubis team in the world. This would be quite a statement right now for MIBR. And they are going in the right direction. An unwinnable 2-on-4. No nades, no kit, no chance.
Yeah, there shouldn't be a route back in here. MIBR, this is a stellar first half for them to have claimed. One hell of a switch up. They bought that same heat from Vertigo, and ENCE, they've been caught by this. 2v4 as they're left in the retake. Nerds has opened up with one. And a second. Oh, hang on a moment.
No
There's
way.
a chance here. It's down to the 1v1 for the round, and Sani's going to get away.
It's done.
Nerds doesn't have the time anymore. Spamming on the corner. But it will be Insani to close, and double digits achieved for MIBR.
He's got a chance in this one. Simple! Makes it look too clean.
MIBR fight hard in the opener to this second map. A 10-5 first half on ENCE's map pick. One that this squad is undefeated on, a 9-map win streak for ENCE. Now for MIBR, like an Irishman cleaning a swimming pool, they've just got to keep swimming to get to the turd. Come on, man. Come on, man.
That is some good work.
There's something there, right?
I remember one of my favorite movies growing up as a kid. I went to the cinema because Shrek 3 was coming out. And the guy was calling down the whole hall. He's like, anybody for Shrek the Turd, come up here.
Shrek the Turd.
I was like, oh yeah, my favorite film is Shrek the Turd. But here we go. Back into the action. Breno going for a fight. It's going to be Nerds coming out of the B doors. It takes that first one away. And Sani jumping around with a dual Berettas. Couple of kills added in to the gunslinger. And Madden and Nerds left in 2v3. Make it 1, and it's just Nerds alone because the dual Berettas from Insani do not stop. And Nerds goes into the dark room, and it might just be darkness soon coming his way. He manages to get away somehow with the bomb on his back and his life intact.
Sure, he's made it out. He's got the bomb. But a 1v3 in these conditions, a minute left as he's just trapped in a corner. Over towards B, they might feed him something here. Nerds is given 1 for free. Step in the right direction. Exit can hear him peeling away. He can hear him leaving B. Safe is still committed to the push, and Nerds looks like he might just come back in for the attempt at this B play. And will those footsteps draw a peek out of Exit? They've certainly got him interested, but he decides against it for now. If this gets left in a 1v1, Nerds v safe, this is screwed. So Exit really needs this kill, and he's not going to get it. Now MIBR are left looking on as the low HP safe has got to try and do this alone.
I cannot believe Nerds has got himself into this position to win the clutch. This guy possesses magical powers of being able to turn any round back in his favor. Safe will creep back in. Time will start to tick, and Nerds is a long way off. Safe has got the right read for the time being. He's waiting for that peek from Nerds. It's coming slowly. Oh, it's going to be the kill in the clutch. Nerds, what a way to pull back the pistol. This guy is a god in the clutch. Sani had done so much initially. Nerds looked like he was about to meet the same fate. He went into the dark area, had to pick up that bomb. Even getting them bomb and getting out looked like mission impossible, but he was able to maneuver his way around the site, just isolating those fights into favorable ones for him and able to close it out. Just so cool under pressure. Nerds does not crack, and it has put MIBR down to the full eco, so just USPs out here. It should be another round coming the way of ENCE shortly. I hear you've been doing an impression of me over the last few weeks, Harry.
I've been what? Sorry?
Someone says you've been doing an impression of me on the cat.
An impression of you? I don't think I've ever done an impression of you.
They lied.
You have a very unique voice.
They lied to me then.
Who said that? Huh? Give me a name.
I'm not going to sell my sources.
Snitch.
I'm not going to sell my sources
No,
when you've
go
got
on.
flesh-coated knuckle dusters. I don't want to have those people hurt.
Come on, man. Everyone loves a rat. You know that.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies, Ratatouille, actually. It's
Ratatouille.
I think this thing was like, you ever see the post that recirculates on Twitter? It's like, who would win, Remy or Stuart Little?
That's a good question. I think probably
Remy would
Remy.
beat the
I
shit
think
out of him,
Remy.
man. He's a street rat, so, you know, Stuart Little, he grew up in a house, nice and comfortable.
True, yeah. The difference in their kind of environments is a factor you would have to weigh in there, I'm sure. Although still, I think is like pretty creative, right? They were always making stuff.
Yeah, he's
Whereas like Remy's more of a chef, which is still creativity, but it's creativity.
Stuart Little has a plane as well.
Exactly. So I think Stuart might have like a better arsenal in that head-to-head.
So it's all about the weapons. Okay, I got it. All right. Well, not a lot.
Depends if it's just kind of like bare knuckle fighting or like bare paw. I don't know. What do rats have?
Paws, I guess. Yeah.
Little feet.
Isn't Stuart Little a mouse as well? So he has
it's like a mouse v a rat. The age-old question.
It is a question. Who would win? Everybody's wondering. Yeah, actually, it's
what great philosopher came up with that?
Aristotle, Socrates,
Aristotle,
Aristotle, Socrates, Rattes. Yeah. Anyway, back into round 18.
Yeah.
We've answered that
Double push
question.
down a dark for MIBR. And also this skirmish taking place over here in middle. So a lot of points attempted to be contested here early on for the MIBR squad. They've done well to not face too much in terms of the old damage to open this round up, right? They got kind of assaulted over in mid by both Util, but also ENCE players there. They had Nerds lurking over towards B, but nothing gifted to ENCE just yet. And so that's going to leave them with a bit of a grouping over here towards A. They've now completely conceded any control over towards B main. They've got Nerds late lurking over in mid. Now he's in the power position if they get into the site. That is not a bad way for it to start. It looks silly, but Exit was turning for a flash from his teammates, and the timing was found for ENCE. So that's an ENCE round all damn day. And a save called for MIBR.
Now, I guess the question now becomes, okay, it was competitive in the first half. How much of that was because MIBR on the T side? Do we expect to see ENCE start to rack up these T rounds and continue their streak? Or should everyone in the green room be preparing the candlelit vigil for the end of the ENCE streak? Just as they did.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have the candlelit visual, because this one isn't like, you know...
It's not impressive enough? Doesn't
well, no,
deserve
it's still very impressive.
Birthday candle, maybe one single birthday candle.
We'll do something, but it'll be small and tasteful.
Yeah.
That's what everyone
Not a lot of
wants.
people came to see this one. The end of this one, it's like... That's pretty sad. But I do feel as though ENCE's T side
But also, you know, they haven't lost the streak yet. So,
no, exactly.
You know,
and I don't think they will.
I don't think they will. They've kind of come into this second half with a second win.
That T side is where they do their best work. Timeout taken, this time by MIBR. They got to discuss their finances. See what they can bring to the table, but Insanity is having a very different game than he had.
He's having a great game, and if anything now I'm just kind of tilted in my head where I'm like, oh, but what would this series have been if he was like that from map 1?
Yeah.
You know, like everyone else was firing off. You would safe with some great rounds in there. Breno looking sick.
Probably would have been that extra percentage
out. Yeah, it would have been the extra.
The line, right?
I don't even think you needed this sort of performance out of him.
Just a
little bit more. That extra, you know, nudge. They had 2 chances to close that out. Here on Anubis, it's closed up far earlier on in the game, right? There's just 2 rounds between these teams, kind of a low buy for MIBR around the save. So a good chance that ENCE close this up even more so in this round.
Insanity is on the deagle. 3 of his teammates with rifles, and ENCE going to be charging in towards A. Diha might have that duel with Insanity real soon. He's up on the fountain. Fire will heat up his spot. He can no longer stand there, has to drop back in behind the cake. And they'll take their time as they set up outside. ENCE have everything to work with. The utility runs deep. Same cannot be said for MIBR here down to their final pieces. 3 flashbangs and Incendiary. And of course the smoke grenade left for Insanity.
Honestly, to MIBR's credit, they've done a really good job of getting the util out of ENCE in this round, right? They don't have a lot to exec. I know when you're looking at it, it's like, yeah, they got 2 smokes, couple of flashes. That should be all you need, but you're lacking some of the Molotovs. You're going to have to manually clear a lot of these angles, and you won't be able to flush players out of these more annoying cubbies over towards the B side. Now that Insanity's open with the deagle, it only gets worse. Honestly, I'm kind of nervous for ENCE in this one. They've been collapsed upon. MIBR all around them, closing the net over this B site. And so the util never even gets thrown. It never even comes to matter for ENCE. They've been outmaneuvered, outbrained, and now outgunned. MIBR refused to let this tighten up anymore.
Yeah, you bring up the point of being outgunned, and I think that was a big story of that first half too, right? I mean, look at the scoreboard right now for ENCE in terms of the kill count. You'll have 8 kills for Sampaius. He's 8 and 12. You've got Diha 9 and 15. You know, this is a far cry from the Sampaius we've seen perform on Vertigo. Not a lot of fragging output coming through for ENCE, and tactical timeout 3 out of 4 used here for ENCE. Definitely having a tough time and having to go deep into the minds of that man Saw alongside Snappy to try and pull this one back and figure out the pathway to close this in 2. And MIBR, I mean, as we were saying a few maps ago, right, we're talking about some of the teams that have come in on media day. We were asking them, who have you got as the underdog of this group? And a lot of them were saying MIBR. And I can see why now. This is a team that have come out, they've competed on both maps now to a good extent. For opening series of Pro League look really, really strong. They might force this series rather, to a third.
To a what, sorry?
A turd. A big turd in here, Harry.
And it would be a big turd map, wouldn't it?
It would be absolutely massive. A Christmas one.
Christmas turd.
Mr. Hank.
All right. ENCE, it's back to the drawing board here. A new round, a new day, a new chance for ENCE to try and... Oh, I like that from Diha. Little jiggle. Oh, what?
Oh, finally Diha gets involved and gets a lovely double.
That's mad. The first guy you saw on the jiggle, but the one on a safe, that's just intuition. That's just feeling, baby. And look at this. I almost said baby with a D at the front. Baby.
Baby.
But instead, you know, it's a damn near flawless ENCE round.
Yeah, that is fantastic. What a turnaround, right? You call a timeout, you lose a round you probably shouldn't have in the previous, then you come back out like that. Ooh, that's going to feel a lot better. Diha just crushing them. The second kill through smoke is just BS on the save. And then they're able to collapse into the B site from multiple sides. Really strong stuff there for ENCE. But it hasn't broken apart the cache completely for MIBR, right? We're still looking at a decent buy here. Alt for save. Sure, an MP9 for exit, but everybody else has utility. They have rifles. And this could be an answer back for MIBR. Still not out of the woods just yet here for ENCE. Oh, Senpai, he might get that fight. He's looking for, he does get the fight he's looking for, but not the result. He peeks into him. And Senpai is a fast AWPer, so you gotta just be lightning fast to take the kill, and Safe certainly was in that instance. Second kill in two. It's on Madden this time. What a drop-off. In terms of Senpai, it's just getting outmatched there by Safe. Wow.
That's not good for ENCE.
Not easy for them.
Kind of got exactly what they were hoping for and still managed to fall short here. You know, those sorts of deaths hurt the most. You've all felt them to some extent, where you just kind of know, you know, it's the exact peak you knew you were going to get. And you get it and it goes against you. He's going full goblin mode here. 2 kills to the good. The mid-lurk of Nertz is shut down by Insani. That's kind of wild that he's even ready for someone mid in the 3v2. And now it leaves Diha low on health, swinging out to CT and locked out by the MIBR AWPer. This scoreline continues to grow between these teams. MIBR never letting them move past this 2-round gap.
You can see the frustration there for Madden. It is getting really frustrating for ENCE, right? You can't get this T side going yet. You haven't been able to string them together and really get a comfortable patch to just stretch your legs. And at least that bomb plant, it actually does a lot for them. It means they can get an extra few pieces of utility out. It means they can get an AK here and there across the board. And Galil here for Madden, he has to sacrifice that AK for extra util here. Not the prettiest buy for ENCE, but without the bomb plant, it would have looked worse. So the bomb's a long way off. Even though ENCE are taking position outside of A quickly, they'll just take their time once they arrive into the water.
See, the A holds better, though, than it's ever really been for MIBR. They've got this AWP here. I think the AWP M4, you know,
it's going to be hard
kind of combination is the best way to look to repel these A plays. It opens up some sight lines deeper into main that are favorable for a CT AWPer. You've got the rifle there for multi-kill potential. Already the nades have done good early damage. Missed shot from Safe, and he runs through the molly. Now he's like super low on health. They try to close the gap. They try to get closer to him. Going to be left to a couple of smoke spams, but they go a long way for Diha and Nertz, who are challenging over the top of that smoke. Everyone falls as they try to come through the camera, and so ENCE Double digits achieved. They will find their footing in that round, in spite of it opening 4v5.
Well, Diha was missing, I think, throughout the series. For the first map, he didn't really have a great performance. The start of this one, he was really doing nothing. But this T-side, over the last 3 rounds, he has found so much impact. Multi-kills and back-to-back-to-back rounds. And that is going to put ENCE up to double figures. And this might be a chance for them to finally get that T-side going. The save is good for MIBR. They keep the AWP in the hands of Breno. They keep the rifle here for drop. They're a long way off, so they'll get those. They'll at least compete into this next one. Get a drop over from Breno. You can get a drop from drop, and they'll be okay. But this is a chance now for ENCE to move into this.
Oh, that sounded cool.
That did sound really
The
cool.
kind of like rewind with the bomb plant.
Everything in slow motion. Well, not everything. A lot of things sound good in slow motion.
Coming back into the fold. And, I mean, you know, you said just then, it's like a good chance for the T-side to get going. I think ENCE have actually found a good bit of leverage since swapping over to this T-side. I think this is the round, though, where the nature of the game changes, right? This 2-round deficit has never been broken through by ENCE, even as they started chaining together some rounds right off the cuff of this second half. This is now their best opportunity to do that, and it would be so much more than just breaking through. This would be breaking the money and tying the game up at 12-all. So we're going to watch this one with great intrigue. If ENCE can win this, it's suddenly a tie game, and MIBR no longer have the comfort of this lead. MIBR on the other side, however, would not break ENCE's economy. And so for them, this is a bit more of a grind. This is a necessary step in the right direction, and it's not started well.
Random smoke spam into jail finds a 5-on-4 for ENCE. Not how you want to start the round if you're MIBR, especially considering this little streak, this little back and forth for ENCE. It might finally be back-to-back safe trades in middle with the orbs.
Yeah, it's going to be a frustrating game for Sampais. The only thing he gets is one pick there. He's instantly traded out, and now Safe on the quick flank. Oh, look at the speed of Safe to get around the backside, and this now makes it uncomfortable because sure, you get the bomb down, but you don't have the post-plant position outside of B main, and Drop hasn't found a lot of kills in this game, but there's one added to it, and Exit will come to close it out. MIBR pushing up to 13. That is a big move from Safe, pushing through middle to get around that B flank.
3-on-5 back as well, even though it was a very quick trade in middle. And Diha spends his entire post plant fully blind. Tries to go back long to chase that orb, and a nice move. While his teammate gets the bomb plant, he gets full blinded by the orb, and then he gets behind pillar and he gets full blinded again. Had no chance to play in that post.
I mean, you know, this is starting to get a little nerve-wracking here, and I think this is a perfect time for the ENCE timeout. They kind of need it. You know, highlighted the importance of that round. It was more so important to ENCE. That was their chance to tie this game up. Now they're the ones clutching at straws. They're the ones on the back foot here, and they can feel the change of the game, the change of the nature of it. It's only been 3 isolated rounds for MIBR in this second half.
They'll keep trading.
But if this is where, you know, they chain one together, feels like it's the beginning of the end of this Anubis streak for ENCE.
Yeah, and to what team, right? A roster that hasn't really made this a mainstay of their map pool, has inconsistent results online, some good, some bad, nothing of this caliber, and with a new roster as well here at ESL Pro League making some waves. Mouse were their first victims yesterday, and now they want to gorge on the ENCE flavor as well, going into a third map of Ancient. As enchanting as that may be, ENCE, they can refute it here with this round. Do what they did on Vertigo. They were in a very similar position, and they built back in late into that map and closed it out.
Oh, they hear the tag on the molly. Snappy's intuition just takes over. He springs to action. Brilliantly done. Finds that 5v4, goes untraded, and makes up for that good nade damage that was found onto the T stairs. Bringing Diha down a half, forcing maybe a bit more respect out of someone who's been pivotal to why ENCE are even in this position, but Snappy's able to cancel all that out there with the push. And if ENCE follow through on B, that for me is the big question here, because it looks like they still want to...
Oh, no!
The timing on that! But Insani's bailed them out.
Yeah, that's the best case scenario out of that situation for MIBR. The fact that they don't lose a player and they actually get that kill from the rifle. But Nertz has got his way up to jail. He'll put away drop for life. Now the plant comes in. Sampaius punches the digits through and ENCE into a post plant that feels a lot better for them. In fact, it's so perfect that MIBR have nothing to do with it. They back away for a beach day.
Same as, Vertigo, very decisive to call these saves, very immediate and at the right time. A 3-on-4 this late in the game. ENCE will take it. ENCE are very happy that save is called themselves, right? Even though they can't break all the money, they're going to look to hunt and more importantly, establish their own economy with these traded rounds has not been a factor for either team. That's why it's almost a stalemate. But Snappy, with a one-man advantage, knows the impact of a single kill here.
Yeah, and this is actually a reasonably, this is kind of a risky hunt almost to have called, but they're only going to throw one guy at it. As you say, it's just a chance to really do some damage. They don't find the kill. So 3 guns saved. That could facilitate the full buy here for MIBR. If they really want to keep the pressure on, and it looks like they do. Going to drop guns over. There is going to be some limitations, most notably in the util department for folks like Exit.
More than worth it, right? You just hope Safe can continue to give us opening kills, be put at the forefront. Insani 6-1, Safe 2-0. Those first frags have been there.
Oh, Safe gets caught by the flash this time. Overrun by the MAC-10, and Nertz comes in with them, and they have just opened up the B site. They've closed the round already, and that is what ENCE can do when they get the speed behind them.
It's Vertigo all over again.
Look at the hunt immediately. Like last time, Snappy was kind of lacking the manpower and the resources to justify hunting, but this time it's a 5 alive round. He wants both these MIBR saving players dead. He wants them gone. And so this is worthwhile, no matter how you slice it for ENCE, to try and remove even one of these guns. It just leaves you with nothing to really worry about in this next round. Makes it very, very easy for you to tie this game up. And so it's of huge importance for MIBR that they're able to hold on to both of these, and that's not guaranteed. Kill onto Diha. Now they know where Exit is. They know where one of these rifles are. You can see them closing in on it on the mini-map, running through the molly for Madden. It's kind of crazy, kind of risky, and he will give that one over. So the guns don't get removed.
Maddening.
Maddening, yeah, wow, that's a really good one. I should have stolen that earlier.
And it's safe to say Insani is insane how he's playing right now.
Nice, is that original?
That is an original.
You come up with that yourself? This is Vertigo all over again, boys, right?
Henry who came up with it.
Oh,
yeah, it was actually. He was here earlier. Anyway, Vertigo.
Of course. Yes. This is exactly what... I don't know what those hand signals were, Harry.
Sorry, I was just pointing at you like I was saying, like, sorry for interrupting you.
No.
Go ahead.
That's fine. But I'll go ahead.
It was just like Vertigo, right?
It was just like Vertigo. We all remember Vertigo. MIBR commanding a lead, controlling the game, making wise decisions. And then right at the very tail end of that map, ENCE, boom, out of nowhere, a splash. And they came in and they went an overtime, a clean overtime at that.
You did feel like that was going to happen at a certain point in this T side, but they didn't leave themselves a lot of room to actually figure it out. And I do think it comes off the back of some of those impactful moments Diha's had in the second half. There's a couple of multi-kill rounds that have actually allowed this. And look at this, speed from Nertz now straight in towards A. They're confident. Straight up, Heaven smokes in. He's cleared the site. No one's behind Cake. You would have to say that towards Camera or Heaven, stacking elsewhere. And they've got the site. They got the round off with the back of that.
Of course, big rounds off Diha, but remember, none of this would have ever happened if Nertz didn't find that pistol clutch.
Oh, that's very true, yeah. That was a big
it felt
round
like,
for him.
Off the back of 10 round T-side that MIBR, throwing a pistol round, man, what are the hopes that ENCE, especially with all these rounds traded, obviously the game would have played differently, but we know MIBR have had some rounds in store here. This would have almost certainly been done. Now to set them up. And Snappy, Diha, the boys have knocked it down, finding an equalizing point here. And they're not desperate to hunt this time because while there are guns in play, they know there's also pistols and there's probably setups. So ENCE take this chance to establish their economy.
Unicorn round.
And I think the unicorns are indeed here, Harry. 10 alive. Not every day you see that.
God, it's so sick, isn't it? When you get a 10 alive round.
It's my favorite. It's the best round. Isn't that right, Hugo?
I don't know what your favorite round is, but I'm going to take you at face value and say that, given you just said that, it's probably true.
Great. Well, here we go. Round 27, 13 rounds each. But ENCE certainly looking like the team that could take 14 first.
Ooh, it's a big, bold statement, big statement. Yeah, MIBR, they've had plenty of time to chat this one through, but maybe not time to react because ENCE are running amok into the A site. Madden, big entry needed. He can only do damage as a player close left. Safe with a rifle this time. Has to hold strong.
Oh, Madden does very well to actually get one out of that. And Snappy, fantastic headshot. Safe stood no chance. And Tobias is smoked off, so he will drop a little further back into the tail of the fish. And Insani swings on out. Fantastic kill on Snappy, but a little wild to say the least. A little bit insane, you might say. And it is going to be the drop off into the safe call. And ENCE are going to be up to 14 rounds.
Now it's like you almost want them to go for this, right? Because even though the money is not there for the future, it won't be for the next either. I guess they can. Yeah, no, they can drop. They can get 4 guns still.
Dude, I don't know. This feels so sad for MIBR, man. I'm crying in the club right now for MIBR.
Pass me a drink.
This is, you know, pretty gut-wrenching stuff. Back on Vertigo, 2 chances to close that game out over ENCE on their map pick, on MIBR's map pick, that is. Now here on a map that ENCE are undefeated on it over the last few months, over the last 9 games. MIBR put up a stellar first half of play, 10-5. They're coming down into the second half. They managed to find a handful of rounds. They get ENCE to breaking point, and then ENCE, right as the doors look like they're closing, find a way to bludgeon through them. So to think that you came real close today.
So close, right to the edge. And it never came through for them. That would be a terrible way to round out the day for MIBR, but you have to say it's still very impressive. You're going up against one of the best teams in the world right now, and you're able to put these performances in. It is actually a really good sign that the work they've been putting in is certainly paying off, and this is going to be a play in towards the A site. Nerds at the front.
Oh, big molly. They smoke it from afar. That won't give away X's position necessarily, but they check it in case. Double nade will do a lot of damage, and Safe fires off with 2 shots. Can they chase down this Pillar Man? Hiding out in the smoke, pre-fired by the captain. 3 on 5, back the other way. It's up to Safe again to finish what he started, but 1 whiff, and that is all they will remember as ENCE border 15. You have to go for this.
Yeah, the MIBR would usually save here. They would normally not give it a go, but they have to try. They've got to believe they're going to get this one for free. Is that enough to bring Breno back into the fold? 1v2 ahead of him.
Got to try. No.
Flash goes out, but is he really writing this off? He's bowing out, and they are praying, they are hoping that this AK can be their salvation up against 15 for ENCE.
Madness. You're giving away in there. I mean, it just shows that MIBR, they're believing their rifle rounds. They are just getting pounced on this A attack by ENCE, but to save in these situations as well. What a cool... It is so meta, but it is also, it just leaves you wondering. It's not like these rounds have come extremely close. And ENCE, both games here, both maps against MIBR taken right to the edge of the cliff. But they balance themselves and they hold on. Can they close now clean? Will it take OT?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's reassuring here is that, honestly, for a good few of the ENCE stars, it's been pretty underwhelming here, but it's been a real team effort to pull it back around. The idea that this isn't some huge game from some Pius or Nerds, sure, they've both had their moments. Nerds opened up this half with a 1v3 in the pistol. But it's not like, you know, how on the other side you've got Insani top of the board, 30 kills deep, and still might be chowing down on a loss unless his team can turn this one around.
And these calls have just been basic, right? Explosion plays, grouped attacks for ENCE. It's a classic snappy playbook. It could leave them lacking here around number 29. They are in the bomb site, but at what cost?
Nerds goes deep. No. He plays the trigger discipline. You absolute madman. You absolute genius. Lets them cross in. Gets away with murder. Nerds onto the Deagle. 1v1. And Exit shuts him down. 1 round away from overtime for MIBR as they stop Nerds mid-clutch. Trapped in at the back of the site, out of ammo, out of chances, gets it down to a 1v1, but can't deal with the trading player in time.
He held that almost too long, Harry, almost too long, and his team get melted on the retake. It felt like Nerds had done enough to win that round. Desperation, but still ends with a hope in hell, still ends with a match point in their pocket with 1 round to find. Man. This game is really delivering right now. MIBR are not going out without a fight. They saved, then they saved the day, but was it all in vain? No AWP. They've got the kits, they've got the nades, they've got every reason to fight for 30 plus.
I mean, hell, at this point, you just want him to go back to these A plays, right? Maybe this time we're going to see a bit more out of Nerds on these lurks. Because he's largely been in with the pack. They're still leaving a lot of options open here. Right, not super dedicated to the A play. It looks like they maybe want to sell this a little bit early on. Assaulting both B and A main right now.
Could have been a 5-on-4 for MIBR, but Exit team flashed out. That one's a little better. Snappy still bounds back and they trade the flashes. Bit of basketball here.
Yeah, even the way these fights are happening, though, is good info for MIBR. You know there's a lot of players outside of B because of the number of flashes just out-traded you, right? You're only 2 strong on the hold, and you got flashed off the angle more than they did. So you know there's 3 of them outside of this A site right now.
And we've seen this round before. It's going a little earlier here for ENCE, but where they show numbers A, they show the bomb, and then they bring it back through Canal very late. It's all up to Safe's position. He can confirm or deny that this is an A hit or not. They haven't cleared him. They don't even check. They don't even look. And now MIBR with 20 seconds to hold this B bomb site. They have to go through the smoke. This is desperation for ENCE, man. And hits the timing. Knives out. And Insani will trade at least some Pius. He's been quiet and he will not be any louder. Not in this round. They are here surrounding him in the site. And we go to overtime yet again.
1 more OT needed for these 2 teams to duke it out in the server. Vertigo rather ended up being a double OT affair. ENCE were the ones to get it done there. And it took them having to beat MIBR, who had map point in the first overtime, who had that chance to close. Well, now 1 more overtime has been demanded of them. For MIBR, they're hoping this can be their route back in. This can be their route to a 3rd map.
I cannot believe they have held on.
We're at nearly 60 kills. We're 1 shy. 60 kills for Safe and Insani combined, which is mad.
It just makes you wonder, like, if we had this Insani on Vertigo, this could have been poised for a 2-0, right? Like, and not in the way that ENCE expected. Not in the way that most would have expected tonight. Sure, MIBR beat Mouse, but this is a different ball game.
Oh, this setup's good. Brandon on the platform, just out towards Glizzy, dropping a net over towards Drop. And he's waiting for any sort of chance where the resmoke comes out just to block the B doors. Brandon's going to look down towards the bottom of Dark with the AWP at the ready. And that Molly's going to start clearing out in front of him, but he's holding, and the sniper will find its mark. The head of Snappy no longer attached to the rest of his body, and there's 40 seconds left. Another shot from the AWP of Breno. He's really coming to life here.
Yeah, not fast rounds for ENCE anymore. As late executed to be, and even with a miss Molly, it's going to stop Nerds from crossing. He has to basically clutch up from jail, locked into a cubby right now. As his team get a bomb plant, ENCE are poised to try and pull back an impossible round.
Yeah, you're really hoping the individuals can get you through these these choppy waters if you're ENCE. 3v5 in the post plant. MIBR teeing themselves up for this. They're giving a lot of time to Safe, who's on this wrap right now, but they can't really wait for him. They've got to start going. Out through CT. Breno adds another to the tally, and now it's all eyes on Diha down in dark. Here's them running into the site. Keeps holding the dark angle. They're not on the bomb. They just get off of it, giving him a few more seconds, but not enough for him to win the round.
Yeah, he really thought they were going to flank dark there, but they came all the way around the world from B long, so just a misread on that situation, hoping they give him a freebie. He knows swinging into a 1-on-3 on bomb site means he's dead anyway, so just really praying that they flank. And some Pious, man, he's starting to miss some absolutely, you know, in the context of this game, unforgivable shots. Like, he needs to be finding something in the post part there. If ENCE were ever going to win this round in a 3-on-5 with a big weapon, you have to be nailing some. And some Pious has not really delivered in this game at all.
It's kind of cool that we're seeing Breno be the one on the AWP here, right? Safe handing that off. Breno used to be an AWPing player for a while in there. It was one he had to try and adapt to.
Well, here they come
go
again.
Back to the rifles. Fast speed play and a missed shot from Breno's AWP. Drop dead. Back of the site. Nerds ferocious in the openers, but he's got ENCE, the other Titan, to go toe-to-toe with. Holding on to dark, flashing Madden in, but that flash didn't look like it was going to work out, but getting ENCE off the angle proves to be enough. Exit now takes this line, and some Pious nails it this time. Safe is in with the backstab on this rifle, but he's got to give something big.
Nerds is looking for him now.
Nerds is just on this angle, ready to go.
Yeah, nice round for ENCE finally. Just going back to their explosive early hits. It was working really well on the A side, and they started, you know, popping B late as well. Talk about Breno, right? He was actually a rifler in MIBR Academy. Very limited experience when he got pulled over to the main team. He wasn't even an AWP on the Academy team.
No, but then he just had to become one.
They just threw him the AWP and said, go crazy. And he actually had some really good games on LAN in play-in tournaments, you know, at Kato's gone by. And yeah, so when you get Safe back in this roster, sure, you get Breno off the AWP, but you know you have a capable, potent double AWP, and some rounds via position, maybe by playing spawn. Safe has been on A, Breno's been on B. You want that AWP on B plat.
And I think it's kind of sick because it gives him that option, like just another tool in the toolkit to try bring him and activate him in a game, right? Clearly, I assume that's probably where the dialogue came from, right? The fact that you have Safe bringing out the rifle. Breno's just like, look, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable in some of these fights. I want to have that AWP.
Well, they switched the ops around in position this time. Safe went towards this B side of the map instead, and he has got that opening kill. A chance at a second as he peered down towards the canal, but it doesn't come through that way. Instead it is Madden who fights forward, and now Nerds gets a chance and brings down the AWP. Safe walks right into a crosshair, and Nerds has been so sharp at entry in towards this B site. He might even get a second, and he will. Right into the guillotine, drop will walk. And 4v2 thanks to Nerds.
Yeah, and Breno's just wishing he was B now this time. I like the trade of positions, right? You see Safe AWPing B, you probably think A's a lot more open. It was not. Nade will do nothing. Exit has to go ham here. Flashed in by his teammate. Good spray conversion. Nerds almost misses the shot, but 3 kills deep for the Israeli talent as Breno is left in an unwinnable round, putting ENCE up 1 into second half of overtime.
Dude, this is such a wild game. You know, this is kind of, you know, Nerds essentially on one side versus ENCE going blow for blow on the other. ENCE is topping the server, but Nerds has had an astronomical climb here in this second half into OT.
And the vast majority of his kills have come around that same position outside of B, around jail, etc., right? He's just been so impactful towards this side of the map, and they're just going to keep going towards B here. And Safe's got the AWP, so we're going to see more action on this side of the map. This time, MIBR's T side. We'll see what they've got. On their attacking side, maybe a quick B pop into Snappy. He's getting way around the side of the Obelisk and into the attack. It's Drop and Breno with the first 2 kills on the entry. And Nerds will fall in dark. That's the round. Wow, nice, simple, speedy call from MIBR.
It worked so well for ENCE. Think about so many of these B rushes called by Snappy, right? It has been the more brutal, quick rounds that have netted clean ones for T sides, and this is no exception. So locking it down, the AWP covering the cross, ENCE with no real reason to go for it, but no real reason to save either. They're hanging around. They know this one is too far gone. 17 apiece up in the air.
One of the things we talked about really early on in this game was how MIBR were kind of laying the groundwork for a bit of conditioning with how they take the canals, with how they go about taking this dark control. They've been dropping the one-way instead of smoking deep at dark, but that round there where they actually try the up-tempo B play, one of the first smokes that lands is this one over here, throwing over the top to block off the dark angle. So trying to pull the wool over ENCE's eyes, trying to keep him guessing.
This one is on a knife's edge right now. No one is feeling confident. No one is comfortable about where this one's going.
The Orgs
on the
come back
Org.
out again.
It's not quite Diha this time, but Snappy going to give it a go, give it a sing on the B side. Good on Platt. Can lock in some nice angles, without a doubt.
Gotta say though, regardless of the final result here, MIBR have impressed.
They're back on the one-way. Sorry, I just wanted to point it out.
One-way's back again. He's walked right through it actually, and here they come in towards the attack. Snappy's turret gun towards the back of the platform has been removed, and Nerds, he's only good for one.
How do you multi-kill on this bomb site right now? It feels impossible with the spacing of MIBR. Their trade work is fantastical, and everyone is dead as we find a third map on the precipice. It's ancient, but MIBR have been here before.
Yes, they've had a few of these.
This is literally, this is a repeat. This is now their third chance in the series to close out a map. And so let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Last time they were here on Vertigo, they couldn't find that one round to take it over the line. We ran it back in double OT, and their ENCE went flawless. So this is MIBR's golden opportunity to lock in a third map, to break ENCE's winning streak.
Do we have an aggressive round for ENCE? If it's sitting back on B and just getting pounded, right? Do they want to start making moves? Nerds gets curious with a flash. He's at least cleared close ruins. He knows they're not rushing. MIBR, I mean, the balls to call a third rush here would be unbelievable, and they won't do it.
You know what's crazy about Insanity's performance as well is the fact that he's got so many opening kills. He's 7-1 in those opening fights. He got the opening in the previous quick round and towards that B side as well. Just so impressive from Insanity in terms of just the level of impact, even in the early round he's having. Because he's so successful in that, he stayed alive into the mid and late rounds too. A little bit of a walk from MIBR straight through middle. Clearing out the right side, clearing out closed doors and Diha. Got to be careful he doesn't get caught in the timing here. He's going to transition over towards Temple instead. The CT side for ENCE definitely looked wobbly throughout that first half and continue here into overtime.
Oh, the re-smoking at main, this is interesting. This is going to force the mid component to be the first part to make a move. But from that point, ENCE can look to fight for the main control.
Oh my
God. And Insani is clean. Opens up this A play and looks to make it all happen for MIBR.
Wow.
2 kills away from breaking ENCE's streak on Anubis and from longing this out to a third. They don't want to let this overtime get away from them, and so they won't. They do the deal to ENCE. Goodbye to the winning streak on Anubis, and hello MIBR. That third map now waits in the wings.
Some real talk for my thoughts. 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 Real talk going on in my mind. Bamming still wicked with the rhyme. Plus I'm still in my prime. I'm turning water into wine. Every day I will rise, rejuvenated, dedicated to the flow, and I'm so concentrated. Got flavors not barricaded or faded or outdated. I keep dropping ish, even if I'm situated. I'm resting on my laurels. Bam, got something for you. More of that dopeness so you don't go through withdrawals. So underground, I got you wearing snorkels. Best place to be where hip hop will support you. In the studio where the engineer records you. Cause when you blow up, the industry will try to sort you. Summertime come try to short you. But I'ma look fly even if I gotta wear a new lawsuit. Tighten up the belt on these dogs that try to walk you. Grab the mic and give them some real talk. Some real talk. Some real talk. From my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk. From my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk. From my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk. From my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk. From my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk. From my thoughts. Some real talk. Some real talk. From my thoughts. Even when I freestyle or write joints down, I'm speaking my mind, you know Bam ain't beating round. I'm spitting on another beat, bringing all type of heat. Say it on the mic the same way I say it in the street. I don't need excuses for why I do this. Just put the headphones on and turn up the music. Do damage on the mic, Bam so abusive. Bust a nut and let loose my creative juices. Drop exclusives for DJs and producers. Got some new-ish, always in your face like a nuisance. Making movements like the smoke from a Cuban cigar. Before you a star, you a human, brah.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
ENCE's chance to take their Anubis win streak to double digits denied by MIBR. We go to overtime again, but this time the Brazilians are the one to push us to that third and final decider. And what a ground to be doing it on, Hugo. We talk about ENCE being the masters of Anubis. MIBR say, hell no, hold my beer. We're going to a third.
Unbelievable win, like 9-map win streak. And the thing is, MIBR were in both maps in this series, and they choked the first one. Sure, they had 2 opportunities to close in reg. In overtime, they couldn't do it. And then we go to map 2. You give them one shot, they end it right then and there. It's so impressive for the MIBR to come in yesterday, take down Mouse, go up against number 2 ranked team in the world, one of the best teams we have, the best team on Anubis, and it's a map that MIBR aren't even playing really to any significant level. Obviously, it's a team that plays a lot of European Counter-Strike. They boot camp here. We see them in Blast as well. They played a lot of like CIS teams, lost to them on this map, but to come through with a win over ENCE, not what we had in the script today, Freya.
Dude, if you want to know like why this really happened, I don't think you have to look any further than Insani and Safe having an absolutely mind-bendingly good game between the two of them. They were 12-2 in opening fights combined, which is just insane.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, the fact that each of them only lost one of their attempted opening fights in that entire game is just madness. And it was no secret, especially I think when you were watching Insani, some of the just paths that he would take on the entries, some of the kind of plays he would cook up for his team were in, you know, I was going to say we're insane, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
with
we're running that back,
yeah. We kind of said that too many times. But no, I mean, it was just kind of mind-bendingly good. And even though you had this late activation of Nertz who tried to reach that like same level as Insani, and he was having a lot of impact, and it was all towards the tail end of that series, it was more like the whole team kind of then around those two, you know, star players in star form for MIBR. That was where I think the rest of the difference was made up, right? Like Breno got activated when we got into overtime, donned that AWP a little bit more. He started to find a bit of confidence. So yeah, I think the stars were somewhat comparable for these teams. It was kind of, as you look down the line, that was for me where the biggest disparity occurred.
Yeah, I think also maybe we need to put Exit up on this list now.
Yeah, we're doing him dirty right now.
You know, ASAP isn't sitting here anymore, so we don't have to pretend and act all nice because, you know, they were able to win out on that T-side in overtime.
Yeah.
Three straight rounds to close it out. Even the first half, 10-5 T-side. Yes, Anubis is T-sided, but I mean, still, against a team like ENCE, that's a feat to put up that many rounds.
Yeah, talk about MIBR giving ENCE a taste of their own medicine as well. Like the fast pace they were throwing again and again and again. Like ENCE just didn't have time to react.
And that was really, like, they dry run that really well as well, because it felt like not a single CT player of ENCE could get a multi-kill on the B bomb site. Like the spacing was so nice coming out of B main, and it's a hard site to lock down when you get rushed anyway. Like this is sort of a rush map. It is. On one hand, defaults are great on T side because CTs feel very constricted anyway, and so that's why we've seen this like whole conversation about CT aggression on Anubis and like what plays you make. And okay, if they are defaulting in the mid round, that's when you'll take a main back, or when you'll flash peek mid. You want to get info as CT, but at the same time, you see Snappy call these rushes like 3 rounds in a row, get away with 2A, 1B, and then we go into overtime, and ENCE just calls the same stuff right back the other way. It's impressive, man, to have the balls to make these kind of calls against such a good team.
I thought it was really sick as well, because the kind of conditioning from the T side of MIBR started super early with how they approach canals. Like we drew attention to it in the first few rounds of their T side, how they were using the one-way smoke to cross and to challenge for dark instead of, doing what a lot of teams do, which is the insta smoke that lands at dark if you want to try and creep up. And that was cool because it let them have like this long sight line and a favorable fight over a one-way, and then you could more quickly get people over towards dark. And then that really came to matter when we hit OT, because they actually threw the instant dark smoke instead of the one-way that they've been doing throughout the rest of the game. And so immediately, if you're ENCE and you see that smoke land at dark, you're like, oh, they're not coming B, right? Like they've been using this style to take this control fast. And so instead it became a flash play through that smoke, and it became challenging NERTZ over the wall. And so that's like bringing it back to conditioning that you kind of set in place 15 rounds ago in your T side, right? I thought it was a really cool end from MIBR in terms of tying it all together.
Shit, let's put EXIT at #1 then.
Yeah.
See you later, Snappy.
He wasn't
Dethroned
there.
after one map. What were your takeaways from MIBR then, Janko? What do you feel like you learned from this display on
I think
Anubis,
it's
and maybe even the first map?
some solid play, like what Harry just described is also an example of good preparation, good sort of game planning, right? And making things make sense, using stuff that happened early on in the game to maybe get ahead later on in the game with some of the calling. And also, of course, the individual talent is there, right? Insani and, save, drop, we're seeing a little bit what they're capable of when they're maybe not as constricted.
And looking to Ancient, like the one thing I'm worried about is Sampaio. First map, he was the hero of the entire server, like 34 plus kills. He looked incredible. He was shutting up post once. He's finding opening kills. He was winning a ramp. And this map, I feel like if Sampaio just hit like 5 more AWP shots, they would have won way earlier. He had so many post plants, and yeah, difficult post plants, but ones where you typically see Sampaio just go crazy. And he had a real off map, and that didn't help ENCE. I think he was in plenty of positions to win rounds. And
it was weird as well. I don't even think the stats, like when you go and look at them, I don't think you're going to look at it and be like, oh, well, Sampaio was struggling. But it was more just like from the eye test of the moments he's in, like when they're 3v5 with bomb down over towards B, that's really when like an AWP is meant to kind of turn the tide for you a little bit, right? You have some good angles to fight on there with the AWP. You've got some favorite, you can dance around the pillar. Hell, we all remember like the Dexter round there over towards the B side.
Oh, you do, yeah.
So yeah, man, no, I kind of share your worries a little bit with a sleepier Sampaio that had a couple of very impactful misses towards the tail end of that
But
map.
he can reset. It's a hard map to AWP on, especially.
Whose side are you on, Hugo? Yeah, man, come on, I just came in like trying to back you up.
Yeah, he had a bad map, Harry. But Vertigo is sick, and
forget I said anything.
Sick. And so Ancient, man, if he was ever going to reset, it would be now. It would be Ancient. I'm coming for you, Harry. You better watch out.
I think though, out of all the usual suspects for ENCE on Ancient, pay a little bit more attention to Madden as well. I feel like he always does a great job on the CT side and controls a little bit of the pace too. So yeah.
Any expectations from MIBR on Ancient? Then? Do we even know anything about them?
I want to say no. I want to say no, but I said the same thing coming into Anubis. Like they don't have a track record. They've got not a loss streak, but they've got more losses than wins recently. They're playing good teams, sure, in Europe. They're playing, these hard to beat tier 2, tier 3 rosters, but no, ENCE should win.
What's going for them, Freya, is MIBR wants it more.
Yes.
They want it more at this point in time, and they need to show it on the server, right? Because ENCE is on a streak, final after final, international big tournaments. Right? This is a group stage game at Pro League, right? It's not on the same level, but then again, this is where ENCE sort of shows that they are on that high level, where even if they're not playing their, A or maybe even B game, they still have enough in the tank to pull out the W.
And to touch on that, we look at this group, we come in on day one and we go, oh yeah, Heroic, ENCE, that's that winner's bracket straight to playoff. We're in a world where it's big, MIBR going to playoffs. What's happening, Freya?
I don't know. I just want to know what's the best ancient game that's happened ever, maybe, guys.
Harry's just killing Hugo with his, with his look.
Are you going to give me an answer, Harry? What's the best ancient game that's ever happened?
I think we all know the game.
Yeah?
We all got memories of Dallas. We all remember how long and back and forth that one was.
You know what, Harry? Should we close our eyes, go into a dream, and maybe, revisit that moment?
Let's try it.
Fed up for the game. Nice, the two boys. 1A, 1B.
Sampayas and Madden once again find a path to be competitive.
Can be right side. Should be right side.
He composes himself.
Up elbow.
And the timing has worked so well for him to drop back into cave, and they pull him in.
Elbow last up. Robin is behind. Slow now.
Madden denied. No bomb plant. FaZe Clan get the first round of overtime 4.
Keep pushing. Out there coming.
Follow him in.
Side. One more dead. Corner. Last alone. Yaji, I'll be dead.
I smoke city. I'm only with 10-4, guys.
Go ready.
Uh-oh, you can't plant there. Not in face of Rops.
Is he picking? Could be picking. Side to side.
No chance. No rounds for ENCE in this side of overtime. They limp out with 3 players and they attempt to plant the bomb. ENCE are cracking under the pressure. They are starting to break.
Let's get it on CT, boys. Don't lose hope, eh? Don't lose.
Round by round, guys. We can make it, okay?
This series is gonna be legendary. Let's win it.
Oh no, they line up. Sampayas. ENCE stay in this matchup.
He's gonna miss. Pull up by you.
I have a smoke here.
I'm dead.
And Nerds, he's the man that is tasked with dealing with it, and he is not going to do it. But Twist falls. Madden hits the shot. Remember, Diha is still here.
Close right, Nerd. Pushing up.
Outside. Out there, both sides. Playing to toilet. Temple CT. Temple up. CT AK.
Look at Rain. Oh, this timing is so sick. If FaZe can just hold on long enough, if Rain can get there quick enough.
Up Temple.
Hold it, Temple.
Pushing CT or something.
Can be out CT.
2 CT.
Ice cream. Top side.
One more side.
Dead. Hey, lobby. Behind.
CT.
It does come down to Rain, but the defuse is in. It's not spreading, and we have to go again. What a retake from ENCE. I cannot believe it. The never-ending war. On their feet, 3 in a row to bring it right back.